Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 143 to Chapter 192. His death was too fast, maybe even in the end, Xiaoheng didn't know how he died. However, this had nothing to do with Yi Chen, he was only responsible for killing people. With a great sword hanging on his waist and an iron spear in his hand, Yi Chen lightly touched the ground and flew up to the top of a tree like a wisp of smoke. Then he flashed and disappeared. Squeak. Once Yi Chen left, countless bugs crawled out of the swamp and devoured Xiaoheng's body and head, not even his bones were left. Not only was there a massacre happening in the swamp where Yi Chen was, but there were also massacres happening in other places. In the middle of a mountain range. The smell of blood was everywhere. Run. It's one bloodless blade, Mo Wuxue. What? It's Mo Wuxue. We're dead. We're all dead. Outside the simple and magnificent cave, 6 to 7 sect disciples were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves as they flew out. Some of them were even using incomplete cultivation methods just to increase their speed a little. There were also some people who were carrying explosive pellets with them to save their lives and threw them behind them. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Mo Wuxue, who was wearing a blood-red robe with golden edges, walked out of the cave. He laughed evilly, holding the blood-red thin blade in his hand, he swung it sideways. There was no obvious blade light or blade chi, only an arc-shaped line of blood. Silently, the heads of those people who were running away were cut off. There was no blood coming out of the wounds, it was as if the heads were sealed inside their bodies by an invisible force, it was extremely strange. One bloodless blade, killing people without spilling blood. This was the power of the head disciple of the evil blood martial school, the 54th ranked disciple of the last hidden dragon rank. At the same time, in another place. Beside the lake. Yuan Hingying glanced at the people who wanted to run but didn't dare to, and said cruelly, apart from the Sky Eagle Castle's disciples, anyone who runs into me, Yuan Hingying, has only one choice, death. Hearing this, these people's faces turned pale. They had found a fish dragon plant that was worth 70,000 gold by the side of the lake. When they were fighting against each other, they had actually attracted the attention of the most bloodthirsty Yuan Hingying. Yuan Hingying was known as the Killer Eagle, he had never left anyone alive. In terms of notoriety, he was even more notorious than Mo Wuxue. At least, Mo Wuxue killed for the sake of killing. As long as they didn't provoke him, they would have a high chance of surviving. However, Yuan Hingying was unpredictable. He would kill people when he was in a good mood, he would kill people when he was in a bad mood, he would kill people when he was in a good mood. Even if he was in a good mood, he would still kill people when he was in a good mood. Clearly, the current Killer Eagle was normal, which meant that he could kill people. However, I've changed my mind. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. Whoever can escape from my attack will be spared. Yuan Hingying really liked this kind of atmosphere. He was in control of other people's life and death. If he wanted them to live, he would live. If he wanted them to die, he would die. He had done this many times before. 3 breaths, escape from my attack. Everyone's eyes brightened. Most of them were at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. It was not a problem for them to fly 100 meters in one breath. Some of the faster ones could even reach 200 meters. If they ran as fast as they could in 3 breaths, they might be able to survive from Yuan Hingying. What? Why are you still not running? Maybe I will change my mind soon. Yuan Hingying licked his lips, a hideous look flashed through his eyes. Run. Under the pressure of death, everyone pushed their Xianxia to its limit. They flew out at a speed that was way faster than before, scattering in all directions. Within 1 breath, the slowest person was already 100 meters away. Within 2 breaths, the slowest person was already 250 meters away. Within 3 breaths, the fastest person was already 1 mile away. Eagle soul splitting. Yuan Hingying yelled. He put both of his hands in front of his chest and pushed them out. Shoo. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. Shoo, the dark cyan Xianxia condensed into numerous huge Xianxia eagles. With Yuan Hingying as the starting point, they spread out in all directions like lightning. Ah! A scream was heard. The slowest martial disciple's head was ripped apart by the claws of a huge Xianxia eagle. His body slid out for 10 meters, and he was no longer breathing. Then the second martial disciple, the third, the fourth, only one person was left, and he had already run for almost 1,000 meters. Not bad, you managed to run that far. But it is not that easy to escape from one attack. Eagle combination, eagle sky attack. All of the Xianxia eagles combined into one, forming a super huge eagle. The super huge eagle flapped its wings, and 2 dark cyan chi blades flew out. Right then, that martial disciple seemed to feel death approaching. He took out a dark red iron bomb from his pocket. It was called the red light fire bomb, which was as famous as the silver light thunderbolt bomb. It could kill a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm warrior. But of course, he did not dare to attack Yuan Hengying. Instead, he threw the bomb towards the chi blades behind him and yelled, "Explode!" Boom, a bright red light exploded, and the 2 chi blades were shattered immediately. I dodged one attack. His face was filled with excitement, and his mind and body suddenly relaxed. Swoosh, all of a sudden, another chi blade flew out, and cut off his head. This martial disciple died with his eyes wide open. Yuan Hengying lightly landed in front of the martial disciple, and said casually, "I told you, anyone who runs into me, Yuan Hengying, can only die. I will not make an exception. 3 breaths was just a joke, don't take it seriously." Waving his hand, 3 red light fire bombs flew out of the martial disciple's pocket and landed in Yuan Hengying's hand. He sneered, and flashed out. The swamp area was extremely dangerous, and sometimes, it was not a good thing to be too fast. Just now, Yichen had suffered a great loss, and had to slow down his speed to about 60 to 70%, saving some energy for himself. Piercing through a demonic bird that had sneakily attacked from the sky, Yichen stood on top of a huge tree. Looking into the distance, there was nothing in front of him, and nothing in front of him. Is this the end? Yichen frowned. Without any hesitation, he moved his body forward, and moved as light as a swallow. This place was a dark cliff, and inside the cliff was a swamp area. Outside the cliff, there was nothing but nothingness, as if it was blocked by a great barrier that no one could see through. Thinking about what the leader Luo Xinglia had said before, the Heavenly Dream Ancient region was extremely mysterious, and that the entrance of the treasury could be in the mountains, under the water, or even just by jumping down, Yichen hesitated for a second, then jumped down from the cliff. He had learned the crane shadow steps art, which allowed him to fly for a long distance. If anything happened, he could come back anytime he wanted. But if he didn't try, there was no other way to go, and the only way left was to turn back, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of time and energy. In the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, time was money. After falling for about 500 meters, Yichen felt that the bottom of the cliff was still immeasurably deep. Clouds were rolling in the air, and he suddenly wanted to go back. But right at this moment, the space underneath vibrated intensely, and formed into a 10 meters wide whirlpool, sucking Yichen in. Pop, Yichen let out a sigh of relief as his feet landed on the ground. Just like what the leader had said, the entrance of the treasury was everywhere. It all depended on whether you had the guts or not. If he didn't jump down just now, he would have lost a great opportunity. Letting out a deep breath, Yichen finally had the mood to observe the surroundings. Looking around, he found that his surroundings were very dark. He was in a stone corridor. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there was a small protruding stone platform every 100 meters. In the center of the small stone platform, there were candles as thick as a child's arm. The faint light from the candles flickered brightly and dimly. Thanks to the sword intent, Yichen wasn't scared by the dark environment. He started walking deeper into the corridor. After walking for a few 100 meters, a side road appeared on the right side of the corridor, and he could vaguely hear people talking. Looks like I'm not the only one here. Yichen thought for a while, then quietly walked into the side road. At the end of the side road, there was a luxurious, ancient hall. The crystal lamp on the ceiling of the hall never went out, emitting a soft and bright light, which brought a sense of security to the dark environment. Yichen looked down. There were 3 doors on the side of the hall, and each door was carved with different things. Right now, a group of disciples were fighting each other, trying to get into the hall first. My head disciple is Shuihen, ranked 57th in the Hidden Dragon rank. Anyone who offends us, the invisible martial school, will die. Get the hell out of here. I am a disciple of the White Deer Cave, and my head disciple is Lu Zhao. The rest of you, get out of here. In the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, life and death are all up to fate. If I kill you, who will know who killed you? Don't be stupid, die. Sounds of chi explosions came one after another, even the crystal lamp on the ceiling of the hall started shaking, as if it was going to fall off at any second. Yichen was planning to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. They were not far away from here. If it was a normal martial disciple, he wouldn't care, he could just kill them. But this person's footsteps seemed to contain some kind of magical power. Each step seemed to contain a mountain-like power, but it gave off an oppressive feeling as if a storm was coming. Early clasping Yuan Realm warrior, with this thought flashing across his mind, Yichen stepped out of the side road and came into the hall. Shoo, the fight paused for a second, and everyone's attention was on Yichen. Seeing the cloud patterns on Yichen's sleeves, a lot of people grinned viciously. Windy Nation Sky Cloud Martial School, a disciple from a rank 9 martial institution, how dare he come here? He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. I have never killed a disciple from the Sky Cloud Martial School, but I have killed a disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy. It was so easy, I wonder how these people train themselves. Let's kill him first. That's right. These people had been fighting for a long time, but couldn't find a winner in a short time. Seeing Yichen show up, they immediately walked towards him with evil intentions, as if they were looking at a dead man. Yichen sneered, a bunch of reckless people. If it weren't for the fact that there was someone in the side road, I would have killed them already. Now, I should just wait and see. Die. Before these people could attack first, a huge Xianxia fist suddenly swooshed out from the side road. The Xianxia fist was extremely condensed, it was as huge as a mountain, piercing through the entire hall at an amazing speed. Bang, 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 almost half of the people were killed by the power of the fist, their bodies were sent flying in the air. The Xianxia fist's power didn't fade away, it even broke a thick pillar in the hall. Such a strong fist power. Yichen raised his eyebrows. All of the people in the hall were either at the child level or child level, but they couldn't even take a single punch, and half of them were either killed or wounded. Ah! A hidden dragon ranking martial artist is here. His fist power is as strong as a mountain, he is Lin Yu, ranked 70th in the hidden dragon ranking. Run! Every 10 years, more than 60% of the disciples in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region were killed by hidden dragon ranking martial artists, and only a small part of them died in the hunt of ancient demonic beasts. In the eyes of these disciples, every hidden dragon ranking martial artist was a killer, they had to run as fast as they could, otherwise, they would definitely die. No one knew who took the lead, but all of the surviving disciples fled in all directions. Soon, only Yichen and 7 or 8 corpses were left in the hall. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps grew clearer and clearer, a sturdy figure slowly appeared in Yichen's sight. He was over 2 meters tall, and as sturdy as a mountain. He was Lin Yu, the head disciple of the Dragon Tiger Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Elephant Mountain country, and was ranked 70th in the last hidden dragon ranking. Lin Yu glanced at the corpses on the ground, then turned to Yichen and said with a slight surprise, "Why didn't you run?" In his eyes, Yichen was only a late condensing reality realm martial artist, he hadn't even reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Although those who could enter the Heavenly Dream Ancient region were all outstanding martial artists from their institutions, they were still not strong enough. With his early clasping Yuan Realm cultivation, who would care about a late condensing reality realm martial artist, Yichen gave a faint smile and said, "I'm also interested in the treasures in there, why should I run?" "Oh, it seems like you're quite confident. But too bad, those who are not powerful enough and overconfident usually die early, they will never be able to make a name for themselves." Lin Yu held his hands behind his back, he didn't take Yichen seriously at all, he wasn't afraid that Yichen would launch a sneak attack on him. "Why don't you try?" Yichen knew that no matter how much he said, he had to prove himself with his own power, otherwise, Lin Yu would only treat him as a pushover. A strange look flashed across Lin Yu's eyes. Yichen clearly knew that Lin Yu was a martial artist ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking, but he was still so confident. Lin Yu couldn't understand where Yichen got his confidence from. Did he really think that he could fight against Lin Yu? The latter possibility was very small. How could the other party's sect let a hot-headed person enter? Wasn't that sending him to his death? Thinking of this, Lin Yu laughed out loud. Good, you've got guts. If you can take a punch from me, Lin Yu, will never embarrass you again. One punch? I'll take it. Yichen didn't intend to fight head-on with the other party because he wasn't confident that he could kill the other party. Of course, the other party wouldn't be able to kill him either. Clang, as soon as the hidden cloud sword was unsheathed, Yichen's aura changed. An astonishing sharpness gathered, condensed, sublimated, and transformed. His whole body was like a divine sword that was about to be unsheathed, piercing through the void. What a sharp sword aura. No, there seems to be a hint of sword intent. Could it be that this person has already comprehended sword intent? Lin Yu didn't really believe that Yichen had already comprehended sword intent. He thought that it was some kind of change brought about by the special sword art he had been practicing. Therefore, he let out a great shout and launched a punch. Break! The mountain-heavy punch hadn't even hit the ground yet, but the ground had already cracked and collapsed. The surrounding walls let out a series of creaking noises, and then broke into pieces. This punch was powerful enough to kill an ordinary early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and break a 100-meter-tall hill. Yichen's hair and clothes fluttered in the air, as if he would be blown away and shattered by the punch at any moment. His eyes were sharp, and he launched the hidden cloud sword. Puff, a thin sword mark appeared in the air, extending straight towards the punch. At that moment, all the crystal lamps in the hall seemed to have lost their colors, and the only thing left in the hall was that sword mark. Pop! Pop! The sound of the explosion resounded for hundreds of times, and the frequency of the explosion was so high that it could even penetrate people's eardrums. After that, the two of them were both sent flying backwards. Sword intent, it's really the sword intent. Lin Yu steadied his body, and his face was filled with amazement. While he was still flying backwards, Yichen had already skillfully sheathed his sword, lightly landed on the ground, raised his head and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Lin Yu responded, "I'm a man of my word, I won't embarrass you anymore. But don't think that you can do whatever you want with only the sword intent." In the last Hidden Dragon ranking competition, there were a few disciples who had comprehended the sword intent, but none of them were invincible. Of course I know that. Yichen wasn't stupid enough to think that the sword intent was everything, and that he could easily kill Lin Yu. There were 3,000 great Daos, and the sword intent was only one of them, and the sword intent was only a sublimation of the sword art. It didn't mean that Yichen was qualified to look down upon the whole world. After all those powerful martial artists were extremely powerful, and none of them could surpass their own cultivation levels. Patter, patter, patter. Yichen and Lin Yu didn't intend to continue the fight. Just when they were about to open 2 of the 3 doors, they heard faint footsteps coming from the other side of the door. The footsteps were very rhythmic, from the beginning to the end, and then to the beginning again, the same time, as if the footsteps were both intentional and natural. If one had to describe it with one word, it would be copy. Indeed, only copy could perfectly explain the rhythm of the footsteps. Although they hadn't seen the person yet, both Yichen and Lin Yu's expressions changed. This guy is very powerful, and his footsteps seem familiar. Lin Yu knitted his eyebrows, trying his best to recall. In the next moment, Lin Yu exclaimed in a low voice, "It's the young Master Devil, Yin Wuqing." The young Master Devil, Yin Wuqing. Soon, information about Yin Wuqing emerged in Yichen's mind. Yin Wuqing was the head disciple of the Sky Serpent Nation's Rank 7 institution, the Brute Devil Martial School, ranked 45th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. Among the 13 Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists from the 9 nations, he was one of the 2 who hadn't reached the Clasping Yuan realm yet. I thought this guy hasn't reached the Clasping Yuan realm yet? Yichen had been wondering about this for a long time. Luo Hanshan had told him that the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon ranking were all Clasping Yuan realm martial artists, but how did Yin Wuqing manage to get into the top 50? Lin Yu asked confusedly, "Haven't you heard about the young Master Devil, Yin Wuqing? Even early Clasping Yuan realm martial artists are afraid of him." Even the bloodless blade, Mo Wuxue, and the killing eagle wouldn't dare to confront him face to face. Yichen shook his head. He had just reached the clasping yuan realm not long ago, so he didn't know much about the outside world. Perhaps, the 4 young masters of the Windy Nation would know more about him. The Brute Devil Martial School is the same as the Evil Blood Martial School, they're both evil martial institutions. Their disciples practice evil martial arts, and the martial art that Yin Wuqing practices is even more special. It's called the Earth Devil Body Refining Art. It focuses on the cultivation of the body, making the body as tough as iron, impervious to all kinds of weapons, and impervious to fire and water. Apart from this, the progress of the martial artist who practices this martial art will be very slow, but with every step, the martial artist's power will rise at an incredible speed. With this Earth Devil Body Refining Art, Yin Wuqing managed to defeat a few early clasping Yuan realm martial artists in the Hidden Dragon ranking, and won the 45th place. Although we've all reached the clasping Yuan realm now, no one dares to underestimate him. Yichen asked, "May I know the rank of this Earth Devil Body Refining Art?" Lin Yu responded, "I heard it's a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art." A mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, no wonder, it's even a rank higher than my pure jade body boosting spell. It seems that the martial art that our leader Luo Xinglia practices is only a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Yichen thought. The footsteps stopped, and a young man's silhouette appeared in their line of sight. The young man was neither too tall nor too short, he was tall and slim, and even looked a bit scrawny. However, in Yichen and Lin Yu's eyes, this young man gave off a strong feeling that he was invincible, as if he himself was a weapon. "Lin Yu, are you trying to stop me?" The young man coldly stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu laughed out loud and responded, "How could I dare to stop the young master devil? There are 3 doors here, let's each take one." "What? Is he qualified?" Yin Wuqing's eyes fell on Yichen. Lin Yu shook his head. "Don't underestimate him, he has already attained the sword intent. Just now, he and I exchanged a move, and it ended in a draw." "Ah, he's qualified then." Yin Wuqing was a bit surprised. People who had attained the sword intent were all powerful, and he had already seen it during the Hidden Dragon rank competition. Therefore, he would not underestimate him. "Let's mind our own business. Otherwise, I, Lin Yu, would never be afraid of anyone." While speaking, Lin Yu walked towards the middle door. The young master devil walked towards the right door. Yichen didn't care which door he chose, because before he opened it, no one would know what was inside. "Eh?" On the other side, Lin Yu slightly raised his voice. In front of the door, an invisible screen was blocking his way, preventing him from opening it. "Break!" Lin Yu threw out a punch, and a strong fist power condensed into a solid shape, striking on the invisible screen. Buzz, the screen didn't break, but ripples spread out. Lin Yu didn't believe it, he boosted up all of his Jin Qi and threw out 3 punches in a row. Bang bang bang, the invisible screen vibrated intensely, twisting and showing signs of breaking. After that, Lin Yu threw out the 4th punch and shattered the screen. On the other side, the young master devil sneered. He reached out his smooth, jade-like palm and clenched his fist. He didn't release even a little bit of Jin Qi, but directly punched on the invisible screen. Pop! A large part of the invisible screen was dented. Before it bounced back, it was punched for the 2nd time, then the 3rd time. Before the 4th punch was launched, Yin Wuqing grabbed the dented part of the screen with both of his hands and tore it apart. Bang! The invisible screen was torn apart by Yin Wuqing. Even Yichen was shocked by his great strength, and silently thought that he couldn't compete with Yin Wuqing at all. When the 2 of them walked into the door, Yichen pulled out the hidden cloud sword and hit the same spot 3 times in a row. Puff! The invisible screen was punctured and disappeared. Carrying the iron spear on his back and holding the sword in his right hand, Yichen opened the door and walked in. There was nothing in the room except for a black coffin, which was placed in the middle of the room. "Is this a tomb?" Yichen had a bad feeling, because the coffin gave him a weird feeling, as if there was something horrible in it. Ah! At this moment, a raging roar came from Lin Yu's room, followed by an earth-shaking sound of fighting, which even shook the entire room and hall. Creak! The thick lid of the coffin suddenly moved a little bit to the side, showing a crack. From the crack, two beams of green light darted out like ghosts. Yichen frowned inwardly. These two beams of green light gave him an evil feeling, full of evil and cruelty. Plus, they also carried a numbing power that made his hands and feet feel weak. But, he was a martial artist who had learned the sword intent after all, which made him invincible. He snorted and cut off the connection with the green light. Crack, the lid of the coffin suddenly flew up, and a human figure stood up from inside. Cut. Yichen reacted quickly and threw out a sword attack. Clang, sparks splashed out, but this sharp sword attack failed to cut open the body of the man. Aoo! The human figure let out a wolf howl as he bounced on his knees, jumping towards Yichen at lightning speed. His two arms pulled back and released, stabbing out like two sharp blades. The room was very dark, and there was no light source. With his powerful soul power, Yichen could still see the face and body shape of the man. He was shocked when he saw the man's face. It was not a man at all, but a black-colored zombie. The zombie's shriveled body was scrunched up, shining with a metallic luster. Its green eyes had lost all human emotions, only cruelty, strangeness, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and all the evil things in the world could be seen in those eyes. The zombie's movement was a bit stiff, but its explosive speed was quite fast. Yichen leaned to the side and moved 10 meters away. In the next moment, the hard wall was punctured and torn apart. The zombie tilted its head and locked its evil green eyes on Yichen. Of course, Yichen did not show any mercy. He waved the hidden cloud sword, and two sharp sword chi shot out, one from the left and one from the right, aiming at the zombie's eyes. Since he had comprehended the sword intent, his attacking speed and power had been greatly improved, and he was no weaker than an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. It was able to react in an extremely short period of time. Its shriveled head tilted back slightly, dodging the sword chi on the left. As for the other sword chi, it missed its eyes due to the target's movement and struck its cheek instead. A few sparks flew out, and the zombie's cheek was cut open. What kind of zombie is this? Even the sword chi couldn't hurt it. Yichen clearly saw that when the sword chi cut the zombie's cheek, there was a green light, which blocked most of the attack power. Roar! The zombie felt dizzy after being hit by the sword chi. Without thinking, it opened its horrifying, stinky mouth and spat out a ball of green light towards Yichen. The wall was instantly corroded, and the smell of the green gas was nauseating. Yichen was forced out of the room and returned to the luxurious hall. He turned his head sideways and found that both Lin Yu and Yin Wuqing were there, and their opponents were zombies as well. What bad luck, to actually encounter a martial zombie here. Lin Yu's sleeves were torn, and his clothes were a bit messy. Just now, when he walked into the coffin, he didn't find anything, so he directly opened the coffin lid. Unexpectedly, a zombie suddenly jumped out from the coffin, and its two arms nearly pierced through his chest. If he hadn't activated a defensive skill before, he would have been dead by now. Martial zombies? Yichen was a bit confused. Yin Wuqing explained, under special circumstances, a martial artist's Jin Qi won't dissipate after he or she dies. Instead, it will mix with the corpse Qi, and after a long time, the corpses of these martial artists will become immortal. However, if a living human comes to this place at this time, the rich Jin Qi contained in these corpses will cause the corpses of these martial artists to change into martial zombies, and they will become bloodthirsty martial zombies. Martial zombies are extremely strong, and are almost invulnerable. In terms of physical strength, martial zombies are even more powerful than demonic beasts at the same level. If I'm not wrong, these three martial zombies used to be early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and after they become martial zombies, they will become 5th-grade martial zombies. However, they haven't been able to control the corpse chi contained in their bodies yet. Lin Yu nodded and said, "It's said that the ghost artist, one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult, was a martial zombie. However, he was different from ordinary martial zombies, because of some special reasons, he regained his intelligence, and became even more cunning and insidious than human beings. What's more, as a martial zombie, he was able to turn living martial artists into martial zombies. According to him, those martial zombies were called elite corpses. From high to low, they were called iron plate corpses, bronze plate corpses, silver plate corpses, gold plate corpses, and so on. The ghost artist was a martial zombie? This was the first time for Yichen to hear about such a thing, but he had heard about bronze plate corpses. When he was helping the Ling family to complete a mission in the Red Blood Forest, he and his family ran into some ghost guards under the ghost artist's command. One of the ghost guards had even threatened to turn Yichen into a bronze plate corpse. "Martial zombies are coming out, be careful, don't let them hurt you, or you'll be infected by the corpse poison." While speaking, Lin Yu's clothes fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. He abruptly launched a punch, and the fierce fist power transformed into a huge cauldron, pressing towards the martial zombie in the middle. Clang, the room-sized Xianxia cauldron weighed over 1,000 kilograms, directly pressing the martial zombie into the ground. The martial zombie couldn't even crawl out for a short while, and could only let out shrill screams. Earth Devil's body-shattering cut. In Wuqing restrained his Xianxia, formed a sawtooth-shaped, dark purple light ring on the edge of his palm. He moved as fast as a bolt of lightning, and fiercely hacked on the neck of the other martial zombie. This palm strike was way too sharp and powerful, it sent the martial zombie flying away, bumping against the wall. A wound was left on the neck, but no blood was spilled out. Aoo! The last martial zombie bent its knees and sprung up, darting straight towards Yichen, who was holding the hidden cloud sword and standing motionlessly. "I've been waiting for you, startling cloud." Yichen raised the hidden cloud sword high with his right hand and injected waves of Xianxia into the sword. The strong sword aura released from the sword made the surrounding airflow spin at a high speed. Cut. Yichen swung the sword out. An incomparably thick stream of sword chi, which looked like a gigantic pair of scissors, sliced the air open and accurately hit the martial zombie from its chest to its neck. Puff, iron-like minced meat flew in the air, and a bone-deep slash appeared on the martial zombie's chest. Its solid body was instantly lifted up from the ground and heavily smashed against a stone pillar. The stone pillar collapsed, and the martial zombie's body was pressed under a huge rock. The Xianxia cauldron shook violently. Lin Yu gave a bitter smile and said, "I can't." Although these few martial zombies can't control their corpse chi at will, their defensive power and strength are all at the same level as 5th-rank martial zombies. It's impossible to kill them within a short period of time, I can only barely push them back. In Wuqing said coldly, "Martial zombies are incredibly powerful. A 7th-rank martial zombie raised by our barbarian devil martial school once killed an early astral-reaching realm martial artist." Everyone knew that the barbarian devil martial school had been raising martial zombies, and In Wuqing wasn't afraid of the consequences. Not to mention that the comprehensive power of the barbarian devil martial school was even greater than that of the evil blood martial school. As one of the top rank 7 martial institutions, ordinary rank 7 martial institutions couldn't be compared with them. Looking at the martial zombie that crawled out from the pile of rocks, Yichen felt helpless for the first time. He hesitated whether he should use the heart refining or not, but after thinking for a while, he decided not to. This was not a life or death moment, there was no need for him to expose his most powerful martial skill. Not to mention that he was sure that Lin Yu and In Wuqing also had their most powerful martial skills that they hadn't used yet. Besides, even if he used the heart refining, he might not be able to kill the martial zombie, it would at most injure it severely. If he used the heart refining for a few more times, it would consume too much of his spiritual power, which was not wise. Explode. On the other side, Lin Yu couldn't suppress the martial zombie any longer. He made a prompt decision and cast a secret magic to explode his Xianxia cauldron. The fierce airwaves generated by the explosion shook the entire hall, fist-sized rocks fell down from the ceiling, and quite a few crystal lamps were extinguished. The martial zombie that had just crawled up from the ground couldn't help but be thrown into the air, landing beside the dead body of the martial artist. Crack! Crack! What happened next was shocking. The martial zombie tore off the arm of the dead martial artist, threw it into its mouth and started chewing. Blood splashed everywhere, and sharp teeth-grinding noises resounded through the entire hall. The other 2 martial zombies were also attracted by this. They grabbed a dead martial artist and started gnawing on it. In Wuqing's facial expression changed. Don't let them eat enough blood and meat. Once they have enough power, they will become real 5th-grade martial zombies, and they will be able to release their corpse chi to attack their enemies, just like normal martial artists. Kill. While speaking, In Wuqing had already rushed over. Bean-sized, faintly discernible black scales emerged on his white skin, which looked even more terrifying than martial zombies. He looked just like a human-shaped killing machine. Bang! The martial zombie that was closest to Yin Wuching was sent flying away once it touched Yin Wuching's body. It was punched and kicked 4 times in the air, making it howl in pain. Dual cauldron competition. Lin Yu understood the severity of the situation. A cyan-yellow stream of Xianxia burst out from his body and rose into the air. He then clenched his fists and quickly closed them. Boom! The 2 room-sized cauldrons encircled the martial zombie, which had been happily eating, and fiercely clashed against each other. Waves of shockwaves spread out in all directions, tearing all surrounding corpses into pieces. Perhaps it had eaten quite a lot of corpses. A green stream of Xianxia burst out from this martial zombie's body, shielding it in the middle. Nevertheless, the 2 cauldrons clashed against each other, adding up and shaking each other, crazily damaging the martial zombie's body. In this case, I have no choice but to slowly wear down the martial zombie's defense. Although he couldn't use the heart refining, Yichen still had another sword move. This sword move might not be as powerful as the shocking cloud sword art, but after a long period of research, he had found a new use for it. Therefore, he might as well try it on the martial zombie first. Thinking of this, the sharp aura released from Yichen's body grew stronger and stronger, along with a faint sense of mountain power. Taking a step forward, Yichen launched a seemingly slow but actually fast sword move. Mountain Condensed Sword Chi. Boom! Not only did the sword chi that was as thick as a mountain send the martial zombie flying, it even pinned it against the wall, unable to move. What was even more frightening was that the sword chi did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to grind against the martial zombie's chest, again and again, endlessly. What kind of sword move is this? Seeing the sword chi continuously wearing down the martial zombie's defense, Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yin Wuching also glanced at Yichen in surprise. Before, he had only acknowledged Yichen's power and didn't want to become enemies with him, but now, he truly didn't want to be enemies with Yichen anymore. He thought that Yichen had already exhausted all of his abilities, but unexpectedly, Yichen also had more powerful skills than them, and who knew whether he had more powerful skills or not. This man can't be underestimated. That was Yin Wuching's thought. The martial zombie struggled intensely, however, the mountain-heavy sword chi had disabled it from moving, and it could only let itself be slaughtered by Yichen. Yichen, who had been maintaining the posture of wielding the sword, couldn't stand it any longer. This stream of sword chi was connected with his own Zhen Qi, and every second, he would consume a great amount of Zhen Qi. Of course, if he and that martial zombie were the only ones here, he would be able to kill that martial zombie at one go. But sadly, he was not. He couldn't guarantee that no accidents would happen when he ran out of Zhen Qi. Yichen took back the hidden cloud sword, and the mountain-like stream of sword chi finally disappeared. The martial zombie, which had been squeezed into the wall, was in an extremely miserable state. Its body was nearly cut into 2 by the sword chi, and its pitch-black internal organs and spine were clearly visible. Aooo! The martial zombie let out a shrill roar, and streams of green airflow burst out from its pitch-black bones and muscles, trying its best to close and reconnect its broken chest. How can I let you get what you want? Yichen took out the iron spear from his back, then stomped his foot against the ground and darted out, transforming into a blood-red stream of light. Boom! The spear directly nailed on the broken chest of the martial zombie, and a raging flame instantly wrapped the martial zombie up, turning it into a human-shaped torch. Crackle! The flame seemed to have a restraining effect on the body of the martial zombie. As Yichen continued injecting his Zhen Qi into the spear, the flame on the spear grew stronger and stronger, and the temperature grew higher and higher. Even the martial zombie's bones and muscles began to soften, like a candle, with sticky liquid dripping down from it. Yichen's eyes shone. Just now, he had been thinking that the flame might be able to restrain the martial zombie, but he didn't expect it to be so effective. It was even more effective than a full-strength sword attack of his. However, ordinary Zhen Qi flames shouldn't be this powerful, most likely because the iron spear was a low-grade great treasure, and the flame power contained in it was even more powerful. Thinking of this, Yichen didn't have any other thoughts. He gripped the iron spear with both of his hands, and pinned the martial zombie against the wall. Aooo! 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 The martial zombie had already suffered a severe injury, and at the moment, its body was burning with a raging flame. Instantly, it howled like a wolf, and the sound waves spread out in all directions. Damn, martial zombies are afraid of fire, so that's why. Lin Yu pondered for a while, then took out a handful of orange-yellow explosive pills from his pocket. Explosive pills weren't very powerful, even if the explosion range was very close, it could only injure an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and couldn't kill him instantly. Compared to the silver light thunderbolt bomb and the red light fireball bomb, however, compared to the latter, explosive pills were the most commonly used weapons nowadays. The reason was simple: explosive pills could be produced in small quantities, while the manufacturing methods of the silver light thunderbolt bomb and the red light fireball bomb had long been lost in history. The Skycloud Martial School had almost used up all the silver light thunderbolt bomb that Luo Hanshan had brought back last time, and they would never have another one in the future. Neither would they be able to produce another one, unless they could find an ancient ruin, and find a silver light thunderbolt bomb. But of course, explosive pills weren't easy to find. Among the 9 nations, only a few institutions had the manufacturing methods of explosive pills, and the Dragon Tiger Martial School, where Lin Yu was from, was one of them. If the other institutions wanted explosive pills, they would have to buy them at a high price. As for robbing the manufacturing methods of explosive pills, they would rarely happen. After all, the Dragon Tiger Martial School was a mid-grade rank 7 institution. Even if a top-grade rank 7 institution wanted to rob them, they would have to prepare to die together with them. Otherwise, the other institutions would take advantage of the situation. However, a rank 6 institution wouldn't destroy a rank 7 institution just for the manufacturing methods of explosive pills. Perhaps, they had even more powerful weapons. After all, the power of a rank 6 institution was beyond anyone's imagination. While the zombie was howling, Lin Yu reacted quickly and threw a handful of explosive pills towards it. The howling stopped abruptly. Except for a few explosive pills, most of the explosive pills were swallowed by the zombie. Bang, 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 almost instantaneously, a series of explosive sounds came from inside and outside the zombie's body. In the next moment, wisps of fiery light darted out from the zombie's eyes, nose, mouth, along with puffs of smoke. Yin Wuqing paused for a second. He didn't have any fire attribute low-grade treasured weapon, neither did he have any explosive pills. It seemed that he could only rely on his physical strength to solve this problem. Without thinking too much, Yin Wuqing took out a pair of gloves made of black silk from his clothes, which were shining with a cold light. He put them on and activated his Xianxia. Immediately, a curved, dark purple Xianxia blade emerged from the glove, sticking closely to the edge of his palm. This pair of gloves were low-grade treasured weapons given to him by their leader, the gold-splitting gloves. He rarely used them before, because he believed that his physical strength was more than enough. Earth Devil's body-shattering cut. Yin Wuqing moved as fast as a bolt of lightning and launched a hack on the zombie's neck. The cut on the zombie's neck had already healed a lot, leaving only a shallow cut on the zombie's neck. But now, the zombie's neck was sliced open by Lin Yu and Yin Wuqing. Lin Yu and Yin Wuqing's moves were seen by Yi Chen. He gave a faint smile and injected his Xianxia into the iron spear, firmly suppressing the zombie. No matter how hard the zombie roared, it couldn't move even a little bit. A small half of its iron-hard bones and muscles had already melted, and the zombie had lost its human shape. Explode. The situation was already set. Yi Chen swallowed a Zhen Qi replenishing pill, then flicked his wrist. Following his move, a raging flame burst out from the zombie's body. Clatter, the zombie's badly mutilated body fell on the ground and turned into a pile of melted meat. You too, I'll be going now. Yi Chen didn't have a close relationship with these two, neither did he plan to explore the tomb together. Once he killed the zombie with a single spear attack, he immediately wanted to separate from them. Haha, this tomb is vast, it's better for us to separate. Lin Yu was about to kill the zombie for good. Hearing Yin Wuqing, he laughed out loud and didn't seem to care. Yin Wuqing didn't say anything. In fact, if he killed the zombie first, he would definitely make the same choice as Yi Chen. This tomb was vast, and there were many treasures in it. Alright, see you later. Flashing across the air, Yi Chen darted into one of the tunnels and disappeared. Lin Yu took back his sight and said to Yin Wuqing, "This year's Hidden Dragon ranking competition will probably have many changes. Yin Wuqing, your cultivation is a bit low. You'd better figure out a way to keep your position." The Heavenly Dream Ancient region is one of the 4 great inherited ancient places in the South Shui region. The other 3 places are controlled by institutions from other countries. Once they are opened one by one, many people will break into the clasping Yuan realm. Yin Wuqing said blandly. "You're right, the Hidden Dragon ranking has its ups and downs, but this year is the most prosperous one. All kinds of powerful martial geniuses have gathered here, and without great abilities, no one can beat all of their peers." The tunnels in the tomb were connected to all directions. On the way, Yichen saw many dead bodies of disciples from different institutions. Some of them had killed each other, some had their brains eaten by some unknown creatures, and some had been slapped on the walls and turned into a pile of bloody meat. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region opens once every 10 years, and every time it opens, it's not only an opportunity, but also a fatal disaster. Before, at least half of the people could come out alive, but this time, it's already not bad if only half of them can come out alive. No wonder people say that powerful martial artists walk on mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, and they've killed countless people. Yichen sighed slightly. In this world that was filled with powerful martial artists, only by growing stronger step by step could one protect himself. Those ordinary people seemed to live a peaceful life, and stood aloof from worldly affairs, but when faced with natural disasters, how could they have the power to protect themselves? But of course, even without these reasons, Yichen wouldn't want to live an ordinary life. The world of martial artists was just the tip of the iceberg, and he hadn't seen anything interesting yet. In his eyes, if he couldn't live a vigorous life, it would be such a pity. Besides, there was a famous saying in the world where he came from, "Live as a hero, and die as a hero." No matter where he was, he had to live an exciting life. Unknowingly, Yichen arrived in front of a huge tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there was a stone gate, and on both sides of the gate stood 2 ferocious-looking stone beasts. The stone beasts' heads were flat, and there were 2 burning candles on their heads, releasing a faint fiery light. Taking a deep breath, Yichen pulled out the hidden cloud sword and walked towards the gate step by step. Swoosh! Suddenly, a small black shadow darted out from a small hole on the side. It flashed a cold light, and attacked towards Yichen's face. Die! Yichen had a sharp sense of danger. He pierced the black shadow's head with his sword. Puff! The black shadow fell on the ground, let out a shrill scream, and ran away. There are so many weird things in this tomb. Yichen had already seen the black shadow's appearance clearly. It was a monkey-like, skinny, hairless monster. Yichen's sword strike had only left a deep sword mark on the monster's face. It didn't kill it completely. After that, another 7 or 8 monkey-like monsters attacked Yichen, but all of them were wounded and ran away. However, the strange screams they made before they ran away made the tunnel even weirder. When he was only 30 steps away from the gate, Yichen stopped and swung his sword sideways. The sword qi, which was strong enough to make a candle flame lose its color, hit on the relief on the wall. Crack! The relief was shattered, and an even bigger monkey-like monster darted out. There was a deep sword mark on its chest. Demonic beast? Zombie? If Yichen had guessed it right, both the monkey-like monsters from before and the one in front of him were zombies that had been sealed on the wall. Once they smelled the blood of a living person, they would break out of the wall and start eating human flesh. This monkey-like monster had a huge body. It was more than 3 meters tall. There was no hair on its body, and its skinny skin was as hard as iron. It was very hard for Sword Chi to kill it. Letting out a horrifying scream, the monkey-like monster attacked towards Yichen with its claw. Puff! It was fast, but Yichen was even faster. The iron spear on his back jumped out, and was grabbed by Yichen, who then stabbed it into the monkey-like monster's open mouth. Explode! 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 The explosion was heard, and the monkey-like monster was pushed back. The skin on its face was melted by the red flame, and it could not fight back at all. Yichen put more power into his arm, and pushed the monkey-like monster back into the wall with the iron spear, burning it alive. Seeing that the monkey-like monster was dead, Yichen pulled out his iron spear and walked to the stone door. There was a handle mechanism next to the stone door. Yichen grabbed the handle and pushed it down. Rumble, the stone door opened, and there was a secret room inside. There was a bookshelf on one side of the secret room, and there were a few secret manuals on the bookshelf. Yichen walked straight to the bookshelf and picked up one of the manuals. Burning Sun Heart-Ripping Claw, Low-Rank Earthrealm Claw Art, has the power to melt gold and iron. He picked up another one. Blacking Finger, Low-Rank Earthrealm Finger Art. With one finger, the enemy's blood will freeze, and their meridians will be damaged. There were a total of 3 low-rank Earthrealm manuals and 5 top-rank Mortal Realm manuals. If he were to exchange them with the sect, it would be 9,250 low-rank Spirit Stones, which was almost equivalent to all of Yichen's Spirit Stone savings. It was undoubtedly a huge fortune. Putting away the manuals, Yichen looked around. On the other side of the wall, there was a foot-long yellow gourd tied with a red string. With a wave of his hand, the yellow gourd fell into Yichen's hand. He shook it, and a small friction sound came from the gourd. Pellet? Without thinking, Yichen opened the cork of the gourd. Instantly, a fragrant smell came into his nose. Pouring one into his hand, Yichen took a closer look. The pellet was the size of a pinky finger, and it was crystal clear with a hint of yellow. There was a faint glow on the surface, and the fragrance was even more intense. Just by taking a breath of the fragrance, the Xianxia in his body had improved. Although he could not recognize the name and function of the pellet, Yichen knew that it was definitely not an ordinary item. After putting away the manuals and the pellet, there was nothing else in the secret chamber. Yichen let out a breath and walked out. The tomb was unimaginably large. The passageways inside extended in all directions. It was impossible to tell how many forks there were. It was like a maze. At first, he was curious, but as time went by, Yichen got tired of it. Anyone would be annoyed if they were to wander around in the winding tunnels. Plus, there were not as many treasures in this tomb as he had imagined. It was already commendable for Yichen to be able to find a secret chamber. After walking through a tunnel, a sword light suddenly shot out from the side. Courting death. Yichen did not even look at it as he twisted his sword back. Pucci, a martial disciple, fell to the ground with his hands on his neck, his eyes wide open. Taking a low-rank Earthrealm manual from the disciple, Yichen smiled bitterly. This person should have been trapped in the tomb as well, and could not get out. Unfortunately, at this moment, not only did he not find a way out, but he also killed people for their treasures. He deserved to die. On the other side of the tomb. Rumble, a wall collapsed, Linyu growled in a low voice, "Damn it. Where the hell is the exit?" His luck wasn't as good as Yichen's. He only got 1 low-rank Earthrealm manual and 3 or 4 peak-rank Human Realm manuals from the disciples who were trapped in the tomb. He didn't get anything else. When he wanted to go out, he realized that he couldn't find the way back, and was completely trapped in the tomb. "I don't believe there are many walls in front of me." When Linyu became determined, he didn't care about anything else and kept walking in a straight line. No matter how many walls there were, he would smash them down. Compared to Yichen and Linyu, Yin Wuqing seemed to be much calmer. He took out a small and delicate wooden mouse from his bosom and embedded a low-grade spirit stone into its abdomen. Creak, the wooden mouse turned and ran in the other direction. Following closely behind the wooden mouse, Yin Wuqing quickly arrived at the intersection where he came from. There was also a wooden mouse. The 2 wooden mice were together. The lovesick mice are indeed more clever than humans. Putting away the 2 wooden mice, Yin Wuqing walked into the giant whirlpool and disappeared. 2 hours had passed. Hard work paid off, Yichen finally found the exit. Although it wasn't the entrance where he came from, he didn't have the time to think about it. He stepped into the whirlpool. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hearing the sound of wind, Yichen opened his eyes and saw nothing but emptiness around him. There seemed to be no end to it, and the misty clouds had gathered together. Lowering his head, he saw that the ground was getting bigger and bigger in his sight. He was in the air. This exit was indeed amazing. Activating the crane shadow steps, Yichen's body instantly became much lighter. He shook his arms and glided towards the highland far away. In front of the highland was a huge basin. In the middle of the basin, a fierce battle was taking place. 3 disciples were surrounding another disciple, and blood was spattering on the grassland. Yuan Hengkong, I've given you everything, don't go too far. The disciple who was being surrounded was wearing a blue robe, it was Lu Hanzhan. The leading disciple laughed out proudly and said, I want everything, I want to kill you as well. What can you do to me? You can only blame yourself for being too weak. You're just taking advantage of the fact that you're outnumbered. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. If I die, I'll deserve it. If you lose, I won't kill you. What do you think? Lu Hanshan's eyes were gloomy. He knew that the situation was not in his favor. If he tried to save face, he would only end up dead. The only thing he could do was to hope that his opponent would accept his challenge and have a fair fight with him, so that he could find an opportunity to escape. As for killing this guy, he had never thought about it. This guy was Yuan Henjing's blood brother, who was known as the Eagle Killer. Yuan Henjing had always been protective of his people. Not to mention his brother, even if you killed a dog or a chicken, he would still kill your whole family. Yuan Hengkong said scornfully, do you think I'm an idiot if I don't take advantage of you? Cut the crap, kill him. The three of them each launched their own attacks towards Lu Hanzhan. East Rising Purple Qi, Great Monument Suppression. Facing three disciples who were just as powerful as him, Lu Hanzhan boosted his Jin Qi to its limit, drew a bridge-like stream of purple mist from the air, and boosted his power to a great extent. After that, he threw out a gigantic purple monument to protect himself. Bang! 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 The attacks launched by the three disciples were incomparably violent. The purple monument shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. Break! As a core disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle, which was a rank 7 institution, although Yuan Hengkong was not as powerful as his brother, he was definitely one of the most powerful martial artists under the clasping Yuan realm. He held a pair of purple golden hammers with both of his hands, and heavily smashed on the monument. Crack, the monument was shattered, and blood gushed out of the corner of Lu Hanshan's mouth. Die! Yuan Hengkong laughed out loud, while swinging his hammers towards Lu Hanshan's head. Piss off! Lu Hanshan's eyes popped out, and he threw a punch towards the purple golden hammers. Clang, fire sparks flew in all directions, and a strong shockwave spread out, even leaving a deep layer of grass on the ground. Right at this moment, another disciple took the opportunity to sneak up behind Lu Hanzhan, ripped his protective Jin Qi apart, and pressed his palm on his back. Puff, Lu Hanzhan let out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He had suffered a serious internal injury. Let's see how you are going to take this. Yuan Hengkong's face twisted. He took a step forward and leapt high into the air, while his purple golden hammers burst out with a dazzling golden light, once again smashing towards Lu Hanzhan. Puff, at this critical moment, a beam of sword qi darted over from afar, and hacked on Yuan Hengkong's purple golden hammers. The purple golden hammers flew out of Yuan Hengkong's hands, and Yuan Hengkong was greatly shocked. He stepped back once his feet landed on the ground, and regrouped with the other two disciples. Lu Hanzhan turned around, and said in surprise, Brother Yi. A disciple lightly landed beside Lu Hanzhan, and that was indeed Yi Chen. He glanced at Lu Hanzhan, who was badly injured, frowned and said, Brother Luo, you are injured. Compared to my life, a little injury is nothing. Seeing Yi Chen, Lu Hanzhan secretly let out a sigh of relief. If the two of them joined hands, their chances of survival would be greatly increased, at least they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Not to mention that he didn't know how powerful Yi Chen was, he could sense that Yi Chen's aura of sharpness was even more powerful than before. He estimated that Yi Chen had already reached the level of the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. Yuan Hengkong glanced at Yi Chen, and found that he was only at the late condensing reality realm. He grinned viciously and said, Another one who wants to die. Just now, you knocked away my purple golden hammers, I am going to smash your head, tear you into 5 pieces, and scatter them on this basin. Brother Yuan, he has a low-rank great weapon, kill him and take it. Indeed, look at the bulging big bag around his waist, there must be a lot more treasures. Yuan Hengkong picked up the purple golden hammers from the ground and said, What's the rush? In my eyes, this guy is already a dead man. As for treasures, I can share some with you. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Yi Chen sneered and said, If you can take one sword attack from me, I will spare your lives. Arrogant. How dare you? How dare you? We will kill you. The three of them showed an intense killing intent. They pushed their Xianxia to its limit and rushed towards Yi Chen. Cut. Taking a step forward with his left foot, Yi Chen swung his sword down. Puff, a thick stream of sword chi flashed across the waists of the three disciples, leaving a 10-meter-long and meter-deep sword mark on the grassland behind them. Grass chips and mud flew up into the air. In the next moment, the bodies of the three disciples were cut in half and scattered on the ground. What? He killed 3 disciples with one sword attack? Lu Hanzhan was so excited that he started coughing. Although he knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, he didn't think that he could be this powerful. He had killed 3 disciples who were at the same level as him with one sword attack. This was not something that Lynch could compete with. Even 3 Lynches wouldn't be able to do this. However, Yi Chen hadn't even reached the clasping Yuan realm yet. How could he be so powerful? No, that sword attack just now seemed to have absorbed all of my soul and spirit, as if it was the only thing left in the world. Could it be that Brother Yi Chen has already mastered the sword intent that all sword artists dream of? Brother Yi, was that the sword intent? Lu Hanzhan hurriedly asked. Yi Chen nodded. It was indeed the sword intent, haha, no wonder you could kill 3 people with one sword attack. A sword artist who has mastered the sword intent can challenge people who are at a higher level as easily as eating or drinking. This is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Lu Hanzhan was very happy. He was the son of the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and everything he did was for the development of the school. Now, a peerless genius had emerged in the school, which would definitely make the Sky Cloud Martial School even more powerful in the future. But you killed Yuan Hingying's brother, this is not a simple thing. After the joy, Lu Hanzhan started to worry. Yuan Hingying, the killer eagle, was way more powerful than Yuan Hingkong. If he knew that Yi Chen had killed his brother, he would definitely chase after them at all costs. Although Yi Chen had mastered the sword intent and was able to kill any disciple under the clasping Yuan realm within a second, and was extremely powerful, he might still not be able to rival Yuan Hingying. Yi Chen said, "There's no one here anyway, it's not a big deal to kill him." "You're right, let's get out of here as soon as possible." Lu Hanzhan didn't want to stay here any longer, because he didn't want others to see them together with Yuan Hingkong's dead body. Not long after the two of them left, a human silhouette walked out from behind a tree on the high ground in the distance. He chuckled and said, "If we run into Yuan Hingying, we can use this as a life-saving talisman and ask him to let us go." In the lush forest, Luo Hanzhan slowly let out a mouthful of foul air that contained a strong smell of blood, opened his eyes and said, "Internal injuries can't be healed within a short period of time. Fortunately, I've already recovered 70 to 80% of my power." Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, the Heavenly Dream Ancient region has just started, we can wait for a few days. This time, thanks to you, Brother Yi, otherwise, I would have lost my life." Thinking about being surrounded and killed by those people, Luo Hanzhan still had a lingering fear. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. 5 days passed in a flash. During the day, the two of them would wander around, looking for treasures, and at night, Lu Hanzhan would meditate to heal his wounds, while Yi Chen would absorb the Yuan Qi from spirit stones, trying his best to break through to the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Early in the morning, the two of them had just come out of their meditative state when a 7-colored light soared into the sky thousands of miles to the east. It connected the heavens and the earth, piercing through the blue dome of heaven. "The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace has opened," Luo Hanzhan said in shock. Yi Chen nodded. The most important thing in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region was not those treasures, manuals or herbs, but the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, which could help people break through to the next level. Normally, this mysterious palace would not show up, and would only open at a certain time. Some people speculated that only those with enough blood and qi could open the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace in advance, which was not completely unreasonable. Over 100 years ago, in order to avoid losing too many of their disciples, all of those institutions signed an agreement, which stated that disciples from those institutions were not allowed to kill each other in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, or else, they would be severely punished. However, even after everyone had been sent out, the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace still hadn't appeared. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace has opened, Brother Luo, let's go. Alright. The two of them activated their qinggong and flew towards the seven-colored light pillar. Once the colorful light beam appeared, all the disciples from all over the Heavenly Dream ancient region had seen it. Haha, the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace has finally opened. As long as you can get in, you will have a 10% chance of breaking into the Clasping Yuan realm. I have been stuck at the peak of late condensing reality realm for more than a year. This time, I have to succeed. Huh, you guys are always going against me. Wait till I reach the Clasping Yuan realm, I will crush you all one by one. How arrogant. Just wait and see how I kill you in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Whether they were exploring alone or fighting with others, most of the sect disciples put down what they were doing and rushed toward the seven-colored light pillar with all their might. The airflow was like a blade, scraping over. Yi Chen and Luo Hanshan were like two gigantic birds, flying in the air at an extremely high speed. Occasionally, they would land on top of a mountain. His ears twitching slightly, Yi Chen lowered his head and noticed the scene at the foot of the mountain. Beside the clear river, a young girl and a young man were confronting each other. The girl's forehead was covered in sweat, and there were dozens of sword marks on her clothes. The strength of these sword marks was just right, only tearing her clothes and not hurting her skin. Dozens of steps away, the young man was calm and unruffled. He held his sword in his hand and looked like he had the situation under his control. Little beauty, your qinggong isn't bad, but it's a pity that you've met me, young Master Chen. Surrender obediently. The young man was wearing bright green clothes, and his eyes were full of arrogance and lust. His pair of cunning eyes stared at the girl's exposed skin, and he licked his lips from time to time. The girl's face was as cold as ice, and said, I can't believe that a disciple of a big martial institution like you would do such a despicable thing. Even if you die, I won't let you off easily. Haha, in front of me, even if you want to die, it won't be that easy. The young man grinned evilly, shook the sword in his hand and thrust it out. All of a sudden, the sword light was as bright as a spring breeze, so warm that people couldn't even raise their hands. When the girl realized what was going on, a sword had already been pressed against her neck, and that cold sword edge was only half an inch away from cutting her main artery. In the air, Luo Hanshan said to Yi Chen, this man is young Master Chen, the head disciple of the Sky Serpent Country's Rank 7 institution, the Zenith Dark Cult. He is ranked 72nd in the Hidden Dragon ranking, and he likes women. God knows how many girls or female disciples from big families have been harmed by him. Only because his grandfather is the Zenith Dark Cult's head elder, he has been safe and sound all this time. Since he's a pervert, I'll just kill him. Yi Chen remained expressionless. Pulled out his sword and launched a hack. Beside the river, when young Master Chen was about to move, he suddenly felt that his body had gone cold, and then he lost consciousness. The river behind him was suddenly cut off, and a tens of meters long deep sword mark appeared on the river. The girl sensed that something was wrong, so she activated her Jin Qi and leapt backwards. In the next moment, young Master Chen's body was cut in half from the middle. The cut was smooth and clean, and blood splashed out. Was there someone just now? The girl raised her head confusedly, revealing a beautiful face. It was Ji Xueyan, a core disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace. In her sight, two silhouettes flashed past above her head, turning into tiny black dots within a blink of an eye. However, she soon recognized Yi Chen, because the sharp aura released from his body had become even sharper. Pursing her lips, Ji Xueyan had a complicated look on her face. She still remembered what she had said to Yi Chen a year ago, dragons don't live with snakes, it's impossible for them to be together. But now, it seemed that it was indeed true that dragons don't live with snakes, but their roles had been completely reversed. She was the snake, and Yi Chen was the real dragon, a real dragon that was showing its true power, soaring in the sky. Thinking of this, Ji Xueyan bit her lips so hard that blood started flowing out. 1,000 miles might be a long distance for ordinary people, and it would take them 10 days to half a month to get there, but for late condensing reality realm warriors, it would only take them half an hour. Stepping on the ground, Lu Hanshan raised his head and looked around, then said in shock, this colorful light beam has covered the entire lake with a radius of tens of miles, no wonder we can see it so clearly from thousands of miles away, as if it's right in front of our eyes. Yi Chen was also shocked. The colorful light beam had a diameter of tens of miles, and its height was immeasurable. It had already pierced through the sky and reached deep into the void. No one knew how far the colorful light beam had reached. It was as if the entire heavenly dream ancient region had been shrouded by this light beam. More and more disciples rushed over and gathered around the lake. The heavenly dream battle palace must be under the lake, let's go down first. A core disciple from one of the institutions didn't change his direction and rushed into the colorful light beam. What happened next was horrifying. This colorful light beam was like a beam of light that could destroy the starry sky. Those disciples who had rushed into the light beam didn't even have the time to let out a scream before their bodies silently disintegrated and merged with the colorful light beam. Those who followed behind couldn't stop their bodies. Some had their arms disintegrated, some had their heads disintegrated, some had half of their bodies disintegrated, but not even a single drop of blood flowed out from the wounds. Divine light of extinction, this is the divine light of extinction. Someone yelled out. Hearing this, Lu Hanzhan frowned and said, the divine light of extinction only exists in the top sky. I didn't expect that the heavenly dream ancient region would also have it. If it really is the divine light of extinction, even Sea of Souls realm warriors wouldn't be able to get through it. Only life and death realm warriors could rely on their defensive power to get in, but it would still be dangerous. Is this divine light of extinction really that powerful? Yichen saw that the colorful light beam looked like a dream. He thought that it didn't have any destructive power. But now, it seemed that the more beautiful something was, the more destructive it would be. Lu Hanzhan nodded and said, there are many kinds of yuan qi in this world. Some yuan qi can combine in pairs and form a destructive qi, and if more yuan qi is combined, it can transform into a divine light. Some of these divine lights can heal wounds, some can make people hundreds of times more energetic, and some can be even more powerful. For example, this divine light of extinction, anything that is shrouded by it will be turned into ashes, including souls, which will completely disappear from this world. While the two of them were talking, over 100 people had gathered around the lake, and the number was growing rapidly. Lu Hanzhan, brother Yi. Two silhouettes flew over, they were Zhu Mei and Su Jing. Yichen asked, eldest sister, senior sister Su, are you alright? Zhu Mei grinned and said, we're lucky, we met each other not long after we were teleported in. I'm a bit ashamed, but I think I should give up my position as the eldest sister. Junior sister Su Jing is even more powerful than I thought. Su Jing didn't say anything. Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists are here as well. In Yichen's sight, Mo Wu Xue, Yuan Hing Ying, Hong Qianjun, Wei Dongxi, and the other Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists had all arrived. Disciples of our Evil Blood Martial School, come here. Disciples of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, what are you waiting for? Disciples of the Multiple Mountain Martial School, gather. Disciples of the Cyan Bamboo Martial School, as early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, the few of them gathered their disciples once they arrived. After that, all the other Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists followed suit. Not far behind Yichen, Ji Shuiyan had just arrived. She glanced at Yichen's back with a complicated look, then walked towards young Master Emerald, Zhuangfei. Another half an hour later, the number of people standing around the lake had reached over 400. Except for one or two people who occasionally arrived, almost all of them had arrived. There were over 600 people when we came in, but now, only around 400 are left. Those who died were all the best disciples of their institutions. Luo Hanzhan sighed. Zhu Mei said happily, our Sky Cloud Martial School is still okay, all four of us are still here. You see, some of our institutions have all lost their disciples, none of them survived, and some of our institutions only have one disciple left. A general's success is built on thousands of bones. Yichen murmured in his head. Another half an hour later, no one else arrived. At this moment, the eagle killer Yuan Hing suddenly growled out. Where is my brother Yuan Hengkong? Why isn't he here yet? Have any of you seen him? Have you seen my brother Yuan Hengkong? Tell me. Randomly grabbing a disciple who didn't even dare to look at him, Yuan Hing voice was filled with a strong killing intent. I don't know. That disciple's teeth were chattering. If you don't know, why should I keep you alive? Puff, that disciple's head was twisted off, he died an innocent death. Yichen, don't give yourself away. Seeing this horrible scene, Luo Hanshan's heart suddenly tightened. He sent a message to Yi Chen with his Xianxia. Yi Chen responded blandly, "Brother Luo, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Beside him, Zhu Mei said in a low voice, "This guy has gone too far. How can he kill people for no reason? Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he is powerful?" Luo Hanshan gave a bitter smile. Zhu Mei was slightly more powerful than him, but she was a bit too soft. Yuan Hing didn't go to the places where there were powerful hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. Instead, he went to the places where there were no powerful hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. At this moment, he had killed another disciple and was walking towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Have you seen my brother Yuan Henko?" With blood-red eyes, Yuan Hing glanced at the four of them and said in a cold voice. Yi Chen didn't move at all. "Sorry, I have never seen him." "Kid, how dare you? You can even stay so calm in front of me. It seems that you are the most suspicious one. Tell me the truth." Yuan Hing approached Yi Chen step by step. "What a joke. If you haven't seen him, then you haven't. What are you going to do?" A killing intent flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. He was ready for a bloody fight. "Junior brother Yi, don't be impulsive. However, if this Yuan Hing is too aggressive, let's attack together." While talking to Yi Chen with his Xianxia, Luo Hanshan had also informed Zhu Mei and Su Jing, telling them to prepare for a bloody fight. At the same time, he had made up his mind that he would make Yuan Hing bleed, even if he had to give up his own life. Zhu Mei and Su Jing silently nodded. Their Xianxia was ready to burst out. As soon as Yuan Hing made his move, they would launch a thunderous attack. The scene was deathly silent, and a tragic atmosphere spread out. Mo Wuxue and the other hidden dragon rank warriors watched this scene with interest. Compared to the other martial institutions, although the Sky Cloud Martial School was relatively weak, they were quite united. It seemed like they were ready to risk their lives to fight against Yuan Hing. Unfortunately, sometimes, risking one's life did not mean it would be useful. In front of absolute power, everything else was useless. Lu Wuxiang and Ji Xuan looked at Zhuangfei with pity. Zhuangfei said blandly, "The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is a man-eating place, just protect yourself, don't worry about anything else." Eldest senior brother is right. Other people's business has nothing to do with us. They deserve to die. Challenging Yuan Hing, courting death. The other core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace were gloating. In the direction of the Purple Sun Martial School, Ouyang Ming said excitedly, "Cousin, it seems like we don't need to do anything to those people from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yuan Hing will be able to kill them." Ouyang Lai said, "They are destined to die, but that's good, we don't have to think about how to kill them, and we can focus on entering the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. When the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region closes and everyone gets out, those old guys from the Sky Cloud Martial School will definitely have a very interesting look on their faces." The others also began to discuss spiritedly. These four are dead for sure. Who doesn't know that the Eagle Killer has always been ruthless? Originally, only one needed to die. The other three were too impulsive. Let's hope that Killer Eagle doesn't come after us after killing them. Why don't we leave this place first and come back after the seven-colored pillar of light dissipates? Junior brother, do we not want to die even if you want to? It would be strange if the Killer Eagle didn't kill us after seeing us run. The discussions of the crowd didn't distract Yi Chen. His eyes were sharp, and the sharp aura on his body had been accumulated to the peak, fusing with his sword intent. You have guts, you really do have guts. But being gutsy is not a good thing. Today, you will all die. Yuan Hing, will never leave anyone alive. Chirp, Yuan Hing's body shook, the dark cyan Xianxia around his body turned into a soaring eagle. The eagle let out a long cry, its murderous aura spread out in all directions. The air rippled like water, it was extremely sticky. Look, Yuan Hing is going to make his move. That kid seems to be about to use a killer move as well. Everyone was surprised. In their line of sight, Yi Chen's right hand was placed on the hilt of his sword. The sword was not out of its sheath, but its sharpness was already apparent. The surrounding grass and trees were cut in half, as if they had been injured by the invisible sword qi. Grinning viciously, Yuan Hing was about to launch his attack. The Xianxia eagle around his body was ready to pounce, but right at that moment, the colorful light column changed. The tens of miles thick colorful light column quickly became thinner, and within 2 blinks of an eye, it had already shrunk to 100 meters thick, standing in the middle of the lake. The divine light of extinction has disappeared, let's go. Some of the disciples couldn't wait any longer, they rushed out like an arrow, leapt high into the air, and dived into the lake like shuttles. The others saw that there was no danger this time, so they all jumped into the water without hesitation. Splash, 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 the sound of jumping into the water could be heard continuously. Within a blink of an eye, only tens of disciples were left standing by the lake. Let's go down. On the other side, Zhuangfei had also jumped into the water with his Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. Yuan Hingying's facial expression changed a few times. At the moment, he had 2 choices, one was to let go of Yi Chen and his friends and dive into the water right away, and the other was to kill them and then dive into the water. The latter might take some time, because the sharp aura released from Yi Chen's body was extremely sharp, it was not realistic to kill him and his friends within 1 or 2 moves. You're lucky, I hope that you won't run into me in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, After thinking for a while, Yuan Hingying decided to choose the first option. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace was extremely mysterious, he was afraid that he might miss the right time and cause a lot of changes. Turning around, Yuan Hingying dived straight into the lake without dispelling his Xianxia eagle. Standing on the lake, the few disciples slightly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this colorful light column disappeared in time. Lu Hanshan's clothes were soaked in cold sweat, he raised his head and looked at the empty lake. Zhu Mei nodded and said, although Yuan Hingying's character is not good, but undoubtedly, he is extremely powerful, especially that fierce aura of killing tens of thousands of people. It makes people feel like they have arrived in hell, and there are mountains of corpses and oceans of blood everywhere. Let's go. Among the 4 of them, the calmest one was without a doubt, Yi Chen. Just now, he had already prepared himself for a bloody battle. Of course, in terms of power, he was still much weaker than Yuan Hingying, he was only as powerful as Lin Yu, who was ranked 70th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. If he used the heart refining, he might be able to barely win against Lin Yu. However, Yuan Hingying was not Lin Yu, he was at least 30% more powerful than Lin Yu, and was ranked 59th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. With only his late condensing reality realm cultivation and sword intent, it would be very difficult for Yi Chen to defeat Yuan Hingying. Therefore, if this battle started, there would only be 2 outcomes, one, Yi Chen would die, and Yuan Hingying would be severely wounded, the other, they would all die together, and there would be no winner. No matter which one it was, Yi Chen would not like either one. Splash! 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 Water splashed everywhere, the 4 of them dove into the bottom of the lake, leaving only the empty lakeside. Such a huge pressure. Once they dove into the water, the 4 of them felt that their protective Xianxia had tightened, and was about to collapse. Yi Chen activated his soul power and spread it out. He found that the water in the lake was not transparent, it was mixed with a 7-colored color, as if it was made of a 7-colored crystal, and its density was higher than that of water. This is not ordinary water, everyone, be careful. Yi Chen reminded them. As they dove deeper and deeper, the pressure of the lake water increased as well. When they reached 100 meters deep, the protective layer of Xianxia, which was 3 feet away from their skin, had shrunk by a large margin, and was now only 2 feet away from their skin. Apart from this, the great pressure had also brought a great resistance, and their diving speed had been slowed down to an extremely low level. Suddenly, blood surged up from the bottom of the lake. Is there a fight going on down there? The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is not far away from here, why would they waste their time on a fight? Yi Chen frowned, he felt that something was wrong. Crack, silently, Yi Chen's protective layer of Xianxia was bitten through by something, and the water gushed in, sending him flying tens of meters away. Brother Yi. Lu Hanshan clearly saw that it was a weird-looking fish that had bitten through Yi Chen's protective layer of Xianxia. The fish's body was as thin as a shuttle, about 5 feet long, and its mouth was filled with sawtooth-like teeth, shining with a cold light. The weird fish was way too fast. Yi Chen's protective layer of Xianxia had already been bitten through by Lu Hanshan. It was impossible for Lu Hanshan to defend himself. Boom, Su Jing was the first one to launch the attack. A pair of fiery light rings condensed behind her head, which were still shining brightly even in the water, and boosted her power. She threw a punch on the weird fish's abdomen. Large amounts of blood gushed out of the weird fish's mouth. It swam for tens of meters and stopped moving. Tens of meters away, Yi Chen was trying his best to control his boiling blood. He was secretly shocked. This fish's teeth are way too sharp. His protective layer of Xianxia didn't even work, it was broken by a single bite. Fortunately, he had cultivated his body to the golden jade body, so not even a piece of his flesh was torn off. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so easily injured. Swiftly swimming over, Yi Chen said, "I'm fine." Lu Hanshan's face darkened and said, "If I'm not wrong, these weird fishes are ancient piranhas. Their sharp teeth can bite through most metals. They are 10 times more powerful than the piranhas of today." Zhu Mei said, "Brother Yi, the martial art you have been practicing is way too low level. I'm afraid that you won't be able to defend yourself against the attacks of these ancient piranhas. Why don't you come with us?" "Indeed, we have all been practicing low-rank Earth-realm martial arts. It's more than enough to defend against 2 to 3 ancient piranhas." Lu Hanshan didn't realize until now that Yi Chen had been practicing a top-rank mortal realm martial art, the pure Jun Jin Qi. In terms of attacking power, it might not be any weaker than low-rank Earth realm martial arts, but in terms of defensive power, it was much weaker. Yi Chen's Jin Qi was also not as rich as theirs. He was the weakest one among all of them. Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Just now, I was distracted by the blood and water down there. I didn't notice the ancient piranha's sneak attack. I'll be more careful from now on." After having suffered a great loss this time, Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless anymore. He spread his soul power to cover a radius of tens of meters. Once there was any movement, he would be able to sense it. The 4 of them kept diving down. As the water pressure increased, more and more ancient piranhas appeared. At the beginning, there were only 1 or 2 of them, but now there were small groups of piranhas. Cut. As if he had eyes on his back, Yi Chen turned around and threw out a sword attack. Puff, the water was cut open, and the thick sword chi flashed across the air. The next moment, a small group of ancient piranhas were cut in half, and the blood spread everywhere, making it impossible to see anything. Further down there, a conspiracy was taking place. "You guys want to die? How dare you stop me?" Hong Qianjun, who was ranked 69th in the last hidden dragon rank, showed a strong killing intent in his eyes. His voice spread out along with his Jin Qi. Ouyang Ming swallowed his saliva and said, "Hong Qianjun, one of the inner elders of our Purple Sun Martial School, is a member of your Hong family's branch. This time, we want to talk business with you." Hong Qianjun's killing intent didn't decrease. He said coldly, "What business? Kill a man for us? Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? You want me to kill someone for you? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now." Hong Qianjuan's words were 30% true, and 70% false. He just wanted to scare them, and make them bleed more. As for killing someone, it was a simple thing, and he didn't mind spending a little bit of time on it. However, it depended on whether he was satisfied with the reward. The eldest disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, Ouyang Lai, said blandly, "After this is done, I'll give you 50,000 low-rank spirit stones." "Huh, you think I'm a beggar? 100,000 for killing someone, and 20,000 for wasting my time. Not a single one less, or I will kill you right now." "Alright, as you wish." Ouyang Ming's heart was bleeding. 120,000 low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 48 million taels of gold. If he had a choice, he would rather give 80 million taels of gold to the elder because only a small number of low-grade spirit stones could be auctioned in the auction. This time, the inner sect elder promised him 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the remaining 20,000 would have to be paid by him and his cousin. Kill who? Also, I'm warning you, don't go back on your word. We, the Multiple Mountain Martial School, will never suffer losses. Ouyang Ming said coldly, "Yi Chen." The bottom of the lake was immeasurably deep. The first batch of disciples had already dived hundreds of meters, and their protective Jin Qi had been compressed to a foot away from their skin. But that was not all, they were surrounded by horrifying ancient piranhas. These piranhas had formed groups and were specifically attacking the disciples who were alone. Those with strong protective Xianxia could hold on for a while, but those with weak Xianxia would be completely devoured after 2 or 3 attacks, not even bones would be left. It was a bloody scene. Head disciple sister, second disciple brother, luckily we have your sky holy water spell to protect us. Not all of the disciples from the river martial school were facing the attacks of the ancient piranhas. The 5 disciples from the river martial school were wrapped in a cone-shaped water shield. The water shield was as thick as a fist, and the water surface was rotating at a speed invisible to the naked eye, like a drill. Those 5-feet-long piranhas were thrown away once they touched the water shield, and couldn't even get close to them. Although the 10-feet-long giant piranhas were not thrown away, the water shield was unimaginably hard, and they couldn't bite through it. After a while, their gums started to bleed because of the rotating water. Nan Gongyan put both of her hands on the inner wall of the water shield and said, I can't defend against the ancient piranhas alone. Only with Sister Qin and I, we have such an effect. Yuan Shuime smiled and said, training the sky holy water spell, 1 drop of Xianxia is more than 100 pounds. This water shield is mixed with normal water, and it already has such a strong defense. If it was all made with Xianxia, it would be more than 10 times stronger. It's not that easy. The Xianxia from the sky holy water spell is very little, and we need to mix it with water yuan qi during normal battles, not to mention such a huge defensive shield. On the other side, a girl in cyan clothes also put both of her hands on the inner wall of the water shield. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. While they were talking, the water shield was like a spiral drill, and it dived another 200 to 300 meters. Great monument suppression. 10 miles fragrance. All demons fall. Under the water, there was a turbulent undercurrent. A 10 meters tall monument made of Xianxia fell down and landed in the middle of the ancient piranhas. The shockwave spread out and killed a large group of them. After that, faintly discernible sword light sprinkled out like 100 flowers blooming, and also like a fragrance wafting for 10 miles. It enveloped all the ancient piranhas in front of it and started to kill them endlessly. In the end, it formed a huge flower of blood mist. The sword light dimmed, and a resplendent golden light shone, spreading out in a fan shape. It contained countless fist shadows, and every punch had the power of 1,000 caddies. Wherever it went, the water would explode, and whirlpools would appear. The man-eating fish were dizzy and unable to move, and were beaten to death. This won't do. There are too many piranhas, I can only kill about 10 of them with a full power attack, I can't kill them all. Luo Hansan said to the other 3 through his Xianxia. Su Jing rarely spoke. Don't get entangled. Dive with all your might. Senior Sister Su is right. Continuing to fight is just a waste of time. Everyone, try your best to go down as fast as possible. I'll stay behind. Brandishing his sword and killing one piranha after another, Yichen felt that his innate qi was being consumed rapidly. He had already used up a third of it. How can we do that? Zhu Mei disagreed. Luo Hansan understood what Yichen meant. He turned to Zhu Mei and said, don't underestimate Brother Yi, he is the most powerful one among us, he can easily kill Ouyang Ming. Really? Zhu Mei didn't believe it. She hesitated for a second, then decided to follow the plan. Together with Luo Hansan and Su Jing, Zhu Mei dived down with all their strength. However, she had made up her mind that once Yichen was in danger, she would come back immediately. Swallowing a pill that could help him recover his Xianxia, Yichen activated his sword intent and slashed out with his sword. Whirlwind and clouds. In the blink of an eye, the violent sword qi shot out, rising straight up in a spiral shape. In the next moment, a huge waterspout was formed in the water. The waterspout was filled with incomparably sharp sword qi, constantly killing the piranhas nearby or far away. Poochie, 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 Poochie. After this sword move, Yichen's Xianxia dropped by a small half again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, and thought to himself, it seems that I have to find a low-rank Earthrealm martial art to cultivate when I get back. Otherwise, with my current Xianxia, I won't be able to use the shocking cloud sword art as much as I want. Down below, Zhu Mei turned around and saw what had happened. She said in shock, how come Brother Yi is so powerful? I felt that every single beam of sword chi in that water spout could injure me badly. You might not believe it, but Brother Yi has already mastered the sword intent, and he can easily kill other martial artists at the same level as him. I saw him kill 3 disciples who were no weaker than me with only one sword move, and they couldn't even fight back at all. Luo Hansan said with a big smile. Zhu Mei's eyes popped out. He has mastered the sword intent? No wonder he is so powerful. Before Xue Wuren, the leader of the Northern Snow Martial Academy, had mastered the blade intent, he was only as powerful as an inner elder, and his talent was just average as well. However, once he mastered the blade intent, his power skyrocketed, and he could even compete with Xianxia, the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace. Until now, no one has ever seen him use all of his power. Soon, Yichen caught up with them. However, right at this moment, the water started vibrating intensely. A tens of meters long, gigantic Xianxia palm, which was emitting a khaki-yellow light, shrouded the 4 of them. Yichen's eyes shone with an intense killing intent. He launched a boundless cloud attack. Rumble. Once the gigantic sword chi touched the gigantic Xianxia palm, it was as if tens of bombs had been detonated under the water. Luo Hansan, Zhu Mei, and Zhu Mei were sent flying by the shockwave. Their chi and blood started boiling, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Hong Qianjun. Luo Hanshan's pupils contracted. He noticed a tall and sturdy silhouette in the water. That silhouette's muscles were as strong as those of a human ape, just like Lin Yu's. Haha, so you are the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Hong Qianjun had launched this palm attack from far away. He didn't see who had blocked it, so he thought that it was the combined power of the 4 of them. Thinking like this, he didn't care about it at all. There were many obstacles in the water, therefore, when he launched that palm attack, he only had 70 to 80% of his power left. Zhu Mei frowned and asked, "Why did you attack us?" Hong Qianjun curled his lips and said, "You're not very popular, someone even offered a large amount of low-grade spirit stones to buy your lives." Buy our lives? Yuan Hinging? Impossible, he's a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist, how could he let others take advantage of him? But besides him, who else would want to offend our Sky Cloud Martial School? Could it be the Purple Sun Martial School? Yeah, the Purple Sun Martial School and our Sky Cloud Martial School are mortal enemies. Now that they've seen the rise of our junior brother Yi, they won't give up. Hong Qianjun, let's get straight to the point, it's the Purple Sun Martial School's people who want our lives. Hong Qianjun shook his head and said, "I don't care about that, what I want to do is to kill you. But now, I can give you a chance. Among the 4 of you, only one can survive. In other words, the other 3 can either kill themselves or be killed by me, and the last one should run." Yichen said blandly, "You think you've got us? Who the hell do you think you are? Among the 4 of us, you'll definitely die." Hong Qianjuan's body was surrounded by a layer of yellow light, which made it impossible for the piranhas to bite through it. Yichen said slowly, "Today, you'll also die." The blue veins on Hong Qianjuan's forehead suddenly bulged. He said in a hideous voice, "You're just like a dog, how dare you yell in front of me? Just wait until I break all of your bones and make you beg for death, I'll see if you can still talk back then." Hundreds of meters away, Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were standing side by side, talking while killing the piranhas nearby. "Cousin, do you think this Hong Qianjun can kill them? Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Lightning flashed, and 4 piranhas were burnt black by the lightning. Rushing Thunder Hand Ouyang Lai snorted and said, "Hong Qianjun is ranked 69th in the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was only at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, but he was already able to easily kill disciples at the same level as him. Now that he has stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, how could he not be able to kill these 4? You're right." Ouyang Ming nodded. Earlier, on the lakeside, when Yuan Hinging was about to kill Yi Chen and the other 3, the 7-colored light column suddenly disappeared, which ruined their plan. The more they thought about it, the more worried they became. After entering the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, there was a 10% chance for them to step into the clasping Yuan realm. If they didn't step into the clasping Yuan realm, it would be fine, but once they stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, it would be very difficult for them to kill them. After all, they wouldn't have the chance forever. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Both of them spent a large amount of low-grade spirit stones to invite Han Qianjun to help them kill Yi Chen and the other three, and kill them under the water. When they're dying, we can go up and finish them off. Ouyang. Lai's nickname was Rushing Thunderhand, but his temperament was even gloomier than Ouyang Ming's. He was extremely cruel. Hee, that would be great. Once Han Qianjun said those words, he sensed the sword chi coming right at his face, and the yellow-colored light column seemed to collapse. At the same time, Yi Chen's voice came, "You could have gone to the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace safely, and nothing would have happened. You might have even improved your cultivation, but you're digging your own grave, don't blame me. I'd like to see who will end up like a dead dog." When he was confronting Yuan Hingying, Yi Chen didn't have the chance to launch the first attack, because he didn't have the confidence to kill Yuan Hingying. Unfortunately, Han Qianjun wasn't Yuan Hingying, he was only as powerful as Lin Yu. Although it would be a bit difficult to kill him, it wasn't impossible. Once he launched the attack, Yi Chen activated his sword intent with all of his power and launched the shocking cloud sword art. The thick sword chi contained an inexhaustible explosive power. Wherever it reached, the water would be cut open and the water behind it would explode, pushing the sword chi forward at an even faster speed. Sword intent. Han Qianjuan's face turned pale with fright. The sword intent had always been difficult to learn, and Yi Chen was only a late condensing reality realm martial artist. How could he have learned the sword intent? Han Qianjun was slightly stunned, then his face turned fierce. He knew that he couldn't let this man live, otherwise, he would become a great threat in the future, and he had to kill him as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Han Qianjun let out a great shout, and the yellow-colored light column around his body suddenly expanded, locking the space around him. Mountain-shattering stamp. Han Qianjun locked his fingers together and launched a palm attack. Buzz, the speed of the sword chi was very fast. However, as soon as it entered the earthen yellow halo, its speed plummeted, as if there was an endless obstacle. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, a round of earthen yellow palm prints broke through the water flow and heavily struck the sword chi. Crack, the sword chi was shattered, and the remaining sword chi was twisted by the yellow-colored light column, then disappeared. However, Han Qianjun had underestimated the power of the sword chi, and one of his sleeves was cut off. "Damn it, I want you to die." Facing a late condensing reality realm warrior, Han Qianjun was enraged, his face turned extremely pale, he threw out another mountain-shattering stamp. Mountain-shattering stamp was a low-rank earth realm martial skill that only belonged to the multiple mountain martial school. Once the mountain-shattering stamp was launched, all of the martial artist's power would be concentrated on a single point, and it was even more powerful than ordinary low-rank earth realm martial skills. When Han Qianjun was at the peak level late condensing reality realm, he had shattered the protective Zhen Qi of an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist with this skill. At this moment, he launched the mountain-shattering stamp with all of his power. The surrounding water currents were violently stirred up, and an astonishing undercurrent kept attacking Yi Chen's body, as if it wanted to send him flying and push him back. Moreover, under the pressure of the undercurrent, the protective aura around him that was 3 feet away from his body was making creaking sounds, as if it couldn't bear the heavy pressure. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp, and his body, which was as immovable as a mountain, shook slightly. The pervasive sword intent spread out along with his strength, cutting off the source of the undercurrent. Suddenly, the undercurrent that had lost its source was like a poisonous snake that had been hit in its weak spot. It seemed to be strong in appearance but weak in reality. Mountain condensing sword chi. This series of changes happened in a split second. Yi Chen took a step forward, and the water under his feet became as solid as iron. Yi Chen didn't see how he moved, but the hidden cloud sword in his hand had already been swung out, and his whole body was frozen in the same position. The thick sword chi was like a mountain, cutting through the water and part of the earthy yellow halo, colliding with the earthy yellow palm print. Chi. This time, the sword chi did not shatter. Instead, it vibrated and rubbed against each other at a high speed. Wave after wave of boundless power slashed onto the palm print. What sword technique is this? Han Qianjuan's heart sank, and his desire to kill Yi Chen grew even stronger. He couldn't allow himself to be defeated by a late condensing reality realm warrior, even if the latter had comprehended the sword intent. After all, he was a hidden dragon ranked martial artist. If this news spread out, it would be a great blow to his reputation. Poochie, in the end, the palm print only had one layer of power. Under the slash of the sword chi, it quickly disintegrated and was cut in half. The next moment, the sword chi, which did not seem to be weakening, shot toward the deeper layer of the earthy yellow halo. It moved like lightning, ignoring the obstruction of the water flow. And feft as a marquee. Hong Qianjun pushed his Jin Qi to its limit, the yellow halo around his body became even more dazzling, it was almost tangible. After that, the yellow halo quickly combined together and transformed into a small, illusory city, which protected Hong Qianjun's body and stabilized the surrounding water flow, blocking the sharp sword qi. What kind of defensive technique is this? It's even more terrifying than my combination skill, purple qi from the east, great monument suppression. Lu Hanshan was a master of the art of defense. Even Ouyang Ming, who had mastered the dragon beheading kick, had not been able to break his defense with only one move, and he would be able to hold his own against two martial artists who were at the same level as him. However, when he saw Hong Qianjuan's small, illusory city, he realized that his defense was far weaker than Hong Qianjuan's, even if he had stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. Suddenly, he started worrying about Yi Chen. Ouyang Ming and Ouyang Lai were dumbfounded at the same time. How is this possible? You barely defeated Sherpadian, how come you have the strength to fight against Hong Qianjun now? Impossible. Ouyang Ming couldn't believe his own eyes, and said bitterly. Ouyang Lai said in a deep voice, fortunately, we didn't find a chance to attack him ourselves, otherwise, we would have been killed by him. But, since the gods have allowed us to escape, it means that we still have a chance to kill him. Now, let's just wait and see. He won't be able to hold on for long. The multiple mountain martial school's land-splitting art is a mid-rank earth realm martial art. Even if Hong Qianjun hasn't mastered it completely, he will still be invincible. Indeed, Yi Chen is dead for sure, he won't be able to break Hong Qianjuan's defense. Clang, 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 the sword chi struck on the small, illusory city, causing dazzling fire sparkles to burst out. The fire sparkles didn't die out even after being touched by water, instead, the scorching heat from the fire sparkles burned large groups of piranhas to death. However, no matter how fast the sword chi struck, the small, illusory city, which was formed by Jin Qi, remained as stable as a mountain. Even a small crack couldn't shake the city, not to mention killing Hong Qianjun. Haha, my earth-splitting art is a mid-rank earth realm martial art, how could you possibly break it? Dream on. Hong Qianjun laughed arrogantly. The Multiple Mountain Martial School was a rank 7 institution in the White Mystery Nation, and they didn't have too many low-rank earth realm martial arts. Half a year ago, when he stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, the headmaster of the Multiple Mountain Martial School directly gave him the earth-splitting art. The earth-splitting art was divided into 11 levels, and after spending half a year studying it, and being taught by an inner elder, Hong Qianjun had already reached the 8th level of the earth-splitting art, which was even more powerful than the highest level of low-rank earth realm martial arts. This was definitely his strongest defense. Yi Chen remained expressionless, while he let out a resonant growl. Explode. Boom, the thick sword chi exploded right next to the small, illusory city. Tiny pieces of sword chi darted across the air and clanged against the city wall, forcing Hong Qianjun to take a step back. Hong Qianjun didn't get angry, instead, he laughed out loud, locked his fingers together and launched two, mountain-shattering stamp. The power of the mountain-shattering stamp seemed to contain the power of a small mountain. Wherever it reached, the water would explode and surge towards Yi Chen like a raging tide. Swirling clouds. Facing the incoming palm attacks, Yi Chen took a deep breath and let out a growl, then launched the shocking cloud sword art, which had the widest range of attack. All of a sudden, countless streams of sword chi swirled up, stirred up the water, and darted out like a gigantic serpent. Puff. 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 Boom, the sounds of the mountain-shattering stamp, and the sounds of the sword chi surged up one after another, shaking people's hearts. Any piranha that approached were either crushed or punctured. Lu Hanshan and the other two had already retreated to a distance of 800 meters, and could only faintly see two human silhouettes fighting. Brother Yi is indeed powerful, he's fighting evenly with Hong Qianjun, who is ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking, but he's still at the late condensing reality realm, not even at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Lu Hansan was shocked, but he also seemed a bit numb, but he was still extremely happy. Zhu Mei frowned and said, Lu Hansan, Brother Yi is in danger. Why? Lu Hansan was surprised. Before Zhu Mei could answer, Su Jing said blandly, Brother Yi has been practicing a top-rank mortal realm art, his Xianxia is not enough, plus the limitation of his cultivation, he is at least 3 times weaker than Han Qianjun. Han Qianjun is trying to consume Brother Ye's Xianxia, and when he is weakened, he will kill him with one strike. Now that you mention it, it's true, I was too careless. Lu Hansan was too excited just now, so he didn't notice some subtle things. Now that he was reminded by Zhu Mei, he immediately became vigilant. But Brother Yi should still have some tricks up his sleeves, he doesn't look like someone who lacks consideration. After saying that, Su Jing added. 800 meters away from the east side of the battlefield. Ouyang Lai sneered, in a few more minutes, Yichen will die for sure. Ouyang Ming knew what Ouyang Lai meant, he grinned viciously and said, the older, the wiser. Han Qianjun has been through hundreds of battles, he has encountered all kinds of opponents. How could Yichen, who has just risen to power, compare with him? When his Xianxia is weakened, he will definitely be crushed to death. In fact, Han Qianjun is seriously injured, while Yichen is dying, this is the best result. By that time, Lu Hansan and the other two will definitely rush up and attack Han Qianjun together. Even if Han Qianjun is seriously injured, he will still be able to kill them, which will aggravate his injuries. Ouyang Ming's eyes brightened, you mean, we can take advantage of the situation, and conveniently kill Han Qianjun as well? Ouyang Lai's face darkened. Han Qianjun smirked and said, there is always a huge gap between the condensing reality realm and the clasping yuan realm, no matter how powerful you are, you can't escape from this fact. How much Xianxia do you have left? I guess not more than 20%. It's enough to kill you. Yichen's facial expression didn't change at all, but his eyes were getting sharper and sharper, as if he could see through everything and see through everything. Seeing Yichen's cold expression, Han Qianjun was extremely annoyed. He swore to himself that he would crush Yichen's confidence, step on his face and give him a good beating. He would like to see if Yichen could still be so arrogant and not beg for mercy. Die. Mountain-shattering stamp. Han Qianjun quickly locked his hands together and launched a wave of yellow-colored palm prints. These palm prints were extremely solid, they looked like small mountains that were sealed within them. What surprised everyone was that Yichen didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he twisted his body and swam downwards like a fish. His movement was incredibly fast, it was hard to imagine that someone could move so fast in the water. The pure Junjin Qi condensed into a Qi sword and wrapped Yichen up. Driven by the sword intent, the sword moved at an amazing speed. All the water currents seemed to have lost their obstacles and were easily cut open. At this moment, Yichen's speed was even faster than the ancient piranha fish. Where do you think you're going? Han Qianjun was stunned for a second when he saw that his attack had failed, he immediately chased after Yichen. The pressure in the water was too great, and Han Qianjun wasn't good at moving, so he was left further and further behind. While being shocked by Yichen's speed, Han Qianjun pushed his Xianxia to its limit. His Xianxia was boiling behind him like water, creating a strong pushing force. Finally, Han Qianjun locked onto Yichen from afar, and launched another attack. Waves of palm prints collided with Yichen's body, causing the water currents to become chaotic. The chase lasted for a short while. Yichen suddenly stopped, turned around and launched a sword attack towards Han Qianjun. Mountain-shattering sword Qi. Han Qianjun laughed out. He thought that Yichen had lost his mind, so he hurriedly launched the earth-splitting and border-conquering art to defend himself. However, when he launched the art, his Xianxia slightly stagnated, but he didn't notice it. The only thought in his mind was to kill Yichen and trample him under his feet. Scorching hot sparks splashed out in all directions, boiling the surrounding water currents. In the center of the sparks, the sword Qi continuously hacked on the illusory city outside Han Qianjun's body. The frequency of the sword Qi was so high that even the surrounding water currents started vibrating, synchronizing with the frequency of the sword Qi. Crack, suddenly, a cracking sound of something hard breaking came out. The sword Qi's power became stronger than before. Compared to before, it didn't weaken at all, on the contrary, it had become unprecedentedly stronger. As for the Xianxi's exhaustion, it was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. A large crack appeared on the illusory city, and it seemed like it was about to be broken. Hong Qianjun was frightened. Impossible. How can you still have so much Xianxi? You don't need to worry about my Xianxi. As for your Xianxi, I guess you only have 30 to 40% left. Although your defensive skill is quite powerful, it obviously consumes a lot of Xianxi. Just now, you forced yourself to use your Xianxi to chase after me, plus you continuously cast the mountain-shattering stamp. Your Xianxi has been consumed even more. Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was as sharp as a sword, easily piercing through Hong Qianjun's heart. Hong Qianjun became angry out of shame. What about you? You should have run out of Xianxi long ago. The sword continued cutting the small city, creating bigger and bigger cracks. Yi Chen said blandly, unfortunately, I have a pill that can instantly replenish my Xianxi. I have already swallowed it when I was chasing after you. Half of what he said was true. The pill that could instantly replenish one's Xianxi was real, but only one pill was fake. In fact, he had a whole gourd full of pills. He didn't know the name of this pill, but he knew that it was very useful. Apart from improving one's Xianxi, it could also instantly replenish one's Xianxi, which was many times better than the other pills that could replenish one's Xianxi. The illusory city formed by his Xianxi was on the verge of collapsing. Hong Qianjun said word by word, very good, you are the first one under the clasping Yuan realm who could force me to this extent. But, do you really think that you can defeat me? Divide the land, seal the border, condense. Hong Qianjun instantly released the remaining Xianxi from his body. The illusory city suddenly shrunk a little bit, and the cracks on it gradually closed up. It became more and more solid and thick. The defensive power of the city was so strong that even Yi Chen's sword chi couldn't break it. Haha, after reaching the clasping Yuan realm, my Xianxi recovery speed has been greatly increased. Now, I don't need to attack, I just need to defend. I can recover my Xianxi bit by bit. By then, you will have consumed half of your Xianxi, and that will be the time of your death. While saying these words, Hong Qianjun was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He had never thought that a late condensing reality realm warrior would be able to push him to this extent. If he didn't kill Yi Chen, he would never be able to eat or sleep in peace. Yi Chen's expression was cold. I want to see how long you can defend. Sword Chi Mountain. Although this sword technique could last for a long time, it would eventually run out of energy. If he continued to use his Xianxi, the effect would be greatly reduced. Yi Chen decided to cut off his Xianxi and slashed out again. The violent sword chi fiercely cut through the illusory city, creating thousands of sparks. Of the two of them, one focused on defense, while the other focused on offense. The audience was dumbfounded. Before the previous one subsides, another one rises. I can't even see this battle clearly anymore. Lu Hansan let out a long breath and said with a bitter smile. Zhu Mei said, being able to force Hong Qianjun to use all of his strength to defend himself, junior brother Ye's fighting strength is really amazing. But Hong Qianjun shouldn't be underestimated either. That defensive skill is unbelievably powerful, it's definitely a mid-rank Earth Realm skill. Indeed, if Hong Qianjun didn't have this defensive skill, he would have been defeated by brother Yi long ago. Su Jing didn't say anything. She was waiting for Yi Chen to launch a thunderous attack, the kind that would make his opponent have no chance to fight back. In the distance, Ouyang Ming gasped in shock. Yi Chen's power made his hair stand on end. Even Hong Qianjun, who was ranked 69th in the Hidden Dragon ranking and had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, was forced to use all of his strength to defend, not daring to fight back. Ouyang Lai, the Thunder Hand, said with a murderous look on his face, if Yi Chen doesn't die, our Purple Sun Martial School will never have a peaceful day. Wait until both of them are badly injured, then you and I will use all of our strength to kill Yi Chen. Kill him with one strike, then we will leave immediately, in case we get surrounded by Lu Hanshan and the others. Exactly, this guy is too terrifying. If we don't kill him, we will lose our position in the Windy Nation. We have to kill him. Ouyang Ming said viciously. Hong Qianjun had consumed a lot of his Xianxi. Once again, a small crack appeared on the solid city wall. The crack seemed to be very small, but it couldn't be ignored, because every time the sword chi struck on the crack would expand at a visible speed. In a short while, the city would definitely fall. Humph, I'll let you be proud for now. When my Xianxia recovers to 50%, I'll be able to turn the situation around. Hong Qianjun didn't worry about the small crack at all. He did it on purpose. He wanted to confuse Yi Chen and make him think that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. All of a sudden, Hong Qianjuan's facial expression changed. In his sight, Yi Chen suddenly took back his sword, took a step forward with his left foot, and raised the long sword with his right hand. Yi Chen seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. In the next moment, a stream of extremely sharp qi gathered on the tip of the sword. What does he want to do? Does he still have a special skill? Impossible. A dangerous thought flashed across Hong Qianjuan's mind. He was about to activate the conferred territory art to solidify his defense, but it was already too late. Single sword move. Yi Chen held the hidden cloud sword in his hand, and swung it out in an extremely simple and gentle way. This move seemed to be slow, but was actually incredibly fast, because both Yi Chen's arm and the hidden cloud sword seemed to have disappeared. Yi Chen could only see a beam of white light flashing across the air at a speed that was so fast that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye, as if the water didn't exist. In a twinkling of an eye, the beam of white light struck on the crack on the city wall. Crack, the city wall, which was incomparably sturdy, suddenly cracked open from the middle. Puff, a large amount of blood spurted out from Hong Qianjuan's mouth. The protective layer of Xianxia around Hong Qianjuan's body had already been shattered, and a bone-deep slash appeared on his chest. Inside his body, the sword qi had been violently cutting his meridians and muscles, and even his Xianxia, which had been circulating in a regular pattern, had been cut into pieces. Without the support of his Xianxia, the city wall suddenly collapsed, turning into yellow light spots and dissipating in the air. I'm the eldest disciple of the multiple mountain martial school. If you kill me, even if you run to the end of the world, you'll still be dead. Do you want to die? Hong Qianjun glared at Yi Chen with his mouth covered with blood. He didn't believe that Yi Chen would dare to kill him. The Multiple Mountain Martial School was a rank 7 institution in the White Mystery Nation, a mid-level nation. It was an extremely powerful martial artist, and even the leader of the school was an early astral-reaching realm martial artist. If Yi Chen dared to kill him, even if he fled to the Sky Cloud Martial School, it would still be useless. The Multiple Mountain Martial School would definitely pressure the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School to hand over Yi Chen. Yi Chen responded blandly, if you knew that this day would come, why did you do it? Seeing that Yi Chen didn't attack him, Hong Qianjun was secretly happy. This guy is indeed a coward. But since you have offended me, Hong Qianjun, you should be prepared to be killed in the future. I'll make you beg for death in order to avenge the humiliation you've suffered today. Hong Qianjun said, a martial artist only has one life. If you let me go now, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you don't, you know the consequences. Sometimes, you can't take the wrong path. Once you make a wrong step, you'll ruin your future. Puff, before Hong Qianjun could finish his last word, a stream of sword qi chopped his head off. Blood mixed with water spurted out tens of meters high. Since you've already offended me, there's no other way out. Therefore, you have to die. Yi Chen said with an indifferent face. Brother Yi, did you kill Hong Qianjun? Seeing that Yi Chen had broken Hong Qianjuan's defense, Lu Hanzhan and the other two hurriedly rushed over. On the way, Hong Qianjun and Yi Chen didn't know what Hong Qianjun had said to Yi Chen, but both of them seemed to be in a stalemate. When they arrived, they saw Yi Chen chopping Hong Qianjuan's head off with a single sword strike. Yi Chen said, if I don't kill him today, he will definitely kill me in the future. You're right. Lu Hanzhan helplessly nodded. The True Spirit Continent was a cruel world. People who were too weak would never be able to stand out. Therefore, they had to be cruel and merciless. If they didn't do anything, they would be fine. Zhu Mei sighed. A hidden dragon-ranked martial artist had died just like that. In the end, he was blinded by his own greed. Yi Chen is dead, he's dead. He killed Hong Qianjun, the Multiple Mountain Martial School will never let him go. Let's go, we have to leave now. In a couple of days, when we get out of the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, We'll tell the elders of the multiple mountain martial school about Han Qianjuan's death. They will kill Yi Chen. Ouyang Lai's eyebrows twitched. Yi Chen's cruelty and mercilessness made him tremble in fear. Ouyang Ming's face turned pale as he said, Han Qianjuan's death is a big deal. He was seeking his own death. You can live if you want to, but you can't live if you want to. Let's go, in case he finds us. Both of them activated their Xianxia and prepared to leave. Do you think you can leave? A voice was heard from behind them. The two turned around to look, and they were shocked to see Yi Chen, who was wrapped in chi swords, shooting towards them at an alarming speed. Yi Chen, what do you want? We're disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School. If you kill me, you won't be able to. Ouyang Ming's head was sent flying into the air. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he was dead. He didn't want to die, he still had a long way to go. Ouyang Lai pointed his finger at Yi Chen and said, You killed Ouyang Ming, you killed him. From now on, my Purple Sun Martial School will never forgive you. My Ouyang family will chop you into pieces. Just wait for your death. Just wait for the day when your Yi family will be destroyed. So much bullshit. Yi Chen wielded his arm and released a stream of sword chi, cutting Ouyang Lai into two. Those two bastards. Luckily, we didn't let them get away. Otherwise, we'd all be dead. He would definitely tell others about what happened to Han Qianjun. Lu Hanshan was still scared. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if the multiple mountain martial schools people knew that Han Qianjun was killed by Yi Chen. Zhu Mei hated Ouyang Lai to the bone since long ago. She didn't even know how many Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples had been killed by him. Good. All of this is because of them. Otherwise, Han Qianjun wouldn't have come to us for no reason. Now that Han Qianjun is dead, they still want to put the blame on us. Maybe this is a plan made by the Purple Sun Martial School's leaders long ago. They want all four of us to die in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region. Oh right, Brother Yi, how did you find them? They were nearly 1,000 meters away from us. Clang, putting the hidden cloud sword back into its sheath, Yi Chen said, I found them long ago, but I didn't do anything. Therefore, I don't think they can open their mouths to talk. Yi Chen's soul power was extremely powerful, he could spread his soul power out for over 1,000 meters. Before the fight against Han Qianjun started, he had already searched around with his soul power. As expected, the two top-ranked disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School were right in front of him. They probably wanted to watch him die, but unfortunately, in the end, they were the ones who died. Since then, including those disciples who had been killed by the others or the ancient beasts of the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, all the Purple Sun Martial School's disciples had been killed. Su Jing said, From now on, the Purple Sun Martial School's younger generation will no longer be able to compete with us anymore. No matter what, let's go to the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. It's been a long time. Let's go down. The four of them activated their Xianxia and moved downwards. After diving for about 3,000 meters, his protective Xianxia layer had been compressed to only half an inch away from his skin, which was an extremely dangerous distance. Once his protective Xianxia layer was shattered, it would be extremely hard for him to get it back up again. After that, he would have to rely on his ability to hold his breath. Fortunately, 3,000 meters was already close to the bottom of the lake. Rumble, intense vibrations spread out in all directions. Faintly, colorful lights came from the front. Some of these lights were extremely sharp, some were as heavy as a mountain, and some even froze the water into ice. There's a fight going on 1,200 meters ahead, let's go check it out. Yi Chen took back his soul power and said to the other three. At the bottom of the lake was a magnificent palace. No one knew what kind of material the palace was made from, it looked like gold or jade, but it didn't look like gold or jade. The whole palace was shining with a colorful light, giving people a mysterious feeling. Surrounding the palace was a broad square made of white marble. On the square, nearly 400 disciples had been attacking a tens of meters long, scaleless, golden gray, gigantic serpent. This gigantic serpent was extremely powerful. Even though it was being attacked by nearly 400 people at the same time, it was still extremely fierce and unstoppable. Normal attacks couldn't even break its defense. Only clasping Yuan Realm Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists could cause some damage to it. The ancient black gold serpent is powerful, individual attacks won't be effective. Everybody line up and attack it together. The one who said this was Lu Zhao, the top-ranked disciple of the White Mysterious Nations Rank 7 institution, the White Deer Cave. He was also a young martial artist ranked 61st in the last Hidden Dragon ranked. Lu Zhao is right, everybody line up. The other Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists knew that if they continued like this, they wouldn't know how long it would take. Therefore, they all used their own power to unite the other disciples. Damn it, they always get all the benefits, they only use us when we are in trouble. What can we do? We have to lower our heads when we are in trouble. Anyway, we have to kill this black gold serpent sooner or later, otherwise we won't be able to enter the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Just bear with it. Once you step into the clasping Yuan realm, you can be just as arrogant. Many disciples were not happy about this. Many of their brothers and sisters had been killed by those Hidden Dragon-ranked martial artists. At this moment, when they heard that Lu Zhao wanted to control them, they subconsciously refused to accept it. On the other side, a martial disciple suddenly died. The one who killed him wasn't the dark gold python, but the terrifying Yuan Hingying. I gave you face, but you don't want it. What's the point of keeping you alive? Smiling cruelly, Yuan Hingying raised his head and said to the others, whoever dares to disobey the command, kill without mercy. Too tyrannical, killing people at every turn. 700 or 800 meters away, Zhu Mei looked angry. Luo Hansan let out a long breath and said calmly, I think we'd better not go there right now. That Yuan Hingying is very aggressive, we might be used as cannon fodder by him once we go there and fight against that ancient dark gold serpent. Although this dark gold serpent is only a level 5 demonic beast, ancient demonic beasts have always been very powerful and have great defensive power. Even mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists would have to step back when facing it. Brother Yi, Luo Hansan thought that he would be able to convince the others, but unexpectedly, Yichen was the first one to walk out. After taking a few steps, Yichen turned around and said, there's no need to hide from him, we can form a battle formation by ourselves. I believe that many of those martial disciples who have grudges against him will join us. Indeed, Brother Yi is not much weaker than Yuan Hingying, why do you still hide? Su Jing also walked out. Luo Hansan gave a bitter smile. The protective layer of qi kept the water out, only the breathable air could get in. Yichen took a deep breath. He decided to go over, not because he was confident that he could fight against Yuan Hingying, but because he didn't want to lose the heart of a sword artist. To be a sword artist, one had to be fearless. In a situation where the power gap was not huge, hiding was not the way to solve the problem, on the contrary, it would make one lose the spirit. The four of them moved extremely fast, within a few blinks of an eye, they had already arrived in the middle of the martial disciples. It's you? Yuan Hingying narrowed his eyes, seeming to be a bit surprised. He licked his lips and said coldly, you guys, come over here, stand in the front row. Seeing this, the other martial disciples were all shocked. Obviously, Yuan Hingying was going to use the 4 Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples as cannon fodder. Compared to him, they themselves were not any better. After all, the dark gold serpent was not something that could be stopped by just a few cannon fodders. When the time came, the second batch of cannon fodders would definitely come. However, even though they knew that they might become cannon fodders, they still had to endure it. They didn't dare to disobey Yuan Hingying, who had killed countless people. At least, they still had a chance to survive against the dark gold serpent. Yichen didn't even take a glance at Yuan Hingying, his voice spread out along with his Jin Qi. Who wants to join our battle formation and fight against the dark gold serpent together? Once he said this, everyone was shocked. Even those who were fighting against the dark gold serpent couldn't help but glance over. Yuan Hingying laughed out of anger, you have challenged my patience over and over again. Very good. Today, even if you don't want to come, you will have to come. Otherwise, I will kill you. Even if you want to kill me, you will have to pay with your life. I'm just afraid that you can't afford it. Yichen's voice was as sharp as metal, piercing through the water. The sharp qi released from his body was even sharper than when he was on the lakeside, and contained an unshakable will. The previous fierce fight with Hong Qianjun had made Yichen's understanding of the sword intent reach a new level. If it weren't for the fact that he was limited by his cultivation, killing Yuan Hingying would be as easy as killing a dog. Even so, Yichen was 30% sure that he could kill Yuan Hingying, so there was no need for him to retreat. Good, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Eagle swooping in the sky. Yuan Hingying was extremely angry. His body shook and rose straight up into the sky. After that, the Zhenqi eagle flew out of his body and swooped down towards Yichen. Chop. Once the sword qi was released, the water started to flow in a reverse direction. The strong sword qi made people slightly dazed. Puff, the Zhenqi eagle's chest was cut open by the sword, it let out a long cry, flapped its wings against the sword qi, and let out a loud metal clashing sound. In the next moment, the water was sucked into this space and formed into a 10-meter wide water ball, then it expanded and exploded, boom, a thunderous sound was heard. What? He blocked Yuan Hingying's attack? Who the hell is this Sky Cloud Martial School's disciple? Even if Yuan Hingying had only used 80% of his power, a late condensing reality realm warrior still couldn't compete with him. It's really incredible. Don't you think that it looks like the sword intent? Yeah, why didn't I think of it? That is definitely the sword intent, no wonder he is not afraid of Yuan Hingying. Everyone was shocked. Yuan Hingying's eyes had turned red like a devil, which meant that he had already decided to kill Yichen. As for the fact that Yichen had mastered the sword intent, it didn't affect him at all. A dead sword artist, why would he need the sword intent? If he didn't kill Yichen today, he would bring himself a powerful enemy. Today, you will die. I wanted to kill you on the lakeside. No one has ever escaped from me, Yuan Hingying. Yuan Hingying pushed his Zhenqi to its limit, an even bigger Zhenqi eagle was formed. It flapped its wings, causing the water to flow in reverse. Enough. All of a sudden, a cold voice came. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and their faces changed. It was Shui Hen, the head disciple of the Invisible Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Sky Serpent Nation. He was ranked 57th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, which was 2 ranks higher than Yuan Hingying. He said blandly, killing that black gold serpent is the most important thing right now. Once we kill him, you can do whatever you want. Yuan Hingying turned his head, his face darkened. Shui Hen, you and I are minding our own business. What right do you have to interfere with my business? I'm just reminding you, don't forget why you came to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region. Fighting over personal feelings will only bring you trouble. Yuan Hingying, Shui Hen is right. Killing that black gold serpent is the most important thing right now. Opening the gate of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is the most important thing, let's put everything else aside for now. Lu Zhao, the head disciple of the White Deer Cave, also said. Yuan Hingying slightly restrained his Zhenqi, he decided to wait for a while longer. Once he reached the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace and made some progress in his cultivation, he would immediately chase after Yichen. As for now, he wasn't so sure about killing Yichen. He had already seen how powerful Yichen's sword intent was during the Hidden Dragon rank, it was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Luo Hanshan was secretly happy. Yuan Hingying didn't seem to be much more powerful than Yichen, otherwise, he wouldn't have listened to Luo Hanshan's advice at all. It seemed that Yichen's decision was right. When one's power was almost the same as Yichen's, one should never step back, otherwise, it would be harmful to one's future growth. Yichen didn't know what Luo Hanshan was thinking, he said loudly, those who are willing to join our battle formation, come here right now, I can guarantee that you won't be harmed. I'm in. I'm in too. And our 7 Mystery Martial School. Immediately, a large group of disciples came to Yichen's area, most of them were from Yuan Hingying's battle formation. Seeing this, Yuan Hingying was enraged, his eyes shone with a bright red light. Hiss, 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 the dark gold serpent was indeed a 5th-grade ancient beast, even under the joint attack of all kinds of battle formations, it was still incomparably powerful. From time to time, 2 or 3 disciples would be whipped into 2 by its tail, blood splashing everywhere. However, by now, it had already become a cornered beast. Every single Hidden Dragon-ranked martial artist was powerful enough to challenge those who were at a higher cultivation level than him. Although the dark gold serpent was powerful, how could it possibly withstand the joint attack of so many people? As time went by, it was forced to retreat step by step, unable to stop any effective attacks. Kill! Kill! Waves of fierce air power landed on the dark gold serpent's body, causing blood to spurt out. As for those hidden dragon-ranked martial artists, they would always attack the vital parts of the dark gold serpent. Their attacks were more than 10 times more powerful than those ordinary disciples. Obviously, they were the main attacking force. After around half an hour, the dark gold serpent let out a wail, its gigantic body heavily thudded against the ground and stopped breathing. Creak! Once the dark gold serpent died, the heavenly dream battle palace seemed to have sensed it. The huge iron gate opened automatically and a pure white light shone on everyone. Buzz, the Xianxia inside his body vibrated. Yichen found that under the white light, he had already reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm. It was as if he had reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm without any hindrance. Yichen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then thought to himself, maybe it's because of the fight against Han Qianjun, my Xianxia cultivation has been strengthened, and I only need to cultivate for a few days to reach the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Although the gap between the late condensing reality realm and the peak of the late condensing reality realm was not that big, but for Yichen, it was extremely valuable. Before, he was 30% sure that he could kill Yuan Hing, but now, he was 40% sure. If he could step into the clasping Yuan realm, killing Yuan Hing would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The other disciples all felt that their cultivation had improved, but none of them managed to make a breakthrough like Yichen. The gate of the heavenly dream battle palace is open, let's go. Let's go. As soon as this white light shone on me, I felt so much better. I can definitely break into the clasping Yuan realm if I get in there. Except for the hidden dragon-ranked martial artists, most of the other disciples had gone crazy. Why did they risk their lives to enter the heavenly dream ancient region? Of course, it was to break into the clasping Yuan realm. As long as they could become clasping Yuan realm martial artists, they would be as powerful as those hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. They wouldn't need to be scared anymore, and they wouldn't need to lower their heads. Piss off. The hidden dragon-ranked martial artists were the fastest, their bodies flashed across the air and darted into the palace gate. Among them, Yuan Hing had killed a disciple who had been blocking his way in a cruel and brutal way. Looking at those crazy disciples, Luo Hanshan said, let's go in as well. Yichen activated his Xianxia for a few times, found nothing wrong, he nodded and said, this heavenly dream battle palace is indeed very helpful for breaking into the clasping Yuan realm. I think so too. The 4 of them followed closely behind the others and entered the palace, which was filled with a dense white light. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Mei said in surprise, what a dense and pure Yuan Qi. It's so much better than the Yuan Qi from spirit stones, I can absorb it with almost no effort. In fact, even without Zhu Mei's reminder, the 3 of them had already sensed the change of the Yuan Qi once they entered the palace. However, the white light in the palace seemed to be way too strong. Once they entered, they were completely blinded. They couldn't see or sense anything, even Yichen's soul power had lost its effect. It seemed that only the most basic sense of touch and hearing still existed. After about a quarter of an hour, the palace door behind him suddenly closed with a heavy sound. Then, as if there was a small earthquake in the palace, the rumbling sound was continuous, rising and falling. Suddenly, the floor under Yichen's feet sank, and there seemed to be something above sealing the space. Be careful, the internal structure of the palace has changed, Yichen quickly warned. But no one answered. Letting out a bitter smile, Yichen realized that they had been separated from each other. Well, the heavenly dream battle palace wouldn't kill people on their own, so there shouldn't be any danger. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yichen was about to meditate and cultivate. Visible to the naked eye, the incomparably dense white light shrank into a ball and entered a huge crystal ball. The crystal ball was colorful and suspended in the air. Yichen quietly observed the situation. Buzz, the air slightly vibrated, and gradually, a human-shaped white silhouette appeared under the crystal ball. The silhouette was holding a great sword, with a straight back. If one looked closely, one would find that this silhouette was exactly the same as Yichen's, even the great sword was exactly the same. It was like a clone of Yichen. Of course, a silhouette was only a silhouette after all, it was pure white, without any facial features. At first glance, one could easily tell that it was created by some kind of energy, and not a real person. Swoosh, once the white silhouette was formed, it took a step forward and launched a sword attack towards Yi Chen. Peak of the late condensing reality realm. Yi Chen sensed that the Xianxia vibration of the silhouette was exactly the same as his own. The speed and power of the silhouette's attack were both amazing, almost as powerful as Luo Hanshan's. In other words, the silhouette was at the level of the Windy Nation's child-to-be. Yi Chen wasn't a passive person, and if he guessed it right, this was the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace's test. Only by defeating the silhouette could one be qualified to stay. Clang, the hidden cloud sword was pulled out of the scabbard. Yi Chen brushed past the silhouette. In the next moment, the silhouette's right arm, which was holding the sword, was sent flying into the air. Wisps of white light emerged from the wound. The silhouette, which had lost an arm, still tried to attack Yi Chen, but its head was chopped off by Yi Chen. The silhouette then transformed back into a stream of white light and flew back into the crystal ball. At the same time, in the enclosed space, which was less than 300 meters away, the same thing was happening. What the hell, it's as powerful as me, and it even has martial skills. It's only slightly weaker than me, but it seems to be quite hard to defeat it. Why is it different from the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace's test 10 years ago? It's always the same. Some people were fighting intensely against the silhouette, and it was hard to tell who would win. Although some of them could suppress the silhouette, they couldn't defeat it within a short period of time, and some of them were surprised and didn't know how to react. All in all, everyone was taking the test, and the difficulty of the test depended on each individual's strength. The first round of the test had ended. 5 of their disciples were hit by the silhouette, and were sent out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. In the scorching ancient desert, beside the gigantic door of light, 5 silhouettes darted out of the door and landed on the thick sand. Yao Kai, Li Jing. These 5 people just happened to be the disciples of the sects that had failed the test. They crawled up from the sand with stunned expressions, and then they seemed to have thought of something. They had a dejected look on their faces, and they didn't even hear the shouts of their respective sects' elders. You failed, no one will blame you. Go back and work hard, don't ever give up, otherwise, you won't be able to make any progress in the future. How many of our disciples are left? What? You're the only one left? Some of the elders encouraged them, some asked about the situation inside, and some of them heard the bad news. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, crying. The people inside the palace didn't know what was happening outside, and even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to be distracted. As the first round of the test ended, the second round began. Child-level power from the Windy Nation. Yi Chen's face turned serious. The silhouette in front of him wasn't that powerful, but it was already so powerful in the second round. The third and fourth rounds, and the later rounds, would undoubtedly be even more difficult. If one wanted to pass the second round, he would not only have to rely on his own power, but also his fighting skills. The silhouette dashed over, and Yi Chen swung his sword. Puff, the silhouette's head flew out, transformed into a beam of white light, and merged into the crystal ball. The second round of the test ended, and the number of disciples who had failed doubled. In the first round, there were only 5, and in this round, there were 35. As the number of people who had failed increased, outside the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, all the institutions in the scorching ancient desert had learned about the situation inside the palace, and were all stunned. It wasn't that they didn't know that the Heavenly Dream Ancient region was a place that would devour people, but out of the 660 people who had entered the palace, only less than 300 managed to make it out alive. The others were either killed by the ancient demonic beasts inside, or killed by the disciples of other institutions, or killed by the ancient black gold boa. The death rate had reached a record high, over 55%. Fortunately, 1 out of 10 of the people who survived had a chance to step into the clasping Yuan realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to enter the Heavenly Dream Ancient region. Too many people died. Fortunately, not all of our disciples died. The third round of the test began. This time, the silhouette was as powerful as the top 100 of the last Hidden Dragon ranking, which was almost the same as Zhou Heng, who was in the swamp, and had the power to kill warriors at the same level as him within seconds. After easily killing this silhouette, Yi Chen sensed something different. Every time his attack landed on the silhouette's body, a magical vibration would be transmitted to his own body, and as the vibration became more and more obvious, Yichen realized that there was a stream of extremely pure yuan qi contained within the vibration, which would help him improve his cultivation. In other words, every time he fought, he was actually making progress. The longer he could last, the more progress he would make, and in the end, he might even be able to step into the clasping yuan realm. After figuring this out, Yichen let out a long breath and thought, I finally understand, the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is not only a test, but also an opportunity, it depends on whether I can grasp it or not. The third round of the test was not difficult for Yichen, but it was extremely difficult for the others. In the seventh sealed space on the east side, Lu Hansan was gasping heavily. The silhouette in front of him was slightly more powerful than him, it was almost impossible for him to defeat it with his own power. What should I do? Am I going to be eliminated like this? No, since it's a test, there must be a way to pass. Boom, without giving Lu Hansan too much time to think, the silhouette launched a heavy punch. The tremendous power contained in that punch was as great as a mountain, as great as a river, surging violently. East Rising Purple Qi, Great Monument Suppression. Lu Hansan tried his best to push the extreme purple art and the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist to their limits, combining them into a special defensive skill to protect himself. Crack, the purple monument couldn't even hold for 3 blinks of an eye, and suddenly shattered. Lu Hansan rolled away in embarrassment, dodging the terrifying punch launched by the silhouette. At the same time, his qi and blood were boiling inside his body, and his eyes were seeing stars. Oh right, if I can reach the peak of the 9th level of the extreme purple art, I might be able to defeat him. Lu Hanshan's eyes shone. The 9th level of the extreme purple art was called East Rising Purple Qi. The peak of the 9th level of the extreme purple art could draw a purple lotus out of the air, and with the protection of the lotus, the defensive power of the cultivator would be raised by many times. The silhouette launched another attack, but Lu Hansan didn't back off. Instead, he pushed the extreme purple art to its limit and launched 2 punches in a row. In the other sealed space, Su Jing had released her unprecedented power, and was fighting against the silhouette. Every single punch landed on the silhouette's body, and the fierce gale generated by the punches shook the air like water. The golden light emitted by the 2 silhouettes was sometimes dim, sometimes brighter, and sometimes dimmer. If Lu Hansan and Zhu Mei were here, they would definitely be shocked, because Su Jing's opponent was even more powerful than young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu. According to their previous understanding of Su Jing, she had never reached this level, which meant that Su Jing had been hiding her real power all this time. Clang, the silhouette and Su Jing's fists clashed against each other, and let out a terrifying metal clanging noise. Dazzling fire sparks splashed everywhere, and the air was extremely hot. Break! While locking the silhouette's right arm with her left hand, Su Jing's body suddenly shook, and a solid golden light burst out from her body, striking on the silhouette's body and disabling it from moving. After that, Su Jing took the opportunity and threw out a punch, hitting the silhouette's head. With a popping sound, the silhouette transformed into a beam of white light and merged into the crystal ball. Many people hadn't finished their 3rd round yet, but Yichen's 4th round had already begun. The white silhouette was at the early clasping yuan realm. His strong Zhen Qi vibration could be sensed from a long distance away, and the air started to ripple like water. Come on! Yichen had killed Hong Qianjun and fought against Yuan Hingying, so he was not afraid of this silhouette at all. He held the hidden cloud sword in his right hand and prepared to launch his sword intent. Swish, the white light figure suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in the sky above Yichen. It slashed down from the sky, and the majestic sword pressure was like a mountain, like a long river, piercing through the void, heading straight for Yichen. The attack was unexpectedly fierce. Yichen was slightly surprised, he raised his sword to block the attack. Crack, the floor under Yichen's feet was dented, and dark cracks spread out like a spider web. Dominate the world. With his tongue against his teeth, Yichen let out a shout, clenched his left hand into a fist, and threw out a punch. The silhouette didn't even think about it, and threw out a punch. Boom, Yichen's feet sank half a foot into the ground, while the silhouette was blown away by the power of Yichen's punch, and a slight crack appeared on its left arm. Just as I thought, this silhouette's defense is not as good as mine. Jumping out of the pit, Yi Chen released a thick stream of sword chi, chasing after the silhouette, intending to kill it with a single sword strike. The silhouette was at the early clasping yuan realm. It twisted its body in the air, narrowly dodged the sword chi, and then launched a thick stream of white sword chi towards Yi Chen in a weird posture. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and the white sword chi seemed to be even more powerful than Yi Chen. Swirling clouds. From the late condensing reality realm to the peak of the late condensing reality realm, Yi Chen's Zhen Qi had been greatly improved. Now, it was much easier for him to perform the shocking cloud sword art, and he didn't feel any sluggishness like he did when he was fighting against Hong Qianjun. The sword chi that contained sword intent rose straight up, twisting the air and forming a huge tornado. It smashed the white sword chi with a single strike, and then swept towards the white figure with a rumbling sound. Sharp sword chi kept shooting out from it, sparkling and resplendent. Kacha kacha kacha, there was a mysterious power in the sealed space that was repairing the marks left by the previous battle. However, its speed of repair was not as fast as Yi Chen's destruction. Hundreds of sword marks instantly appeared on the ground and the walls. Each sword mark revealed a sharp aura. The white silhouette waved his sword wildly, forming a sword screen in front of him, blocking the tornado and the sword chi. His body was pushed back step by step. Bang, with his back against the wall, the white figure had nowhere to retreat. The white light on his body flashed rapidly as he slashed out with his sword. Roar, as soon as the white sword chi appeared, dragon's roars sounded out, and the astonishing sword chi suppressed the air, bringing with it an indestructible concept that slashed apart the rampaging tornado. Still not dead? Mountain condensed sword chi. No one knew when Yi Chen had appeared above the remnants of the tornado. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he slashed down with his sword. Clang 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 clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the white figure raised his sword to block the sword chi, but he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move. Moments later, the sword chi broke the opponent's treasured sword, and the white figure turned into white light. Buzz, as soon as Yi Chen's feet landed on the ground, a magical vibration power acted on his body. Under this vibration power, Yi Chen only felt that his bones and muscles were itching, and his Zhen Qi was circulating faster than before. In addition, because of the boiling of his qi and blood, Yi Chen's face had also turned red. What a magical vibration power, it can actually improve my body and speed up the Zhen Qi circulation. In the previous 3 rounds of tests, Yi Chen already knew that the vibration power could shake out the impurities in the body, which could increase the speed of training and refining Zhen Qi, but it could not directly increase one's cultivation. However, compared with the current vibration power, it was obvious which one was better. When the vibration power disappeared, Yi Chen looked inside his body, and found that the Zhen Qi swirl in his dantian was gradually moving closer to the center, and gradually became round. Now, I have almost stepped into the clasping yuan realm, I only need to wait for the right time. The shape of the Zhen Qi inside one's dantian would change according to one's cultivation level. In the mortal Qi realm, the Zhen Qi would be in the shape of a cyclone, but in the condensing reality realm, the Zhen Qi would be transformed into Zhen Qi, and the quantity and quality of the Zhen Qi would be greatly increased, which would transform into a Zhen Qi swirl. In the clasping yuan realm, the Zhen Qi swirl would gather together and form a perfect sphere. Puff, with a single punch, Yi Chen's power had improved once again. Now, even if he had to fight against Yuan Hing, he had 50% confidence that he could defeat him, or even kill him. At this moment, most of the people had just finished the 3rd round. The number of people who had been eliminated kept rising. 5 people were eliminated in the 1st round, 15 in the 2nd round, and over 240 people were eliminated in the 3rd round. All of them had been sent out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace and returned to the scorching ancient desert. Hanshan. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder glanced around and found Luo Hanshan in the crowd. Luo Hanshan gave a bitter smile and said, "Sorry, I failed to step into the clasping yuan realm." Patting on Luo Hanshan's shoulder, the head elder grinned and said, "Don't worry, with your talent, it won't take you too long to step into the clasping yuan realm. You don't have to rush." Luo Hanshan nodded and said, "It's not that I haven't made any progress. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is filled with rich yuan qi, and during the test, the vibrating power also affected my body. The Xianxia swirl inside my body has already gone through the third round of the test, and it seems to be shrinking. If I go back and cultivate for a while, I might be able to make a breakthrough. That's great. Oh right, where are the others? Are they in danger? The head elder looked nervous. Every single one of Yi Chen and the other three were the future pillars of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Losing any one of them would be a great loss, especially Yi Chen. Geniuses who had mastered the half-step sword intent were not as common as cabbages, they were extremely rare. If they lost Yi Chen this time, no one knew how many years they would have to wait for the next time. Luo Hansan glanced at the direction of the Purple Sun Martial School, then sent his Xianxia to the head elder and said, "Head elder, Brother Yi has mastered the true sword intent, and he has also killed the Thunderhand Ouyang Lai and the little godly kick Ouyang Ming. These two had been trying to kill us, but in the end, they were killed by Brother Yi." It's true. The head elder's voice was a bit high-pitched. Fortunately, he had used his Xianxia to send the message, otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself. Luo Hansan smiled and said, "How could I say something without thinking? It's absolutely true. Great, Yi Chen has actually mastered the sword intent, he is indeed a peerless genius of our Sky Cloud Martial School. It seems like even the gods want our Sky Cloud Martial School to prosper." The head elder grinned from ear to ear. If Yi Chen, who had mastered the half-step sword intent, was like an unpolished jade, then Yi Chen, who had mastered the sword intent, was like a peerless jade, which didn't need to be polished anymore. Luo Hansan continued, "Zhu Mei and sister Su Jing are both doing well, they haven't come out yet. Perhaps they are currently in the fourth round of the test, and have a great chance to break into the Clasping Yuan realm." Luo Hansan didn't use his Xianxia to send this message, but the fourth elder and the other inner elders all heard it. The fourth elder laughed out loud and said, "Compared to our generation, you are so much more outstanding. In just a few years, we will have to give up our positions." Hee, it's better for us to give up our positions. Nowadays, the world belongs to young people. You're right. Back then, when we were fighting against the Nine Evil cult, our Sky Cloud Martial School suffered a great loss. Our generation hasn't even grown up yet, but we have already become inner elders. You are much more outstanding than us, you can still take up this position. Compared to the other institutions, the Sky Cloud Martial School's side was filled with laughter. In the Purple Sun Martial School's direction, the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School had a gloomy look on his face. He said to an inner elder who was standing next to him, "I wonder how Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming are doing. As for the others, they are most likely dead." Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming are very powerful, it's not very likely that they are dead. The others are not as powerful, so they are more likely to be dead. The head elder looked at Luo Hansan, a killing intent flashed across his eyes. "It seems that they haven't finished the task I gave them." Luo Hansan came out alive. Don't worry about Luo Hansan, he hasn't reached the Clasping Yuan realm yet. If you want to worry, you should worry about that kid named Yi Chen. Once he reaches the Clasping Yuan realm, he will be as powerful as a mid-Clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He will be a great threat to our Purple Sun Martial School in the future, we can't let him live. No matter what, we have to wait for Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming to come out first. Ah. All of a sudden, a raging growl came from the Multiple Mountain Martial School. The growl was mixed with Xianxia, it even raised the sound within a radius of tens of zhang into the air. What did you say? The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder glared at the Multiple Mountain Martial School's disciple who had just walked out. The disciple was frightened by the head elder's fierce aura. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Head elder, I didn't see our eldest brother Hong Qianjun in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, but I think he should be fine. He is an early Clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and all the other Hidden Dragon-ranked martial artists were there. Except for them, who else could kill our eldest brother?" The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder yelled out, "Then where did he go?" "The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace will close in a quarter of an hour." This? I don't know either. If something bad happens to Hong Qianjun, our Multiple Mountain Martial School will definitely investigate this thoroughly, find out who is behind this. If I find out, I will kill his whole family. Luo Hanshan's pupils shrunk, he hurriedly took back his sight. Hong Qianjun was killed by Yi Chen, he and Zhu Mei and Su Jing had witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment, he couldn't afford to leave even the slightest trace, otherwise, if the multiple mountain martial schools people noticed it, it would bring an endless disaster to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The head elder sensed that Luo Hanshan's facial expression had changed. He hurriedly sent his Zhenqi to Luo Hanshan. Hanshan, what's wrong? What's wrong? Tell me honestly, I'm your uncle, don't you trust me? Hesitating for a while, Luo Hanshan decided to tell the truth. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, he trusted his father Luo Xinglia and the head elder the most. Both of them were his closest relatives. Head elder, Hong Qianjun, is already dead, and the one who killed him is Yi Chen. But this whole thing was started by Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming from the Purple Sun Martial School. If we didn't kill Hong Qianjun back then, Hong Qianjun would definitely kill us. Ouyang Lai, Ouyang Ming instigated Hong Qianjun to kill you. He must have promised him some benefits, right? I thought it was something serious. He killed Hong Qianjun. If you didn't kill him, he would kill you. This is simple, but except for your father and me, don't tell anyone else about this. Although our Sky Cloud Martial School is not a coward, we still don't want to start a war with the multiple mountain martial school. I know. The first, second, and third rounds had eliminated over 260 people in total. There were still around 30 people left. Among these 30 people, 8 of them were already early clasping Yuan Realm warriors. It would be very hard for them to make a breakthrough, but they could still reach the peak level early clasping Yuan Realm. The remaining 20 or so people might not be able to reach the clasping Yuan Realm for sure. After all, everyone had different situations. For example, among the people who had been eliminated in the first 3 rounds, 6 of them had made it to the clasping Yuan Realm, and did not even have the chance to take the 4th round. The 9th sealed room in the north. The blade light danced like snowflakes, fluttering in the air like a dream. Amidst the blade light, 2 pure white silhouettes clashed with each other from time to time, creating thousands of sparks. Although these 2 silhouettes were both white, one of them was slightly transparent, which was obviously a structure of energy. The other person's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was out of this world. One didn't need to look at him with their eyes to feel the gentleness of the spring breeze. After pushing back his opponent with a single blade attack, the white-robed young man finally relaxed his eyebrows. He had finally reached the clasping Yuan realm after being stuck at the peak of the late condensing reality realm for 2 years. Raising his head, the young man revealed a handsome and gentle face. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize him as the head disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, young Master North Snow. The 3rd sealed room in the north. The head disciple of the South River Martial School, Lotus Fairy Qin Yulian, had been promoted. The 18th sealed room in the south. Zhu Mei was eliminated. The 14th sealed room in the south. Zhen Qi vibration, which only belonged to early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, burst out from Su Jing's body. With a single punch, she shattered the head of the white silhouette. Letting out a heavy breath, Su Jing slightly closed her eyes and murmured to herself, "Finally, I can practice that body-strengthening technique. I wonder if it is as powerful as the ancient scroll said." Once Su Jing made the breakthrough, a total of 3 clasping Yuan realm martial institutions in the Windy Nation had reached the level of clasping Yuan realm. They were the head disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Qin Yulian from the River Martial School, and the core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Su Jing. As for young Master Duanmu, Blade Yu, Rain Hero Nangong Yun, Yuan Xuemei, Lu Wuxiang, and Ji Xueyan, they had all been eliminated in the first 3 rounds, just like Luo Hanshan. Right now, only Lynch and Yichen hadn't made any moves among the disciples of the Windy Nation. Scorching ancient desert. Outside the door of light. Young Master North Snow, Qin Yulian, and Su Jing were teleported out one after another. Junior sister Su Jing, you've broken through. Both Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei hadn't made any breakthroughs, although they were a bit disappointed, they soon stopped worrying about it. As a martial artist, the most important thing was to be persistent. A temporary loss wasn't a big deal, but a lifetime's worth of gains and losses was the most important. Perhaps, even if they didn't make any breakthroughs today, they would still be able to make great progress in the future. Of course, this trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region was full of dangers, and the 4 of them had gone through all kinds of hardships to get into the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. If none of them had made any breakthroughs, that would be too unreasonable. Seeing Su Jing right now, the powerful sense of power released from her body told them the answer. Su Jing nodded and said, "The sixth round is not something that an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist can pass. I lost within 10 attacks." In the fourth round, she had already reached the early clasping Yuan realm. In the fifth round, the white silhouette had made some adjustments according to her cultivation, but she was still able to handle it. She had to exchange over 100 attacks before she could pass. However, in the sixth round, the white silhouette's power had reached the peak level mid-clasping Yuan realm. Each of its attacks had the power to shake mountains. Haha, it's great that you have reached the early clasping Yuan realm. As for whether you can pass the sixth round or not, it doesn't matter. The head elder hadn't been this happy for a long time. First, Yichen had attained the sword intent and killed the 2 top-ranked disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School. Then, Su Jing had stepped into the clasping Yuan realm and become a powerful young martial artist who was as powerful as young Master Emerald. All of these were great news for the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, the Sky Cloud Martial School needed to hold a big banquet and invite all the powerful martial artists from all over the Windy Nation. The elders of the North Snow Martial Academy and the South River Martial School were also very happy. Finally, one of their disciples had reached the clasping Yuan realm. Especially for the North Snow Martial Academy, apart from young Master North Snow, they also had the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch, who had yet to come out. Therefore, there was a 90% chance that he would become a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. You've all come out. Only Lynch and Yichen are still in there. I wonder how they are doing now. Luo Hanshan said. Su Jing said, I think Yichen will definitely succeed. Indeed, there's a great chance. The head elder and the fourth elder both nodded. In the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. In the 21st sealed room in the north. No one had ever imagined that Lynch would be able to last until now. It seemed that everyone had underestimated his power. Because in the fourth round, the white silhouette had already reached the early clasping Yuan realm, and in the fifth round, it was even more powerful. It was only one step away from the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Of course, this was only for ordinary martial artists. If the white silhouette had been replaced by Hong Qianjun, Lynch would have been defeated long ago. After all, Hong Qianjun was able to fight against ordinary mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. The battle had already started long ago. The only reason why Lynch was able to stay undefeated was because of his amazing willpower. Right now, the blade aura released from his body was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like it was going to transform. Die. Each blade was faster than the previous one. The only thought in Lynch's mind right now was to be faster, 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 faster than his original limit, and reach a higher level. Crack, the white silhouette, who had been steadily suppressing Lynch, suddenly stopped moving. Its right arm, which was holding the great blade, was sent flying into the air. In the next moment, its body was cut into dozens of pieces and turned into white light. Buzz, the Zhen Qi swirl in Lynch's dantian vibrated at an extremely high speed, and eventually shrank into a spherical shape, while the Zhen Qi swirled inwards. I made a breakthrough. I didn't expect to comprehend the blade intent first, and then make a breakthrough in cultivation. If he hadn't comprehended the blade intent just now, no matter how fast his blade was, he would have failed. However, he succeeded, and became an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Moreover, he had also comprehended the blade intent, which was the dream of all saber artists. After the leader of the village, Shui Wuren, he was the second person in the Windy Nation who had comprehended the blade intent. The sixth round of the test. Lynch gasped. Because he had made a breakthrough in cultivation, the white silhouette had adjusted its power according to his own. It had reached the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, which was even more terrifying than Su Jing, Qin Yulian and young Master North Snow's sixth round of the test. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to challenge someone with a higher cultivation. Lynch had just stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, which meant that he was at the bottom of the clasping Yuan realm, while the white silhouette was at the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. The gap between them was not just one level, but 1.5 levels. Even if Lynch had comprehended the blade intent, he would not be able to defeat it. In the entire South Shui region, there were less than 5 young martial artists who could challenge someone with a higher cultivation than them. For example, the top 3 young martial artists in the Hidden Dragon rank, although they were only at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, they were as powerful as the leaders of the top 5 martial artists in the Windy Nation. However, in terms of talent, they were much more powerful than Lynch. As for Lynch's blade intent, it was not strange at all. Many of the top 30 young martial artists in the Hidden Dragon rank had comprehended the blade intent and the sword intent, not to mention the top 3 young martial artists in the South Shui region. The white silhouette had only launched 1 attack, but Lynch had been forced back for 10 steps. For the second attack, Lynch had barely dodged. For the third attack, blood gushed out from the corner of Lynch's mouth. For the 6th attack, Lynch was defeated, and was sent out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Since then, Yichen was the only one among the young martial artists in the Windy Nation. Lynch is out. On the scorching ancient desert, all the elders of the top 5 martial institutions of the Windy Nation looked over, staring at Lynch, who had just been sent out of the Light Gate. Lynch walked to the North Snow Martial Academy with a bland look. The other 4 martial institutions had all gained something, so their facial expressions were still normal. Only the group of people from the Purple Sun Martial Academy looked gloomy. Their eyes were filled with blood streaks, as if they wanted to kill someone. Head Elder, Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming might be able to hold on till now, it's hard to say. An inner elder of the Purple Sun Martial Academy couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore, and said something that even he himself didn't believe. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial Academy snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk anymore. Although his subconscious didn't want to admit that Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were already dead, his mind told him that it was hopeless. When we go back this time, secretly arrange some people to kill the top disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. I want their happy event to turn into a funeral. Of course, we can't let the Sky Cloud Martial School grow any further. In the 5th sealed space in the west of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, Yuan Hengying smashed the head of the white silhouette with a palm attack, then laughed out loud. His face was filled with pride, arrogance. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace can't possibly let me break into the mid-clasping Yuan realm from the early clasping Yuan realm all of a sudden, but reaching the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm has also largely improved my fighting power. Disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, wait for me to kill you. Now, I can crush you to death with only one hand, especially that little bastard who has mastered the sword intent. I want you to die miserably. Yuan Hengying seemed to have imagined himself killing Yi Chen. He laughed out loud again. Zhen Qi surged out from his body, and that great and fierce Zhen Qi made him look like a devil. In the 16th sealed room in the east, Zhuangfei slapped on the back of the white silhouette. The extremely condensed power of his palm instantly shattered the silhouette, without even a little bit of power leaking out. The Windy Nation will be mine in the future. After killing the white silhouette, Zhuangfei released an aura that was not any weaker than Yuan Hengying's. Apparently, he had reached the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm. No one had ever thought that he would be able to reach the next level. After all, he was only ranked 68th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking, and was one of the weakest ones among the 9 nations. Yichen didn't know about the other people's changes, and he didn't have the time to think about it. This time, the white silhouette was quite powerful among the mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists, which was only slightly weaker than the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. However, this was already his limit. He was only able to fight until now because of his increasingly powerful sword intent. When Yichen had just entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, his sword intent was still in a relatively young stage. After the fight against Hong Qianjun, his sword intent had started to grow, and was still in the early stage. Now, after 5 rounds of tests, his sword intent had grown again, and was only 1 step away from reaching the entry level. The entry-level sword intent was terrifying. It was much more powerful than the sword intent at the early stage. In comparison, the current Yichen would only need a few moves to defeat himself, who had just entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient region. 1,000 moves. After a whole 1,000 moves, Yichen chopped off the white silhouette's head with 1 sword strike. At that moment, he only felt dizzy. But of course, no matter how tired he was, it was all worth it. The Zhen Qi swirl in his dantian had finally become a perfect Zhen Qi swirl. At this moment, Yichen had officially reached the clasping yuan realm. 100 Sword Attack. Intending to test the power of an early clasping yuan realm martial art, Yichen's body shook, and he activated the pure Junjin Qi, a top-rank mortal realm martial art. Shwa 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 shwa, countless condensed Qi swords floated around Yichen's body. There were exactly 100 of them, and all of them flew in the same direction. That shocking sword aura was extremely horrifying, as if it could pierce through the surreal space and kill people with its aura. Go! As Yichen waved his hand, those Qi swords turned into beams of white light, shooting at the wall in front of him as fast as lightning. The iron-like wall slightly shook, and powder began to fall down. The whole wall had been shattered by those Qi swords. 100 Qi swords, each one of them could kill a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist. Even a peak-level early clasping yuan realm martial artist would be turned into a beehive. If the pure Junjin Qi was a low-rank earth realm martial art, its power would be doubled. While estimating the power of those Qi swords, Yichen was secretly shocked. Without using any other skills, he could easily kill a peak-level early clasping yuan realm martial artist with only the pure Junjin Qi, which was indeed beyond his expectation. Of course, he also knew that the power of those Qi swords was based on normal martial artists, and those genius martial artists would not be killed so easily. He still had to use his sword intent and the sky cloud sword art. Slowly letting out a breath, Yichen murmured to himself, with my current power, I should be able to beat a peak-level mid-clasping yuan realm martial artist, but I wonder how I would fare against a late clasping yuan realm martial artist. The higher the level of a martial artist, the bigger the gap would be. Before reaching the clasping yuan realm, one might be able to beat a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him, but after reaching the clasping yuan realm, the possibility of beating a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him was very low. Even though Yichen's sword intent was almost at the entry level, and his soul power was unparalleled, he would still be limited. However, it was just a guess, he might be able to beat a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him. The 6th test. Whoosh, a white silhouette appeared under the colorful crystal ball. The white silhouette only stood there, but its Jin Qi was already like a tsunami. The air around it was suddenly compressed into a beautiful arc late clasping yuan realm. Yichen's face looked extremely serious. The pressure that the white light shadow gave him was the same as that of the 4th elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Just the aura alone could create a terrifying pressure that made people unable to resist. Qi, the white silhouette swung its sword. Before the sword Qi arrived, the wall behind Yichen caved in and some powder fell down. To be able to create such terrifying lethality with just sword pressure, it's indeed troublesome. Yichen hurriedly held his sword horizontally to block the incoming attack. He couldn't help but think of the middle-aged man in black from the Ghost Corpse Mountain, who had tried to kill them before. That man had thrown out a palm attack, and the horrifying palm pressure had turned dozens of men in black into piles of blood. It was exactly the same as this sword pressure. Both were powers that only late clasping yuan realm martial artists could have. Clang, the white sword Qi slashed onto the hidden cloud sword. Yichen seemed to hear the mournful cry of the hidden cloud sword. It was a sign that the sword was about to be destroyed. The sword Qi unleashed by the opponent was unimaginably powerful. If it wasn't a low-ranked great sword, it would be impossible for it to withstand the pressure. Break! Yichen let out a great roar. He pushed his pure Junjin Qi to its limit and poured all of it into the hidden cloud sword. In the next moment, the white sword Qi was shattered. Faint cracks appeared on the surface of the hidden cloud sword and spread out. Hold on for a while, let me show you the last of your power. The hidden cloud sword was damaged. Yichen didn't feel good about it. Although the sword hadn't been with him for a long time, it had accompanied him to fight until now. It had killed one enemy after another, and it had even killed Han Qianjun, who was ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking. It could be said that it had made great achievements. Yichen firmly stabilized the hidden cloud sword with his Jin Qi, and for the first time, he launched the shocking cloud sword art. Swirling clouds. The sharp sword Qi rose straight up, twisting the airflow and forming a huge tornado. This time, the tornado was even more solid, and was emitting a faint light. It looked like a pillar in the sky, rolling towards the white silhouette. From time to time, the sword Qi would shoot out. Clang! 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 the white silhouette calmly waved its sword to block the sword chi. Although it didn't seem to move fast, every sword strike landed on the weakest part of the sword chi. One after another, the sword chi was shattered, and the tornado was right in front of the silhouette. Abruptly, the white silhouette's body flashed, and unexpectedly, it raised its sword to block the tornado. Puff, the white silhouette passed through the tornado, and the tornado behind it suddenly disappeared, turning into a violent airflow that spread out in all directions. Shocking clouds. Yi Chen had never used the last movement of the shocking cloud sword art. It was not because he couldn't, but because it consumed too much Xianxia. When he was at the late condensing reality realm, he couldn't use it at all. Now that he had reached the early clasping yuan realm, he could finally use this movement. Yi Chen's body floated in the air like a cloud, and then he waved his sword down. It was so light that it seemed like he was just brushing away the clouds. Crack, a thunderous sound rang out, and the sword chi shot out. There was no way to dodge this sword attack. The white silhouette didn't have any human emotions, it raised its sword to block the attack mechanically. With a cracking sound, the white sword in its hand was broken, and a deep sword mark appeared on its chest. However, it wasn't completely killed, and was only seriously injured. In fact, the white silhouette was at a disadvantage. The white sword in its hand was made of energy, and it wasn't very hard. In other words, Yi Chen didn't win with this movement, but with his sword. As his feet landed on the ground, Yi Chen let out a bitter laugh. He then lowered his head and looked at the hidden cloud sword. The hidden cloud sword, which had lost the stability of its Xianxia, had shattered inch by inch. It turned into thousands of pieces and fell to the ground, making a clear and melodious sound. I lost. Without the hidden cloud sword, Yi Chen was no match for the white silhouette, although the white silhouette had also lost its sword. Yi Chen was preparing to fight with the white silhouette with his bare hands. It wouldn't matter even if he was eliminated. However, the sudden turn of events made him confused. The white silhouette automatically jumped into the crystal ball, it didn't turn into a white light and enter the crystal ball. Rumble, the sealed room started shaking, and 4 doors appeared in the room. 3 of them were connected to a dark and deep tunnel, and the last one was a light door. Recalling what the head elder had told him, Yi Chen's knitted eyebrows loosened. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace was extremely mysterious, every test was different, but as long as one could pass all the tests, 3 treasures would be unlocked. These 3 treasures could be treasures, secret manuals, or other extremely precious things. However, if one wanted to get those treasures, he or she would have to fight for them with his or her own efforts. If he or she couldn't get those treasures, that would be his or her own problem. It seems that no one has passed all the tests in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace for over 100 years. I didn't expect that I would break the record this time. Is there anyone else? It was not easy to pass all the tests. Later on, the white silhouette would adjust its power according to the individual's condition. For example, in the 6th round, Lynch's opponent was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, while Yi Chen's opponent was a late-level clasping Yuan realm martial artist. The 2 of them were only half a stage apart, but their power was completely different. Normally, even 2 peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists might not be able to defeat a late-level clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, Yi Chen had a premonition that he was not the only one who had passed all the tests. All those hidden dragon-ranked martial artists were not ordinary people, especially the 3 ranked in the top 60. They were 1 Bloodless Blade Mo Wuxue, the top-ranked disciple of the Formless Martial School, Shui Hen, and Killer Eagle Yuan Hingying. The young Master Devil Lung Wuqing was not someone to be underestimated. If he could reach the clasping Yuan realm, his power would be absolutely terrifying. After all, he was practicing the Earth Devil body refining art, which made it extremely hard for him to improve his power, but once he did, his power would increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Chen waved his hand and the low-ranked Great Spear, which was placed in the corner of the room, flew into his hand. He felt a bit helpless, the low-ranked Great Spear was much more precious than the hidden cloud sword. However, he was a sword user, and only with a great sword in his hand could he activate his sword intent to the extreme. Without a great sword, his power would be greatly reduced, and even a low-ranked great weapon wouldn't be able to make up for it. I have to get a low-ranked great sword in the future. After making up his mind, Yichen looked at the 4 doors. If he guessed correctly, the other 3 doors were the entrances to the treasures, while the light door was the portal to the exit of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Without any hesitation, Yichen walked towards the door on the left. As for the light door, he didn't even think about it. Since he had already come in, how could he leave empty-handed? Not long after Yichen walked into the passage, the other places started to change one after another. Just like the rumors said, if I pass all the tests, I will have the chance to get 3 treasures. These 3 treasures are mine now. Putting the blood-red thin blade back into the sheath, Mo Wuxiue let out an evil smile and stepped into the left passage. In another room, Yuan Hingying licked his lips. The 6th round was indeed out of his expectation, and he almost failed. Luckily, at the crucial moment, he still had a secret ace up his sleeve, which was why he was not eliminated. However, this ace could only be used once, so he did not dare to use it too many times. Thinking of the 3 treasures, Yuan Hingying couldn't wait any longer. No matter who it was, whoever stood in his way would have to die. Not only Mo Wuxiue and Yuan Hingying had passed all the tests. Leng Wuqing was also one of them. He had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, which meant that his fighting power had increased by 2 times. Now, his body was as hard as a rank 5 martial zombie, which meant that he could take an attack from an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist without losing his life. The last one who passed all the tests was not the top-ranked disciple of the formless martial school, Shui Hen, but the top-ranked disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Fei. He had been holding the position of the most powerful young martial artist in the Windy Nation, and had never thought about giving it up. This time was no exception. The passages were connected to one room after another, which were complicated and hard to count. Sometimes, there were even stairs leading to the upper or lower floors, which was quite confusing. Fortunately, there was a light door in each room, which could teleport people out at any time. Otherwise, Yichen would have to rely on the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace to teleport him out after he got the treasures. Entering one room after another, then walking out, and so on, buzz. After an unknown period of time, a wave of vibration came from below. This wave of vibration came so suddenly, as if it was alerting the people nearby that it was there. Is this the first treasure? Letting out a long breath, Yichen turned around and walked towards the room behind him. There was a door in that room, which led to the lower floor. The vibrations grew clearer and clearer, and soon, Yichen arrived at a large room. The room looked like it was pieced together by dozens of ordinary rooms. It was 100 square meters and 130 meters tall. A thick pillar stood in the middle of the room. At the top of the pillar was a pure white ball of light. Inside the ball of light, a dark red secret manual floated quietly. A manual? Yi Chen's mind flickered. He just needed an Earthrealm martial art, he wondered what kind of manual this was. Taking a few steps forward, Yi Chen sensed something and hurriedly dodged to the right. Puff, a 2-meter-long white light beam silently rose from under the floor. It moved at an incredible speed and let out a sharp swishing sound. If Yichen didn't have such a sharp sense of perception, he might have been penetrated by the light beam and teleported out of the palace. Standing still, Yichen raised his head and looked at the sky. He murmured to himself, "There's a trap on the floor, I better not fly over from the air." The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is a mysterious place, how could it have such a big flaw? There must be a more dangerous trap in the air. Thinking of this, Yichen took out a low-rank soul stone from his pocket and threw it into the air. Puff, a small hole appeared on the left side of the wall, from which a beam of light shot out and shattered the low-rank soul stone into pieces, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. With my protective Xianxia, I won't be able to defend myself. Yichen estimated the power of that beam of light, then shook his head. Flying over from the air was not an option, it would only lead to death. Therefore, he could only walk over from the ground. Raising his foot, Yichen put it down again. A silhouette appeared on the other side of the door. It was the young master devil, Leng Wuqing. Leng Wuqing was slightly surprised to see Yichen. He didn't think that Yichen would be able to survive until now, which meant that Yichen had also stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. What I need is a martial art manual. What kind do you need? Leng Wuqing didn't move and asked. Yichen said, Cultivation technique. Nodding his head, Leng Wuqing said, "That's easy. If it's a martial technique manual, it'll belong to me. If it's a cultivation technique manual, it'll belong to you. If it's neither, we'll have to rely on our own abilities. I'm sure you don't want to get into a meaningless fight." Leng Wuqing was still quite afraid of Yi Chen. An early clasping Yuan realm martial artist who had mastered the sword intent was definitely a tough nut to crack. He would rather face the other hidden dragon-ranked martial artists than face Yi Chen directly. Of course, it was not that he was afraid of Yi Chen, he just did not want to fight a tough and fruitless battle. "Sure, but I have to add one more condition. Now that the martial technique manual is in my hands, you cannot take it away for free. You have to exchange it for something of equal value, and vice versa." Yi Chen agreed. He was not a battle maniac, and it was best to avoid unnecessary battles. Not to mention that he had lost the hidden cloud sword, so he could not use his full strength. All right. Leng Wuqing did not believe that he would not be able to get the manual. What Yi Chen said actually stimulated his competitive spirit. Pausing for a second, Yi Chen glanced around and said, "Let's get closer to the stone pillar first. This place is not easy to deal with." Hearing this, Leng Wuqing stamped his foot heavily, and his chi spread out along the ground. Whoosh! 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 White light thorns emerged from the ground one after another, piercing through the air. After 2 blinks of an eye, the white light thorns disappeared. Although Leng Wuqing had memorized the location of the white light thorns, he was a prudent person, so he stamped his foot again and spread out even more chi. The next moment, half of the room was filled with white light thorns. The tips of the light thorns were as cold as the stars in the sky, making one's scalp numb. Leng Wuqing slightly frowned and said, "The light thorns appear in different places every time, and it is disadvantageous to both sides in a fight. Then I hope the manual is either a martial technique or a martial technique." Yi Chen smiled faintly. He did not agree with Leng Wuqing's words. In a fight, as long as he used his chi to lock his position, he would not have to worry about his opponent triggering the mechanism by vibrating the ground. The two carefully walked towards the stone pillar in the middle of the room. Swoosh, light thorns shot out from time to time. While the two dodged, they did not dare to use up all of their chi. Neither of them could be sure if there was a mechanism at the place where they landed. If there was a mechanism, they could quickly dodge it, and if there was no mechanism, they could gather a whole breath of chi again. As for whether there was a mechanism at every place they landed, it was unlikely to happen. If it did, it would mean that they were extremely unlucky today. With their cultivation, although a breath of Zhen Qi could last longer than normal early clasping Yuan realm warriors, it could only last 7 times. After 7 times, if there was still a mechanism at the place where they landed, they would definitely be eliminated. Fortunately, this had not happened yet. The most dangerous situation was that there would only be 4 traps in a row. Soon, the two approached the stone pillar at the same time. "Come down." Almost at the same time, the two reached out their hands towards the light ball on the stone pillar, trying to pull it down. The light ball did not move at all. At this moment, Yi Chen's hands, which were filled with Zhen Qi, stuck on the stone pillar and quickly flew up. Along the way, he changed his hands rhythmically, making sure that one of his hands was always touching the stone pillar. Leng Wuqing thought for a while. He believed that Yi Chen did not do this for no reason. There might be danger in the air, so he should not act rashly. Leng Wuqing followed suit. His hands, which were filled with Zhen Qi, also stuck on the stone pillar, chasing after Yi Chen. He was as agile as a monkey. The stone pillar was only 220 meters tall. Within 2 blinks of an eye, Yi Chen had already reached the top. With his left hand and feet stuck on the stone pillar, Yi Chen's right hand formed a claw, trying to tear the light ball apart. Pop, the surface of the light ball had a strong elasticity, which almost sent Yi Chen flying. Good. The iron spear landed in his hand. Yi Chen gave a low growl and pierced the light ball with the spear. Clang. The tip of the spear was blocked by a hand, which made a metal clashing sound. Let's see what we can do. Yi Chen laughed. Red flames rose on the iron spear, which shook off Leng Wuqing's hand. Then, he took the opportunity to whip the light ball. The light ball stayed where it was, motionless. Its surface was dented, making a creaking sound. Earth Demon's body-breaking cut. Leng Wuqing did not fight with Yi Chen. He turned his hand into a knife and chopped at the other side of the light ball. Then, as if they had discussed it, the two of them attacked the light ball again and again. The light ball was dented and distorted. Just at the moment when the light ball collapsed, Yi Chen's body shook. Countless chi swords floated around his body, flying toward the light ball and Leng Wuqing, covering the whole area. Leng Wuqing's eyes flashed with cold light. He raised his hands to protect his face. After a series of metal explosions, Leng Wuqing was unharmed. Those chi swords could not even break his skin. When he put down his hands, he found that the light ball had been broken, and the dark red secret book fell into Yi Chen's hands. Humph. Although Leng Wuqing was angry, he did not want to fight. It was too inconvenient to fight from above. Yi Chen's body went down and landed on the ground. Glancing at Leng Wuqing, Yi Chen opened the dark red secret book and looked at it. After a while, Leng Wuqing, who was standing 20 steps away, asked, "What kind of secret book is it?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "You are lucky. It is a palm secret book, and it is very powerful. It has reached the middle rank of Earth Realm. To be honest, even I am a bit tempted." Leng Wuqing's face darkened. "But we had a deal. Are you going back on your word?" Yi Chen shook his head. "What do you want to trade for it?" Without hesitation, Leng Wuqing untied the heavy bag on his back and threw it to Yi Chen. He said, "There are 7 low-rank Earth Realm secret books, 65 top-rank Human Realm secret books, a low-rank dagger, a low-rank light armor, a low-rank short knife, 3 red light fireballs, and 5 herbs. Each of them is worth no less than 50,000 gold. They are all yours." Taking the bag, Yi Chen was surprised. "Don't you want to look at the secret books? They might not be suitable for you." Leng Wuqing said, "As long as they are martial arts, they are suitable for me. There is no need to look at them." He opened the bag. Just like Leng Wuqing said, there were quite a lot of things inside. If he was not mistaken, only a small part of these things were obtained by Leng Wuqing himself. Most of them should be from disciples from other martial institutions. However, he did not care about the origin of these things. The value of the things inside the bag was astonishing. The 7 low-rank Earth Realm secret books were worth more than 21,000 low-rank soul stones. The 65 top-rank Human Realm secret books were worth 3,250 low-rank soul stones. A low-rank dagger was worth no less than 5,000 low-rank soul stones. A low-rank light armor was even more valuable, probably worth more than 20,000 low-rank soul stones. The low-rank short knife was worth no less than 8,000 low-rank soul stones. The 3 red light fireballs were even more powerful weapons. They were powerful enough to kill a normal early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. If a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist was caught off guard, he would also be blown to death. Each of them was worth no less than 2 million gold, which was 5,000 low-rank soul stones. 3 red light fireballs were worth 15,000 low-rank soul stones. As for the 3 herbs, they were the least valuable, but they were still worth 200,000 gold, which was equivalent to 500 low-rank soul stones. The total value was about 73,000 low-rank soul stones. Yi Chen did not intend to give away the secret books. Although there are a lot of things, they are not as valuable as the mid-rank Earth Realm secret books. If I give them to the sect, I can get 3,000 mid-rank soul stones, which is 150,000 low-rank soul stones. You should know the importance of the low-rank Earth Realm secret books. It is enough to become the most important martial art of a rank 9 martial institution. Leng Wuqing was stunned for a moment. What Yi Chen said was right. Mid-rank Earth Realm secret books were not cabbages. An ordinary rank 9 sect would be lucky to have 1, and an rank 8 sect would at most have 3. For example, although their barbarian devil sect was a rank 7 sect, they only had 5 or 6 mid-rank Earth Realm secret books. Moreover, he had already seen most of them. 2 of them were cultivation techniques, such as his Earth Devil body refining technique. One of them was a supplementary cultivation technique, while the other 2 were movement techniques and leg techniques. None of them were suitable for him, otherwise, he would not have valued this secret book so much. Yi Chen continued, "If I give you this secret book, not only will you not suffer a loss, but you will also earn a lot." The higher-ups of the barbarian devil sect will definitely reward you with a large amount of low-rank soul stones or mid-rank soul stones. On the other hand, I will suffer a huge loss. Not only will I lose a secret book, I will also lose 77,000 low-rank soul stones. Don't you think so? Then what do you suggest? Leng Wuqing asked. That's easy. I will read the contents of this secret book to you. You can memorize it and cultivate it when you go back. As for the real book, leave it with me. After hesitating for a moment, Leng Wuqing agreed. As a genius, his memory was extremely amazing. There were more than 8,000 words in this palm technique manual, and Leng Wuqing had memorized them all by heart. As for the Xianxia circulation diagram, it was easy to draw it on a piece of cloth, which was not much different from the original manual. How about we join hands? I think there are more than 2 of us in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Putting away the manual, Yichen suddenly suggested. Leng Wuqing responded, this manual is more than enough, I don't want to fight for anything else. Yichen smiled faintly. This Leng Wuqing was interesting. Although he was from an evil martial school, he was not as cruel and greedy as those evil martial artists. However, not all evil martial artists had the same personality. Some of them looked gentle on the outside, but were vicious on the inside. Some of them looked vicious on the outside, but had their own principles. This Leng Wuqing should be one of those people who looked cold on the outside, but had principles on the inside. As for whether he was as heartless as his name suggested, no one knew. As Yichen stepped into the light door, Leng Wuqing said again, not to mention, I don't have anything else to exchange for treasures. Ripples appeared on the light door, and Leng Wuqing disappeared in it. Maybe you will be the one who got the treasures this time? Yichen smiled bitterly and murmured to himself. After looking around and making sure that there was nothing else, Yichen carefully walked out of the room and came to the corridor outside. The corridor was connected to many rooms, it was even more labyrinthine than a maze, as if there was no end to it. Let's just walk around. Yichen couldn't think of anything, so he had to try his luck. Corridor after corridor, room after room, upper floor, lower floor, lower floor, within 2 hours, he had walked more than 100 kilometers. Towards the end, he was completely dizzy, unable to see where he was going. In another spacious room, there was a pool in the middle of the room. The pool was less than 10 zhang in radius, and there was a stone platform in the middle of the pool. On the stone platform, there was a pure white light ball. Inside the light ball, there was a saber with ancient patterns. The saber was still in its scabbard, but people could already feel that it was extraordinary. Is this saber prepared for me? On the pool, Mo Wuxue fell in love with this saber at first sight, his breath quickened. He turned his head and saw a man. It was the killer eagle Yuan Hingying. Yuan Hingying, what? Do you want to compete with me for the Great Blade? Mo Wuxue's face was filled with an evil and murderous aura, as if he was ready to kill Yuan Hingying at any moment. Yuan Hingying carefully went through the trap, he stepped on the pool and said, Mo Wuxue, this treasure doesn't belong to anyone, how can you say it's yours? Mo Wuxue sneered, it seems like you not only want the blade, but also want to challenge my position. Very good, today you will see blood. Hee, we don't know who's going to bleed yet. Do you really think that you can defeat me? I, Yuan Hingying, would like to see if you have improved or not. The two of them were not too far apart in terms of ranking, and their strengths were almost the same. Yuan Hingying had never been afraid of his opponent, not to mention the temptation of treasures. Die. Who was Mo Wuxue? He was as cruel and bloodthirsty as Yuan Hingying, it was just that he didn't like killing as much as Yuan Hingying. Therefore, once Yuan Hingying said those words, Mo Wuxue had already decided to kill him. He unsheathed his great blade and released a blood-red beam of blade chi towards Yuan Hingying. Heavenly Eagle Art, die. Yuan Hingying was prepared for this. He shook his body and a Zhenqi eagle rose from his body, blocking the blood-red beam of blade chi with one of its wings. Bang bang bang. Both of them clashed against each other, causing streams of water to shoot up from the pool. When the water stream was broken, Mo Wuxue's face looked grim, he threw out 8 strikes in a row. Blood rain. The blade chi tore the air apart and let out a horrifying roar. Looking over, the pool was filled with a blood-red light, and the blood-red beams of light intertwined with each other like a giant net. The beams of light were trying to cut Yuan Hing into dozens of pieces. Yuan Hing sneered and said, "Mo Wuxue, if this is all you've got, you better give up the treasure. Otherwise, you won't just be bleeding today, I will make your head explode." After he finished talking, he let out a great shout towards the sky. Countless Xianxia eagles spread out, their sharp claws crazily tore the blood-red beams of light, wave after wave. "It's been about 3 months since I've tried to kill someone. I will let you know what it feels like to be killed by me, Mo Wuxue." Both of them were extremely powerful, one was a bloodthirsty killer, the other was cold-blooded. The number of warriors who had died in their hands was more than 10,000. They had killed countless people, and the murderous aura released from their bodies could even scare ordinary warriors to death. At this moment, the two of them were fighting against each other. The pool was filled with horrible murderous aura, which created illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Blood beheading. While the battle was getting more and more intense, Mo Wuxue suddenly made his move. He held the blade in his right hand and swung it down with all of his power. The pool suddenly caved in, and an invisible wave of blood-red qi enveloped Yuan Hing. It then quickly transformed into an executioner's blade and swung down heavily. Crack, the Xianxia eagles outside of Yuan Hing's body were shattered, and Yuan Hing's life was hanging by a thread. Mo Wuxue, I will let you have a taste of my most powerful attack, Demon Eagle World. Yuan Hing's eyes were wide open. A dark cyan-colored Xianxia shot up into the sky and transformed into a pair of gigantic eagle claws. Once this pair of Xianxia eagle claws appeared, it gave people a sense of ancient evil, as if they were the claws of a devil. Boom, the executioner's blade was crushed into pieces, and the gigantic eagle claws were also destroyed. The horrifying shockwaves stacked on top of each other and spread out in all directions, shattering the pure white light ball. Yuan Hing, I will spare your life this time, but the next time I see you, I will make sure that you will die a horrible death. The white light ball was shattered, and the blade fell into Mo Wuxue's hand. He quickly stepped on the ground and avoided the traps, but he still had the time to talk. However, his voice was obviously filled with killing intent. Yuan Hing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was no weaker than Mo Wuxue, and now that his treasure had been stolen, he felt so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Mo Wuxue, after I kill that little bastard, I will definitely kill you. Seeing that Mo Wuxue had already walked to the light door, Yuan Hing said, I will wait for you. Mo Wuxue didn't even need to guess, he knew that Yuan Hing and him were not the only two people in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, there must be other people. If he wasn't mistaken, one of the 3 treasures might have already fallen into someone else's hands. Adding the blade in his hand, that would be 2 treasures. Although the last one was also tempting to him, Yuan Hing had failed this time, which made him hate Yuan Hing's guts. Yuan Hing might use a move that would harm both of them, so Yuan Hing had to be careful. Therefore, he directly left the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace through the light door. He had already gotten 1 treasure anyway, he might not be able to get the second one even if he stayed. Once Mo Wuxue left, Yuan Hing didn't have the time to be angry anymore, he rushed to the other places. He had to get one of the 3 treasures. Another half an hour passed. Yichen was a bit tired, not physically, but mentally. These endless rooms and tunnels were exactly the same, which could easily give people the wrong impression and make them feel annoyed and unable to control their emotions. It was all thanks to his sword intent that he was able to stay calm all the time. The sword intent was invulnerable. Apart from being able to kill external devils, it could also kill internal devils and distracting thoughts. This was also the reason why all sword artists respected the sword intent so much. Not knowing how much time had passed, Yi Chen's walking posture froze. Buzz, 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 far away from him, a faint vibration came over. Although it was very slight, Yi Chen, who had a sharp sense of perception, still managed to sense it. The second treasure. Quickening his steps, Yi Chen's clothes fluttered in the air. He turned left and right, and soon, he disappeared. After a while, Yi Chen arrived in front of a room that was exactly the same as the previous one. Without any hesitation, he raised his foot and stepped into the room. The room was empty, but a huge platform was floating in the air. This platform didn't have any support, it was supported by a mysterious power, which made it as stable as a mountain. There was a meter-tall square platform, on top of which was a pure white light sphere. Inside the white light sphere, a dark golden book was floating in the middle. Another secret manual. Yichen was excited. While he was looking for treasures, he had been thinking about many things because he was bored. Although the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace seemed to have a lot of treasures, not every one of them was suitable for them. If this was the case, wouldn't the rewards be useless? Therefore, the 3 treasures that were opened in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace might be suitable for each of them, or all of them. For example, the Palm Skill Book was suitable for Leng Wuqing, but Yichen didn't know what kind of book the third one was. It might be suitable for Leng Wuqing, or maybe for himself. Maybe it really is a martial skill book. The traps in this room were pure white earth fire. The earth fire spurted out, and its attacking range was even greater than the white light thorns, covering a radius of a few meters. Fortunately, the number of traps in this room was much less than the previous one, which meant that people would always have space to dodge. Soon, Yichen arrived under the floating platform. He threw a low-rank spirit stone into the air. No traps were activated. It seemed that the area under the platform was a safe zone. After figuring this out, Yichen wasn't afraid anymore. He leapt into the air, put his palms, which were filled with Xianxia, on the bottom of the platform, and quickly moved to the edge of the platform, flipped his body, and was about to jump onto the platform. Puff! At this moment, a huge green hand made of Xianxia pressed down towards Yichen's body. The power of this hand was extremely condensed. Before it even reached Yichen's body, Yichen felt that all of his muscles and bones had tightened, as if they couldn't bear the pressure and were about to collapse. Yichen didn't panic. He put one of his hands on the platform and let his body hang in the air, while the other hand held the iron spear and swung it out. Boom! The huge hand made of Xianxia disappeared, and Yichen saw who it was. "Zhuangfei, it's you," said Yichen with a cold look. His opponent had launched a fatal attack as soon as he attacked. If it weren't for Yichen's powerful soul power, which allowed him to sense things that were way more powerful than other martial artists at the same level as him, and he had a faint premonition that this palm attack could kill him. Even if he didn't die, he would fall out of the platform's coverage and be burned into ashes by the earth fire. "Yichen, this martial skill book is mine," said Zhuangfei expressionlessly. "Give it to you? Just because you are the young Master Emerald?" Since his opponent had already tried to kill him, Yichen would not show any mercy. A cold light flashed through Zhuangfei's eyes. A couple of months ago, he did not take this guy seriously at all. But now that he had gained some power, he had become more and more arrogant. However, he was a bit surprised that his powerful palm attack did not hit him. "Give me the manual and I won't make things difficult for you," Zhuangfei said indifferently as he secretly accumulated his true qi and prepared himself for a thunderous strike. "You want the manual? Maybe you don't have it." Right then, Yichen had already landed on the platform. He shook his iron spear, and the tip of the spear, which contained the sword intent, easily broke the light ball open, and the manual was sucked into his hand. Seeing this, Zhuangfei's killing intent was immediately revealed. Yichen did not care about him, he just stood on the platform. He opened the first page of the manual. The mysterious great art, a mid-rank earth realm martial art, divided into 11 levels. The first 2 levels are the foundation, and the third level is the palace. After that, with each level up, your Xianxia will be condensed by 30%. Once you reach the 11th level, you will be able to condense a mouthful of supreme Xinyuan, which can easily kill your enemies. Condense a mouthful of supreme Xinyuan at the highest level. Reading this, Yichen was sure that the mysterious great art was the martial art that he needed, and it was even more powerful than he had expected. Now, not to mention the young Master Emerald, Zhuangfei, even if a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist came, he would still kill him. Xinyuan could only be cultivated by astral reaching realm martial artists. Before reaching the astral reaching realm, all the martial artists cultivated Xianxia. The two were only one word apart, but the power was completely different. If one could condense a mouthful of Xinyuan before reaching the astral reaching realm, it would definitely be the ace of all ace attacks. No clasping Yuan realm martial artist would be able to block it, and would definitely be killed. Putting away the mysterious great art manual, Yichen was satisfied, and was about to leave. Since you don't want to give me the manual, don't blame me for being cruel. Dodging the gushing earth fire one by one, Xianxia arrived at the bottom of the platform. In the blink of an eye, he flipped himself over and stood on the platform. Yichen stood in place without moving. The room was full of traps, and it was impossible for him to leave quickly. Instead of doing something useless, he might as well wait here. He wanted to see how the other party was going to make him stay. You used to be the most powerful young warrior of the Windy Nation, but you're definitely not anymore. Let me shatter your glory. Without a sword in his hand, Yichen did not mind at all. With his sword intent and iron spear that were almost at the entry level, he could use about 80% of his power at his peak, which was more than enough to defeat Xianxia. As for the reason why Xianxia was so confident, it was probably because he did not expect that Yichen could still improve his sword intent. You're courting death, heavenly emerald palm. Xianxia's body didn't move as he struck out with his palm. Soundlessly, the emerald green Xianxia hand shot out, aiming straight for Yichen's face. Break! Yichen sneered. Like a poisonous snake, the iron spear pierced into the weak spot of the Xianxia giant hand. Pop! The Xianxia giant hand disappeared into thin air. Another weak spot attack. Before, when his palm attack was broken, Xianxia had already sensed something. Now, he was sure that Yichen had mastered a martial art that allowed him to discover weak spots. Now, let's see how you're going to break this. Green shadow light. Xianxia yelled out while he threw out a series of attacks with both of his hands. Streams of emerald green Xianxia giant hands attacked towards Yichen like green shadows. Their trajectories were unpredictable, and they would automatically adjust themselves in the middle of the attack. No matter how powerful you are, I can still break it. Yichen used his spear as a sword. He shook the tip of the spear and launched the sky cloud sword art, which had the widest range of attack. The crimson spear light shot straight up, crazily twisting the airflow. Using the power of rotation, it formed a giant tornado. What was surprising was that this tornado contained fire origin energy, and its color was gradually dyed crimson, bringing with it a blazing heat as it swept out. Within a moment, those emerald green Xianxia giant hands were all broken, and the tornado, which had shrunk a little bit, was still roaring towards Xianxia. While the two were fighting, the scorching ancient desert was not peaceful at all. After Leng Wuqing and Mo Wuxiue were sent out of the desert, all the people from the top martial institutions started discussing with each other. As for the multiple mountain martial schools elders, their faces were all darkened. They were sure that it was almost impossible for Hong Qianjun to still be alive. Who killed Hong Qianjun? Is it a powerful hidden dragon-ranked martial artist? No matter who killed Hong Qianjun, once we find out who it is, we will kill him without mercy. The multiple mountain martial schools elder didn't lower his voice on purpose. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by all the other martial institutions. I can't believe that Hong Qianjun, ranked 69th in the Hidden Dragon ranked, has fallen. He was an early clasping yuan realm martial artist. He was powerful enough to rival ordinary mid-clasping yuan realm martial artists. To be honest, I really want to know who killed him. I think it was 80% likely that it was a powerful Hidden Dragon ranked martial artist. Only they are powerful enough to kill him. The three ranked in the top 60 are the most likely suspects. Who are you? Mo Wuxiue, Shui Hen, and Yuan Hingying. Indeed, think about it, except for them, who else could kill Hong Qianjun? Even if the other Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists were slightly more powerful, they might not be able to do it. On the Sky Cloud Martial School's side, Lu Hanshan let out a long breath and said, Mo Wuxiue and Leng Wuqing have come out, now only Brother Yi, Xianxia, and Yuan Hingying are left in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. What took them so long? Is it that hard to break into the clasping yuan realm? Zhu Mei and Su Jing were also confused. The head elder suddenly thought of something and said, did they pass all the tests and start to fight for the three treasures? Zhu Mei was shocked and said, passed all the tests? I remember that no one has done it for the past 100 years. Indeed, no one has done it for the past 100 years, but during the past 100 years, the current generation of young martial artists are the most talented ones. Therefore, it's not impossible for them to pass all the tests. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much time, they should have come out long ago. The fourth elder said. Lu Hansan nodded and asked, passing all the tests is extremely difficult, the 3 treasures in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace must be very precious, right? The head elder said, of course it's precious, the most powerful martial art of our Sky Cloud Martial School is the Great River Divine Art, which was obtained by the 3rd generation leader of our Sky Cloud Martial School in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region over 100 years ago. No one except the leader or the leader's successor is qualified to learn it. The Great River Divine Art was obtained from the Heavenly Dream Ancient region? This was the first time for Lu Hansan to hear about this. As for the power of the Great River Divine Art, he had already witnessed it. With the help of his Xianxia, the Great River Divine Art could evaporate a river without leaving a trace. A few Purple Sun Martial School elders kept glancing at the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing their strange expressions, they couldn't help but guess. That swordsman from the Sky Cloud Martial School hasn't come out yet, did he die in there? I'm afraid it's not that simple. I've never heard that the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace would kill people on their own initiative. Therefore, he was either sent out, or stayed in there. But he hasn't come out yet, the answer is obvious. What I'm most worried about is that he has passed all the tests. If he has passed all the tests, the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace will open 3 treasures. These 3 treasures are invaluable, if he gets them, he might harm our Purple Sun Martial School. After all, the treasures that come out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace are the best of the best, they are even more precious than the same level treasures in the outside world. If it's a treasure, that's fine, but if it's a mid-rank Earthrealm martial art, it would definitely be a top-grade martial art of the Purple Sun Martial School, which is even more powerful than ordinary mid-rank Earthrealm. Martial arts. The face of the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School turned darker and darker. This kid hasn't grown up yet, but he has already made us feel so uneasy. If we don't kill him, the Purple Sun Martial School will face a great disaster sooner or later. It seems that we have to send all the leaders of the hunting hall out, to make sure that we can kill him with a single strike. Indeed, Zhu Liang is already too weak, I'm afraid that he can't rival that kid. Inside the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, Zhuangfei was shocked. He didn't think that Yi Chen could still be so powerful after losing his sword. How is this possible? Is his sword intent really that powerful? Seeing the blood-red tornado roaring towards him along with beams of spear light, Zhuangfei's intent of killing grew even stronger. He sensed a great threat from Yi Chen, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Break! Xianxia swooshed up into the air, a silhouette of a mountain shrouded Zhuangfei up. He remained motionless like a mountain, while his palms let out streams of river-like streams of power. Those streams of power were incomparably powerful, and even the airflow above the platform was punctured and exploded. What kind of martial art is this? Mountain, water, could it be the great art of mountain and water? Yi Chen had heard from the head elder that the first leader of the Emerald Martial Palace had found a broken piece of the great art of mountain and water in the Mountain and Water Pavilion. The great art of mountain and water was a high-rank Earthrealm martial art, and even though it was just a broken piece, it was still a mid-rank Earthrealm martial art. Its power was not hard to imagine, it was definitely horrifying, even more powerful than the Great River Magic Art of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The crimson tornado was dispersed, and the torrential palm energy rushed forward with an indomitable will. Yi Chen laughed out loud, he didn't seem to care about it. Unstable cloud. Limitless cloud. Sword of impermanence. Sword of mist. Using the spear as a sword, Yi Chen didn't step back, instead, he moved forward. While shaking the spear, he launched the sword movements of the shocking cloud sword art. Stimulated by his sword intent, countless spear lights were shot out. Not only did they cut open the torrential stream of palm power, they also hit on the silhouette of the mountain outside of Zhuangfei's body. The silhouette of the mountain was shattered. Under the attack of Yi Chen's sword intent, Zhuangfei's great art of mountain and water didn't work. After all, he had only reached the 8th level of the great art of mountain and water, which meant that he couldn't release the most powerful power of the great art of mountain and water. Moreover, before this, Yi Chen had broken Hong Qianjuan's great art of mountain and water, although it was extremely difficult for him to break it. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Zhuangfei yelled out, Yuan Hingying, I know you're outside. Do you want to see us both get hurt? Haha, along with a creepy laughter, Yuan Hingying showed up in the room and said, Shuangfei, I don't think you're qualified to fight against this little bastard. I'm afraid you can't stop him either. Shuangfei boosted up his Jin Qi and condensed the silhouette of the mountain again, temporarily stopping Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already found out that Yuan Hingying was outside, but he pretended that he didn't know, because he wanted to kill Shuangfei first. Yuan Hingying paused slightly. To be honest, he wasn't sure that he could stop Yi Chen. After he reached the clasping Yuan realm, Yi Chen's power was even more terrifying than his own. He was definitely a freak. However, the more powerful he was, the more he wanted to kill Yi Chen. He couldn't let him keep improving. What do you mean? You and I will fight together. Yuan Hingying tried to test Shuangfei. Shuangfei said coldly, those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles. What a good don't bother with trifles. But I really want to know, how should we divide the martial arts manuals? You and I will each take half, and we will keep the other half in our minds. What do you think? Alright, it's a deal. Yuan Hingying's body kept flashing, avoiding the ground fire. Xianxia eagles shot out of his body one after another, flying towards Yi Chen who was on the platform. Seeing this, Shuangfei knew that Yuan Hingying had agreed, so he did not dare to hesitate. He pushed the Xianxia in his meridians to its limit, making the silhouette of the mountain even more condensed and crystal-like. He then threw out streams of palm power that looked like rivers, which merged with the Xianxia eagles and attacked fiercely. Today, you two have to leave something behind before you leave. Yi Chen did not back out. Instead, a sharp qi shot up into the sky, like a great sword that was about to be pulled out of its sheath and start a bloody massacre. Break! Driven by the powerful sword intent, the red flame on the iron spear suddenly extended out. It compressed and lengthened, eventually turning into a scorching red fire sword. The fire sword let out a long roar, and heavily hacked on the weak spot between the Xianxia eagles and the palm power. Swoosh, a cloth-tearing sound was heard. The red fire sword was so powerful that it broke the combined attack of Yuan Hingying and Shuangfei with only one sword attack. Yuan Hingying, who had just stood on the platform, suddenly changed his expression. Yi Chen was even more powerful than he had expected. Using a spear as a sword, he was still able to block the combined attack of the two of them. If he had a low-rank greatsword, he would not even need to fight anymore. Fortunately, a spear was a spear, it could never become a sword. Shuangfei, you don't have to hide anymore. If we don't use our final trump card, it's absolutely impossible to kill him. Our lives might even be in danger. While speaking, Yuan Hingying slightly spread his feet, and a dark cyan-colored Jin Qi burst out, forming a pair of gigantic eagle claws on both sides of his body. This pair of eagle claws was cyan with a hint of black, releasing an ancient evil power, which was extremely shocking. Flooding mountains. Hearing this, the shadow of the mountain outside of Shuangfei's body suddenly collapsed, turning into a torrential flood. The flood formed a spiral shape, surging around Shuangfei. Its momentum was astonishing, as if it would pounce out at any time and drown everything in its sight. It turned out that the mountain and water great art could not only be used for both offense and defense, but it could also be turned into a full offense or a full defense. The full offense was the flooding the mountain, which could turn the power of the mountain into a torrent of water and attack the enemy. However, although the full offense was powerful, its defense was quite weak. It was not much more powerful than a normal early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and could easily be hit by unexpected attacks. As for the full defense, Shuangfei had not mastered it yet. He would need to reach the 9th level of the mountain and water great art to be able to do it. Otherwise, his defense would not have been broken by Yi Chen with only one spear attack. Rumble, the two of them did not hold back in the slightest and immediately blasted out their strongest attacks. A gigantic eagle claw tore through the air, bringing with it a demonic aura as it grabbed towards Yi Chen. Then, a torrential palm energy surged forth, even more powerful than before. Bang, 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 the iron spear held in Yi Chen's hand was 2 and 3 meters long. Added with the red flame sword, it was 4 meters long. As Yi Chen waved his arm, the red flame sword turned into countless afterimages, hacking on the gigantic eagle claw and the powerful palm energy, bringing up thousands of fire sparks. After a while, Yichen abruptly shook off the eagle claw with one spear attack. The red flame sword on the iron spear fell off and darted towards Xianxia like a shooting star. Damn it! Xianxia was enraged. This was the moment when his defense was at its weakest. Once he was hit, he would die for sure. Without any time to think, he hurriedly threw out 2 streams of powerful palm energy towards the flame sword. Pop, pop, the palm energy was pierced through one after another, and the flame sword was shattered as well. It turned into a fierce wave of fire that swallowed Xianxia, burning him. Yuan Hingying seized the opportunity when Yichen was fighting against Xianxia and was about to launch a fierce attack. Suddenly, an explosive power came from under his feet, which nearly sent him flying. Fortunately, he had already activated all of his Jin Qi, which allowed him to stomp on the ground and extinguish the explosive power. That was close. Yuan Hingying still had a lingering fear. Indeed, the explosive power couldn't hurt him, but it could push him off the platform. However, the platform was full of traps. If he was slightly careless, he would be burned by the ground fire, or killed, or teleported out of the heavenly dream battle palace. He didn't want to see either of these 2 things. Yichen also felt that it was a pity. The earth explosion that he had obtained from the Bloody Butcher was at a low level. It was a great help to him in the early stages, but now, it could only barely help him, and couldn't do anything to Yuan Hingying, who was protected by an Earthrealm martial art. Puff, the flame was torn apart, and Xianxia walked out from it. Except for looking a bit embarrassed, he didn't seem to be injured at all. However, by now, the 2 of them were more and more shocked. Yichen was unbelievably powerful. He was fighting against 2 people at the same time, but he still had the upper hand. If it weren't for the fact that both of them had their own special skills, it would be hard for them to hold on. However, it was almost impossible for them to defeat Yichen with this kind of power. At this moment, Yichen's feet didn't leave the ground, and he launched the last movement of the Shocking Cloud sword art. Supreme Shocking Cloud. Holding the iron spear in his right hand, Yichen swung it straight down, silently and lightly, without even a trace of smoke or flame, as if he was brushing away the clouds with his bare hands. Pa, thunder boomed. This spear seemed to be light, yet it released an extremely terrifying power. It was like a thunderbolt striking down on a sunny day, which made people feel like they were fighting against each other. Xianxia and Yuan Hingying didn't even have the chance to dodge before they were hit by the red spear light. Their protective Jin Qi was shattered instantly, and they both puked out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying towards the platform. The pure white earth flame burst out, and the 2 of them disappeared instantly. On the platform, Yichen shook his head. It turned out that this earth flame couldn't kill people, it could only send people out. However, it was not the right time to kill the 2 of them. The current Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't afford to take this responsibility. After all, the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School and the Emerald Martial Palace were both rank 7 martial institutions, and were extremely powerful. Now that their top disciple had been killed, the leaders of the martial school would definitely not let it go. The light door in the cyan light opened again, and 2 human silhouettes flew out. Yuan Hingying. Xianxia. The elders of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School and the Emerald Martial Palace Martial School both yelled out. However, when they saw the wounds on the 2 of them, and the large amount of blood coming out of their mouths and noses, they couldn't help but be stunned. Yuan Hingying, what happened? Who hurt you? The head elder of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School asked with a gloomy face. Head elder, let's talk when we get back. Yuan Hingying didn't want to tell the truth in front of everyone, it would be too embarrassing. 2 hidden dragon rank martial artists had been beaten by a young martial artist to the point of vomiting blood, and had almost died. No matter what, it was not a glorious thing, and it would greatly affect his reputation. On the other side, Xianxia didn't want to talk about it either. On the Evil Blood Martial School's side, Mo Wuxue was shocked. Yuan Hingying's power was not weaker than his, and Xianxia was also a hidden dragon rank martial artist. How could they be wounded so badly? Could it be that they had fought against each other, and both of them were badly wounded? This was the most reasonable explanation. I wonder who has the rest of the treasures. Mo Wuxue was a bit regretful. If he had known that there were only these 2 people, he might have tried to get the other two treasures, even if it was just one. The light door opened again, and another human silhouette flew out. Who? Who else is in there? All the young hidden dragon rank martial artists should have come out by now. Could it be that he is the real culprit who injured Yuan Hing and Shuangfei? All the elders from the top martial institutions started discussing, while the multiple mountain martial schools elders popped their eyes out. They all hoped that it was Hong Qianjun, who had gone missing. People from the Sky Cloud Martial School were clearly aware that the last person was definitely Yi Chen. As for Hong Qianjun, he had been killed by Yi Chen long ago, and there was no such person anymore. Shu, the silhouette stood on the sand, wearing a moon-white long robe. The unique cloud pattern of the Sky Cloud Martial School was embroidered on the sleeves. A disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Except for a small number of people, the others were all confused. They had all kinds of guesses, but none of them had ever thought that it would be a nameless disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Before this, none of them had ever heard of this person. No, he was the last one to come out, which meant that he had passed all the tests, participated in the competition for the 3 treasures, and came out unscathed. In that case, was Yuan Hing and Shuangfei injured by this person? It shouldn't be possible. Some elders shook their heads. They didn't believe that the 2 young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists could be injured by this person, not even if they were beaten to death. A cold beam of light flashed across the multiple mountain martial school's head elder's eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Brother Yi, you're out. Lu Hansan let out a sigh of relief. The competition for the 3 treasures was different than before. He didn't need to fight against the rest of the people. He was truly afraid that Yi Chen might have died in there. Yi Chen nodded, flashed across the air and arrived at the Sky Cloud Martial School's area. The head elder glanced at Yi Chen, smiled and said, "Are you all right?" Yi Chen glanced at Shuangfei and Yuan Hing and said, "I'm all right, I got out unscathed." "Good, that's good." "Oh right, did you hurt Shuangfei and Yuan Hing?" In fact, the head elder didn't really believe Yi Chen's words, but it was better for him to ask. Hesitating for a while, Yi Chen nodded again. "They were really hurt by you?" The other Sky Cloud Martial School's inner elders gasped in shock. Luo Hansan laughed and said, "Brother Yi, you've stepped into the clasping yuan realm, your power has improved tremendously. In a one-on-one fight, it wouldn't be surprising for you to injure Shuangfei and Yuan Hing, but it would be strange if you couldn't beat them." He thought that Yi Chen had beaten Shuang Fei and Yuan Hing respectively. He didn't really believe it. He thought that the elders were making a fuss about nothing. The head elder was slightly surprised, but soon calmed himself down. He realized that Yi Chen had already attained the sword intent, and had also stepped into the clasping yuan realm. His power had definitely improved by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a big deal for him to beat the last hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. Without any accidents, Yi Chen would definitely have a place in the next hidden dragon rank competition in a year and a half, and no one would be able to stop him. "Huh, kid, have you seen the top-ranked disciple of our multiple mountain martial school, Hong Qianjun?" At this moment, a voice came from the multiple mountain martial school's head elder. Seeing that Yi Chen was the last one to come out, he immediately became suspicious. He felt that Yi Chen was the biggest suspect. He immediately walked towards Yi Chen step by step, while releasing a strong sense of power. Luo Hanshan's facial expression changed. Yi Chen had activated his sword intent, so he wasn't affected by the pressure released from the multiple mountain martial school's power. He responded calmly, "I don't know him." "Nonsense. Our multiple mountain martial school's top-ranked disciple, Hong Qianjun, is a young hidden dragon-ranked martial artist. How could you not know him? Did you sneakily attack him and kill him?" "Head elder, no need to say more, let's take him back to the multiple mountain martial school. Indeed, I don't believe that he can still talk like this under the torture. Cripple this kid first." The multiple mountain martial school's elders were all filled with killing intent. Even if Yi Chen wasn't the murderer, they still wouldn't let him go. "Since when did you multiple mountain martial school have the right to bully our Sky Cloud martial school's disciples?" A strong sense of power rose from the air, along with which, the Sky Cloud martial school's head elder slowly walked out. Although his pair of wrinkled eyes were slightly blurry, they were still as sharp as steel needles. Hearing the head elder, an inner elder of the Multiple Mountain Martial School said scornfully, "What is your Sky Cloud Martial School's status?" "What is our Multiple Mountain Martial School's status?" "Now, your Sky Cloud Martial School's disciple is suspected of killing our top-ranked disciple, so we have to take him back. No one can stop us. I advise you'd better cooperate with us, don't bring trouble to our Sky Cloud Martial School, or you'll regret it." The Sky Cloud Martial School's fourth elder and the head elder stood side by side, with their eyes popped out in anger. "What a joke. If you take Yichen away today, our Sky Cloud Martial School's reputation would be ruined. Don't even think about it. Whoever dares to touch him, we'll kill him." The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder snorted coldly while releasing a great sense of power, which even caused the desert surface to sink. "You? Kill you as easy as killing a dog. Kid, come over." Swoosh, after saying that, he waved his hand and released a terrifying suction force. The sand around Yichen was sucked into the suction force, while Yichen felt weightless and couldn't control his own body anymore. Cut. A fiery red sword condensed on the iron spear and hacked at the air in front of Yichen along with an unstoppable sword intent, cutting off the suction force. The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder knitted his eyebrows, pulled his right hand back and released the suction force again. This time, the suction force was twice as strong as before, and even the 10-meter deep sand was rolled up. "You're going too far. Freeze." The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School was furious. He took a step forward and released his Xianxia, locking onto the space where Yichen was. No matter how strong the suction force was, it was impossible for him to move. "You're courting death." A khaki-colored, gigantic palm made of Xianxia suddenly darted out, smashing towards the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder. Wherever it passed by, the sand surface would be blasted out layer by layer, and huge, tens of meters thick and tens of meters tall sand pillars would rise into the air. The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder was the first one to launch the attack. He had cast the same mountain-shattering stamp as Hong Qianjun had cast. However, in his hands, this mountain-collapsing seal was many times more powerful than Hong Qianjun's. With a single palm strike, it was powerful enough to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Purple light cave heaven. The great elder's clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. He slightly lowered his center of gravity and pointed out a finger that seemed slow but was actually fast. Poochie. The purple ray of light condensed and pierced through the huge palm made of khaki-colored Xianxia, making a sizzling sound. "Look. The Multiple Mountain Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School are fighting. The Multiple Mountain Martial School is so arrogant. They haven't even proved that it was the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciple who killed Hong Qianjun, yet they want to take him back. Clearly, they don't take the Sky Cloud Martial School seriously." "Exactly. They've already taken him back. Even if he doesn't die, he'll still have to be tortured to make a confession." The Multiple Mountain Martial School is a rank 7 martial institution from the White Mystery Nation, a mid-tier country. They are very powerful, and have always been arrogant. The Sky Cloud Martial School can only blame their bad luck for offending them. I think the Sky Cloud Martial School is going to fail this time. A peerless genius emerged from a rank 9 martial institution, it's inevitable that people will be jealous of him. The Multiple Mountain Martial School might have the same thought. To be honest, even I am jealous of him. That move he launched just now, which cut off the suction force, clearly contained the sword intent. That's why he was able to pass all the tests of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace and compete for the 3 treasures. The other elders were either angry or scared, but most of them were jealous. Why didn't their martial institutions have a peerless genius who had comprehended the sword intent? Move. Kill. How dare you go against our Multiple Mountain Martial School? This time, the Multiple Mountain Martial School had sent 11 inner elders and tens of outer elders, all of whom were above the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Seeing the head elder and the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder, they couldn't hold back their killing intent and rushed out. "Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School, kill." The fourth elder roared out while a raging flame rose from his body, scorching the sand and turning it into black crystals. "Fourth elder, take this spear." Yichen's blood was boiling inside his body, but his mind was still clear. No matter in terms of overall power or individual power, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder was more powerful than him. Fortunately, although the Sky Cloud Martial School was a rank 9 martial institution, it was as powerful as a rank 8 martial institution. Compared to the multiple mountain martial school, which was a rank 7 martial institution, the Sky Cloud Martial School wouldn't be a pushover. Yichen knew that the fourth elder was a cultivator of fire Xianxia, and the low-ranked spear was perfect for him. Without thinking, he threw the spear towards the fourth elder. Low-ranked spear? The fourth elder caught the spear with one hand and immediately sensed the great fire power contained in the spear. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. There were many treasures in this world, but unfortunately, there were even more martial artists. Not every clasping Yuan realm martial artist had a good treasure, and the fourth elder was one of them. Now that he had a low-ranked spear in his hand, he wouldn't even be afraid of peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Boom, the spear swung horizontally, releasing a scorching red flame that transformed into a sky-devouring wave of fire. It immediately pushed back the two multiple mountain martial school's inner elders, who had been rushing towards him. Seventh elder, ninth elder, the short blade and the dagger are for you. The seventh elder and the ninth elder were experts in using blades and assassinations respectively. The low-ranked short blade and dagger given by Ling Wuqing were perfect for them. Therefore, Yichen gave them to the two elders one by one. 3 low-ranked treasures? You have to know that only a few of us elders have treasures. Only a few of us have found treasures that are suitable for us from the treasuries of our institutions. Those that are not suitable for us won't improve our powers at all. For example, if you ask a sword user to use a blade, even if it's a low-ranked great blade, it won't be as good as an ordinary great sword. It's very hard to find a suitable treasure. Many people use them for their whole lives. All the onlookers popped up their eyes and gasped in shock. Last time in the Northwest Auction House, the reason why Lynch was able to buy the low-ranked great blade, the air-splitting blade, was that the elder who used blades didn't want to compete with them. After all, Lynch would definitely become the backbone of the North Snow Martial Academy in the future. Therefore, the elder of the North Snow Martial Academy had to show some respect to him. Although the other elders didn't have to show respect to Lynch, if they went to the auction house, the elder of the North Snow Martial Academy would definitely go as well. If they bought the air-splitting blade, they would still give it to Lynch as a reward. Therefore, unless it was a big auction where all the treasures were gathered, the elders would rarely show up. Only in small auctions would the disciples from all the top institutions compete with each other. Good blade. Good dagger. The eyes of the seventh elder and the ninth elder shone, and they both showed a faint smile. In fact, Yichen still had a low-ranked great blade, but it was in his storage ring, which was still in the head elder's storage ring. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't disturb the head elder. In a battle between powerful martial artists, a slight carelessness could result in the defeat of the head elder. Without a doubt, it would be a huge blow to the head elder, who was the backbone of the group, in order to take out a low-ranked great blade. Yichen knew what he should do. The battle between the two institutions started. Nearly 100 mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists and above had been fighting against each other. It was a spectacular scene. However, only 1/3 of them had low-ranked great weapons, while the others were either barehanded or only had ordinary weapons. What they were fighting against was their mastery of martial arts. Little brat, die. All of a sudden, an elder of the multiple mountain martial school leapt towards Yichen and threw a kick towards him. Boom! The ground collapsed, layer after layer of cracks appeared on the ground. Without a sword, Yichen madly activated the crane shadow steps and stepped back. He didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Where do you think you're going? This elder was the multiple mountain martial school's outer head elder. He was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, only one step away from becoming an inner head elder. Under his full power, Yichen, who didn't have a sword in his hand, was no match for him at all. Brother Yi, take this. Zhu Mei saw that Yichen was in a bad situation, so she hurriedly threw her low-ranked great sword, the hidden fragrance sword, to Yichen. As for Su Jing, who had always been aggressive, she didn't join the fight. Instead, she stood in front of Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan, in case any sneak attacks from the multiple mountain martial school's elders might launch. Yichen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, he didn't even need to look at Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan. He gripped the hilt of the hidden fragrance sword. Nice sword. In fact, the effect of a great weapon was limited. It could at most increase the attacking power by 10%, but it wouldn't be able to change the overall situation. However, the most important thing about a great weapon was its toughness, which made it very hard to break. The higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the more powerful his Xianxia would be. Ordinary weapons could no longer withstand the circulation of Xianxia, and would be broken after a few times of use. Once a martial artist reached the astral reaching realm, his Xianxia would transform into Jinyuan, and any ordinary weapon would shatter upon contact with it. Only low-ranked great weapons could barely allow astral reaching realm martial artists to fully activate their Jinyuan, and mid-ranked great weapons would be the best. So what if you have a low-ranked greatsword? You will still die. The multiple mountain martial school's outer head elder grinned. While in the air, he launched 18 kicks in a row. Each kick was as heavy as a small mountain, smashing down towards Yi Chen. Swirling wind. The hidden fragrance sword was slim and long. It wasn't suitable for Yi Chen, but it was still much better than the low-ranked great spear and the hidden cloud sword. He gripped the sword with his right hand and swung it, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. Swoosh, 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 the sharp and long sword chi swooshed straight up, stirred up the airflow in the desert, and finally formed a huge tornado. The tornado sucked the sand into it, then transformed into an even more terrifying tornado, rumbling towards the 18 mountain-like silhouettes of Yi Chen's legs. Boom, yellow sand poured down from the sky, the tornado was shattered, and the 18 silhouettes of Yi Chen's legs also disappeared. Lose. With the hidden fragrance sword in his hand, the sharp chi on his body was unstoppable. It was like a peerless great sword that had been sharpened, tearing apart the atmosphere. His tornado-broken clouds had been shattered, but he did not care at all. Tapping his foot on the ground, he floated in the air like a cloud. Then, the hidden fragrance sword slashed down without any trace of attack. It's that move. Yuan Hing and Shuang Fei were both frightened. They were both defeated by this move, they didn't even have the chance to fight back. Crackle, thunder exploded as sword chi shot out. This sword strike was incredibly fast. Under the shocked gaze of the multiple mountain martial school's head elder, the sword strike landed heavily on the defensive Xianxia layer. Puff, his protective Xianxia shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Pointing his finger at Yi Chen, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even take a single sword attack from Yi Chen. Not only that, he couldn't even defend himself against his Xianxia. Yi Chen was only an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Even if he was a genius, he shouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. As he spoke, he once again spat out a mouthful of blood that contained remnants of sword chi. He retreated with heavy injuries and had already lost the ability to continue fighting. Yi Chen sneered. Even Yuan Hing and Shuang Fei together couldn't take this sword attack, not to mention a single person. However, the opponent was indeed very powerful. He could actually take a sword attack and not die. Sword chi thunder. Sword chi actually produced thunder? How fast would it take to do that? He is only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior, how could he perform his sword art to such a level? Is it because of the sword intent? That must be the case. Only sword intent can greatly increase the power of sword arts. Both speed and power will be greatly increased. Most of the onlookers were sect elders, so their eyesight was very good. They could tell that this sword was unusual at a glance. Unbeknownst to them, the one who was even more shocked was the Sky Cloud Martial School's elder, who was still fighting. This is the highest level of the startling cloud sword art, thunderous sword chi. I am ashamed. I have also trained the shocking cloud sword art, but I have not reached the level of sword chi thunder yet. This kid is indeed a genius of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is worth it to fight for him. Even if I die here, I will still be contributing to the school. That's right, this kid is the biggest hope of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Killing him is the same as destroying the foundation of our Sky Cloud Martial School. We cannot let him go. Kill. 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 Yi Chen's power had motivated many of the Sky Cloud Martial School's elders. All of their auras had been boosted, and their fighting power had increased to the next level. surpassing their own limits. Not good, the opponent's aura is rising. Quickly suppress it, we can't let them take the initiative. The group of multiple mountain martial schools elders had been in an absolute advantage, but within the blink of an eye, that advantage was gone. On the contrary, they were caught unprepared by the counterattack, and were thrown into confusion. It's that brat Yichen's doing. You guys go kill him. If we don't get rid of this kid, he'll be another great enemy in the future. The multiple mountain martial school only had one more inner elder than the Sky Cloud martial school. Therefore, they couldn't free themselves from the Sky Cloud martial school. Therefore, a few powerful outer elders were sent out to fight against Yichen. Despicable. The fourth elder swung his spear and pushed away the two multiple mountain martial school's inner elders, intending to help Yichen. Where are you going? With the low-grade great spear, the fourth elder's power was second only to the Sky Cloud martial school's head elder. At this moment, an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school, who was even more powerful than the Sky Cloud martial school's head elder, blocked his way. The other multiple mountain martial school's head elder didn't stay idle either, they started fighting against each other. Within a radius of over 10 miles, sand and dust instantly rose into the air while fierce airwaves spread out in all directions. He became famous after this battle. Lung Wuqing smiled faintly, while the other barbarian devil martial school's disciples were confused. They didn't know what had happened to their big brother, who had always been cold and cruel. Indeed, after this battle, Yichen had become famous in the 9 nations. As time went by, his fame might even spread to the other nations in the South Shui region. Injuring the multiple mountain martial school's head elder with a single sword move, even many young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists couldn't do this. Before this, Yichen was only a nameless kid. In the Emerald Martial School, Lu Wuxiang and Ji Shuiyan were both stunned. Yichen's speed of growth made them feel powerless for the first time. Was this what people meant by one brilliant feat? But, this was way too amazing. Facing the 3 multiple mountain martial school's outer elders, Yichen neither stepped back nor dodged. Instead, he said with a resonant voice, 3 is too few, you can't even withstand a single strike. How dare you? Arrogant. Today, I will make you bleed. The 3 multiple mountain martial school's outer elders were enraged. In terms of power, they were no weaker than the multiple mountain martial school's head elder. The 3 of them together were more than powerful enough to kill Yichen. But at this moment, they were underestimated by Yichen. Their killing intent and Zhenqi surged out uncontrollably, bringing up clouds of sand. Mountain-shattering stamp. Shadow-cutting 10 moves. Xianxia art. The 3 Sky Martial School's outer elders each launched their most powerful martial arts, sending out waves of fierce qi and blade power towards Yichen. Instantly, terrifying marks were left on the surface of the sand. Swirling clouds. Yichen had never been the type of person who would stick to the old rules. He would always add his own things into his sword movements. This sword movement originally used the sword qi to twist the qi flow and form a tornado to attack the enemy. However, he had led himself into it and stood in the eye of the tornado, which was the calmest area. Outside the tornado, Yichen had a natural layer of defense. Along with the tornado, Yichen released streams of sword qi towards the 3 Sky Martial School's outer elders. Puff. Puff. Puff, streams of sword qi darted out, covering the entire sky. More terrifyingly, after being spun by the tornado, not only did the sword qi move from a tricky angle, but the power was also terrifying. Ah! One of the multiple mountain martial school's outer elders was careless, his arm was cut off by Yichen's sword qi. Retreat! Retreat! The other 2 Sky Martial School's outer elders' attacks were broken as well, and they hurriedly retreated. The crowd had already become numb to this, they didn't even know how to express their feelings. Someone sighed and said, "This kid's fighting style is amazing, he can do whatever he wants. He will definitely become a great warrior in the future, but of course, the premise is that he can live until then." Disciples ranked in the top 50 or top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking have already grown up, they are no longer afraid of the older generation's powerful martial artists. If we give this kid some more time, he will be able to reach that level as well. That's a bit presumptuous. Once you reach the clasping yuan realm, it will be more and more difficult for you to improve your cultivation. Therefore, you won't be able to improve your power by leaps and bounds, unless you have a great opportunity. You're right, the Heavenly Dream Ancient region can barely be counted as an open opportunity, otherwise, how could they step into the clasping yuan realm so easily? The true spirit continent was vast and boundless, no one knew how many millions of miles it was, and the population of this continent was in the trillions. Even if there was only one genius among 10 million people, there would still be millions of geniuses. With so many geniuses, not everyone could become a peerless powerful martial artist. Once one's potential was exhausted, he or she would have no choice but to focus on his or her own cultivation. However, the path of a martial artist was a path that defied the natural order. Time waits for no one. Once you accumulated enough potential, you wouldn't have enough time to continue your cultivation anymore. But of course, there would always be a small number of people who were extremely lucky. Before they exhausted their potential, they would have great opportunities to improve their power by leaps and bounds, and become peerless powerful martial artists. For example, Xianxia had stepped into the life and death realm at the age of 35, and became one of the most powerful martial artists in this continent. She was as powerful as Su King, Dragon King, Evil King, and the others. She had a lifespan of over 1,000 years, and could even regrow her body from a single drop of blood. Therefore, opportunities were an indispensable part of becoming a powerful martial artist. Almost no one could reach this level without an opportunity, and if there were, it would be an opportunity for him or herself, and his or her potential would be limitless. After all, every human had a limit to their potential, and if an unlimited potential wasn't an opportunity, then what was? Limitless shocking cloud. Limitless shocking cloud. One sort of impermanence. As Yichen launched the moves of the shocking cloud sword art one after another, the three multiple mountain martial school's outer elders, who had been approaching aggressively, were forced back again and again, their bodies covered in blood. Seeing that the three of them were about to lose their lives, one of the three outer elders suddenly took out a dark red iron bomb from his storage ring, while his face twisted. How despicable. Not only did they try to bully us with numbers, they even took out a red light fire melting bomb. They have completely humiliated the multiple mountain martial school. This kid is very dangerous. That red light fire melting bomb can kill ordinary peak-level early clasping yuan realm martial artists, and even mid-clasping yuan realm martial artists would be severely injured by it. Once he is severely injured, he would be in real danger. Many elders of the multiple mountain martial school were disdainful of that man's evil means, but they didn't think that Yichen would be killed by that red light fire melting bomb. Geniuses always had their own ways to protect themselves, but that was exactly the problem. Once Yichen was severely injured by that red light fire melting bomb, the tables would be turned instantly. Die. The multiple mountain martial school's outer elder's face was twisted with a hideous look. He injected his Jin Qi into the red light fire melting bomb, then threw it out towards Yichen. Boom, a raging flame exploded, covering a wide area. Even with Yichen's great speed, he couldn't dodge all of the flames, and was struck by the flames on the edge of the explosion, which sent him flying backwards. Brother Yi. The faces of Zhu Mei and the other two elders turned pale. The faces of the fourth elder and the other two elders turned pale. Swoosh, standing lightly on the desert, Yichen gave a faint smile and said, "Is this all you've got? Then you will die for sure." What? He's not injured? How is this possible? The red light fire melting bomb is made with the fire power from the stunning sky. Although its power is largely reduced, it shouldn't be completely unharmed. The multiple mountain martial school's outer elder, who threw out the bomb, couldn't believe his own eyes. He said to the other two elders beside him, "Before we came here, the school gave each of us a red light fire melting bomb. Don't save them, throw them all out and kill him." Back in the Nine Nations, the multiple mountain martial school and a few other institutions had discovered an ancient site together. Quite a lot of red light fire melting bombs were found in the site, and they had divided them among themselves. However, there was no way to make these red light fire melting bombs, even astral reaching realm martial artists couldn't make them. If it weren't for the fact that they were escorting their elite disciples to the Heaven Dream Ancient region, they wouldn't have been able to get a red light fire melting bomb each. After all, the school had basically given out all the red light fire melting bombs to them, and they were told not to use them unless it was a critical moment. Alright, I don't believe that we can't kill him. They had already lost all of their dignity, and the only thing they could think of at the moment was to kill Yi Chen. Boom, another 2 thunderous booms were heard. Dazzling flames overlapped with each other and spread out even further. With the crane shadow step, Yi Chen avoided the center of the explosion, and was only hit by the aftershock of the explosion. At this moment, a crystal-like Xianxia shield suddenly lit up around his body. Pop, the Xianxia shield was twisted, and the horrifying impact force sent him flying away. Ordinary Xianxia shields can never have such a strong defensive power, and it doesn't look like a defensive martial art. Is it a low-rank grade armor? That's possible. Low-rank grade armors are relatively precious among low-rank grade weapons. Although they can't improve the defensive power by much, even a little bit would be invaluable. Besides, he wasn't hit directly by the red light fire melting bomb, instead, he was hit by the aftershock of the explosion. That's why he didn't get injured at all. These people were all experienced and knowledgeable, they had figured out that Yi Chen was wearing a low-rank grade armor. Low-rank grade armors could improve the defensive power, which was more or less useful. The sand surface collapsed as Yi Chen landed heavily on the ground. He reached out his hand and touched his chest. Underneath his clothes, it was hard, smooth and cold. Just as everyone had guessed, he was indeed wearing a low-rank armor. This low-rank armor was obtained from Lin Wuqing, and it was one of the more precious treasures. With this low-rank grade armor, when Yi Chen activated his protective Xianxia, his defensive power had increased by 15%. However, this was still not enough to block the explosion of the red light fire melting bomb, he had to stay away from the center of the explosion. After all, the low-rank grade armor could only improve his defensive power, it couldn't protect him from everything. Die. Rising into the air, Yi Chen gently swung his sword and launched the last movement of the Sky Cloud sword art. Along with a thunderous sound, the three's protective Xianxia was shattered. Except for the most powerful one, the other two fell on the ground, no one knew if they were still alive or not. Letting out a long breath, Yi Chen threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. He didn't chase after the other two. Although he was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, his cultivation was way too low. After such a great battle, he didn't have much Xianxia left. Fortunately, he had some medicinal pills to replenish his Xianxia, otherwise, he would be in great danger. In the two battles, 2 outer elders of the multiple mountain martial school were severely injured, and the other 2 were still alive. Mo Wu Xue and the other hidden dragon ranking martial artists were all stunned, silently wondering what their chances of winning would be if they were the ones fighting against Yi Chen. However, the result was very unfavorable to them, they had almost no chance of winning, even if they used their most powerful life-saving skills, they wouldn't be able to win. This guy is way too scary. Even the multiple mountain martial school's head elder couldn't rival him. Doesn't this mean that he's going to suppress me forever? I'm so pissed off. Yuan Hingying sat on the ground with his legs crossed, trying to heal himself. However, his injuries couldn't be healed within a short period of time, it would take at least 2 to 3 months. During this period, he would have to take all kinds of precious medicinal pills to replenish his Yuan Qi, otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to regain his peak power. Thinking of the power of that sword move, Yuan Hingying couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Back then, he had already used his most powerful skill, but still failed to block it. Hingying, this brat injured you, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's first elder suddenly asked. Yuan Hingying really didn't want to admit it, but judging from the current situation, it didn't matter whether he admitted it or not. In everyone's eyes, he was definitely not as good as Yi Chen, so it was reasonable for him to be injured by him. Thinking up to this point, he nodded heavily and said with a cold face, Zhuang Fei and I were both injured by him, and he took away our secret manuals as well. We will pay for this sooner or later. The head master of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School was expressionless. You should take care of your body first. As for revenge, don't even think about it for 1 or 2 years, unless you can reach the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Besides, the next Hidden Dragon rank competition will start in 1.5 years. You should focus on your training. I can't accept this. I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't kill him. It's not up to you to kill him. The higher-ups of the Ziyang house will not let him continue to grow. It was like this 20 years ago, and it will be like this 20 years later. Yuan Hingying frowned. Purple Sun Martial School? That's right. 20 years ago, the Sky Cloud Martial School was a top rank 8 martial institution, only slightly weaker than rank 7 martial institutions, while the Purple Sun Martial School was a top rank 8 martial institution. Their overall power was not as strong as the Sky Cloud Martial School. When they surrounded the remaining forces of the Nine Evil Cult, the Purple Sun Martial School used a trick to deceive the Sky Cloud Martial School, causing the warriors of the Sky Cloud Martial School to be surrounded by the powerful warriors of the Nine Evil Cult. After that, the Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't swallow this, so they also used a scheme to kill the current leader of the Purple Sun Martial School and a few top inner elders. Headmaster, are you saying that the Ziyang Martial School does not want to see the Sky Cloud Martial School surpass them? Of course. After all, the Sky Cloud Martial School has a great foundation. Powerful warriors can be cultivated slowly. 5 years ago, the Sky Cloud Martial School had already regained the power of a rank 8 martial institution. Besides, with the help of the Great Master, the other martial institutions would not dare to make any reckless moves. But now, the Sky Cloud Martial School has a young powerful hidden dragon ranked martial artist. The Ziyang Martial School will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. They will definitely try everything they can to kill him. Hearing this, Yuan Hingying was a bit annoyed. He really wanted to kill Yi Chen himself, but Yi Chen was unimaginably powerful. He would only die if he tried to kill him. You are going to die anyway, I don't need to do it myself. Let's see who will laugh in the end. Boom. 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 Each of the multiple mountain martial school's outer elders had a red light fire bomb. After fighting for quite a while, seeing that they couldn't kill their opponents within a short time, they all threw out their red light fire bombs. Immediately, 3 outer elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School didn't manage to dodge in time and were hit right on the head. They were blown to death and fell down from the air. Do you think only you have weapons? We have them too, blow them up. Some outer elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School took out dark cyan iron bombs from their storage rings, found an opportunity and threw them out. Pop, silver lightning bolts dazzled in the air, along with which, a few outer elders of the multiple mountain martial school fell down from the air. The Sky Cloud Martial School actually has a silver light thunderbolt bomb, how unexpected. The silver light thunderbolt bomb is as famous as the red light fire bomb. It is made from the thunder power of the stunning sky, which is the first level of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Once thrown out, it is powerful enough to blow up a small mountain. Quite a few outer elders of both sides have died since the beginning of the battle, but none of the inner elders have died. But as time goes by, I'm not sure. It was rare to see a fight between 2 top-ranked institutions, therefore, the crowd didn't want to leave. Instead, they were all discussing the fight with different expressions on their faces. Mountain Condensed Sword Chi. After swallowing the pill, Yi Chen rushed out without waiting for the multiple mountain martial school's elders to attack him. But of course, he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't go to the areas where there were more inner elders. Instead, he chose the areas where the outer elders gathered, and released his soul power to cover a range of 500 meters, in case any multiple mountain martial school's inner elders chased after him. With a single sword move, Yi Chen broke the defense of a multiple mountain martial school's outer elder and killed him for good. Yi Chen frowned. The Sky Cloud Martial School was in a bad situation. Among the outer elders, both sides had some winners and losers, and the casualties were almost the same. As for the inner elders, they were all from the multiple mountain martial school, and had already firmly suppressed the Sky Cloud Martial School. Sadly, Yi Chen wasn't powerful enough to deal with an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school, not to mention affecting the overall situation. If this goes on, the Sky Cloud Martial School will be in danger. I need to find a way to sneakily attack an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school. Yi Chen moved to the place where the outer elders were fighting. He glanced around and soon found his target. His opponent was at the outer edge of the place where the inner elders were fighting. His opponent was the Sky Cloud Martial School's 9th elder. The 9th elder was good at assassination, but he was much weaker in a head-on battle. If it weren't for his low-ranked dagger and his extremely fast movement skill, he would have already been severely injured or even killed. That's him. Both sides had the same number of inner elders, therefore, an inner elder could be very useful. Otherwise, Yichen wouldn't have come up with this plan. The heart refining. The last movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art was incredibly powerful, but it was still not as powerful as the heart refining. The heart refining would become more powerful as Yichen grew stronger, and the sword intent would also grow stronger. Therefore, it wouldn't be outdated even if he used it at the astral reaching realm. Yichen's swiftly moving body abruptly stopped. He paused in the air, then swung his sword down. Puff, the sword chi transformed into a beam of white light, darting out at a speed faster than the sound of thunder. Puff, the protective Xianxia of that multiple mountain martial school's inner elder was sliced open, and a sword mark appeared on his back. He let out a shrill growl. Kid, I will never forgive you. Boom, he turned around and launched another hack. A tens of meters long stream of blade chi was released, which looked like a thunderbolt. Only the lingering power released by the blade chi had already left a deep ditch on the desert surface. Yichen, be careful. The ninth elder didn't have enough time to save Yichen, so he had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity created by Yichen. Mountain condensed sword chi. When the sword strike landed on the 9 mountain martial school's inner elder, Yichen had already prepared himself for it. Therefore, although the blade chi was fast, he still reacted to the incoming attack with a mountain-thick sword chi. Crack, 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 the mountain condensed sword chi was more than one hack. Under the support of Yichen's Jin chi, the power of the blade chi was quickly consumed. Once the sword chi was completely shattered, the remaining blade chi was no longer a threat, and was shattered by Yichen with a single punch. Boom, while Yichen had created an opportunity, an inner elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been sent flying away, vomiting blood. Seeing this, Yichen had no choice but to rush to the other side. Right now, he and the Sky Cloud Martial School's people were bound together. Once those elders were defeated, he wouldn't be able to survive either. Therefore, he might as well put up a desperate fight. However, right at this moment, something unexpected happened. The Ridra Martial School's head elder was a beautiful woman. Seeing that the Emerald Martial Palace hadn't done anything yet, she slightly frowned. She then flashed and appeared in the middle of the crowd. People, this fight is not necessary at all. Let's stop now. Hearing her, an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school sneered and said, Who do you think you are? This is our multiple mountain martial school's business, it's none of your business. By now, they had already gained an absolute advantage. It was only a matter of time before they could defeat the Sky Cloud Martial School's people. They didn't think that someone would step in, which made them even angrier. Among the crowd, the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder's face darkened. He snorted coldly and said, The Ridra Martial School has only been developing for over 10 years. How can they be so reckless? Just let the Sky Cloud Martial School die. The hatred between the Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School started 20 years ago. Therefore, the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder couldn't wait to see the Ridra Martial School's head elder die. The Ridra Martial School's head elder's face was as cold as ice. He took out a tablet from his storage ring. The tablet was a foot long, 2-inch thick, entirely glowing with a cyan light. A fierce cyan dragon was embossed on the surface of the tablet, coiling around it, making it look even more majestic. People, are you still not going to stop? The multiple mountain martial school's head elder glanced at the tablet in the Ridra Martial School's head elder's hand. His facial expression changed dramatically. He said word by word, Little Azure Dragon Tablet, how come you have it? You don't need to worry about this. Just remember who the owner of this tablet is, said the Ridra Martial School's head elder coldly. The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder's face darkened. He growled, Multiple Mountain Martial School, stop. What? Why stop? Head elder, we're about to defeat them. Many Multiple Mountain Martial School's outer elders didn't understand what was going on. Only the inner elders seemed to have thought of something. Their facial expressions changed as well. Although they didn't want to, they still stopped and gathered around the Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder. Although the number of the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder was 1/6 less than before, the casualties weren't that great. Of course, the Sky Cloud Martial School's people wouldn't chase after them. Instead, they all went back and stood behind the head elder. Between the two groups of Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder was a mess, and tens of dead bodies were lying on the ground. At this moment, the onlookers had already burst into an uproar when they saw the tablet in the River Martial School's head elder's hand. How could it be in the hands of a rank 8 martial school, the South River Martial School? The owner of the Little Azure Dragon tablet is not that scary, what's important is his powerful background. Yeah, the Little Azure Dragon tablet appeared in the South Shui region, it's probably not that simple. We have to warn the others when we get back. Tell them not to mess with the South Shui region's disciples or elders. Anyone who dares to do so will be killed. Exactly, in case they do something terrible and bring disaster to the River Martial School's head elder. The Purple Sun Martial School's head elder widely opened his eyes, staring at the cyan tablet in the River Martial School's head elder's hand. The cyan dragon coiled around the tablet was releasing clouds of mist, and it was coldly looking at the world with its cyan eyes, as if it could see through people's hearts and souls. How is this possible? She is the descendant of that? What does she want in the Windy Nation? He wasn't thinking about the River Martial School's head elder, but the leader of the River Martial School, Long Bai. This mysterious woman had finally revealed her true face. No wonder the River Martial School could rise so fast and become one of the top 5 martial institutions in the Windy Nation over 10 years ago. She is the descendant of that. In this case, the revival of the 9 Evil cult was all within his expectation, and he had been preparing for it since 10 years ago. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder slowly let out a breath. The 4th elder said worriedly, originally, I thought that the remaining forces of the 9 Evil cult were only left with a few small and big cats. But now, it seems like that is not the case at all. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have arranged for more than 10 years ago to be on guard against this day. The head elder nodded and changed his tone, we are only a rank 9 martial institution. Even though we are as powerful as rank 8 martial institutions, we are nothing but ants in their eyes. Therefore, we just need to do what we are supposed to do. We don't need to worry about other things. That's true. Letting out a bitter laugh, the 4th elder rubbed his chin, feeling that he had been worrying a bit too much. A battle at that level, even 1,000 of him would only be killed. Instead of worrying about these unrealistic things, he would rather focus on improving his cultivation and try to reach the peak level late clasping Yuan realm as soon as possible. Reuniting with Lu Hansan and the other two, Yichen gave the subtle fragrance sword back to Zhu Mei and said, Big sister, thank you for lending me your sword. Without it, it would be very hard for me to beat them. Zhu Mei smiled and said, with your current strength and potential, you will soon have your own low-rank sword. I heard that your Yi family has a family heirloom sword, the Absolute Shadow Sword. This sword can break through the obstruction of the air, increase the speed of the sword, and kill people without leaving a trace. There is this sword, but only the current patriarch can wield it. The Absolute Shadow Sword was one of the best low-grade swords. Its effect was to increase the speed of the sword and kill enemies with speed. However, Yichen had never thought about inheriting the position of the Yi clan master. That was not his dream. Looking at the tablet in the River Martial School's head elder's hand, Yichen suddenly asked, what is this little Azure Dragon tablet? Does it have a powerful background? Lu Hansan, who had always been knowledgeable, shook his head and said, I don't know either, maybe not at that level yet. You see, none of the outer elders know about it, only some core and inner elders know about it, but they obviously don't want to say it. No matter what, this time, thanks to the River Martial School. Yichen was very clear that a rank 7 martial institution was way more powerful than a rank 8 martial institution. A rank 7 martial institution's individual power was 1 or 2 levels higher than a Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder. They could still fight for a while, but as time went on, the gap between the 2 martial institutions and the River Martial School's head elder would be obvious. Su Jing, who didn't like to talk, didn't say anything. She glanced sideways and saw the Emerald Martial Palace's head elder staring at that little Azure Dragon tablet with a gloomy face. In the middle of the battlefield, the River Martial School's head elder slowly descended from the sky, stepped on the sand and said, the Heavenly Dream Ancient region is not only a place of adventure, but also a place of slaughter. Our disciples have entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, their lives are all in the hands of fate. Not to mention the fact that you don't have any evidence. Even if you do, you can't do whatever you want. As for the dead disciples, they are no longer geniuses. Why do you have to fight for them? It's not worth it. The multiple mountain martial school's head elder said unwillingly, then our eldest disciple died in vain. Since you've entered the heavenly dream ancient region, you should be prepared to die. If everyone died like your multiple mountain martial school, who would the other fallen disciples find to take revenge? How can they compare with Hong Qianjun? A multiple mountain martial school's inner elder retorted. The Rudra martial school's head elder's face darkened. 2 disciples of our Rudra martial school have died as well. Now, I suspect that it was your multiple mountain martial school's disciples who did it. Can I take revenge on you? Once the little azure dragon token is sent out, the entire area with a radius of 1,000 miles around the Rudra martial school will be flattened. How could it be our multiple mountain martial school? The multiple mountain martial school's inner elder's voice turned weak. He couldn't refute the Rudra martial school's words, and if he insisted, the Rudra martial school might really start a fight with the multiple mountain martial school. The multiple mountain martial school might be one of the most powerful institutions in the 9 nations, but compared to the Rudra martial school's background, the multiple mountain martial school was not even worth mentioning. Alright, let's call it a day. Let's all go back to our respective institutions. At the same time, the cyan light that had been soaring into the sky gradually dissipated, and the light gate had already disappeared into the air. The next time they saw it would be another 10 years later. Evil Blood Martial School, let's go. Shapeless Martial School, let's go. White Deer Cave, Yuehua Martial School, people from all institutions leaped onto their gigantic beasts and flew into the air in groups. Within a few blinks of an eye, they had all disappeared into the clouds. Glancing at Yi Chen, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder snorted coldly in his head. A strong intent of killing emerged in his pupils, then he turned around and said loudly, let's go back as well. After all the people from the other 8 nations had left, the Emerald Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder also left one after another. Soon, only the people from the River Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School were left. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder cupped his hands and said, Elder Long, this time, our Sky Cloud Martial School owes the River Martial School a huge favor. We will certainly report this to our leader when we get back. The River Martial School's head elder had the same surname as Long Bai. The River Martial School's head elder said in a mysterious tone, I didn't do this to help the Sky Cloud Martial School, but to help that little bastard. The head elder followed her gaze and asked curiously, Yi Chen? Indeed, he has great potential, he doesn't deserve to die in this unfair fight. But of course, he still has to walk his own path in the future. No one can help him, powerful people can't become powerful without help. The head elder nodded. She was right, those who could truly become powerful were all those who had survived. As for those so-called geniuses who had been living under the protection of their elders, they were like flowers in a greenhouse, they could never become powerful people. Only those who had gone through thousands of hardships could have a slight hope of becoming powerful. About the little azure dragon token, only you leaders should know about it. They don't need to know about it, because it won't do them any good. Elder Long said again. I know about this. The head elder was not stupid, he understood a lot of things right away. If he guessed it right, Yi Chen had been selected for now, but he should not be the only one. There were countless geniuses in the South Shui region, and even the entire True Spirit continent. Some of them had great achievements in the early stages, but became mediocre in the later stages. Some of them were just ordinary in the early stages, but could amaze the world in the later stages. No one could tell for sure. The only way was to replace them with numbers, and then slowly eliminate the unqualified ones. Under Elder Long's lead, the people of the River Martial School got on their demonic beasts and flew towards the Windy Nation. Clearing his throat, the head elder said, Don't ask too much about what happened today. Yes. Yi Chen and the other 3 were a bit confused, but they still nodded. Alright, let's go back. Screech, screech, riding on the Windy Eagle, the group of people carried the dead bodies of the Sky Cloud Martial School's elders and flew into the air, soon disappearing into the horizon. 10 days later, the group returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. That night, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had a meeting. The next day, Yichen exchanged all the things he had gained from the Heavenly Dream Ancient region for a huge amount of low-rank and mid-rank soul stones. Originally, he didn't plan to hand over the Great Mystery Art Manual, because the other mid-rank Earthrealm Palm Art Manual was more than enough for him. However, the battle in the desert had made him realize something. Since those elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School were willing to risk their lives for him, why should he keep it to himself? He believed that with these two mid-rank Earthrealm manuals, the Sky Cloud Martial School would be able to return to its peak within a few years, and might even become a rank 7 institution. During this trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, Yichen had gained a lot. Except for the two mid-rank Earthrealm manuals, he had exchanged all the other things he had gained for 100,000 low-rank soul stones. Adding the mid-rank Earthrealm manuals, he had gained a total of 100,000 low-rank soul stones and 6,000 mid-rank soul stones. According to the actual value, that was 400,000 low-rank soul stones. 400,000 low-rank soul stones was a huge amount to the entire Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, every single member of the Sky Cloud Martial School needed soul stones for their cultivation. Day by day, it would accumulate to an astonishing amount. These 400,000 low-rank soul stones equaled to the Sky Cloud Martial School's storage for years. Normally, an inner elder wouldn't be able to earn so many soul stones even if he spent 10 or 20 years, because they didn't have anything more precious than a mid-rank Earthrealm manual. With such a huge amount of soul stones, Yichen wouldn't have to worry about not having enough soul stones to cultivate for a long time in the future. Of course, his previous worries were not without reason. At the early condensing reality realm, one low-rank soul stone would be consumed every 5 days. Yichen's consumption rate was twice as fast as the others, which meant that he would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every 5 days. At the mid-condensing reality realm, Yichen would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every 3 days. At the late condensing reality realm, he would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every day. And at the early clasping yuan realm, he would consume 10 low-rank soul stones every day, which meant that he would consume 300 soul stones every month, and 3,600 soul stones every year. With his original storage of low-rank soul stones, he would only be able to cultivate for 3 years. After 3 years, he would have to do some tasks for the school to exchange for soul stones, or just like this time when he came to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, he would have to exchange for some precious treasures. How much he could exchange for would depend on his luck. At the very least, after reaching the clasping yuan realm, he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Instead, he would have to worry about the number of soul stones. It was said that in large-scale auctions, items would no longer be auctioned with gold, but with soul stones. Whoever had more soul stones would be able to buy what they wanted. At the moment, Yichen just needed a low-rank greatsword, so he would need to use soul stones for sure. A few more days passed. During this period, Yichen didn't start to cultivate the mysterious great art right away. Instead, he spent some time digesting the experience he gained from the fights, and turned it into his own. After he had fully comprehended it, he started to cultivate the mid-rank Earthrealm martial art, the mysterious great art. The dark night was as quiet as water. Inside the room, Yichen was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, both of his hands on his knees, meditating. In front of him was the soft and bright moonlight shining through the screen window. As a mid-rank Earthrealm martial art, the Great Mystery Art's Xianxia circulation route was more than 10 times more complicated than the pure Jun Xianxia. Many important parts of the Great Mystery Art were twisted and turned, like a dead knot or a mess, which made people completely confused. Currently, if Yichen wanted to master the first level of the Great Mystery Art, he had to complete a big circle first, and extract a stream of Great Mystery Xianxia. However, with the complexity of the Great Mystery Art, it was not easy to complete a big circle. At least, Yichen was having a headache because of the complicated Xianxia circulation route. He didn't dare to be careless, because he was afraid that his Xianxia might go astray and cause serious internal injuries. Sweat was dripping down from his forehead, but Yichen didn't notice it at all. His eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were frowning and relaxing, changing several times within a short period of time. Phew, after a long time, Yichen slowly opened his eyes, and breathed out a mouthful of turbid air with slight tiredness. No wonder mid-rank Earthrealm martial arts could become the most powerful martial art in our martial institutions. Even the first level is so hard to master, and it took me half a day of hard work. I wonder how hard it would be to master it to the highest level. In the past, when Yichen practiced martial arts, he had made great progress, but this time, he felt that it was quite hard. He didn't dare to be careless with every step, which was extremely exhausting. The night passed without any words. In the following half a month, Yichen practiced the great mystery art at night, and practiced a low-rank earth realm martial art that he got from the Heavenly Dream ancient region during the day. Although the days were boring, they were not idle. Another half a month passed. On the cliff, the sea of clouds was surging. The silhouette flashed and moved horizontally on the flat ground, like the floating clouds and flowing water, like a ghost. Suddenly, the silhouette split into two and pounced out from two different directions. One of the silhouettes close fluttered in the wind, while the other had a dull face and a slightly transparent body. It was obvious that the silhouette was formed by Xianxia. Split again. After a few steps, Yichen's body shook, and the second Xianxia silhouette dashed out. It looked much more real than the first one, and its Xianxia clothes fluttered in the wind. Three silhouettes, one real and two fake, walked side by side, punched on the cliff together. Boom, the fist power poured into the rock wall as Yichen jumped back. While he was still in the air, he groaned. Zhen. The next moment, the two true Qi silhouettes merged into his body, becoming one with each other. As his feet landed on the ground, Yichen let out a long breath. He lifted his head and saw three deep holes on the wall in front of him. The two holes on the side were 1/2 meter wide and 3 to 4 meters deep, while the one in the middle was 1 meter wide and 6 meters deep. There was stone powder on the edge. Not bad, it has 50% of my attacking power. Yichen nodded. He hadn't reached the highest level of the separating shadows flying art yet, but it was almost there. Right now, he could already split into two Xianxia silhouettes within a short period of time to confuse his enemies. In a fierce fight, because of the fast-moving speed of both sides, the human silhouettes were already blurry. Therefore, the sudden appearance of two Xianxia silhouettes with attacking power would definitely confuse the enemy's sight and vision, which would be a great surprise. Apart from this, the speed of the separating shadows flying art was one level higher than the crane's shadow steps. Within a single breath, he could move about 300 meters, which was even faster than the elders of the martial skill pavilion. What a shame, the mysterious great art has stopped at the 5th level, and I can't break into the 6th level yet. But my overall power has improved a lot compared to before. The mysterious great art was obtained from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace, and it was much more precious than any ordinary mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Yichen had only reached the 5th level, but the quality of his Xianxia had already surpassed the peak of the 7th level of the pure Jun Xianxia, and the total quantity of his Xianxia was almost the same as the pure Jun Xianxia. It was hard to imagine how powerful his Xianxia would be once he reached the 6th level, the 7th level, or even the 11th level. Of course, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The mysterious great art was so powerful, but the difficulty of cultivating it would also be much higher. After a whole month, Yichen had barely reached the 5th level, and his overall power had improved a little, but it was not a big improvement. In the morning, when the first beam of sunlight shone on the ground, Yichen murmured, "It's time to see the leader," on the main road of the Sky Cloud Martial School. "Head brother." "Good morning, head brother." A group of inner disciples walked towards him, both male and female. The strongest among them was already at the late condensing reality realm, while the weakest was only at the early condensing reality realm. Seeing Yichen from afar, they all greeted him as head brother with great respect. Yichen nodded, but didn't say anything. After Yichen had walked far away, the group of inner disciples started whispering to each other. "Our head brother is now a legendary genius of the Windy Nation. He has mastered the sword intent, stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, and severely injured the multiple mountain martial school's head elder with a single sword attack. Every single one of these achievements is more than enough to shock the world. He's even more powerful than the Four Childs. The era of the Four Childs is over. Now, among the younger generation of the Windy Nation, there are 6 most powerful ones: Young Master Emerald, Young Master North Snow, Lynch, Qin Yulian, Su Jing, and our head brother, Yichen." Yichen didn't hear what the others were talking about. Even if he did, he wouldn't feel proud of himself. Perhaps he was already one of the most powerful people in the Windy Nation, but in the True Spirit continent, he was still at the bottom. Besides, he always felt that if he stayed in the Sky Cloud Martial School, he would never be able to reach the astral reaching realm, and he would never be able to become one of the most powerful martial artists in the True Spirit continent. After all, his dream was not just the astral reaching realm. Walking around a large number of buildings, Yichen arrived in front of a huge palace. "Brother Yi, this is the Drifting Cloud Palace. Only the inner elders and leaders are allowed to enter." 8. Attendant stopped Yichen and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Yichen raised his head and said blandly, "I have something important to discuss with the leader and the inner elders. Please inform them." "Something important? How important?" The first attendant on the left frowned. Yichen said, "Just tell them that I, Yichen, want to leave the Windy Nation to gain more experience." "Leave the Windy Nation?" The 8 attendants widened their eyes. They had already heard about what Yichen had done in the scorching ancient desert. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the future. As for Luo Hanshan, although he was the leader's son, he was not powerful enough. Therefore, the leader's position would not be passed on to him. "Wait a minute, I will inform the leader and the inner elders." No matter how stupid the attendants were, they knew that this was a big deal, a big deal. How could they dare to neglect it? Soon, all 36 inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School showed up. They all had a serious look on their faces. Some attendants who were passing by thought that someone was going to attack the Sky Cloud Martial School. "Yichen, come in with us." The head elder nodded to the attendants, then led Yichen into the palace. The Drifting Cloud Palace was very spacious. It was as spacious as the Floating Cloud Palace. There were 36 seats on both sides of the palace, presumably for the inner elders. "Yichen, I heard that you are going to go out to gain more experience." The first elder asked anxiously. Yichen nodded, "Yes, great elder." "Sigh, I knew this day would come." The great elder sighed. From the first time he met Yichen, the great elder knew that Yichen was no ordinary person. Yichen's aspirations and ambitions were so great that they were beyond his imagination. However, he never thought that he would make the decision to train. There were different kinds of adventures. For a small adventure, it would only be in the Windy Nation or the few neighboring countries, and would not be too far away. It would take at least a couple of months, and at most a year and a half. However, for a big adventure, it would be different. The South Rudra region and even the entire True Spirit continent would be included in the adventure. In the hundreds of years of history of the Sky Cloud Martial School, a lot of people had chosen to go out for adventures. However, most of them never came back. No one knew if they were still alive or dead, or if they were still far away from home and did not want to come back. From Yichen's expression, the head elder could tell that he was going for a big adventure, and would never come back without making some achievements. In this way, it would mean that he had given up his position as the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The fourth elder was an impatient person. He hurried to say, "Yichen, staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School is not bad. With your talent, it is very possible for you to become an astral-reaching realm warrior in the future. Our great master is also an astral-reaching realm warrior. I am sure you can do it as well." Yichen shook his head. "Head elder, fourth elder, don't worry. During the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, I will go directly to the competitions. We can still see each other then. Let's wait for the leader to come first." The head elder was not the fourth elder. He knew that it would be useless to persuade him. Otherwise, Yichen would not have learned the sword intent. People who had learned the sword intent would always stick to their words. Once they had made up their mind, no one would be able to change their mind. The 36 inner masters all sat down, while Yichen stood in the middle of the palace. Soon, the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xianxia, walked into the palace. He glanced at Yichen with a complicated expression, then walked straight to the main seat and sat down. "Yichen, the adventure is a good thing. I wonder, where do you want to go?" Yichen cupped his fists and said, "The South Rudra region and the True Spirit continent are all within the range of the adventure. I will make a decision according to the situation." Luo Xianxia and everyone else gasped. The South Rudra region was already huge enough, and he still wanted to go out of the South River region, although there was still no sign of it yet. Waving his hand, Luo Xinglia told Yichen not to be so formal. He said, "You are one of the most talented martial geniuses since the founding of our Sky Cloud Martial School. No one has ever surpassed you. Theoretically, once I reach the astral reaching realm, the leader's position will be yours, and it will not be given to my son, Luo Hanshan. Do you know that?" Yichen thought that the True Spirit Continent was just like those wuxia novels he had read before, where the leader's position would mostly be given to their own descendants or relatives. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to inherit the position. Even if there were, it would be very rare. However, he was not interested in power. The leader's position of the Yi family and the leader's position of the Sky Cloud Martial School were not his dream. His dream was to travel around this strange world and become a top warrior step by step. Everything else was just a dream, and he would not care about it. "Leader, I have decided to go out for the adventure. Su Jing is more than enough for the Sky Cloud Martial School. But of course, if the Sky Cloud Martial School is in trouble, Yichen will come back immediately no matter where he is." The other inner masters started to discuss. Someone disagreed. "Yichen, the outside world is indeed colorful and full of powerful warriors. But you have to know, how many people have died in the adventure? I do not want to see a rare martial genius of the Sky Cloud Martial School fall." Master Gao is right. "Yichen, you have to think twice." Hearing him, Luo Xinglia stared at Yichen without blinking. He hoped that Yichen would give up on the adventure. As for the small adventure, he did not really care. "I have made up my mind." Yichen shook his head slowly. Before this, he had already thought about staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School for a while, at least until the Hidden Dragon rank competition was over. But no matter how he thought about it, he still could not find a reason to stay. Right now, among the young generation of the Windy Nation, he was without a doubt the #1 warrior. Without a goal, staying would only be a waste of time, and it would reduce the chance of him becoming a top warrior. The path of a warrior had always been against the natural order, fighting against time. Countless martial geniuses on the True Spirit Continent could not even make the last step before they died, because they thought they had plenty of time when they were young, but when they reached a certain level, they realized that it was never enough. The head elder forced a smile and said to Luo Xinglia, "Leader, let him go. The path of a powerful warrior is destined to be alone." "Head elder." The fourth elder was anxious. He had high hopes for Yichen, and always thought that he would be the strongest supporter of the Sky Cloud Martial School. But now he was leaving, and no one knew if he would still be alive or not. How could he not be upset? The head elder said, "If his goal was not so big, maybe I would persuade him to stay. But do you think he only wants to become an astral reaching realm warrior? His goal is the whole True Spirit Continent, and even the whole world. Staying in the Windy Nation, a small place like this, would indeed be hard to achieve. As for the path of a powerful warrior, it is a path of life and death. If you are afraid of death, how can you become powerful?" Everyone went silent. The head elder was right. If you were afraid of death, you would not be able to become a real powerful warrior. Every real powerful warrior had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Therefore, there was already a generation gap between them and Yichen, and it would be impossible for them to reach an agreement. After a long while, Luo Xinglia said, "All right, since you have such a mind, the Sky Cloud Martial School should not be a burden to you. You can go out and train. When you have made some achievements, remember to come back and let us know that you are still alive. You don't have to worry about anything else." Yichen took a deep breath, bowed and cupped his fists. "Thank you, leader and elders." The head elder laughed and said, "Yichen, training is your personal matter, of course, we will not forcefully stop you. Plus, with your talent, it is right for you to go out and explore. Who can guarantee that one day, you will not become a powerful warrior who can rule the world? At that time, our Sky Cloud Martial School will have to bask in your glory. Yeah. Since you have made up your mind to train, I will support you. Be careful outside. You only have one life. Think thrice before you act. Make sure nothing goes wrong." Seeing that Yichen was still unmoved, all of the inner masters did not have anything else to say. They could only hope that Yichen could leave safely and come back safely. As for his achievements, they did not need to worry at all. As long as he did not die, he would definitely reach the astral reaching realm. Leaving the hall, Yichen found Luo Hanshan standing outside. I envy you. Now that I've gone out to train, I'm feeling very carefree. As the leader's son, Luo Hanshan knew everything that had happened in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Once he heard the news, he immediately rushed over and waited for Yichen outside the hall. Yichen grinned and said, "Actually, you can go out to train as well." Luo Hanshan gave a bitter smile and said, "Of course I have to train, but my training range is the few surrounding countries, which is too large for me to handle. But you and I are different, the Windy Nation no longer has a target for you to surpass, I have many more." Yichen didn't say anything. Indeed, before he became the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Windy Nation, he had never thought about going out and gaining more experience. But after he came out of the Heaven Dream Ancient region, this thought suddenly popped up in his mind and occupied all of his mind. It was time to go, time to go. The two left the drifting cloud palace and passed by the floating cloud palace. Your name is now the first on the ranking Jade Wall. Before you come back, no one can replace you. Luo Hanshan pointed at the Jade Wall and said. Yichen said, Su Jing can't be underestimated either. Luo Hanshan said, you don't know this, but after you came back from the scorching ancient desert over a month ago, your achievements have already spread across the entire Windy Nation. To be honest, you are the first one who has caused such a sensation in the past 100 years. The younger generation has already regarded you as a legend. Regarded me as a legend? Before this, the most glorious thing that happened in our Windy Nation was when Zhuang Fei broke into the Hidden Dragon ranking and was ranked 68th. But you've defeated all Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists from the other 9 nations, and even injured the multiple mountain martial schools' outer head elder with a single sword move. Such an amazing achievement. If it's not a legend, then what is it? While the two were talking, Zhu Mei and Su Jing walked over from a distance. Zhu Mei glanced at Yichen, smiled and said, when are we leaving? Yichen said, let's go back to the Yi family first, we'll leave the next morning. That's good. The Hidden Dragon ranking competition will start in less than a year and a half. Only clasping Yuan realm martial artists are qualified to compete for the ranking. See you the year after next. Yichen nodded, his eyes fell on Su Jing. Su Jing said, remember, don't get killed out there. Yichen gave a bitter smile, couldn't she just say something nice? But this was Su Jing's personality. After separating from the three, Yichen went back to his small courtyard and packed his belongings, then immediately walked down the mountain and headed towards the Yi family in the Luo city. If a clasping Yuan realm martial artist ran at full speed, he could cover over 2,000 miles in 2 hours. 10 hours was equivalent to 10 hours in Yichen's world. Instead of rushing at full speed, Yichen spent 14 hours to get back to the Yi family. Just like the elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, at first, Shen Yuqing and Yi Tianhao did not agree with Yichen going out to train. For them, the outside world was too big and too dangerous. An early clasping Yuan realm martial artist did not have much power to protect himself, even if Yichen could challenge those with higher cultivation. In the end, under Yichen's unshakable determination, both of them gave in. However, this time, Yichen had made the right decision to come back. His mother, Shen Yuqing, was pregnant again, and it might be a boy and a girl, which was undoubtedly a good thing. In the past, Yi Tianhao had thought about having more children, but for some reason, he had never been able to do it. He did not expect that he would succeed this time. Regarding this, Yichen thought about it. Before he left, his mother, Shen Yuqing, was pregnant. Everything was so coincidental. Could it be that this time, he would have to leave for a long time? 5 years, 10 years, or even longer, Yichen shook his head. Some things could not be changed by human beings. There were too many uncertainties in the training, even he himself could not be sure. The next day. Early morning. Outside the north gate of the Luo city. Chen, remember to write me a letter when you have time. From afar, Shen Yuqing waved at Yichen, his eyes filled with tears. Yi Tianhao silently looked at Yichen's back, his eyes also filled with tears. He murmured to himself, the young eagle has already spread its wings and soared into the sky. Having such a son is enough for me in this life. At this moment, a beam of sunlight fell from the sky, lengthening Yi Chen's shadow. Yi Chen pressed the bamboo hat that he had prepared beforehand. Without turning around, he disappeared from Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing's sight. Yi Chen's departure didn't startle too many people. Except for his parents, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and Luo Hanshan and his two friends, no one else knew about it. Many people thought that Yi Chen was still in closed-door cultivation in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Perhaps, after a long time, they would realize that something was wrong. The moon was hanging high in the sky, and the wind was blowing fiercely. The night in the Great Devil Grassland was always bleak. Within a radius of thousands of miles, there were barely any signs of human life. Instead, there were countless demonic beasts roaring everywhere. This time, Yi Chen's first stop was the Thousand Thread Nation, which was located in the northeast of the Windy Nation. He would have to cross the Great Devil Grassland to get there, otherwise, he would have to take a long detour. Not far away, a house-sized boulder was blocking the wind. Behind the boulder, there was a flickering bonfire, bringing a sense of security to this bleak night. Wiping the grease off his mouth, Yi Chen leaned against the boulder and murmured to himself, "Grassland wild boar tastes good, I can even eat it without seasoning." Grassland wild boars were of a very low rank, only rank 1 demonic beasts. In the Great Devil Grassland, they were definitely at the bottom of the food chain, and were the food for most of the other demonic beasts. However, the wild boars were extremely fertile. A female wild boar could give birth to dozens of baby wild boars, and they could even reproduce the next year. Since the ancient times, they had been the largest group of demonic beasts in the Great Devil Grassland. If it weren't for the hunting of humans and demonic beasts, the entire Great Devil Grassland would have been plagued by wild boars. Yi Chen poked the bonfire with the fire stick in his hand, making it burn even brighter. Yi Chen sat down with his legs crossed and started his daily training. The first and second stages of the Great Mystery Art were the basics of the basics. Only by building a solid foundation could one start on the third stage. The third stage focused on condensing Xianxia, and the quality of the Xianxia would not be any weaker than the Xianxia trained with a high-rank mortal realm art. After reaching the fourth stage, the quality of the Xianxia would be improved to the next level. At the fifth stage, the quality of the Xianxia would be even better than the pure Jun Xianxia, and its color would gradually turn into a light blue color. As the Xianxia completed one big cycle after another, there was not much pure Jun Xianxia left inside Yi Chen's body. The Great Mystery Xianxia took up more than 90% of his Xianxia spiral. When the rest of the pure Jun Xianxia turns into the Great Mystery Xianxia, I will be able to reach the sixth stage of the Great Mystery Art. By then, the quality and quantity of the Xianxia will both be greater than the original pure Jun Xianxia, and my overall power will be even greater. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Chen increased the speed of his Xianxia circulation. Hoo 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 hoo. The strong wind whistled, blowing the grass on the grassland to the ground, unable to stand up straight. The faint sound of footsteps rang out along with the wind. 2 scarlet lights slowly approached from afar, gradually approaching Yi Chen's location. Under the dim moonlight, one could see that the scarlet light was the eyes of the demon beast. It was a huge cyan wolf the size of a buffalo. Its fluffy fur was like a burning cyan flame, bouncing in the wind. Its blood-red eyes were emotionless, staring at the bonfire behind the boulder. 4th level demonic beast, blue fire wolf, 100 meters, 60 meters, 30 meters. At this time, the blue fire wolf could already see Yi Chen's side profile. Seeing that he was meditating and cultivating, a cruel glint flashed across its eyes. Whoosh, the blue fire wolf lowered its body and leapt up. The next moment, its claws were less than 3 feet away from Yi Chen. If it took one more step, it would be able to tear Yi Chen into pieces and enjoy the delicious flesh and blood. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen made a fist with his left hand. Without any fancy moves, the blue fire wolf was blasted hundreds of meters away, and its body flipped dozens of times in the air. Boom, its body fell heavily on the ground, and the blue fire wolf's forehead exploded. Red and white blood flowed all over the ground, and soon, it stopped breathing. Under the cover of the night, some demonic beasts that were eyeing Yi Chen like tigers whimpered, turned around and ran. That human was too scary. The blue fire wolf, which was definitely one of the best among them, could not even take one punch from him. Its head exploded, and it died miserably. The Gale City was the only city on the Devil Prairie. Its area was not any smaller than the biggest city in the northwest, the Forgotten City. It was more than 50 miles in length and width, and had a population of more than 15 million. Among them, 1/3 were migrant workers, who made a living by selling demonic beast materials. Sigh, we lost big this time. We failed to capture the demonic horse, and 5 of our members were killed by the rank 4 demonic beast, the Blue Fire Wolf. Who knew that the demonic horse would run into the territory of the Blue Fire Wolf? We were lucky to make it back. Poor Song Tao, it was his first time hunting with us. Since they are dead, send some money to their families. Especially Song Tao's new wife, give her double the money. Of course. Hearing the size of these warriors, Yichen thought to himself, people say that warriors in the Gale City earn money fast, but they also lose their lives fast. From afar, Yichen could see the magnificent Gale City. He pressed the edge of his bamboo hat, and quickened his pace. Not long after, Yichen arrived at the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city were all tall and strong, their temples were bulging, and their eyes were shining with a sharp light, which could make people shiver. Obviously, they were Mortal Realm Stage 10 warriors, and the leaders of the soldiers were even early condensing reality realm warriors. If that was all, it would not be a big deal, but with Yichen's perception, he could clearly sense that there were clasping Yuan realm warriors in the blockhouses on the city wall. Such a strong defense, no wonder it could stand in the middle of the Devil Prairie without being attacked by demonic beasts for thousands of years. Yichen was shocked. A few captains patrolled the city gate, and said loudly, 5 silvers per person, whoever dares to sneak in, not only will they be fined 10 times the entrance fee, they will also be imprisoned for 10 days. Don't do anything that you will regret, there is no medicine for regret in this world. 5 silvers? So expensive. Yichen remembered that the Windy City only needed 50 copper coins, and the Happy City only needed 1 silver. He did not expect that the Gale City actually needed 5 silvers, it was simply unbelievable. However, when he saw that all the people entering the city were martial artists, Yichen was relieved. A martial artist could earn more than 50 silvers by killing a rank 1 beast, 300 or 400 silvers by killing a rank 2 beast, and 1,000 or 2,000 silvers by killing a rank 3 beast. 5 silvers was just a small amount. Taking out a 5 silvers piece from his pocket, Yichen entered the Gale City. Captain, is it him? A captain looked at Yichen's back, and whispered into the captain's ear. The captain nodded, although he is wearing a bamboo hat, his body is exactly the same as the one in the portrait, we have killed him before. Hee, that man said that he would give us 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones after this, then our hard work these days will be worth it. 100 low-rank soul stones, you get 30%, and I get 70%, do you have any objections? How could I have any objections? Without you, Captain, this task would not be mine. That's good, you send a few punks to keep an eye on him, don't let him run out of sight, I will go inform the other party now, and get the gold and low-rank soul stones. Okay. Walking on the street, Yichen looked up and around. Overall, the Gale City was not as luxurious as the Happy City, the structure of the buildings was mainly solid, looking both magnificent and practical. Of course, not all the buildings were like this, in the distance, there were restaurants rising from the ground, 4 to 5 stories high, 5 to 6 stories high, looking majestic, and some places were even inlaid with precious metals. I am tired of eating barbecue every day, let's go in and sit, and take a bath. Feeling relaxed, Yichen walked to the nearest luxury restaurant. Sir, how many? The waiter bowed and said respectfully. Yichen threw a 10 silver piece to the waiter, and said lightly, just 1, give me a first-class room, and prepare hot water. Okay, this way please. The waiter put the money into his pocket, and happily led Yichen upstairs. This was a very spacious guest room, there was a living room full of landscape paintings, a comfortable bedroom, and a bathroom for bathing. In the middle of the bathroom was a small pool, filled with hot water, and the steam slowly rose, making everything hazy. Taking off his clothes, Yichen jumped into the pool, and immediately let out a comfortable moan. Lying on the back of the pool, Yichen said leisurely, it's so good to be rich. In the other world, although I was a student at a famous university, I was still an orphan. I had to work during the summer and winter holidays, and the money I earned was not even enough for my monthly living expenses. I didn't even dare to have a girlfriend, because I was afraid of spending money. But here, the gold I have is enough for me to live for a few lifetimes. If I sell my valuable things, I would be richer than the 10 corrupt officials of the Windy Nation combined. Before his soul traveled to this world, Yichen was very envious of the martial artists in the martial arts novels. They all drank and ate, and spent money like water. They never had to worry about not having enough money, and when they ran out of money, they could just go out and do some business, and they could earn more money than an ordinary person could earn in 10 lifetimes. Then, they could continue to practice their martial arts. Now, his dream had come true, and he was even more carefree than those so-called martial artists, and he was even more powerful than them. He could casually kill a level 5 or level 6 demon beast, and he could earn tens of thousands of silvers. It was okay if he didn't want to kill demon beasts, because the gold he had was enough for him to use for a long time, and the low-rank and mid-rank soul stones were not included. While thinking, Yichen closed his eyes, and fell into a 90% deep sleep. The remaining 10% of consciousness was hidden deep in his mind, and if someone entered the room, he would be able to sense it immediately. In another private room of a restaurant, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face was sitting on a comfortable leather chair, drinking wine. It was the Purple Sun Martial School's intelligence master, Zhu Liang. Bang bang bang, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Zhu Liang said with a cold voice, "Come in." The door opened, and the captain of the soldiers walked in with a bow. "The person you want us to pay attention to has arrived in the Gale City, and is currently in the Great Jinhua restaurant. Look, golden soul stones. Golden soul stones will be yours, keep watching." "But, didn't you say that you would give it to us once the good guy arrived?" Zhu Liang's eyes were like knives. He glanced at the captain's face. "Are you afraid that I won't give it to you? 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones are nothing to me. On the other hand, if you let that brat escape, not only will you not get a single cent, I will also take your life." "Yes, yes." The captain of the soldiers was a peak early condensing reality realm warrior, but under Zhu Liang's stare, he was sweating profusely, and his legs were shaking. "All right, you can leave now." Waiting until the captain left, Zhu Liang grinned. "Yichen, you didn't expect that we have a spy in the Sky Cloud Martial School, did you? We will know once you leave. Let's see where you can run to this time." Yichen didn't wake up until the evening. His iron-like skin didn't wrinkle after being soaked in the hot water. Instead, he looked even more energetic. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Yichen walked out of the room and went downstairs. "Sir, let me show you to a private room." There were many waiters in this restaurant. This one wasn't the one Yichen had seen before, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that people who could afford expensive rooms would definitely be able to afford a private room. After all, a night in Jinhua restaurant cost 50 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 500 taels of silver. Yichen nodded. He was indeed hungry. Jinhua restaurant had 5 floors. The 4th and 5th floors were guest rooms, the 3rd and 2nd floors were private rooms, and only the 1st floor was the main hall, which could accommodate many people. At the door of the 6th private room on the 3rd floor, the waiter pushed the door open, bowed, and said, "This is the best private room of our restaurant, please come in." Walking in, Yichen took a quick glance at the private room. The environment of the private room was very good, it could even be called luxurious. On the east side of the room, there was a huge window, from which he could see the street outside. However, this wasn't too strange for him. He quickly turned his eyes back and said, "Bring us all the specialties of your restaurant, and 3 pots of good wine, the stronger the better." "All right, please wait a moment." After the door was closed, Yichen sat on a leather chair in front of the table. After watching the street for a while, Yichen felt bored, so he took out a sheathed longsword from his storage ring. Clang, he pulled out the sword, and a cold sword light shone. As the sword light faded away, one could see the long and thin lines on the body of the sword, which looked like coiling dragons. The Dragon Spring Sword, the best sword produced by the Sky Cloud Martial School. It's indeed 1 grade higher than the Hidden Cloud Sword. Holding the sword, Yichen slashed at the air. Puff, without using any Zhen Qi, the air was cut open by the sharp edge of the sword. The process was very smooth, without any hindrance. Putting the sword back into its sheath, Yichen thought to himself, the dragon spring sword is basically the best weapon an ordinary warrior can make, but I wonder how to make a graded treasure, and how to store those special energies in it, so that it can increase a warrior's attacking power. Great weapons were not something that normal martial institutions could make, even rank 7 martial institutions could not do it. Most of the great weapons in the Windy Nation came from the outside world, or were found in some ruins. If one wanted to make one themselves, it would be extremely hard, even harder than reaching the astral reaching realm. At least there was still a way to reach the astral reaching realm, but no one knew how to make great weapons. The hidden cloud sword had been destroyed, and Ji Hao couldn't find a suitable low-rank sword for the time being. Fortunately, the dragon spring sword was not bad. Except for the fact that it couldn't release sword chi by itself, it was much harder than the hidden cloud sword. Therefore, Ji Hao should be able to use it for a period of time. Of course, if he had the chance, he would still buy a low-rank sword. A series of knocks came from the door. Yichen put the dragon spring sword back into his storage ring. Creak, 4 waiters walked in with dishes in their hands. The leading waiter smiled and said, "Dear guest, our Gale City is located in the Great Devil Grassland. There are countless demonic beasts here, and the most special dishes are the demonic beasts' recipes. Please try it, it's definitely fresher and more tender than ordinary meat. I've heard about this before, can you introduce some dishes to me?" Alright, this dish is called Phoenix Spreading Wings. It's made from the wings of a rank 3 demonic beast, red smelting bird, cooked through 18 steps. This dish is called Old Tree Blooming. It's made from the gallbladder of a rank 2 demonic beast, Iron Gut Snake. Step by step, it's made from the meat of a bamboo snake, Mountain Snow. It's made from a rank 3 demonic beast. The waiter seemed to have practiced this before. He listed all the dishes on the table in one breath, without pausing in the middle, and finished everything in one go. Yichen tasted one of the dishes and found that it tasted surprisingly good. What's more, the yuan qi contained in the meat hadn't completely dissipated. For ordinary people, it was definitely a great tonic. Alright, you can leave now. Yichen poured himself a glass of wine and waved his hand to let them leave. Perhaps it was a habit, but while eating, Yichen subconsciously spread out his soul power, covering the surrounding 500 meters. Yichen furrowed his brows. In the private room next door. Captain, didn't we agree to pay when the person arrives? Why do we still need to monitor him? There were 2 people sitting at the table, and the one who spoke was the captain of the guards at the city gate. However, he had changed out of his soldier's armor and put on a warrior's uniform. The captain, who was also wearing a warrior's uniform, said, "That person's strength is even higher than the lieutenant, we can't provoke him. Forget it, let's continue to monitor him. Anyway, we've endured for so many days, we don't have to worry about 1 or 2 days. When the time comes, we'll have 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank spirit stones. I'm not afraid of getting tired, I'm afraid that the other party won't pay. That shouldn't be possible. I think he has a high status, that gold and spirit stones are nothing to him. I hope so." The 2 of them kept their voices low. They thought that they could hide it from the others, but little did they know that all of this had already fallen into Yichen's senses. "It seems that I'm the target? The Multiple Mountain Martial School is too far away from here, so it's not possible. It's probably the Purple Sun Martial School." Back in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were determined to kill them, and Yichen believed that the Purple Sun Martial School's leaders were involved. Yichen's expression remained unchanged, he kept eating and drinking, as if nothing had happened. After dinner, Yichen went back to the guest room on the 4th floor to rest. Late at night. The silhouette sat on the bed with his legs crossed and slowly let out a breath. The 6th level of the Great Mystery Art had been achieved. At this moment, the pure Junjin Qi inside Yichen's body had disappeared, and was replaced by the purer and greater Great Mystery Qi. The Zhen Qi spiral formed by the Great Mystery Zhen Qi was 10% larger than the pure Junjin Qi spiral. It had a light blue color, and was extremely pure. It looked like the airflow formed by a light blue crystal. It was lively yet steady, and it was pure yet lethal. My cultivation hasn't improved, but my power has improved. I wonder what will the 7th level of the Great Mystery Art be like. Yichen didn't feel sleepy at all. He walked out of the bed. Yes, yes, yes. What made him a bit speechless was that moaning sounds came from the room next to his. Even though he had never experienced it before, he knew what the other party was doing. Sleep early. I'll leave tomorrow morning. With a bitter smile, Yichen tried his best to suppress his boiling blood, and went back to bed. What? He just came yesterday, and he's leaving today? In a private room of a restaurant, Zhu Liang's eyebrows twitched as he said in a low voice. The captain lowered his head and said, yes, he paid for the room not long ago, and left the great Jinhua restaurant, heading towards the East City Gate. Damn you! Can't I kill you again this time? Zhu Liang felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he pressed his palm on the purple vibrating wood table next to him. Without making any sound, the wooden table was burned into nothingness, not even a speck of dust was left behind. The captain was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that Zhu Liang would slap him into ashes. After a long while, Zhu Liang calmed down, took out a small box from his storage ring, stood up and said, there are 10,000 gold and 10 low-rank soul stones in here. After saying that, he lifted his foot and was about to leave. The captain froze for a second, then forced a smile and said, Sir, didn't we agree on 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones? You still dare to ask for gold and low-rank soul stones? Do you believe that I won't kill you with one slap? Zhu Liang's cold voice came. Don't. The captain had never been so frustrated before, but in front of Zhu Liang, he had to endure it no matter how frustrated he was. He thought to himself, it looks like you don't have the confidence to kill that guy. Alright, I hope you get killed by him. Walking out of the restaurant, Zhu Liang rushed towards the East City Gate as fast as the wind. Yichen, I will never let you get away this time. I will follow you for now. When the few leaders of the hunting hall arrive, it will be your death day. Last time, Zhu Liang was severely injured by a demonic beast in the Silent Hills. He had to rest for 3 months to fully recover, but when he fully recovered, he learned that Yichen had severely injured the multiple mountain martial school's head elder, who was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, with a single sword attack. This was definitely a heavy blow to him, because he was only a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he was no longer a match for Yichen. Otherwise, he would have gone after Yichen by himself long ago, instead of sending people to keep an eye on him and wait for the hunting hall's leader to arrive. However, the leader of the hunting hall still needed half a day to arrive, so he didn't have much time left. Walking out of the East City Gate, Zhu Liang activated his flying art and flew as fast as lightning. Soon, Zhu Liang saw the back of a young man, who was wearing a bamboo hat. Unhurriedly moving forward, Yichen released his soul power to its limit. He could sense everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. Eh? He's here. Without turning his head around, Yichen had already pictured the young man's face in his mind with only his soul power. It was a man with a scar on his face. He seemed to have seen this young man before during the inner disciple ranking competition. Back then, this young man was an invited guest, sitting together with other famous martial artists. Without slowing down, Yichen flew towards a less populated area. Something's wrong. Does he know that I am following him? Zhu Liang's eyelids twitched. Before, he dared to follow Yichen directly because there were a lot of clasping Yuan realm martial artists, which made it less noticeable. But now, within a radius of a few miles, there was no one else. Right at this moment, Yichen turned around and looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Run. Without thinking about anything else, Zhu Liang activated his Zhen Qi to its limit, turned around and prepared to run. You can't get away. Unknowingly, another Yichen had appeared behind Zhu Liang, blocking his way. What's going on? Zhu Liang turned around and saw that the previous Yichen had disappeared along with the wind. It was actually a Zhen Qi silhouette, not the real Yichen. What do you want? Zhu Liang tried to stay calm. Stroking his storage ring, Yichen said blandly, if I'm not wrong, your identity as a martial artist is just a disguise. Your real identity is an elder of the Purple Sun Martial School, am I right? In rank 7 institutions, martial artists who had reached the clasping Yuan realm were qualified to become outer elders. Of course, if one was a disciple before, one could temporarily not become an outer elder. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could directly become an inner elder and hold a part of the power of the school. Don't joke around, I'm just a martial artist. Yichen sneered, and the dragon spring sword appeared in his hand. Don't waste your time, you're going to die today. As soon as the word die came out of his mouth, the dragon spring sword flew out of its sheath and swung towards Zhu Liang, who was 10 steps away from him. Zhu Liang had been prepared for this. His fire-attributed Jin Qi surged out of his body and transformed into a huge fireball. The temperature of the fireball was incredibly high, and tiny sparks of flame fell off from it, burning fist-sized black holes on the ground and raising a puff of smoke. With the protection of the fireball, Zhu Liang's confidence was boosted. He thought to himself, my scorching sun protective art has already reached the highest level, the 9th level. Even if I can't take the opponent's attack, I won't be broken by a single sword attack. As for that multiple mountain martial school's head elder, he was too careless. Puff, the light blue sword chi instantly hacked on the fireball, and a terrifying cutting power burst out, bringing up tens of thousands of fire sparks. Before Zhu Liang realized what was going on, his defensive Jin Qi had already been broken, and his right arm was sent flying away. I am the Purple Sun Martial School's intelligence elder, how dare you kill me? If you kill me, you'll die too. Even if you run to the end of the world, you won't be able to escape. The bone-piercing pain made Zhu Liang's face twist. Only until now did he realize that Yi Chen was indeed too powerful for him to handle. Therefore, he didn't have the time to worry about his own injuries, and crazily boosted up his Jin Qi, darted out, and yelled. Cut! Yi Chen didn't move at all. Instead, he launched another even more powerful sword chi. Puff, while he was on his way, Zhu Liang's body was split into two. Blood gushed out and dyed a large patch of grass red. Not bad, but too bad, not as good as Hong Qianjun. Shaking his head, Yi Chen waved his hand, and Zhu Liang's right arm flew over, then shattered into pieces, leaving only a storage ring in his hand. Injecting his Jin Qi into the storage ring, Yi Chen quickly expelled the remaining Jin Qi from Zhu Liang's body, and opened the space inside. This guy is quite rich. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. In the small space, there were a total of 50 big chests and 30 small chests. The big chests contained 100,000 gold taels, and the small chests contained 10,000 gold taels. In addition, there was a pile of low-grade spirit stones. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 20,000 of them, which was equivalent to 8 million gold taels. As for the other things, Yi Chen did not care about them. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked in the direction of the Gale City and mumbled to himself, the Purple Sun Martial School wouldn't just send out an intelligence elder to kill me. There should be more powerful ones behind me. I should leave first. Using the shadow clone technique, Yi Chen raised his speed to the limit. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was already several miles away. When he looked again, he was nowhere to be found. A long time after Yi Chen left, 3 silhouettes flew over. Their speed was so fast that they left a purple wave of air behind them. It was gorgeous and domineering. Bang! 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 A few huge cracks appeared on the ground. 3 silhouettes landed on the ground. One was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, one was an ugly elder, and the last one was a muscular man with a full beard. The 3 of them looked very different, but the aura they emitted was equally dangerous. Glancing at Zhu Liang's dead body, the gloomy middle-aged man's face became colder and colder. Useless thing. You can't even follow someone well. What a waste of your title as the intelligence elder of the Purple Sun Martial School. Good, this little brat did not go far. With our speed, we will catch up with him soon. The ugly elder laughed and said, our speed is close to the speed of sound. This little brat will not be able to run away. Let's go. The muscular man did not smile, but he was obviously the leader of the 3. After giving the order, the 3 of them jumped up from the ground and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. The Great Devil Prairie was thousands of miles in radius, and there were countless beasts. At this moment, Yi Chen was blocked by a black crowned serpent, a 6th-rank demonic beast. This black crowned serpent is faster than me. It can fly in the air with its beast chi. Fortunately, it is only an ordinary 6th-rank demonic beast, which is equal to a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. I can barely defeat it. Otherwise, I would have to pay a big price to leave today. Standing still, Yichen looked at the black-crowned serpent up and down. This black-crowned serpent was over 40 meters long, and its coiled body looked like a small hill. The scales on its body were as big as human heads, shining with a black luster. On its huge head, there was a black crown, which made it look quite terrifying. Croak, 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 different from ordinary snake-type demonic beasts, this black-crowned serpent's voice was no longer a hiss, but a high-pitched cry, which sounded like the cry of a baby. Mountain condensed sword chi. Before the black-crowned serpent made any move, Yichen launched the first attack. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and released a mountain-thick stream of sword chi. The black-crowned serpent was enraged. It swung its water-tank-thick tail horizontally, scraped off a layer of the ground and heavily bumped against the light blue sword chi. The black-crowned serpent didn't even have the time to release its power before it was shattered by the tail, turning into countless tiny pieces of sword chi, splashing in all directions. It seems that the multiple mountain martial schools head elder is quite powerful, said Yichen with a serious look. His body flashed across the air, leaving a shred of Xianxia silhouette behind. Puff. Once the shred of Xianxia silhouette was formed, it was minced into pieces by the black-crowned serpent's tail. Meanwhile, Yichen had already floated up into the air and launched a light hack down towards the black-crowned serpent. Supreme shocking cloud. The sword chi dazzled across the air, along with a thunderous boom. A huge wound was cut open on the black-crowned serpent's body, from which gray-red blood gushed out like a fountain. The black-crowned serpent screamed towards the sky in pain. The strong sound wave spread out and shattered the surrounding grassland, sending grass pieces flying in all directions. High up in the air, a middle-aged man with a sallow skin, wearing a large blue robe, was pouring wine into his mouth from a wine calabash. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "This kid is not bad, at such a young age, he has already reached the highest level of the shocking cloud sword art. He even has the sword intent. No wonder that old bastard Cloud Dreamer asked me to protect him and kill some ants." This middle-aged man in a blue robe was actually an astral-reaching realm powerful martial artist, Thunder Freer. Wiping the wine off his mouth corner, Thunder Freer shook his head and said, "What a shame, this black-crowned serpent is not so easy to deal with. Even martial artists at the same level would have to stay away from it. It's one of the dominators of the Great Devil Grassland, many times more powerful than the Wind Vulture, which only relies on its speed." Down on the ground. The black-crowned serpent's eyes turned blood-red because of the pain, then it spurted out a fan-shaped beam of black light towards Yichen. Wherever the black light reached, the ground would be corroded, leaving a tens of meters wide hole, and the black liquid would emit a strong stinky smell. "Watch out." Yichen's body flashed across the air, leaving a series of Xianxia afterimages in the air. Pop, 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 the Xianxia afterimages were instantly swept away by the black light, disappearing into thin air. Dodging the black light, Yichen landed hundreds of meters away, murmured to himself, "It seems like I have to use the one-sword attack." While talking, he took a step forward with his right foot, holding the sword with both of his hands, and swung the sword out. Swoosh, the sword chi condensed into a beam of white light, darted out at an unimaginable speed, and hacked on the black-crowned serpent's head. The black-crowned serpent didn't even have the time to dodge, and a huge gap appeared on its head, even its skull was damaged. It had already developed a trace of intelligence, so it didn't dare to risk its life against Yichen anymore. The beast chi around its body surged, rolled it up, and flew out to 300 meters away within the blink of an eye. Letting out a deep breath, Yichen was secretly shocked. The black-crowned serpent was only an ordinary rank 6 demonic beast, but it was already so powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he had mastered one of the most powerful ancient sword arts, the one sword refining, he would have been the one running away, and he might not even have been able to escape. Before the first wave died down, another wave came. Yichen turned around, and sensed 3 extremely powerful auras approaching him. They were even a bit faster than the black-crowned serpent, and it was impossible for him to dodge. Haha, die. Miles away, the 3 Taoists darted over. The middle-aged man on the left reached out his right hand and pressed it in the air. Instantly, a scorching palm made of Xianxia sliced through the air and attacked. late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Facing such a great danger, Yichen didn't panic, he once again performed the one-sword attack. A beam of white light pierced through the palm made of Xianxia and exploded. The middle-aged man was surprised. Although his palm attack seemed to have been launched from miles away, it still contained 70 to 80% of its power. Even a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist would be killed by it, but this kid managed to resist it for a while. No wonder he was one of the top geniuses in the 9 nations. We can't let this kid live, the sturdy man said coldly. The middle-aged man and the ugly elder nodded. Recently, the Purple Sun Martial School had lost too many geniuses, and they were no longer as powerful as the Sky Cloud Martial School. If Yichen was allowed to grow, the Purple Sun Martial School would no longer be able to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School. Instead, they would be suppressed by the Sky Cloud Martial School, which was something they couldn't accept. The 3 of them moved at an amazing speed, and covered miles in just a few blinks of an eye. Shoo! 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 The 3 of them landed on the ground, and stared at Yichen as if he was a dead man. You are from the Purple Sun Martial School? Yichen's expression didn't change. The ugly elder grinned and said with an evil intention, you are quite calm, you have the chance to become someone great. That's right, we are the leaders of the hunting hall, we are responsible for hunting the enemies of our martial school. You are so young, and you are already our target, you should be proud of yourself. Yichen responded blandly, I won't die today. Hee hee. Do you really think someone will come and save you? The middle-aged man grinned, he was not in a hurry to attack. After all, there were 3 late clasping Yuan realm martial artists here, what else could Yichen do? Maybe you don't know yet, but before I left, I had a secret discussion with the leader and the head elder. They said that they would send a powerful warrior to protect me before I leave the Windy Nation. If I guessed it right, this powerful warrior should be nearby, he just hasn't shown up yet. Yichen was telling the truth. He knew that he was the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Windy Nation, but compared to the powerful warriors from the older generation, he was still much weaker. Therefore, the leader and the head elder didn't trust him, and said that there would be a powerful warrior protecting him all the way until he left the Windy Nation. However, he still didn't know who would be protecting him. I would like to see where the powerful warrior is. Come out. The middle-aged man didn't believe what Yichen had said. Besides, this grassland was flat, and they could see everything clearly. A powerful warrior would never be able to hide from them. Pop, once he said this, a 1-meter-thick lightning bolt descended from the sky, and struck on the middle-aged man's body at an unimaginable speed. This late clasping Yuan realm martial artist didn't even have a chance to fight back before his entire body was turned into ashes. The ground under his body was punctured by the lightning bolt for hundreds of meters deep. Not only Yichen, even the sturdy man and the ugly elder gasped, their fine hair stood up. The tall and sturdy man yelled towards the sky, Thunder Freer, do you know what the consequence of killing the leader of our Purple Sun Martial School is? You still have a chance to leave now. Do you want to be chased by the Great Master again? The ugly elder was not as calm as the tall and sturdy man. He knew that his life was in the hands of the Great Master. If the Great Master was determined to kill them, running away would be useless. He could only hope that the Great Master of the Purple Sun Martial School would scare the Great Master away and make him give up on protecting Yichen. Boom, an even thicker thunder arc struck down. It split in half and hit the tall and sturdy man and the ugly elder respectively. The 2 of them followed in the footsteps of the middle-aged man. Even their protective Xianxia had been shattered by the thunder arc. 2 deep holes appeared on the ground. Thunder and fire were burning inside. Tiny electric arcs were everywhere, floating in the air and making cracking noises. Is this the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior? After coming back to his senses, Yichen immediately realized that it was an astral-reaching realm warrior who was protecting him. But what shocked him was that the 3 late clasping Yuan realm warriors did not even have the chance to fight back before they were turned into ashes by the thunder arc that came from the sky. The gap between the 2 of them was way too huge. Swoosh, in the sky, a beam of thunder light tore apart the clouds and shot down at a speed that was way faster than the speed of sound. Vaguely, a human figure could be seen within the thunder light. In the next second, the thunder light disappeared. The human figure flashed and landed near Yichen. He mumbled, "It would have been better if you didn't mention the fire bastard. But now that you have mentioned him, I will not let you go." Yichen took a deep breath, bowed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Thunder Freer, for saving my life." Turning his head, Thunder Freer laughed, "Cloud Dreamer and I are old friends. I have to help him out. Plus, I have not liked the Purple Sun Martial School and the Fire Bastard for a long time." "Fire Bastard, is he the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School?" Yichen had heard from Luo Hanshan that the 5 top-ranked martial institutions of the Windy Nation were guarded by great elders, and only astral-reaching realm martial artists could become great elders. This was also the main reason why the Ghost Man didn't dare to attack the 5 top-ranked martial institutions. After all, even if the Ghost Man hadn't fully recovered, he was still a real astral-reaching realm martial artist. He has already reached the mid-astral reaching realm. Cloud Dreamer and I are both at the peak level of early astral reaching realm. But 20 years ago, he did not dare to be so arrogant. Your great master Cloud Dreamer's brother-disciple, the Dark Cloud Dreamer, was even more powerful than him. Unfortunately, he was easily provoked and died in the siege of the 9 ghost cult's powerful warriors. This had a lot to do with the Fire Bastard. I suspect that he had been working with the remaining forces of the 9 ghost cult. 9 evil cult? He is not afraid of public anger? Yichen was surprised. He is not the only one. Back then, the 9 evil cult was already doomed, and the remaining forces could not do anything. Therefore, many people started to have bad ideas. They planned to use the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult to get rid of the dissidents and suppress the other martial institutions. The former leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Cloud Dreamer, seemed to be a hot-tempered man, but he was just too honest. That was why he suffered such a big loss. He lost a lot of powerful martial artists, and suddenly dropped from a top rank 8 martial institution to a rank 9 martial institution. Fortunately, that Cloud Dreamer was smart and cunning. He saved the Sky Cloud Martial School in an extremely dangerous situation, and also set up a trap to kill that Fire Bastard's brother and a few top inner masters of the Purple Sun Martial School. Hearing him, Yichen nodded. No matter where it was, as long as there were people, there would be conflicts and conspiracies. From small families to big martial institutions, no one would be spared, unless human beings were no longer human beings. They were just wooden dummies with no intelligence. I killed the 3 of them. That Fire Bastard must be furious. Unfortunately, he could not do anything to me. I am all alone, and I can come and go freely, unlike him, who has to guard the Purple Sun Martial School. Thunder Freer grabbed the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, he said casually. It was the first time for Yichen to meet an astral-reaching realm warrior. He knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he asked, Thunder Freer, is the difference between the astral-reaching realm and the clasping Yuan realm really that big? I can easily kill a late clasping Yuan realm warrior. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Look. While drinking, Thunder Freer raised his left hand. A bright light shone, and a dark blue Jin Yuan appeared in the center of Thunder Freer's left hand. This Jin Yuan had no impurities, it was even purer than a crystal, and even brighter than a gem. If it could be condensed into a solid form, it would definitely be priceless in the world where Yichen came from. Did you find anything? Thunder Freer asked. Yichen thought for a while, then said, it is more than 10 times purer than Jinqi. Could it be that it was extracted from Xianxia? Just like my mysterious great art, if I train it to the highest level, I can extract a mouthful of Jin Yuan, which can easily kill a warrior at the same level as me. Thunder Freer looked impressed, very smart. Jin Yuan is the essence of Jinqi. With the amount of Jinqi you have right now, you might not be able to extract a mouthful of Jin Yuan. Even if you could, it would be very, very small, and could only be used once. However, astral-reaching realm warriors have Jin Yuan all over their bodies. If I could not kill a late clasping Yuan realm warrior with one attack, then I would not be able to live in this world anymore. So that's how it is. Liquefying Jinqi into Jinqi is not that different. But refining Jinqi into Jin Yuan, the difference is unbelievably huge. After all, the former 2 are only changes in form, while the latter 2 are changes in level. They are not even comparable. Yichen thought about it. Thunder Freer continued, however, there are exceptions to everything. There are also examples of late clasping Yuan realm warriors beating astral reaching realm warriors, but the difficulty has been magnified by 10 times. Take you as an example, if your sword intent could not grow, and you did not have any special encounters, you would still be killed by me with one attack when you reach the late clasping Yuan realm. Yichen remained silent. What Thunder Freer said was the truth. The higher the level of a warrior, the harder it would be for him to challenge someone with a higher cultivation. With his current achievement, he could only be counted as a rare genius in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Compared to the whole South River region or the whole True Spirit continent, he would not even be worth mentioning. I am not trying to discourage you, I am just giving you an example. With your talent, your sword intent will never stop growing. If you can reach the completion level, and if you have some other special encounters, you might be able to escape from an astral reaching realm warrior's attack. However, it would be very difficult to fight against them. In the past 100 years, very few people had managed to do it. Xianxia was one of the best. When she was still a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, she had even killed a couple of astral reaching realm warriors. Her battling power was extremely horrifying, and she was called the top of the top. Xianxia, it was Xianxia again. Yichen had heard her name more than once. As long as it was about the records of warriors, she would always be number one, and no one would be able to surpass her. She was the top of all the martial geniuses, or in other words, the king of all the martial geniuses in the past hundreds of years. She was so famous that no one could compete with her. Yichen did not know how amazing she was back then, but he was sure that if the two of them were at the same age, Yichen would definitely be the one who would be bullied. It could be seen from the way she had broken through. Becoming a condensing reality realm warrior at the age of 11, clasping Yuan realm at the age of 14, astral reaching realm at the age of 18, Sea of Souls realm at the age of 25, and reaching the life and death realm at the age of 35. She was the youngest life and death realm warrior in the past 1,000 years. Just hearing this record made Yi Chen's hair stand on end. He was almost 17 years old, and was still at the early clasping Yuan realm. It would be almost impossible for him to catch up to her, unless he had more special encounters than her. Thinking about this, Yichen became even more determined to go out and train. If he did not go out and train, he might not be able to become a life and death realm warrior in 500 years, not to mention catching up to Xianxia. You should know that time waits for no one, especially when you're young, you have to seize every second of your time. You can't afford to waste even a single second. You should understand that it's the best time for young people to improve themselves. When you get older, your mentality will change, and your progress will slow down, and you will no longer be able to maintain your peak condition. Since the ancient times, which one of the truly powerful warriors didn't climb up to where they were when they were still young? If you can't become a powerful warrior when you're young, then you will never be able to conquer the whole world and rule the whole True Spirit continent. Yichen nodded, Senior Thunder Freer, I understand this. That's why I'm so eager to go out and train. I want to seize my own special encounters, or those that don't belong to me. Special encounters, special encounters. This is the most important thing to become a powerful warrior. Unfortunately, I didn't have any special encounters back then, so I will stop at the astral reaching realm for the rest of my life. After sighing, Thunder Freer said seriously, when you reach the mid or late clasping Yuan realm, you have to get a higher level martial art, the higher the better. Yichen knew what he was talking about, but he didn't quite understand the details, so he said, if the martial arts rank is too low, then the training speed will be slow. I wonder what rank your Great Thunder Art is. Mid-rank Earth Realm, there isn't a single high-rank Earth Realm martial art in the whole Windy Nation. Even the Emerald Martial Palace's Great Mountain and Water Art is only incomplete, not a high-rank Earth Realm martial art. As for why I want you to get a higher level martial art, it's because when you reach the astral reaching realm, the training speed of a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art is too slow. I spent a whole 10 years to reach the early astral reaching realm from the peak of late clasping Yuan realm, 10 years. How much time have I wasted in these 10 years? If I have a higher level martial art, I might be able to make further progress. Training a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art would take 10 years to reach the astral reaching realm from the peak of late clasping Yuan realm. Yichen was a bit shocked, but he soon understood. Indeed. The 5 leaders of the Windy Nation had been stuck at the peak of late clasping Yuan realm for a couple of years now, and still hadn't had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The biggest reason seemed to be that their martial arts rank was too low, and the Zhenyuan extraction speed was too slow. Looking at the sky, Thunder Freer continued, I reached the peak level late clasping Yuan realm when I was 46, and reached the astral reaching realm when I was 56. After that, I only managed to reach the peak level early astral reaching realm from the early astral reaching realm. Without any surprises, the martial arts that are suitable for astral reaching realm warriors should be high-rank Earth realm or even top-rank Earth realm martial arts, while the ones suitable for Seas of Souls realm warriors should be Heaven realm martial arts. If you can't even reach this basic requirement, you will be left behind by other warriors with the same level of talent. Yi Chen, you can give away everything except the martial arts. A good martial art can save you a lot of time. For example, if you have a high-rank Earth realm martial art, it would only take you 7 to 8 years to reach the astral reaching realm from the peak level late clasping Yuan realm. If you have a top-rank Earth realm martial art, it would only take you 5 to 6 years, and a low-rank Heaven realm martial art would take you 2 to 3 years. It will be the foundation for you to become a powerful warrior. When you give it to someone else, you are giving the opportunity to become a powerful warrior to them. You have to remember this. I know. Thank you Senior Thunder Freer for reminding me. Before, although Yi Chen knew about the effects of martial arts, he did not know much about them. Right now, after hearing Thunder Freer's words, he finally realized that there was a huge difference between having a high-level martial art and not having a high-level martial art. Taking one step forward, one step backward, one step further, one step further, one step further. Alright, I have said everything I need to say. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Whether you can become a powerful warrior or not, no one can help you. Before you leave the Windy Nation, I will be watching you from above. You can take care of the small problems yourself. Thunder Freer appreciated Yi Chen, which was why he reminded him. If it were someone else, he would not have bothered to talk to him. Swoosh, Thunder Freer's body shone with a bright thunder light as he flew into the sky within a second. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen thought to himself, I am still far from enough. Passing through the Devil Grassland, what appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes was a vast river, called the Wild Goose Falling River. This river was the natural border between the Windy Nation and the Thousand Thread Nation. It is said that even wild geese cannot fly across the Wild Goose Falling River. They will fall into the river midway. I wonder if that is true. Yi Chen frowned as information about the Wild Goose Falling River appeared in his mind. Once a martial artist reached the early clasping Yuan realm, he or she would be able to fly in the air, but it was not unlimited. Once he or she used up all of his Jin Qi, he or she would still have to find a foothold. Only late clasping Yuan realm martial artists would be able to fly for a long time. Apart from that, early clasping Yuan realm warriors could not fly very high, only around 1,000 meters. Mid-clasping Yuan realm warriors could fly up to 2,000 meters, and late clasping Yuan realm warriors could reach up to 3,000 meters. If one became an astral reaching realm warrior, he could even reach tens of thousands of meters in the air. With Yi Chen's cultivation, he could only fly to a height of 1,000 meters. He couldn't compare to the wild geese, so he probably couldn't fly over the Wild Goose Falling River. Let's try it out first. There were hardly any signs of human habitation here, and since he couldn't find a ferry, he could only rely on himself. Whoosh, extending his body, Yi Chen flew above the river and flew into the distance. After flying for about 10 miles, the airflow in the surroundings suddenly became chaotic, forming swirls of airflow, which consumed Yi Chen's Jin Qi. After punching through the swirls of airflow, Yi Chen thought to himself, no wonder the wild geese couldn't fly over. The airflow above the Wild Goose Falling River was abnormal. Not to mention normal birds, even ordinary flying demonic beasts would be exhausted by the airflow and fall from the sky. More and more swirls of airflow appeared. In the end, there were even tornadoes, waterspouts, and other natural phenomena. Many flying beasts that passed by fell into the river, and no one knew if they were still alive or not. Break! Boosted up his Jin Qi, Yi Chen punched out and shattered the waterspout that was coming towards him. The aftershock of the punch shook the surrounding space, and then everything went back to normal. I can't go on any longer. I've used up too much Xianxia, and my Xianxia is starting to get dirty. I have to go down. After throwing out this punch, the murky qi inside Yichen's body had increased dramatically, which was a sign that his Xianxia was in chaos. If he stayed in the air any longer, his Xianxia would flow in reverse, which would hurt his meridians. After all, he was not a late clasping yuan realm martial artist yet, and could not stay in the air for a long time. During the flight, he had to use his Xianxia to shatter the obstacles from time to time. His body floated down to the ground. Yichen touched his storage ring with his right hand and took out a waist-thick tree trunk. He then dropped it into the river. Splash, the tree trunk floated on the water, and Yichen stepped on it with his feet. He scanned the area with his soul power and found no danger. Yichen adjusted his breathing for a while, then activated his Xianxia and formed a power source behind the tree trunk. A strong wind blew over, and the water on both sides of the river flowed backward quickly. When encountering a tornado or waterspout, Yichen only needed to punch out and solve the problem completely. When encountering a demonic beast under the water, he only needed to stomp on the ground, and his pure mysterious Xianxia would spread out, covering an area with a radius of tens of meters. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rank 5 demonic beasts would be cut in half by his sword, and their blood dyed the surface of the river red. Fortunately, I have the pellets that can instantly replenish my Xianxia. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to cross the Wild Goose Falling River. Clasping yuan realm martial artists were extremely fast. If they used their flying art, they could cover 2,000 to 3,000 miles in 2 hours. However, no clasping yuan realm martial artists used their Xianxia every day, because the Xianxia of a clasping yuan realm martial artist could not last for more than a couple of hours. Once their Xianxia ran out, it would not only hurt their bodies, but also put them in great danger. However, using the tree trunk to cross the Wild Goose Falling River would consume a lot more Xianxia than using flying art. Because flying art was a skill, it could already save a lot of Xianxia. However, forming the power source of Xianxia behind the tree trunk did not require a lot of skill. Most of the Xianxia used was brute force. Besides, the resistance in the water was greater than that in the air, which increased the consumption of Xianxia. Fortunately, Yichen had obtained a calabash of medicinal pellets from the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, which contained hundreds of them. Normally, he would not be willing to use them when he was traveling, but at this moment, it was understandable for him to use 1 or 2 of them. The Wild Goose Falling River was not an ocean. No matter how wide it was, it still had a bottom line. After traveling for about 700 to 800 miles, Yichen finally saw the other side of the river. Looking at the river bank and the towering mountains, which were also rarely seen by people, Yichen gave a bitter smile and said, "It seems that this part of the road I chose is a bit remote, and there are not many people around. That's good. I want to train myself anyway, so I can go anywhere. I don't need to worry too much." Bang, the tree trunk hit the riverbank, and Yichen jumped up into the air. Opening the map, Yichen pointed out the location of the mountains and said to himself, "There are 3 mountains on the other side of the Wild Goose Falling River, 2 small ones, and 1 big one. If I am not mistaken, this mountain should be the biggest one, called the 5 Poison Mountain. It is about the same size as the Silent Hills. It is also thousands of miles wide. Most of the demonic beasts in this mountain are highly poisonous, and the 5 poison beasts are the most famous. The 5 poison beasts were snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and toads. These 5 poisons were the demonic beasts, and they were even more poisonous. Normal condensing reality realm warriors would definitely die if they touched them. Therefore, Yichen had to bring some high-level antidotes with him in case he was poisoned. Putting away the map, Yichen raised his head and looked at the sky. Thunder Freer should have left already. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. No matter how dangerous it would be, he would have to survive. Only by surviving could he become a powerful warrior. In the future, he would be surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If he did not want to become one of them, then he would have to walk through it and reach the top step by step. His body flashed, Yichen headed towards the 5 Poison Mountain. Swoosh, the sword light flashed, and a flying vampire bat was cut in half by Yichen's sword. Its corpse was as big as a wild dog, with sharp fangs. The 5 Poison Mountain is indeed the 5 Poison Mountain. On the way here, more than 70% of the demonic beasts were poisonous. Putting the dragon spring sword back into its sheath, Yichen put a miasma-dispelling pellet in his mouth. There were many places in the 5-poison mountain that were filled with miasma. It would be fine if the miasma was only for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, it would cause all kinds of symptoms, which would affect one's fighting power. Raising his feet, Yichen started walking towards the depths of the mountain. Inside a small valley. There was a muddy pond in the valley, and next to the pond was an empty, flat land. At this moment, a group of people had gathered on the flat land. In front of them was a house-sized, gigantic toad. The toad's body was colorful, and every single one of its tumors was as big as a washbasin. It was releasing a highly poisonous demonic chi, which was spreading everywhere. "Miss, you go, we'll stop it." The middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, nervously looked at the toad and said to the girl behind him. The girl's face was pale, but she shook her head firmly. "How can I abandon you and leave? After all, I was the one who came to the 5-poison mountain." Hearing this, the good-looking young man next to her said anxiously, "Miss, the 5-colored toad is a level 5 demonic beast. Its poisonous chi will kill anyone who touches it. You won't be able to help even if you stay here. Plus, the leader is still waiting for the Zen fragrance grass to save him. Xianxia, you don't stay either. Take the young lady and go back together." The middle-aged man's face flashed with determination, and he ordered the young man to take the young lady away. "Dad." The young man's face was full of pain. One was his father, and the other was the young lady he loved. He did not want to give up on either one. Shoo! Right then, the 5-colored toad attacked. Its 10-meter-long tongue curled up, and a guard was sucked into its mouth and swallowed. "Son of a bitch." The middle-aged man held his blade with both of his hands and slashed. Chin, the blade chi barely broke through the 5-colored toad's defense. Streams of blood fell onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. All of a sudden, an unpleasant smell spread out. 2 guards who were standing close to the toad fell onto the ground with white foam coming out of their mouths, dead. The blood is poisonous as well? A human figure appeared above the entrance of the valley. He saw this scene and thought to himself. It was indeed Yi Chen. After a couple of hours of traveling, he had already passed through the edge of the 5-poison mountain. Luckily, he did not run into any powerful demonic beasts. The real powerful demonic beasts should be deep in the center of the mountain, and were not likely to come out. Shoo, the 5-colored toad's tongue was long and thin. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. This time it had already pierced through the chests of 2 guards, and was heading towards the girl in the middle of the crowd. "Piss off." The young man barely managed to raise his long sword horizontally in front of the girl, trying to cut off the toad's tongue. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not compete with the toad's tongue. The long and thin tongue curled up and wrapped around his arm, dragging him towards the girl. The middle-aged man was a clasping Yuan realm warrior after all. Seeing that his son was entangled, he wanted to help. But just as he raised his long blade, a cloud of poisonous chi suddenly sprayed onto his body. Boom, the protective Zhen chi started to twist intensely, and the middle-aged man's body was blown away. Without the middle-aged man's help, the 2 guards who had been pierced through by the toad's tongue were dragged into the air along with the young man, falling towards the 5-colored toad's huge mouth. Shoo, the sword chi flashed across, and the 5-colored toad's tongue was cut off. The young man hurriedly stepped back. As for the 2 guards who had their chests pierced through, they were already dead, connected by the toad's broken tongue. "Xianxia, are you all right?" Not far away, the middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood and rushed over. The young man shook his head, then looked up at the valley and said, "He saved me." The pretty girl's eyes shone brightly. The young man was only 16 or 17 years old, and he still looked a bit immature. However, the power of that sword move was indeed terrifying. He had easily cut off the toad's tongue, giving people a feeling that he had done it so easily. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." The middle-aged man was also shocked by Yi Chen's power, but he was still calm. He clearly knew that the outside world was a vast world, and that some of the most talented geniuses could be as powerful or even more powerful than the older generation. For example, Wei Dongxi, the head disciple of the Green Bamboo Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Thousand Thread Nation, could be counted as a great genius. Yi Chen's robe fluttered in the air. Within a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the crowd and said blandly, "It's nothing. Don't mention it." The pretty girl still said gratefully, "If it weren't for you, we would all have died here. Be careful." Before she finished her words, the pretty girl's expression changed. In her line of sight, the toad's eyes had turned blood red, and it spurted out a cloud of 5-colored beast chi towards Yi Chen. The beast chi swept across the entire area, withered all the plants in its path, and left a deep ditch on the ground. Yi Chen's senses were extremely sharp, and he was able to sense every single move of the toad. He tilted his body and swung the dragon spring sword, releasing a light blue stream of sword chi. Puff, the sword chi cut open the 5-colored beast chi, and fiercely hacked on the toad's head. Guggu, the toad let out muffled screeches, and its house-sized body was sent flying backwards, creating a few large cracks on the valley wall, causing rocks to tumble down. Mountain condensing sword chi. This toad was much weaker than the black-crowned serpent, but it had a great defensive power. A normal sword attack wouldn't be able to kill it. Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time, so he launched a small attack. Puff, 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 the thick sword chi contained a great deal of power. It easily cut through the rainbow toad's ugly skin and pierced through, leaving a deep mark on the wall behind it. After suffering such a heavy blow, the 5-colored toad's body twitched violently. Then, its body went limp and it stopped breathing. Clang, putting the sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen reached out his hand and waved. The inner pellet of the 5-colored toad broke out of its chest and was sucked over. Amazing! The toad is dead. The 5-colored toad is equal to a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Martial artists at the same level as them would have to stay away from it. This person is even younger than my nephew. I didn't expect him to be able to kill the 5-colored toad with a single strike. The surviving guards were all mid or late condensing reality realm warriors. They had always heard about how powerful some of the geniuses were, but they had never seen them in person. Today, they were all shocked. Yi was, and said, "Zhen, and I, Yi Zhen Zhenli, I Zhen." Yi Chen shook his head, "I'm leaving soon, no need to tell me my name." He had saved the toad without much effort, so he didn't need to waste too much of his time. Since he could easily save the toad, why not? Putting away the toad's core, Yi Chen turned around and said, "Everyone, be careful, I won't bother you anymore." Then, he was about to leave. Cough. Cough, all of a sudden, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, which smelled horrible. His face turned colorful. Yi Chen frowned, "You've been poisoned." The middle-aged man activated his Zhen Qi and tried to suppress the poison. He forced a smile and said, "The toad's poisonous beast Qi is way too powerful. It poisoned me through my protective Zhen Qi. Don't move, let me try to detoxify you." Yi Chen flashed behind the middle-aged man, put his hands on the man's back, and poured his pure mysterious Zhen Qi into the man's body through the meridians in his arms. After a while, Yi Chen took back his hands, let out a breath of turbid air and said, "The toad's poison is way too powerful. Zhen Qi alone won't be able to detoxify it. We have to make some detoxifying pellets. Luckily, he is not poisoned too much, so he won't be in danger for now." The pretty woman thought of something. Normally, when someone is poisoned by a highly poisonous beast, the detoxifying pellet must be made from the beast. This toad, the pretty woman looked at Yi Chen. The toad was killed by him, so he had the right to deal with it. She couldn't make a decision on her own. "You guys do whatever you want." He didn't plan on taking the materials from the toad. After dissecting the materials from the toad, the group was ready to leave. Yi Chen saw that they were either injured or poisoned, and they didn't have much fighting power. They probably wouldn't be able to walk out of this dangerous 5-poison mountain. He said helplessly, "Let me send you out." The pretty woman was grateful. She had a good impression of Yi Chen. On the way, Yi Chen learned about their names and situations. The pretty woman's name was Lin Qingmei. She was the daughter of the Lin family in Black Rock City, which was near the 5-poison mountain. The poisoned middle-aged man was called Lu Jingda. He was Lu Jingxuan's father and was also an elder of the Lin family. They entered the Five Poison Mountain to collect a rare spiritual plant, Zen fragrance grass. However, the Zen fragrance grass was guarded by the toad, so they were almost wiped out. After leaving the Five Poison Mountain, they walked for hundreds of miles towards the east. A city built with black rocks appeared in front of Yichen. It's about the same size as the Qingfeng city. It shouldn't be very powerful. Normally, the martial schools had their own mountains and were very powerful. The big families lived in bigger and more prosperous cities. For example, the Luo city where the Yi family lived was only second to the Forgotten city and the Gale city. The Black Rock city couldn't be compared to it. After entering the city, Yichen saw that the guards had strange expressions on their faces, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The Lin family was located in the southern area of the Black Rock city. Judging from the size and layout of the city, they could barely be counted as a medium-sized family. There was a huge gap between them and the big families. "Miss, you're back. The leader of the family asked us to go see him as soon as we saw you." "Eh? Master Lu was poisoned?" The housekeeper, who was standing in front of the gate, saw Lin Qingmei and the others. His eyes brightened and he hurried over to greet them. However, when he saw Lu Xingda's condition, he couldn't help but yell out. Lin Qingmei forced a smile and said, "All right, I'll be right there." Inside a room in the small courtyard, Yichen sat on the bed with his legs crossed, holding a low-rank soul stone in each of his hands. He had his eyes closed and was training. The mysterious great art had 11 levels in total, and each level was more difficult than the previous one. Before reaching the 11th level, he had to try his best to step into the higher levels as soon as possible and increase his fighting power. Otherwise, if he encountered a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, he would not have enough power. After an unknown period of time, crack, the low-rank soul stone in his hand shattered. Yichen opened his eyes. "I'm now at the peak of the 6th level. I guess I'll be able to reach the 7th level in a couple of days." Throwing away the broken low-rank soul stone, Yichen walked out of the bed. Boom, right at this moment, the entire Lin family slightly shook, as if a small earthquake had happened. "Someone is fighting?" Without much hesitation, Yichen opened the door and rushed towards the source of the tremor. On the welcoming plaza of the Lin family, two groups of people were facing each other. The group of people in the welcoming hall were the powerful warriors of the Lin family, while on the other side were a group of people in yellow robes, led by a chubby middle-aged man and an elderly man in black robes. On the Lin family's side, a man was lying on the ground while puking blood. He had obviously been wounded by someone, and the wound was quite serious. "Hehe, Lin Taimu, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson yet. If you don't hand over the forging method of our Huang family's cold iron sword, I'll injure one of your Lin family's powerful warriors every day. Let's see how long you can last," the chubby middle-aged man said in a creepy tone while caressing the emerald ring on his finger. The master of the Lin family's face was pale and bloodless, as if he had been seriously wounded. He ordered someone to help the injured Lin family's powerful warrior up, then said in a cold voice, "The forging method of the cold iron sword was passed down by the Lin family's ancestors. It has nothing to do with your Huang family. How can you claim that it was lost by your Huang family?" The chubby middle-aged man said, "My Huang family established itself in the Black Rock city much earlier than your Lin family. You're just an outsider. How can you have the forging method of the cold iron sword? Elder Lu, please teach him a lesson, so that he won't forget the pain of the past." The old man in black robes smiled evilly. "Master of the Lin family, you were hit by my black killing palm half a month ago. How are you feeling now? Your meridians must be in great pain every day. Don't you dare." Lin Qingmei couldn't help but walk out from the crowd. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you one thing. I'm interested in your daughter. Master of the Lin family, what do you think?" A lustful look flashed across the old man's eyes. He reached out his hand, and a tremendous amount of Xianxia emerged from his palm, preparing to suck Lin Qingmei over. Qi, a sword Qi shot out, cutting off the old man's Xianxia. "Who are you?" The old man in black robes had a gloomy look on his face. Yichen walked to the plaza and said, "You're disturbing me." The chubby middle-aged man thought that it was a powerful martial artist. But when he saw a teenager, who looked no older than 16 or 17, walk out, he laughed and said, "Lin Taimu, don't tell me that this is a powerful martial artist invited by your Lin family. Do you really think that he can stop Elder Lu?" The old man in black robe said coldly, "Little brat, if you dare to stop me, you will die today." When Lin Qingmei saw Yi Chen, a joyful look flashed across her face. But soon after, a worried look appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, "Why did you come out?" Yi Chen asked, "Who are they?" Lin Qingmei said, "That hateful fatty is the master of the Huang family in the Black Rock City. He has been coveting the forging method of the cold iron sword of our Lin family. He didn't dare to touch our Lin family in the past. But recently, he invited this powerful martial artist called Elder Lu, who injured my father. I came to the Five Poisons mountain range to collect some Zen herbs to treat my father's injury." Oh, Yi Chen nodded and didn't say another word. Lin Taimu, the master of the Lin family, asked, "Qingmei, is this little brother the one who brought you out of the Five Poisons mountain range?" "Yes, father. Since he saved our lives, why don't you take him to rest?" Lin Taimu could tell that Yi Chen was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, so he didn't want to get him involved in this. Lin Qingmei had a complicated look on her face. Yi Chen's power was obvious, he was as powerful as a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, that Elder Lu was even more powerful, he had already reached the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Even her father had been injured by him. Deep down in her heart, she really hoped that Yi Chen could help them. However, this hope was too slim. After all, she had experienced how powerful Elder Lu was. Yi Chen couldn't possibly be a match for him. "You want to leave?" "Not so easy. Die." The old man in black robes had a hideous look on his face as he threw a palm attack towards Yi Chen. A huge black palm swooshed across the air, letting out a shrill, heart-wrenching sound. Clang, Yi Chen unsheathed the dragon spring sword and waved it casually. The bright, crystal-like sword chi sliced through the air, sliced open the black palm print, and sliced towards the old man's neck. "Not good. This sword chi is very powerful." The old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly took out a shield from his storage ring and placed it in front of him. Clang, a huge crack appeared on the half-foot-thick shield, and the bright sparks shot out 3 to 4 meters away like fireworks. The members of the Lin family were dumbfounded. A casual sword chi had forced the powerful Elder Lu to use his shield to block it. Furthermore, the shield was made of steel that had been tempered 100 times and was half a foot thick. Yet, the sword chi had cut 4 inches deep into the shield, nearly splitting it into 2. Seeing Yi Chen waving his sword again, the old man hurriedly dropped the broken shield in his hand and jumped towards Lin Qingmei, who was the closest to him. He wanted to use her as a shield so that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to hurt her. Lin Qingmei was not powerful enough. She only saw a blur in front of her eyes, and the old man had already arrived in front of her. His withered hand reached towards her neck. Although the old man was fast, Yi Chen was even faster. He appeared right next to Lin Qingmei, leaving only a shadow behind him. The light blue sword light shone like a thunderbolt. The next moment, the old man was blown away, and his body was cut in half in the air. Elder Lu is dead. The leader of the Huang family, who had been smiling a moment ago, was now terrified. Swish, Yi Chen waved his left hand, and the storage ring on the old man's finger fell off and was sucked over. Without even looking at it, Yi Chen put it into his own storage ring. Then, he turned his head and looked at the leader of the Huang family. The leader of the Huang family's face had turned pale. He forced a smile and said, "My family will leave right now. I promise, we will never cause any trouble to the Lin family again." As for Elder Lu, he deserved it. During the half a month that he stayed in the Huang family, he had raped countless servant girls. Yi Chen didn't say anything. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. If he slaughtered the Huang family's people, others would think that he was a bloodthirsty person. Of course, if Lin Taimu wanted to eradicate the Huang family, Yi Chen wouldn't mind helping him by killing a few experts of the Huang family. Obviously, Lin Taimu didn't want to do that. He yelled, "Huang Jian, my Lin family and your Huang family have never interfered in each other's business, and we have no intention of competing with you for the Black Rock City's business. Now get lost." If you dare to bully us again in the future, Lin Taimu, will never forgive you. Yes, yes. Huang Jian's only thought now was to leave the Lin family. As for the future, he would think about it later. He was really afraid that Yichen would kill him in passing. After the people of the Huang family left, Yichen slightly shook his head. Lin Taimu was still not ruthless enough. Those who wanted to achieve great things had to be ruthless. They would kill those who deserved to be killed, and never let go of any opportunity. However, everyone had their own ambitions. Not everyone wanted to achieve great things. Perhaps Lin Taimu only wanted to live a peaceful life in the Black Rock City. Furthermore, although Lin Taimu was injured, he was still much stronger than Huang Jian. Once he fully recovered, the Huang family wouldn't dare to bully them again in a short period of time. Little brother, thank you so much. Lin Taimu, will never be able to thank you enough. Lin Taimu cupped his hands towards Yichen. Not only had Lin Taimu saved his daughter's life, he had also helped the Lin family kill their biggest enemy, the black-clothed old man. Yichen said, don't mention it. It was almost evening. Lin Taimu had ordered people to prepare a sumptuous banquet for Yichen. During the banquet, Lin Qingmei had drunk a lot of wine. Her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze fell on Yichen from time to time. As for that young man named Lu Xianxia, he looked sad. Xianxia, don't worry. He doesn't belong to the same world as us. He will leave sooner or later. Lu Jingda sat beside Lu Xianxia and comforted him. Lu Xianxia nodded bitterly. He was now a late condensing reality realm martial artist. As long as he worked hard, he could easily become a clasping yuan realm martial artist. However, compared to Yichen, he was still far behind. Fortunately, he knew that the outside world was huge, and there were countless geniuses out there. Not everyone could compete with them. All he wanted to do was to become a powerful martial artist in the Black Rock City. The next day, early in the morning, Yichen bid farewell to the Lin family members, then left the Black Rock City. In a small forest, a bonfire was flickering. I have reached the 7th level of the mysterious great art. The quality of my Jin Qi has increased by 30%, and the total amount of my Jin Qi has also increased by 10%. Sitting beside the bonfire with his legs crossed, Yichen threw a punch towards a gigantic tree in the distance. Crack, the tree was snapped in half, and the top half was sent flying dozens of meters away. It had been 3 days since Yichen left the Black Rock City. During this time, Yichen would spend 4 to 6 hours training the mysterious great art every day. Tonight, he had finally made a breakthrough. Oh, right, I haven't checked the old man's storage ring yet. Since he had some free time, Yichen took out the old man's storage ring. After removing the remaining Jin Qi from the old man's body, Yichen saw the space inside the ring. Although the old man was a peak-level mid-clasping yuan realm martial artist, he did not have a lot of money. He only had around 1,000 low-rank soul stones and 500,000 gold. However, there were a lot of strange things in the ring. There were stones that emitted black qi, skulls made of beautiful jade, and a broken map. Skipping over the first few items, Yichen took out the broken map. Yichen opened the map and found that it was only the size of a palm. It was grayish-yellow in color, and there were routes, rivers, mountains, and woods drawn on it with special pigments. On the edge of the map, there was a red dot, which was very eye-catching. I can't tell where the mountains and the woods are, but this river is obviously the Wild Goose Falling River. The Wild Goose Falling River is one of the 3 largest rivers in the South Shui region. The river I just passed through was only a small part of it. The end of this river is in the north of the Grey Mystery Nation, and that's where the red dot is. I wonder what this red dot represents? Yichen was lost in his thoughts. He thought that it was just an ordinary map fragment, but now he realized that it might not be the case. After all, the animal skin that the map was made of looked quite ancient. I'm here to train myself, so it doesn't matter where I go. I might be able to find something. However, this Grey Mystery Nation is not one of the 9 nations, and it's over 500,000 miles away from the Thousand Silk Nation. It will take me a long time to get to the red dot. Waking up from his thoughts, Yichen made up his mind to go to the red dot. 3 days later, Yichen arrived at the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River again. If the Wild Goose Falling River between the Windy Nation and the Thousand Silk Nation was the downstream part, then the Wild Goose Falling River here belonged to the upper part. On the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River was a prosperous port city called the Riverside City, which had a population of over 5 million. Huge ships were docked at the port, transporting goods to the shore. "Young warrior, the ocean beast is about to leave, please wait for it." Someone came to report to Yichen from the shore. Yichen nodded and responded, "All right." The ocean beast was a huge, shuttle-shaped ship, over 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. It was entirely made from the top-grade iron heavy wood, and even ordinary clasping Yuan realm martial artists might not be able to leave a dent on it. The ocean beast was extremely sturdy and reliable, and was one of the biggest guarantees for passing through the Wild Goose Falling River. But of course, with the current technology of the Riverside City, such a huge ship couldn't be built yet. This ship was custom-made from the Black Dragon Empire, one of the 3 largest empires in the South Shui region. No one knew how much gold it cost. At least, with the current wealth of Yichen, he couldn't even afford 1% of this ship. There weren't too many people on the ship, only around 30 to 40 people. Half of them were rich people, 2/3 were nobles, and the rest were martial artists. The Zhen Qi vibration released from these 7 to 8 martial artists was extremely strong, and they were all clasping Yuan realm martial artists. One of them was even a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. When he blinked his eyes, a sharp light could be seen, which was as sharp as a knife. Seeing that Yichen was so young, these people all had different looks on their faces. A big-bellied rich man laughed out loud and said, "Young man, did you steal money from your family and prepare to leave your family? But, your family is quite rich. We have to pay 100,000 taels of gold to board this ship, ordinary people can't afford it." Those martial artists silently cursed him for being an idiot. Although Yichen's Zhen Qi vibration was slightly weaker than theirs, he was clearly a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. How could a clasping Yuan realm martial artist be so poor? It was absolutely impossible for him to steal money from his family to leave his family. Yichen gave a faint smile, but didn't say anything. "All right, people, the ocean beast is about to depart. I hope you can behave yourselves on the way, and don't cause us any trouble." The cabin door was opened, and a middle-aged man walked in with 2 of his subordinates and said coldly, "What are you talking about? Who dares to cause trouble on the ocean beast? They must be tired of living." Indeed, the ocean beast belongs to the South Chamber of Commerce. The South Chamber of Commerce is one of the 2 largest chambers of commerce in the South Shui region. They have countless powerful martial artists, and are even more powerful than rank 7 institutions. Hearing these people's discussions, Yichen slightly knitted his eyebrows. The sense of power released from this middle-aged man was no weaker than that of the patriarch of the South Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, he was a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and the 2 subordinates behind him were also mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Added with the other powerful martial artists of the South Chamber of Commerce, the South Chamber of Commerce was more than powerful. Clatter, a noise came from below the deck. The ship was about to depart. "In the Huang family in the Black Rock City. You said that old Lu was killed, but where is the killer?" 2 young men were looking down at the Huang family's leader. The one on the left was wearing a black robe and had a gloomy face, while the other one was wearing a cyan robe and had a cold look. The Zhen Qi vibrations released from their bodies were even more powerful than Yichen's. They were at least peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artists. The Huang family's leader wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "I don't know, he left the next day." "Why don't you go ask the Lin family's people? They are quite close to that kid." Bang! The young man in cyan robe gave the Huang family's leader a heavy kick, making him vomit blood, then sneered and said, "You want to use me as a weapon? You don't deserve it." After leaving the Huang family, the young man in black robe said, "That kid is only 16 or 17 years old, but he has the power to defeat old Lu, who is at the peak level mid-clasping Yuan realm. It seems that we can't underestimate him." The young man in cyan robe sneered and said, "Both of us are ranked in the top 45 in the Hidden Dragon ranking. That old Lu is nothing but a piece of cake for us. What should we do now?" "Don't worry, I've seen that map in a stall, but I didn't pay much attention to it. When I got back, old Lu had already bought it. Fortunately, I've memorized the location of the red. It's roughly at the end of the Wild Goose Falling River. As for the specific location, we'll know when we get there. Hee, that's great. If nothing goes wrong, the location of the red dot must be a historical site. If we can find one or two high-level martial arts, we'll have more hope for the Hidden Dragon ranking competition the year after next. The speed of the ocean beast was unbelievably fast. Within only 1 day and 1 night, it had already left River City and appeared over 10,000 miles away. This kind of speed was almost twice as fast as that of the half-spirit horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, as fast as a bolt of lightning. Only a large river like the Wild Goose Falling River could allow the ocean beast to move so fast. If it were a small river, the ocean beast would have been destroyed long ago. Perhaps, the ocean beast was afraid that the strong wind might blow the passengers away if the ocean beast moved too fast. Therefore, the ocean beast was in the shape of a shuttle. 2 arc-shaped planks extended from the front of the ship, covering a small half of the ship's head. The strong wind that came from the front of the ship was pushed away along the planks, and couldn't reach the deck. Creak, pushing the cabin door open, Yichen saw the sharp bow of the ship cut a tornado in half, then swiftly swooshed through it. Yichen was secretly shocked by the power of the tornado. The ocean beast is indeed an invention of the puppet school. Such a small ship has so many incredible things. Beside Yichen, the middle-aged man with a curly beard leaned against the cabin wall and praised. "Is this ship also an invention of the puppet school?" asked Yichen confusedly. Speaking of which, he had seen many inventions of the puppet school, such as wooden puppets and crow puppets. Even he, who was a sole traveler, couldn't help but sigh with admiration. The royal family of the Black Dragon Empire once discovered the remains of a branch of the puppet school, and mastered many inventions. The ocean beast is one of them. It's said that the South Chamber of Commerce bought 5 ocean beasts from the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire, each of which is worth over 500 million gold. Apart from that, the South Chamber of Commerce has to pay a huge amount of spirit stones to the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire every year, which is equivalent to renting the ships. The middle-aged man with a curly beard looked ordinary, and was wearing a grey robe. He was about 40 or 50 years old. Yichen was shocked. They paid 500 million gold, and they still have to pay spirit stones every year? That's too harsh. The bearded middle-aged man grinned and said, "After 10 years, we won't need to pay spirit stones anymore. Besides, just think about it, every time this ocean beast carries a batch of customers, it can earn millions of gold. 10 batches of customers a year means tens of millions of gold, and this is only a small number. Not to mention, this ocean beast is not only used to carry people, but also to help the Chamber of Commerce transport goods. Otherwise, which ship can make a round trip of hundreds of thousands of miles?" Yichen thought for a while and agreed with Yichen. The South Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce, and the most important thing for the South Chamber of Commerce was to do business. Now that they had ocean beasts, it would be much more convenient for them to transport goods, which would save them a lot of time and manpower. The two of them had only met for a day, and after chatting for a while, they fell silent. Standing next to the railing on the edge of the deck, Yichen could see that there was a thin layer of air 3 feet away from him. That was because the ship was traveling at such a high speed that the wind was compressed into a solid airflow. If a mortal realm warrior took a step forward, he or she would definitely be blown away by the thin layer of air. Even a condensing reality realm warrior would have to use all of his or her power to resist this airflow. Through the thin layer of air, Yichen could see the boundless river water. As one of the 3 largest rivers in the South Shore region, the Wild Goose Falling River was 650,000 miles long. Its main river ran through the Windy Nation, the Thousand Thread Nation, the Grey Mystery Nation and the other 8 nations, and its tributaries were tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of tributaries. The Wild Goose Falling River was huge, but it was still the smallest of the 3 largest rivers in the South Shore region. The largest river was the Vermilion Bird River. The Vermilion Bird River not only ran through a big half of the South Shore region, but also extended to other regions, such as the Wavy Cloud region and the Misty Snow region. Even the Wild Goose Falling River could be counted as a tributary of the Vermilion Bird River. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine how vast the Vermilion Bird River was. It was countless times larger than the ocean in the world where Yichen came from. One day, when I am able to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers and climb to the top of the martial artists, I wonder what it would be like. Facing the vast wild goose falling river, Yi Chen's heart was filled with ambition. He clenched his fists tightly. Everyone, it's time for dinner, come on in. The cabin door was opened, and a member of the South Chamber of Commerce informed everyone on the deck. Alright, I'm almost hungry. The food on the ocean beast is quite good, I wonder what's going to be this time. Hearing everyone's words, Yi Chen grinned and followed them into the cabin. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Yi Chen went back to his own room. The ocean beast had 4 floors. The bottom floor was for storing goods, the second floor was for the members of the South Chamber of Commerce, and the third and fourth floors were for powerful martial artists and passengers of the South Chamber of Commerce. Yi Chen's room was the 5th one on the 4th floor, which was quite spacious, about 20 to 30 square meters. Sitting on his bed with his legs crossed, Yi Chen began his daily cultivation. Soon, 10 days had passed. The ocean beast had crossed a few countries, and finally arrived in the territory of the Zhaoyang country. From here on, all kinds of powerful martial artists will show up frequently. You'd better be careful, don't provoke them. The captain of the ocean beast, who was a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, walked onto the deck and reminded everyone. A noble young man, who was protected by 4 clasping Yuan realm martial artists, grinned and said, Captain Su, you're a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and one of the powerful martial artists of the South Chamber of Commerce. You must be very knowledgeable. Can you tell us about the abilities of powerful martial artists? We have nothing to do anyway. The middle-aged man glanced at the young man. This young man was the 3rd prince of the Thousand-Thread country, named Zhao Kong. He liked to make friends with powerful martial artists from all over the world, and had many powerful martial artists on his side. But of course, in the eyes of the South Chamber of Commerce, those powerful martial artists were nothing special, and were only slightly famous in the Thousand-Thread country. Since Prince Zhao is in such a good mood, I'd like to introduce myself. He often visited the Thousand-Thread country, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to build a good relationship with Zhao Kong. After all, some things couldn't be easily solved by powerful forces. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many complicated forces in the world. Hearing Zhao Kong, the others moved a bit closer to him, their faces filled with interest. There is nothing much to say about clasping Yuan realm martial artists. They can't be counted as powerful martial artists. Only those above the clasping Yuan realm can be considered as powerful. As we all know, when a clasping Yuan realm martial artist Xianxia has been refined into Jin Yuan, he or she would be considered to have just stepped into the astral reaching realm, and would have the power to fly into the sky. But, very few people know about the other abilities of astral reaching realm martial artists. Now, I will tell you about them. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man continued, the first ability of astral reaching realm warriors is the Jin Yuan transformation ability. Different from Jin Qi transformation, Jin Yuan transformation is more powerful and sturdier. For example, if an astral reaching realm warrior who uses a sword loses his sword, he can create a Jin Yuan sword, which is only weaker than a low-rank great weapon, but way more powerful than normal weapons. Of course, it can also transform into other things, such as blades, spears, sticks, or anything else that can be imitated. I will not waste time on this. The second ability of an astral reaching realm warrior is to create a Jin Yuan fire by rubbing their Jin Yuan together. With the Jin Yuan fire, they can easily melt some hard metals and make them into weapons. Don't underestimate this ability. Although not many people know how to make great weapons, but after some rare metals are made into weapons, their hardness will be quite impressive, and they will be extremely hard to destroy. If you don't use it yourself, you can give it to your family, friends, or juniors. Besides this, the most important use of the Jin Yuan fire is to burn Jin Yuan and explode with the most powerful attack. However, the side effects are also quite severe. If it is light, your body will be wounded, and it will take a long time to recover. If it is too intense, you might burn yourself into ashes. So scary. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Chen was a bit far away from the middle-aged man, but he had heard everything clearly. He thought to himself, burning Jin Yuan? It seems to be similar to the burning fire sacrifice spell from the Sky Cloud martial school. However, the burning fire sacrifice spell burns internal qi or Jin qi, while the Jinyuan fire burns Jinyuan. The difference between the two is too huge, and the power is also incomparable. In this case, the battles between astral-reaching realm martial artists should be more unpredictable. The slightly more powerful ones might not be able to win against the slightly weaker ones. Once the opponent decided to risk his life and burn his Jinyuan crazily, the result might be mutual destruction. No wonder astral-reaching realm martial artists can be called powerful ones. Not only is their power horrifying, but more importantly, they have too many ways to increase their power. Without an overwhelming advantage, they would not easily fight against each other. For example, Thunder Freer was not afraid of the great master of the Purple Sun martial school, who was more powerful than him. Hearing this, Yi Chen's interest was aroused as well. The middle-aged man continued, depending on the nature of the Jinyuan, the burning of Jinyuan can be different. For example, powerful martial artists who cultivate fire Jinyuan can burn their Jinyuan more easily, while powerful martial artists who cultivate water Jinyuan can burn their Jinyuan more easily. However, the side effect of burning Jinyuan is much smaller, and the recovery speed is also faster. Each has its own advantages, and there is no absolute advantage or disadvantage. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped talking and looked towards the back of the ocean beast. Seeing the strange look on the middle-aged man's face, the others also looked away. It's an astral-reaching realm martial artist, he has wings on his back. Yi Chen was the first one to notice the strange look on the middle-aged man's face. The ocean beast was moving at a high speed, it could move 70 to 80 meters within a blink of an eye. However, 10 miles away from the back of the ship, a silhouette was flying over at an even higher speed. Wherever the silhouette reached, tornadoes would be dispelled, and chaotic airflows would be pushed away. Because of the low altitude of the ocean beast, the waves on the Wild Goose Falling River were surging violently. A hundreds of meters long gully was created on the river, and the water was pushed to both sides. However, this wasn't enough to surprise the others. What surprised them was that the silhouette had a huge pair of black wings on his back. The wingspan of the wings was 20 to 30 meters long, and the pair of wings seemed to cover the entire sky. Swoosh! When the silhouette was less than a mile away from the ocean beast, the pair of black wings flapped and instantly appeared on the prow of the ship. The tremendous wind force generated by the silhouette made the ocean beast sway ceaselessly, as if it was going to fall over. Senior Crowman, I am Su Changjian, one of the deacons of the South Chamber of Commerce. The middle-aged man bowed, cupped his hands and said politely. When the silhouette landed on the prow of the ship, the others finally saw the silhouette's face clearly. It was a scrawny middle-aged man, wearing a black robe. Behind his back, a pair of seemingly real and fake black wings folded up, then merged with his body. From the outside, not even a trace of the pair of wings could be seen. The scrawny middle-aged man laughed and said, I've been flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, I'm a bit tired. Can you take a rest on the ocean beast of the South Chamber of Commerce? Senior, you must be joking, it's my honor. Haha, that's great. Now that there was an astral-reaching realm warrior on the ship, no one dared to say a word, as they were afraid that they might annoy him. Some of the more timid ones even hid in the cabin. Seeing this, the Black Crow Daoist smiled and said, You guys talk, I won't eat you. The Black Crow Man is one of my most respected seniors, no need to be afraid. Su Changjian heard him and laughed as well. Hearing Su Changjian's words, everyone relaxed a little bit, but they still did not dare to talk too loudly, they just talked in a low voice. This is the first time I have seen an astral-reaching realm warrior, I wonder where this Black Crow Man is from. Even Captain Su Changjian is so respectful to him, he must be extremely powerful. The chi coming from the Black Crow Man is way too powerful, as unpredictable as this Wild Goose Falling River. Compared to him, the powerful warriors in my family are just ordinary people. Exactly, the higher the level of a warrior, the bigger the gap between each level. I heard that an astral-reaching realm warrior could kill a late-clasping Yuan realm warrior with a flick of his finger. Yi Chen took a quick glance at the Black Crow Daoist, then turned his eyes back. He thought to himself, he is indeed very powerful. His Jinyuan vibration is as vast as a river, immeasurably deep. What's different from clasping yuan realm martial artists is that the Zhen yuan vibration of astral reaching realm martial artists spreads out in the form of a whirlpool, which gives people a feeling that they can crush a diamond. However, comparing the two, the Black Crow Daoist is at least 30% more powerful than the Thunder Freer. Living in the Windy Nation, how could I meet so many powerful warriors? First it was Thunder Freer, now it's the Black Crow Man. All of them are powerful warriors that most of the warriors can only look up to. Standing on the bow of the ship, the Black Crow Man did not move at all. He suddenly turned around and said to Su Chengjian, "Do you have any wine? Give me a pot." "Sir, please wait here." Su Chengjian entered the cabin and looked for the wine for the Black Crow Man. Soon, Su Chengjian walked out. He smiled and threw the wine bottle to the Black Crow Man. "Sir, this is the famous pear blossom wine of our South Chamber of Commerce." Uncorking the bottle, the Black Crow Man poured the wine into his mouth without caring about anything else, then murmured, "Great wine, fragrant and mellow. I might need to buy hundreds of bottles from your South Chamber of Commerce in the future." "Hee, sir, if you want to buy it yourself, our South Chamber of Commerce will definitely give you a discount." The ocean beast headed north for another 2,000 to 3,000 miles. Gradually, the Wild Goose Falling River became narrower. Before, it was 400 to 500 miles wide, even 700 to 800 miles wide, but now it was only 100 to 200 miles wide. Standing on the deck of the ocean beast, one could already see numerous towering mountains and numerous port cities along the banks of the Wild Goose Falling River. The Crow Taoist threw the empty bottle in his hand into the river, looked to the right, and laughed. "I haven't seen you for 10 years. Today, I can finally have a good fight." As if it was responding to the voice of the Crow Taoist, on the right side of the shore about 100 miles away, a mountain peak that was thousands of feet high suddenly released a towering fiery light. The fiery light was as red as the sun, and even the color of the nearby river had changed. It was a sea of sparkling orange. "Haha, I'm going." The Black Crow Daoist greeted Su Chengjian, and a pair of huge black wings stretched out from his back. With a flap of the wings, his body soared into the sky and shot towards the direction of the fiery light. On the way, his body was surrounded by a black airflow that looked like a dark cloud. It was powerful and oppressive. "Senior, take care." Su Chengjian's voice was heard. Yichen squinted his eyes. He saw a vague human figure standing in the middle of the fiery light. Seriously speaking, this human figure was not something that he could see. It was just that the aura of the opponent was way too powerful, and was captured by Yichen's soul power, which automatically formed a shadow. It was just like a blind man who had familiarized himself with a certain environment over a long period of time. Another astral-reaching realm warrior. Yichen slowly let out a breath of hot air. "Captain Su, are the wings of the Black Crow Daoist the Zhen yuan that you mentioned?" After the Black Crow Daoist had left, the pressure on the crowd had disappeared, so someone could not help but ask. Su Chengjian laughed. "The Zhen yuan transformation is indeed one of the abilities of the astral-reaching realm warriors, but unless they have no other choice, very few people would use it. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. With the power of a clasping yuan realm warrior, all of them can transform their Zhen Qi. However, compared to a warrior who can transform his Zhen Qi using a martial skill, which one is more powerful? Of course, a warrior who can transform his Zhen Qi using a martial skill is more powerful. Directly transforming his Zhen Qi into a physical form is no different from a normal attack, it is just a bit more flashy. Indeed, it is the same for astral-reaching realm warriors. The wings of the Black Crow Daoist are actually a martial art, called the Great Black Crow Art. It is much more powerful than the normal Zhen yuan transformation. Not only can it increase the speed, it can also increase the speed of the Zhen yuan circulation. It is one of the most powerful martial arts of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. The Sky Flying Devil Martial School? Is it the Rank 6 martial school of the Black Dragon Empire? The Black Crow Daoist is a powerful warrior from the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. I see. None of them were stupid. With just a little reminder, they immediately knew about the background of the Black Crow Daoist priest. All of them were dumbfounded. In their eyes, a grade 6 martial institution was definitely a colossus. If a grade 9 to grade 7 martial institution was considered a big martial institution, then a grade 6 martial institution could be considered as a super martial institution. They could easily destroy a small country or a big martial institution. Boom, in everyone's sight, that mountain that had exploded with a fiery light suddenly shattered into pieces and collapsed. The shockwave turned into a solid substance, spreading out in all directions. The Black Crow Daoist is fighting against someone. Shattering a mountain with a single move, that's so powerful. Yichen was trying to simulate the fight with his soul power, but the fight between the Black Crow Daoist and that person was way too fast. Within a single moment, hundreds of moves had already been launched, and Yichen didn't have enough time to react. If he tried to simulate the fight by force, he would only end up with nothing but chaos. The ocean beast didn't slow down at all. Within half an hour, it had already moved over 500 miles, leaving that shattered mountain far behind, until the ocean beast couldn't see anything anymore. 10 days later. The Wild Goose Falling River narrowed again, from over 100 miles to 50 miles. Early morning. Yichen pushed open the cabin door, walked out, and took a deep breath of fresh air. After 20 days of hard training, my great mystery art has broken into the 8th level. The quality of my Xianxia has already surpassed the Xianxia cultivated with low-rank Earth-realm martial arts, but the quantity is still a bit lower. Yichen hadn't practiced any low-rank Earth-realm martial arts, but he had seen some early clasping Yuan-realm martial artists who had practiced low-rank Earth-realm martial arts. Comparing them with the 8th level of the Great Mystery Art, Yichen could easily figure out how powerful the 8th level of the Great Mystery Art was. Gazing into the distance, Jihao saw 2 straight canyons faintly visible. In the afternoon, people went to the deck to sunbathe. Su Chongjian pointed at the front and said, about 300 to 400 miles away, we'll see the most famous natural moat gorge on the Wild Goose Falling River. Natural moat gorge. The one that was split into 2 by someone? The bearded middle-aged man couldn't help but change his expression. Split into 2 by someone? Yichen was shocked. From 300 to 400 miles away, he could already tell that the natural moat gorge was enormous and tall, at least 10 times larger than the windy mountain where the Sky Cloud Martial School was located. Who was able to split it into 2? That kind of power was way too terrifying. Su Chongjian said, 500 years ago, the natural moat gorge wasn't a gorge, nor was it called the natural moat gorge. Instead, it was called the Sky Pillar Mountain, standing on the bank of the Wild Goose Falling River. It was 18,000 meters high, and occupied thousands of miles in radius. One day, 2 life and death realm warriors were battling there. One of them, who was called the Battle King, threw out a sword attack and directly cut the Sky Pillar Mountain in half. Half of the mountain was forcibly moved to the center of the Wild Goose Falling River, forming a huge valley that was more than 10 kilometers wide. It also created a new branch, which is the current natural Moat Valley waterway, which is thousands of miles long. A fight between 2 life and death realm martial artists, and the Battle King split the Sky Pillar Mountain into 2 with a single sword move. Yichen gasped in shock. As the ocean beast approached, people finally saw the natural moat gorge. This gorge was 17,000 to 18,000 meters high, and was divided into 2 parts. The periphery of both parts of the gorge was steep, like the silhouettes of mountains, while the inside part of the gorge was perfectly straight. As Su Chongjian said, the 2 parts of the gorge were cut into 2 by someone with a sword, thus forming a perfectly straight inner part of the gorge. The height of the 2 parts of the gorge was equal, and the inner part of the gorge was perfectly straight. We can't go into the natural moat gorge, let's go through the main road on the side. Every time they passed by this place, Su Chongjian would remind the members of the Chamber of Commerce, and this time was no exception. Don't worry, Deacon, we don't want to die yet. The member of the Chamber of Commerce, who was controlling the direction of the ocean beast, smiled. This time, Yichen couldn't help but ask, what's so special about this gorge? Why can't we go through it? Su Chongjian rubbed his own chin and responded, you'll know soon. The long waterway flashed across, and 2 waterways appeared in front of the ocean beast. One led to the natural moat gorge, while the other led to the main road of the Wild Goose Falling River. The ocean beasts were already very, very close to the natural moat gorge. Compared to the natural moat gorge, the ocean beasts were even smaller than ants. The strong contrast between the ocean beasts and the natural moat gorge made all the people on the ship fall into a trance and feel a subtle fear. Buzz, all of a sudden, without any reason, a terrifyingly sharp sense of power spread over from the natural moat gorge and shrouded the ocean beast. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Puff, unexpectedly, Yichen was even weaker than those rich people, who only knew a little bit about martial arts. He opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the deck. Su Changjian glanced at Yichen in surprise. Yichen was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, but why couldn't he withstand the sense of power released from the natural moat gorge? This had never happened before. Not to mention that this place was still a short distance away from the natural moat gorge, so the sense of power released from the natural moat gorge wasn't that great. After being surprised for a while, Jihao stopped worrying about it and said, "The reason why we can't go through the natural moat gorge is that back then, when the Battle King split the Sky Pillar Mountain open, the remaining sword intent still lingered in the natural moat gorge for 500 years. If we go into the natural moat gorge rashly, our souls would definitely be crushed by that terrifying sword intent, and we would be dead for sure. It's said that some astral-reaching realm martial artists have gone into the natural moat gorge, but since then, no one has ever seen them, and they are most likely dead. The sword intent that hasn't dissipated for 500 years? Just now, when the fierce aura spread out, Yichen immediately knew that it was the sword intent. After all, he had almost reached the entry level of the sword intent, so he knew more about it than the others. Because of this, when the two sword intents confronted each other, Yichen's sword intent was suddenly shattered, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Hearing Su Changjian say that this was the remaining sword intent of the Battle King from 500 years ago, Yichen couldn't help but be shocked. After 500 years, this sword intent hadn't dissipated yet, which meant that it was definitely not only the entry-level sword intent, but something even higher than the entry-level sword intent. As for what kind of sword intent surpassed the entry-level sword intent, Yichen didn't know. Life and death realm warriors are indeed powerful. If the sword intent of the natural moat gorge was at its peak, who could possibly block it? Perhaps only life and death realm warriors could. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yichen sighed slightly. He didn't know what to feel. A strange look appeared on Yichen's face. The broken sword, which had been staying quietly in the storage ring, suddenly started shaking slightly, as if something was attracting it. Ding! Dang! Dang! The broken sword was divided into two parts, one was the upper part, and the other was the hilt and the lower part of the sword. Now, the two parts, which were originally one, were rushing up at an extremely high speed, bumping against the space wall of the storage ring and letting out clear metal clangs. Is it? Yichen thought of a possibility. The broken sword might be the Battle King's sword, or it might have something to do with the natural moat gorge. Back in the Northwest auction, he remembered that the auctioneer had said that this broken sword had a history of 500 years, and 500 years ago, the Battle King had fought against a life and death realm warrior. This is unbelievable. This broken sword is probably the Battle King's sword, and now it's being summoned by the sword intent, trying to rush out of the storage ring. Yichen wasn't worried that the broken sword would run away. The space wall of the storage ring was very solid, and a broken sword which had already lost its spirit couldn't possibly break through the space wall, unless it had the power to break the space. The ocean beast flew past the natural moat gorge. When it was the closest to the natural moat gorge, the frequency of the broken sword clashing against the space wall abruptly increased. Within a single moment, it had clashed against the space wall for at least tens of hundreds of times, letting out waves of raging fire sparks that even melted some low-grade spirit stones that were standing close to it. However, this was only temporary. As the ocean beast moved further away from the natural moat gorge, the frequency of the broken sword's attacks gradually decreased, and eventually quieted down completely, lying quietly in the storage ring. Taking a deep breath, Yichen thought to himself, I don't have the strength to enter the natural moat gorge right now. Once I'm strong enough, I might be able to go in and take a look. I'll see if the broken sword is really the warlord's sword. Also, the only broken part of the sword might be in there. The final destination of the ocean beast was the Three River City, the largest port city in the spirit-reaching country. Sanjiang City Port. There were people coming and going at the pier, and there were all kinds of ships docked at the riverside. There were cargo ships, passenger ships, and even warships. There were no less than 100 of them, densely packed together. People, the Three River City is one of the branches of the South Chamber of Commerce. This is the final destination, please get off the ship. The ocean beast docked at the pier, and Su Changjian stood on the deck and said to the crowd. I'm going to the Elephant Mountain Nation. It seems that I'll have to take a ship. I'm going to the Grey Mystery Nation, but it's a bit far. I'll rest in the Three River City for a couple of days first. Only a few of them had agreed to go to the spirit-reaching city at the beginning. The others only boarded the ship because the ocean beast was fast. Otherwise, they would have taken other routes, which would have been much shorter. After getting off the ship, Yichen didn't start his journey right away. There were still 200,000 to 300,000 miles to go from here to the Grey Mystery Nation, so he didn't have to rush. The Three River City was very prosperous, but also very crowded. Walking on the street, Yichen glanced over and saw a huge crowd of people everywhere. ********, my dear guest, I'm sorry, our restaurant is full. Would you like to try other restaurants? My dear guest, our restaurant is full as well. Other restaurants might have some vacant rooms. I'm really sorry, my dear guest. To be honest with you, all the restaurants in the outer city of the Three River City are full every day. I'm afraid that only the inner city can have vacant rooms. After walking into 7 or 8 restaurants in a row, Yichen found that all of them were full. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The population density of the Three River City was indeed amazing. But of course, from this, one could tell how prosperous the Three River City was. I'd better go to the inner city. Famous big cities usually had inner cities, such as Luo City, where the Yi family was located, the Happy City, where the Northwest Auction House was located, and the Gale City, which was located on the Great Devil Grassland. All of these cities had an inner city, and normally, only people with high social status or great wealth could live in the inner city. After paying the expensive entrance fee, Yichen walked into the inner city. Compared to the outer city, the streets in the inner city were wider, but the population density was much lower. At least, people didn't have to rub shoulders with each other. Eh? Yichen, it's you. A familiar voice came from behind him. Yichen turned around, saw the face of the man, then grinned and said, Lin Yu, long time no see. Why are you also in the Three River City? The man who had called Yichen's name was Lin Yu, the head disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, a rank 7 institution in the Elephant Mountain Nation. Back in the Tomb of the Heaven Dream ancient region, he and Yichen and Leng Wuqing had fought against martial zombies together. Lin Yu laughed and said, should I ask you? The Elephant Mountain Nation is not far from the Spirit-Speaking Nation, but your Windy Nation is quite far from here. I came out to gain some experience. Gain experience? Good idea. But the leader thinks that I'm not powerful enough, and wants me to gain more experience. Lin Yu showed an envious look. Yichen smiled. He could understand the leader of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He had spent a lot of effort to raise a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist, and he couldn't let him die before he matured. I'm planning to stay in the Three River City for a couple of days, what about you? I'm here for a party, why don't you come as well? No matter what, you're the most powerful young martial artist among the 9 nations, you're qualified to join this party. Yichen was confused, what party? It's held by a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist from the Spirit-Speaking Nation. The invited guests are all hidden dragon-ranked martial artists from the few neighboring countries, and the Elephant Mountain Nation is right next to the Spirit-Speaking Nation. I think I'm not going, they didn't invite me, it's not appropriate. Why not? Usually, people come uninvited, I'm sure this time will be the same. Helplessly, Yichen had no choice but to accept the invitation. Outside a dazzling and magnificent restaurant, Lin Yu said, let's go in, the party will be held in the yard behind the restaurant. Entering the restaurant, the two walked across the lobby and came to a large, luxurious yard behind the restaurant. The party would be held in the 3rd luxurious yard. Please come in. Outside the yard, a waiter was waiting for them. Lin Yu nodded, then walked straight in with Yichen. This large, luxurious yard belonged to the restaurant, and was used to entertain distinguished guests. Every yard occupied an extremely large area, and the interior of the yard was quite unique, with fake mountains, green waters, pavilions, terraces, and other buildings. Walking into the colorful garden, Yichen slightly narrowed his eyes. On the broad, flat ground, there were only around 10 young people, both male and female. Without any surprise, all of these people were clasping Yuan realm martial artists. 2 of them were even mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Strong Xianxia vibrations were rippling like water. Haha, brother Lin Yu, you're here as well. The handsome young man who had been talking and laughing noticed Lin Yu, stood up and said with a smile. Hee, it seems that I'm late. Lin Yu cupped his hands and said to Yichen in a low voice, this is the host of this party, his name is Qi Xiaofeng, ranked 38th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking, and is now a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, very powerful. Hearing Lin Yu, Yichen glanced at him. Qi Xiaofeng's body was well-proportioned, and he had restrained his Xianxia. His eyes didn't look as fierce as before, instead, they were as gentle as a spring breeze. However, Yichen dared not to underestimate him. All the top 50 of the last Hidden Dragon ranking were early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and now that 2 years had passed, it wouldn't be strange for him to become a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. I was wondering who it was, it's Lin Yu. I haven't seen you for a long time, I guess you've improved a lot. But if you don't have any tricks up your sleeves, you might be eliminated in this Hidden Dragon ranking. The arrogant young man standing beside Qi Xiaofeng didn't stand up either. Instead, he threw a glance at Lin Yu and said. Lin Yu responded, just SOSO, how can I compare with you? Who's that kid standing beside you? I've never seen him before. Don't tell me you're treating this place like a tea party, where anyone can come in. Lin Yu laughed and responded, I brought him here, of course, he's qualified. Oh, tell me. Qi Xiaofeng was a bit curious about Yichen as well, he believed that Lin Yu wouldn't bring an irrelevant person here. Lin Yu introduced Yichen to the crowd and said, he's Yichen, the most powerful young martial artist in the 9 nations, including our Elephant Mountain country. Even Yuan Hingying had suffered a great loss in his hands, I guess he's still recovering. Yuan Hingying had suffered a great loss in his hands, the crowd all fixed their eyes on Yichen. Qi Xiaofeng grinned and said, Yuan Hingying's power is not to be underestimated. Since you've defeated him, you're indeed qualified to join this party. Come, this way, please. Facing the crowd's gazes, Yichen showed no change in his expression, he found a seat and sat down, after which, beautiful maids came over to pour him some tea or wine. I was wondering how powerful you are, but you've only defeated Yuan Hingying. To be honest, you really don't have any powerful martial artists in the 9 nations. Gao Yuan took a sip of the tea and said carelessly. Sitting beside Yichen, Lin Yu said, that guy named Gao Yuan, although he's quite arrogant, he's actually quite powerful. He was ranked 46th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking competition, and is now a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He's much more powerful than Mo Wuxiwei and Yuan Hingying, and I heard that he's been through quite a lot of adventures, and has mastered a powerful martial art. Lin Yu had brought Yichen here for some other reason, for example, he wanted to let the crowd know that there were still some powerful young martial artists in the 9 nations. Ladies and gentlemen, Morong Qingqing is late. At this moment, a silvery voice came from outside the backyard. Soon, a young woman in a purple dress walked in. She was about 20 years old, had a slim and graceful body, and her face was covered with a thin veil. Although no one could see her real face, judging from her beautiful face, she must be a peerless beauty. A gentle breeze blew across, and a natural, orchid-like fragrance drifted over, which was even more intoxicating than the aroma of flowers in the backyard. A peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, Yichen's pupils suddenly shrunk. This young girl, who was wearing a thin veil over her face, was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Under Yichen's soul power, the Zhen Qi vibration released from her body was like a raging river, surging violently. Lin Yu paused for a second, then slowly turned his head around and said to Yichen in a low voice, Morong Qingqing, the second disciple of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, a rank 6 institution in the Black Dragon Empire. She was ranked 27th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. It's said that she's as powerful as the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. The Sky Flying Devil Martial School? Yichen thought to himself, what a coincidence. Back in the Wild Goose Falling River, he had met the Black Crow Taoist, an elder of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, and now in the Three River City, he had met the second disciple of the sky-flying devil martial school, Morong Qingqing. Lin Yu said, the Black Dragon Empire is not too far away from the spirit-speaking nation, but very few people would show respect to Qi Xiaofeng. This time, why did Morong Qingqing come here? I don't understand. After all the top 30 hidden dragon ranking martial artists are very proud, and they wouldn't make friends with people who are ranked too low. The appearance of Morong Qingqing had changed the atmosphere in the garden. All the young men tidied their clothes and sat up straight, trying to show the best side of themselves to Morong Qingqing, while the few girls snorted coldly. They were quite unhappy. However, they had to admit that no matter if it was in terms of temperament or figure, they were all far inferior to Morong Qingqing. As for appearance, everyone knew that Morong Qingqing was one of the two most beautiful girls in the Black Dragon Empire, and even many princes of the Black Dragon Empire wanted to marry her. Qi Xiaofeng's eyes were burning with passion. He hurriedly walked up to Morong Qingqing, smiled and said, Miss Morong, you're here, please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Just call me Morong. Morong Qingqing gave a sweet smile and responded. Alright, Morong, sit here. Qi Xiaofeng gestured with his right hand. Following Qi Xiaofeng's words, Morong Qingqing sat down beside Qi Xiaofeng. She picked up the cup of tea that had just been served to her, took a sip, then glanced around with her pair of beautiful eyes. Seeing Yi Chen, who was sitting in the outer circle, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. She didn't remember this name being in the hidden dragon ranking, so he must be a rising star. There was nothing special about this gathering. It was just a place for everyone to exchange feelings or some of their own experiences. Of course, as the young elites of their respective countries, their achievements in martial arts and cultivation were undoubtedly the main theme of this gathering, which would never change. Brother Zhang, I heard that your divine wind break has already reached the 9th stage. I wonder how powerful it is. I don't think he is weak. The wind god break is the ultimate technique of my wind riding sect. Its power is naturally not weak. Even Brother He's Vajra protection art may not be able to block it. Oh, since that's the case, let's exchange a few moves. Let's see if your divine windbreak or my Vajra protection art is stronger. As you wish. While they were chatting, some of them couldn't help but invite each other to a duel. Qi Xiaofeng was well prepared for this. He cleared a large space for the two of them, then smiled and said, the hidden dragon rank competition has not started yet, you two can stop here, just in case you hurt our friendship. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. I'll be gentle as well. Both of them were ranked very close to each other in the hidden dragon ranking. Both of them had the intention to compete with each other. Therefore, both of them showed their sharpness in their tone, neither of them would back down. Qi Xiaofeng let out a bitter smile and stepped back to stand beside Morong Qingqing. Boom, on the open area, the two who had invited each other to a duel had already launched a move. The sturdy young man's entire body was wrapped up by a layer of golden shield. The shield didn't look like a simple airflow, instead, it looked like a layer of golden water ripples, thick and solid, perfectly protecting his body. On the other side, the skinny young man's long hair fluttered in the air while a cyan whirlwind condensed behind his back. The whirlwind was compressed into an oval shape, with a dark cyan color in the center. As the skinny young man launched a punch, a cyan whirlwind immediately appeared on his arm, fiercely attacking towards his opponent. Lin Yu introduced the two to Yi Chen. The one who launched the Vajra protection art is Zhao Gang. He was ranked 65th in the last hidden dragon ranking. The one who launched the wind god break is Qing Feng. He was ranked 60th in the last hidden dragon ranking. Although their ranks are different, their strengths are almost the same. I wonder who will be more powerful. Yi Chen said, probably Zhao Gang. Why? Lin Yu showed a confused look. Yi Chen grinned and said, although Qing Feng's attacks are fierce, like a thunderstorm, he won't be able to break Zhao Gang's Vajra protection art within a short period of time. While defending, Zhao Gang has already started to look for Qing Feng's flaws. If I'm not wrong, once Qing Feng's Shen Qi stagnates, Zhao Gang will launch a full-power counterattack. Hearing Yi Chen, Lin Yu turned his eyes to the fighting area, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. The fight between the two of them was way too fast. It was hard for other martial artists at the same level to analyze it. Even if they could analyze it, they wouldn't be able to do what Yi Chen had done, and tell the whole story. Gao Yuan, who was standing not far away, laughed at Lin Yu and said, shameless boasting. Lin Yu didn't take Yi Chen's words seriously, but of course, he would defend his own friend. He said, we're just talking about ourselves, what does it have to do with you? Everyone here is more powerful than you too. Brother Qi invited you here to give you a chance to see the world, to let you know that there's always someone better than you. Don't think that just because you're able to attend this gathering, you're powerful enough to compete with us. Yi Chen didn't get angry at all, he said blandly, in terms of power, you're only average among all of us. You're not qualified to teach us a lesson. A cold beam of light flashed across Gao Yuan's eyes. Among you 9 nations, the most powerful one is only ranked 54th in the Hidden Dragon ranking. If you think that you can beat them, you'll be able to dominate the younger generation. What a joke. Don't overestimate yourself. The few people standing around had always looked down on the other 9 nations, including the Wind Nation and the Elephant Mountain Nation. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, they all showed scornful looks. Where did this kid come from? Does he really think he's a big shot? In all the previous Hidden Dragon ranking competitions, the 9 nations have always been at the bottom. Last time, Mo Wuxiu showed up arrogantly, but he was still beaten by us. This time, another arrogant guy showed up. Lin Yu's face darkened. He said to Yi Chen in a low voice, Yi Chen, can Zhao Gang really win? That's about right. Yi Chen didn't take the other's words to heart. He dared to say that Zhao Gang would win because of his soul power. The argument between the two of them had already caught Qi Xiaofeng and Morong Qingqing's attention. Qi Xiaofeng shook his head and said, this guy is too reckless. A strange look flashed across Morong Qingqing's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Boom, the golden light and cyan light clashed against each other, bringing up dazzling fire sparks. Zhao Gang, your turtle shell is indeed hard to break, but I'd like to see how you're going to block this attack of mine. Qingfeng's body darted up into the air, he spread his arms and threw a heavy kick. A cyan whirlwind appeared on his right leg, spinning madly and condensing into a cone-shaped cyan whirlwind under his foot, swiftly piercing towards Zhao Gang. Seeing this, Gao Yuan sneered. He thought that Zhao Gang would never be able to block this attack. Most of the others also thought the same. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Clang, Zhao Gang's golden shield twisted and was about to shatter. Suddenly, Zhao Gang raised his left arm and slapped heavily on Qingfeng's foot. Qingfeng leaned his body, laughed and said, that was just a prelude, great storm. Swish. 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 All of a sudden, tens of silhouettes surrounded Zhao Gang and launched attacks at him. Those sharp streams of air slowly broke his golden shield. Qingfeng, you're too reckless. You lose. Zhao Gang's body remained motionless. All of a sudden, a silhouette flashed across the air, his gold-like palm pierced through the layers of silhouettes and landed on Qingfeng's protective Zhen Qi. Bang! Qingfeng thought that he had suppressed Zhao Gang, but he didn't expect that Zhao Gang was also looking for his flaws. At this moment, Qingfeng had already used up all of his previous power and hadn't released any new power yet. Therefore, he couldn't help but move a little bit slower, and didn't have enough time to dodge. In the next moment, his protective Zhen Qi was shattered, and he was sent flying backwards, blood gushing out of his mouth corners. Thanks for letting me win. Zhao Gang laughed and stepped back into the crowd. Many people didn't know how to react to this result, including Qi Xiaofeng. In their eyes, Qingfeng's overall power should be slightly higher than Zhao Gang's. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen's power was exactly the same as what he had said. Shaking his head, Lin Yu felt great. He hurriedly turned his head to Gao Yuan and said sarcastically, who said we were boasting just now? Brother Gao Yuan, isn't it? You. Gao Yuan's face darkened. Lin Yu stopped looking at Zhao Gang and murmured to himself, some people are so full of themselves, yet they still pretend to be so arrogant. Did this brat guess it? It must be, he's only at the early clasping Yuan realm. But, seeing them being so arrogant, I'm not happy at all. Who wants to go up and fight with them, teach them a good lesson? No need, brother Gao Yuan can't stand it anymore. While the crowd was talking, Gao Yuan took a step forward, pointed his finger at Lin Yu and Yi Chen and said, bullshit, which one of you dares to fight with me? Or, you can come at me together. Otherwise, people will say that I, Gao Yuan, am bullying you. Before Yichen said anything, Lin Yu walked up and said, come at me together? You really think too highly of yourself, I'll fight with you first. Yichen didn't move. Before the fight started, he couldn't tell how powerful the two of them were. Lin Yu might be able to win. Gao Yuan sneered and said, if I can't beat you within 10 moves, I'll give up. I'd like to see how you're going to beat me within 10 moves. After the trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, Lin Yu had realized that he was still not powerful enough. Therefore, he had been practicing his martial arts in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this gathering and humiliated himself. On the open area, the two of them stood 20 meters away from each other. Pop. Lin Yu, now, I'll let you know the real gap between us. Gao Yuan took a deep breath and released a bright blue light from his body. Within the blue light, electric bolts were sparkling and jumping. Being licked by the electric bolts, the flat flagstone was instantly scorched black and cracked. Thunder Xianxia, Yichen was slightly surprised. Among all kinds of Xianxia, without a doubt, the Thunder Xianxia and the Fire Xianxia were relatively more powerful. The Earth Xianxia and the Gold Xianxia focused on defense, and the Water Xianxia was the most powerful one. As for the other rare kinds of Xianxia, some were strong, some were weak. For example, the Ice Xianxia was one of the most powerful ones. But of course, nothing was absolute. Xianxia with different attributes was only one of the factors in a martial artist's fighting power. It couldn't control the overall situation. What truly mattered was the martial artist's own abilities. Lin Yu, take this. Lightning bolts flashed across the air. The distance of 20 meters was completely ignored by Gao Yuan. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Yu and threw a punch that was wrapped in dazzling lightning bolts. What a fast speed. Lin Yu was slightly shocked. Cyan yellow earth waves burst out from his body and spread out, neutralizing Gao Yuan's fist power. Pop. Pop, countless tiny lightning bolts burst out, swimming in the air. Do you think you can hold on for 10 moves just by defending? Gao Yuan sneered while his left fist, which was wrapped in even fiercer lightning bolts, smashed on the cyan yellow earth waves. Because of the high speed, a shrill sonic boom was generated. At this moment, Gao Yuan's attack speed had reached the speed of sound. Standing beside Murong Qingqing, Qi Xiaofeng said, Lin Yu is in danger. Gao Yuan, supported by the Thunder Xianxia, is not only powerful, but also fast. Indeed, but I don't think Lin Yu will be defeated so easily. Murong Qingqing said. The cyan yellow earth waves were penetrated layer by layer. Lin Yu finally launched his counterattack. Want to defeat me? 10 moves are far from enough. Back off. Lin Yu didn't back off, instead, he moved forward and threw a punch. The fierce fist power instantly transformed into a 3 feet tall Xianxia cauldron, clashing against Gao Yuan's fist. Boom, two different kinds of fist power clashed against each other. The impact force generated by the collision immediately cut off a thick layer of the ground. The aftershock even collapsed the walls of the courtyard, which were quite far away. Thunder Light Rush. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu's silhouettes clashed against each other, then immediately separated. After all, Gao Yuan's cultivation was higher than Lin Yu's. His feet left deep marks on the ground, and soon, he stopped his body from retreating. Next, his hands released a water tank-thick lightning bolt towards Lin Yu. Crack, the lightning bolt was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and only when it reached 3 steps away from Lin Yu, did the ground crack, and an arc-shaped scorched mark appeared on the ground. Conquering the world. Gao Yuan's power was way beyond Lin Yu's expectation. At this moment, Lin Yu had already forgotten about everything else. He started circulating his Xianxia at an extremely high speed, slightly spread his feet, and crossed his arms. His strong cyan yellow Xianxia transformed into a 2-man-tall Xianxia cauldron, shielding Lin Yu against the lightning bolts. Clang, dazzling lightning and the sound of metal rubbing against each other erupted at the same time. Shock waves mixed with electric arcs and sound waves raged wildly, sweeping toward the surrounding people. At this moment, it was not hard to tell who was more powerful. The weaker ones had no choice but to set up a thick layer of Xianxia shield in front of their bodies to counteract the impact of the shockwaves, while the more powerful ones either broke the shockwaves with a single punch or activated their protective Xianxia. The most powerful ones were Qi Xiaofeng, Morong Qingqing, and another mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Qi Xiaofeng's palm was as sharp as a blade, and as he swung it across the air, no matter how powerful the shockwave was, it was cut into two like a piece of paper, and disappeared in the air. The other mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, whose name was unknown, straightened his palm and shielded himself. Once the shockwave touched his palm, it was like a bean that had been smashed by a huge millstone, and was instantly crushed. As for Morong Qingqing, who was the most powerful one among the crowd, she smiled, curled her long and slim finger and flicked slightly. Pop, the shockwave spread in the opposite direction, as if this slight movement of her finger had changed the direction of the shockwave. Impressive. Although Yichen was looking at the others, he didn't slow down at all. He raised his right index and middle finger and swung across the air, easily cutting the shockwave apart. On the ground, streams of blood oozed out from the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, and his clothes were slightly scorched. Gao Yuan laughed out loud and said, "It seems that I've overestimated you. You've been boasting about how powerful you are, but you can only take 3 of my moves. The winner hasn't been decided yet, it's too early to be happy. Take this." Lin Yu cast an unknown martial art, and a cyan-yellow stream of Zhen Qi swooshed up from his body, seeming to be even stronger than before. After that, he let out a great roar, spread his arms, and launched an attack towards Gao Yuan. Rumble, a 10-meter tall, 20-meter wide, gigantic Zhen Qi cauldron descended from the sky and pressed down. Trying to suppress me? Gao Yuan's eyebrows twitched. His body suddenly became heavy, and all of his Zhen Qi had been compressed into his body, disabling him from moving. In the next moment, the ground under his feet couldn't bear the pressure of the cauldron anymore, and suddenly caved in for a meter. The inside of the ground was exactly the same as the outside of the cauldron. Roar! Gao Yuan let out a ferocious roar, along with which, dazzling lightning bolts burst out from his body once again. A vivid and lifelike lightning fist swooshed up into the sky and heavily punched on the Zhen Qi cauldron. The Zhen Qi cauldron was indeed huge, but apparently, it wasn't big enough to look like a real Zhen Qi cauldron. Being struck by the lightning fist, the cauldron instantly exploded. Puff, Lin Yu let out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. "You've pushed me to this extent, you're not bad. Now, it's time for you to lose." Standing in the crater, Gao Yuan threw a punch towards Lin Yu from a distance. Along with a terrifyingly great power, his lightning fist roared towards Lin Yu. This punch, Lin Yu can't take it. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen's body transformed into a shred of afterimage and darted in front of Lin Yu. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and hacked on the lightning fist. Lightning bolts burst out, and Gao Yuan grinned viciously. This punch of his was powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, and even a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist wouldn't be able to take it. Puff, the lightning fist split in the middle, and Yi Chen was perfectly unharmed. He blocked it? Impossible. Gao Yuan's expression froze, he couldn't believe his own eyes. All the people who were watching the fight were also shocked. Gao Yuan's lightning fist was split in half. Is this real? I guess Gao Yuan didn't use all of his power. After all, this punch was launched towards Lin Yu, he must have held back 20 to 30% of his power. Turning around, Yi Chen said to Lin Yu, "I'll take care of this." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yu said in a serious tone, "You be careful, he's much more powerful than he was 2 years ago, he can almost rival a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist now." "I know what I'm doing." Waiting until Lin Yu stepped back into the crowd, Yi Chen fixed his eyes on Gao Yuan again. Gao Yuan leapt out of the crater, grinned and said, "Not bad, you've managed to block 80% of my punch, you should be proud of yourself. So what if you've used all of your power? Just do it. I hope you can still be so stubborn later." Gao Yuan gave a long and resonant shout, along with which, the lightning bolts around his body suddenly burst out, even more powerful than when he was fighting against Lin Yu. Obviously, he hadn't used all of his power before, Lin Yu wasn't worthy of him using all of his power at all. Just now, if Yi Chen hadn't cut that lightning fist open with a single sword move, he would have held back some of his power. But now, he didn't have to hold back anymore, he was going to knock Yi Chen down with a single punch, and make him suffer even worse than Lin Yu. Gao Yuan took a step forward, and the ground cracked under his feet. His right arm was wrapped in lightning bolts, which made it look like a lightning arm, as it swung towards Yichen along with an incomparably fierce aura. One thunder, two flashes. Crack, the huge lightning fist suddenly exploded in the air and split into two smaller lightning fists, attacking towards Yichen from the left and the right, as fast as lightning. Not enough. Yichen's expression remained unchanged, his body also split into two, instantly cutting the two lightning fists open. Shadow splitting? Just a small trick. Gao Yuan was a bit disappointed that he couldn't beat Yichen with one punch, but he soon forgot about it. He took a deep breath, and the lightning bolts around his body converged onto his skin, condensing into a blurry lightning armor. The lightning armor looked quite intimidating, which made him look like an ancient warrior, incomparably powerful. Gao Yuan has even condensed a lightning armor. It is said that once the lightning armor is condensed, the power of the thunder and lightning godly fist would be increased by 50%. Qi Xiaofeng was a bit surprised. Morong Qingqing said, since the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, everyone's power has increased by leaps and bounds. I think this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition will be even more intense. Of course. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competition is the most exciting occasion for the young generation of the South Shui region. It will be extremely hard to get a good ranking. While the two were talking, Gao Yuan yelled out coldly. Thunder strike. Before the punch was fully launched, the ground around Gao Yuan's body had already cracked and collapsed, as if an invisible power was tearing them apart. After that, countless broken bricks floated up into the air, and endless lightning bolts sparkled in the air, filling up the entire space. In the next moment, a meteor-like lightning bolt darted out, leaving a tens of meters long fiery tail behind. The fiery tail was coiled with snake-like lightning bolts, letting out a series of crackling noises. But it was not over yet. Countless broken bricks and lightning bolts also darted out, seeming to carry the entire space towards Yichen. This punch is powerful enough to rival a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Gao Yuan has won. It's good for them to learn a lesson. Let them know that the outside world is huge, not something that their 9 nations can compete with. Although this punch hadn't reached its target yet, everyone was sure that Gao Yuan would win. Still not enough. Yichen's eyes were filled with coldness. His clothes fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. He gripped the dragon spring sword with both of his hands and swung it out. Although it seemed to be slow, it was actually fast and heavy. When he swung the dragon spring sword, everyone had a vague feeling that there was an invisible power surging in the air, which made everything in the surroundings quiet down. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a needle dropping, the sound of grass being blown by the wind, the sound of leaves rustling, and even the sound of one's own blood flowing. Puff, the broken bricks and lightning bolts were the first to be shattered. Under the power of this sword move, the invisible power had been activated, shattering everything in the air. Soon, an even more dazzling lightning bolt flashed across. It was a stream of sword light that was as clear as a clear spring. It had easily hacked onto the meteor-like lightning bolt. The lightning bolt was as fast as lightning, and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. However, facing this stream of sword light, it was directly cut into two. It was hacked into two again. Someone murmured. How is this possible? I have already trained my thunder and lightning godly fist art to the thunder armor level. The power of my fist has been increased by 50%. Even a late clasping Yuan realm warrior might not be able to take it head-on. How did he manage to break it with only one sword attack? Was that sword intent? Thinking of the word sword intent, Gao Yuan was shocked. He looked at Yichen, who was covered in electric arcs, in disbelief. Yichen's body, which was not that tall, had been enlarged infinitely. An invisible sharp qi had torn the air apart and shattered the void. Swoosh, among the bright electric arcs, Yichen walked out. His blue robe was clean and tidy, without a single speck of dust on it. Before those electric snakes could even get within 3 feet of him, they would be shattered by his protective Jin Qi, which contained a sharp qi, and couldn't hurt him at all. I have taken 3 punches from you. Now, it is time for you to take 1 sword attack from me. A sharp light flashed in Yichen's eyes. 2 beams of sword qi shot out from nowhere, landing on Gao Yuan's body. In the next second, Gao Yuan sensed it immediately. His hair stood up and his scalp was numb. Isn't it just one sword attack? I would like to see how you are going to break my defense with one sword attack. Gao Yuan was very scared of Yi Chen's sword intent. Although he had not experienced the power of the sword intent in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, he could still remember the power of the sword intent. However, it was not a competition right now, so he had enough time to set up his defense. 3 layers of thunder and lightning. Lowering his body, Gao Yuan shouted with a low voice. He put his hands together and separated them. After doing this 3 times, 3 layers of blue thunder and lightning defense screens appeared in front of him, lined up neatly and stacked on top of each other. Looking from inside, the outside world suddenly became blurry. I did not expect that Gao Yuan would be forced to use all of his defenses. Once a sword artist has mastered the sword intent, his attacking power would double. Among the warriors at the same level, only a few would be able to compete with him. No wonder he did not take Gao Yuan seriously. But it should be impossible for him to break 3 layers of defense with one sword attack. Seeing that Yi Chen had mastered the sword intent, most of the people's faces turned serious. Reaching out her hand, Morong Qingqing smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the wind, and said with interest, entry level of sword intent. I don't think there are many people in the whole South Shui region who have reached this level, right? Qi Xiaofeng paused for a second, then nodded and said, in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, there were 13 people who had mastered the sword intent, and 2 of them had reached the entry level of the sword intent. However, only 8 of them managed to make it to the top of the ranking list, as the other 5 were too weak, and still immature in using the sword intent. This time, I'm afraid that they will make a comeback. There are over 100 billion people in the South River region, but only 13 people under the age of 24 managed to comprehend the sword intent. I never thought that one of the 9 nations, where Lin Yu is from, would be able to comprehend the entry-level sword intent. He is indeed not to be underestimated. Indeed, sword artists who have comprehended sword intent are extremely terrifying. They are able to maintain their battle power at its peak at all times. Any factor that is disadvantageous to the battle will be destroyed by the sword intent. Qi Xiaofeng took a deep breath and stared at Yi Chen with a pair of shining eyes. You have to catch it. Once Gao Yuan was ready, Yi Chen took a step forward and swung the dragon spring sword horizontally from left to right, without even the slightest trace of power. Along with the sword move, the air rippled like water and was sliced open. Pop, 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 the 3 layers of thunder and lightning defensive screens only managed to block Ji Hao's attack for a split second, after which, the screen was penetrated by the sword Qi. Gao Yuan, who was under the protection of the 3 layers of thunder and lightning, let out a mouthful of blood, and his thunder and lightning armor instantly shattered. Is this the power of the sword intent? Defense is nothing to him. Gao Yuan let out another mouthful of blood, and looked dispirited. The back garden was deathly silent, and only the rustling of flowers and grasses could be heard from time to time. After quite a while, people started talking to each other. With only one sword move, Gao Yuan lost. This guy is incredibly powerful. If he could be a little bit more powerful, he would be another one of the most powerful warriors in the Hidden Dragon rank competition. Standing in the crowd, Lin Yu was silently admiring Ji Hao. He thought to himself, how long has it been? He has made such a great progress again. Thank you for letting me win. Cupping his hands, Yi Chen stepped back to Lin Yu's side. Yi Chen, that was, Yi Chen said, initial success of the sword intent. Before, his sword intent had been infinitely close to the initial success. When he passed through the natural moat gorge, the remaining sword intent of the Battle King had not only shattered his sword intent, but had also brought him a slight bit of enlightenment. Added with the slight bit of enlightenment, he had finally broken through the shackles and reached the initial success of the sword intent. The initial success of the sword intent and the sword intent that was approaching the initial success seemed to be only one step away from the initial success, but the difference between the two was like the difference between a normal person and a disabled person. Just as I thought. Lin Yu nodded and sighed silently. Gao Yuan was defeated and didn't dare to provoke Yi Chen again. The others were slightly surprised, but then stopped talking about this. To them, winning or losing was way too normal. The younger generation had never been willing to submit to each other, but if one of them lost, there was nothing they could say. All they could do was to go back and practice hard, and try to defeat their opponent in the future to wash away the shame they had suffered today. Under such a fierce competition, they had been making amazing progress, because they had to surpass their opponents over and over again. That kind of pressure was enough to stimulate their potentials bit by bit. Every time the younger generation reached their peak, the true spirit continent would become prosperous, and powerful warriors would emerge in great numbers. Morong, I didn't have the chance to fight against you in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, but this time, how about we have a short fight? Except for Qi Xiaofeng and Morong Qingqing, another mid. Clasping Yuan Realm warrior couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to fight against Morong Qingqing, to see how powerful he was. Morong Qingqing smiled and responded, please. The air was as thick as water. Morong Qingqing's silhouette silently appeared in the middle of the field. At that moment, many people seemed to have stopped thinking. Force field? A trace of surprise flashed across Shi Chen's eyes. Lin Yu said in a low voice, Morong Qingqing has been cultivating one of the two most powerful martial arts of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. The Sky Devil Great Art is a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, divided into 15 levels. Once you reach the 6th level, you will be able to generate a Sky Devil force field, which allows you to control the air in the force field and increase your speed to the limit. Moreover, the Sky Devil force field will cancel out a part of the enemy's attack, or even all of it. Many people believe that she is as powerful as the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rank. However, the one who challenged Morong Qingqing is not an ordinary person either. His name is Wei Renjia. He has already attained the Blade Intent 2 years ago, and is ranked 37th, even higher than Qi Xiaofeng. I wonder what level he has reached now. I've made the right decision to come here. I can actually watch a fight of such a high level. Finished speaking, Lin Yu felt his blood boiling. Top-rank Earth Realm martial art, Sky Devil Great Art. Blade Intent. Yichen slowly let out a long breath. The rank 6 Sky Flying Devil Martial School was indeed powerful. They even had a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, which was not something a rank 7 martial institution could compare with. In this case, there was a reason why rank 7 and above martial institutions were called super martial institutions, because their comprehensive power was way too powerful. As for that young man named Wei Renjia, no wonder he wasn't affected by Morong Qingqing's aura. It turned out that he had attained the Blade Intent. Those who had attained the Blade Intent and the Sword Intent had a strong will, and wouldn't be easily affected by anything. But of course, once they were affected, the consequences would be extremely severe. In the best-case scenario, their Blade Intent and Sword Intent would be destroyed, and in the worst-case scenario, they would never be able to achieve anything in their entire lives. If your Sky Devil Great Art was still at the 6th level, you would probably be defeated by me, Wei Renjia. The young man named Wei Renjia laughed and walked towards the open area step by step. With every step he took, the Blade Intent released from his body would grow stronger. By the 7th step, the Blade Intent had swooshed up into the sky, slicing the surrounding air into pieces. Brother Wei, you seem to be quite confident. Morong Qingqing stood in the middle of the open area. The air around her was deathly still, without a single ripple. She wasn't affected by the Blade Intent at all. If I don't have confidence, I will naturally lose some momentum. How can I, Wei Renjia, not have confidence in myself? Chin, Wei Renjia drew his blade out of the scabbard and attacked first. The sharp blade Qi, driven by the Blade Intent, was like a peerless dragon, slashing towards Morong Qingqing, who was not far away. Before the blade Qi even reached her, the ground 3 meters around Morong Qingqing instantly caved in, and the area within 3 meters was where her force field was located. Break! Morong Qingqing took a step forward, her slender palm slapping onto the blade Qi. Buzz, the air twisted rapidly. That slender palm looked weak and powerless, but it contained an extremely terrifying force field, twisting the trajectory of the blade Qi. The blade Qi was twisted, and its power was instantly reduced by 30%. It was shattered by Morong Qingqing's palm, disappearing into thin air. Stormy waves. Wei Renjie yelled, holding his blade with both hands and slashing down. Boom! The sound of crashing water was heard as an extremely thick bright blade Qi broke through the water. It carried an extremely powerful poetic perspective as it sliced out violently, devouring everything in front of it. Yichen was secretly shocked by its power. Ranked 37th in the Hidden Dragon rank, he was indeed not a normal warrior. Sky Demon Power Field. Morong Qingqing looked slightly more serious as she pushed both of her hands forward, creating an even more horrifying force field in front of her. She was trying to twist the tide and the blade chi into pieces, turning them all into ashes. Crack, the first thing to be destroyed was the luxurious building behind Morong Qingqing. The building was split in the middle, creating a huge crack. Then, Wei Renjia's blade chi had also been shattered. When the blade chi was about 5 meters away from Morong Qingqing, it had been twisted to its limit by the horrifying Sky Demon power field and shattered. The 7th level of the Sky Demon Great Art. Wei Renjia stared at Morong Qingqing, but did not launch another attack. Being able to break half of my Sky Demon power field, your blade intent must have reached the entry level, right? Morong Qingqing smiled lightly and asked back. Putting his long blade back into the scabbard, Wei Renjia shook his head. I lost. The Sky Demon Great Art is a top-rank Earthrealm martial art, which is extremely hard to train. Once it reaches the 7th level, its power will increase exponentially. With my current power, I still cannot break your 7th gravity field, so it is not a shame that I lost. The Sky Demon Great Art was indeed powerful, but it was not without its flaws, which was its slow training speed. Morong Qingqing had already reached the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, but his Sky Demon Great Art was only at the 7th level. It would take a long time for him to reach the 8th level. On the other hand, Yichen's Great Mystery Art was not as powerful as the Sky Demon Great Art, but his training speed was many times faster. Once he reached the 9th or 10th level, his Great Mystery Art should not be any weaker than his Sky Demon Great Art's 7th level. Fortunately, his training speed had always been fast, so it should not be too far away. Yichen had seen all of this, and was calculating in his mind. As the fight between Morong Qingqing and Wei Renjia came to an end, the others didn't want to be left behind, and started fighting one after another, including Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng's weapon was a pair of special weapons, the Waning Moon curved wheel. With a single strike, his opponent, who was a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, was sent flying away. An arc-shaped slash mark was left on the ground between the two of them, which was half a zhang deep and tens of meters long. Lin Yu couldn't help but say to Yichen, although Qi Xiaofeng always looks like a nice guy, he's actually quite cruel. Yichen nodded. Some people looked like sheep, but they were actually wolves. Once they were enraged, they could be even more terrifying than ordinary wolves. Putting the Waning Moon curved wheel back into his sleeve, Qi Xiaofeng glanced at the sky, then grinned and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's party is over. From now on, all the expenses will be on my tab. I believe I can still afford it. The Three River City's freshwater food is quite famous. I've been wanting to try it for a long time. Brother Qi, since you're so generous, I won't refuse. Hee, if you want to eat freshwater food, of course you have to go to the deck." Most of these people were young men who were full of vigor and vitality, and had already tasted the pleasure of fish and water. Going to the deck to eat freshwater food was just a convenience. What they really wanted was to enjoy the beautiful young women on the deck. But of course, with Morong Qingqing and the other few young women here, they couldn't say it out loud. Leaving the dilapidated yard, the group of people separated. At night, the Three River City was brightly lit, and was still as lively as before. In the bedroom of one of the guest rooms, Yichen was sitting on the spacious bed with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He had been trying his best to cultivate his Jin Qi, and the noise outside didn't affect him at all. In today's gathering, the power of Morong Qingqing, Qi Xiaofeng, and Wei Renjia had given him a great pressure. Some of them had been practicing extremely powerful martial skills, and some of them had mastered powerful martial skills. Moreover, the sword intent, which had allowed him to defeat those who were at a higher level than him, wasn't the only thing that stood out. Wei Renjia had mastered the blade intent, which was as famous as the sword intent, and had also reached the initial level of the blade intent, just like him. If he participated in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions with his current power, needless to say, he would not be able to make it into the top 40, and might not even make it into the top 50. After more than 2 years, who knew what kind of level those warriors who were lagging behind in the Hidden Dragon rank would have reached? Maybe some of them had just started to rise when they participated in the last hidden dragon rank competitions, and did not have the time to build up their power. Now that 2 years had passed, their power must have improved by leaps and bounds, and they might even make it into the top 30, or even the top 10. Feeling a dull pain in his meridians, Yichen cut off his connection with the spirit stone and slowly opened his eyes. It's good to have some pressure, but I have to take it one bite at a time. I can't just eat until I become fat. After all, power cannot be rushed. Right now, I need to cultivate the great mystery art to the highest level first. On top of a tall building, 2 human silhouettes were standing. Under the moonlight, one could see that it was a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a purple dress, with a light veil covering her face. It was Morong Qingqing, the second-ranked disciple of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, and the man was Qi Xiaofeng. A gentle breeze blew across the light veil covering Morong Qingqing's face. She said blandly, "Brother Qi, you didn't invite me all the way here just for a small party, did you?" Qi Xiaofeng grinned and responded, "Of course not." "Oh. I, Morong Yuan, am all ears." Morong Qingqing's face looked the same as ever. She abruptly reached out her hand and made a grabbing gesture. In the air nearby, a bat that was looking for food was twisted and shattered by an invisible force field. Qi Xiaofeng said, 3 months ago, I heard that someone had found a sky devil serpent scale in the 100,000 mountain range of the Grey Mystery Nation. A sky devil serpent scale? Is it true? A strange light flashed across Morong Qingqing's eyes as she stared at Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng's breath slightly quickened, then he awkwardly shifted his line of sight and said with a smile, "It should be true. I bought the Sky Devil Serpent scale for 100,000 gold and 500 low-ranked soul stones. I have it right now, you can check it out." A dim light flashed across Qi Xiaofeng's storage ring, then a human head-sized black scale appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath, then handed the scale over to Morong Qingqing. Taking over the scale, Morong Qingqing activated her Sky Devil Zhen Qi and injected it into the scale. Buzz, the air slightly rippled, and a layer of black light emerged on the scale's surface. It is indeed a Sky Devil Serpent scale. Only a Sky Devil Serpent scale can resonate with my Sky Devil Zhen Qi. At first, Morong Qingqing's face was filled with joy, then she let out a bitter smile and said, "However, judging from the size of this scale, this Sky Devil Serpent should be in its growing stage, and its power should be no lower than level 7. Even if you and I join hands, we would not be able to withstand a single attack from it, not to mention getting the Sky Devil Flower." The reason why Morong Qingqing cared so much about the Sky Devil Serpent was not because she wanted to gain something from it, but because of the Sky Devil Flower that it was guarding. According to the legend, the Sky Devil Flower was formed from the blood of an ancient devil king, and contained an extremely powerful demonic power. If she could get a leaf of the Sky Devil Flower, she would be able to reach the 8th or even the 9th level of the Sky Devil Great Art in a very short period of time. If she could get a whole Sky Devil Flower, she might even be able to reach the highest level of the Sky Devil Great Art. In the history of the Sky Devil Martial School, except for some powerful warriors who had died, no one had ever reached the highest level of the Sky Devil Great Art. Qi Xiaofeng grinned and said, "I invited you here, of course, I won't let you come here for nothing. Can you check if the scale is damaged?" Hearing Qi Xiaofeng, Morong Qingqing lowered her head and looked at the edge of the scale. Sure enough, there was a crack on the edge of the scale. She had been too excited just now, so she didn't notice it. "This Sky Devil Serpent is injured." Morong Qingqing clearly knew that the Sky Devil Serpent had an extremely strong defensive power, and almost no other demonic beast at the same level could rival it. Therefore, it would not easily lose its scales. Also, unlike other snake-type demonic beasts, after a Sky Devil Serpent shed its skin, it would swallow the skin that it shed. Therefore, it was impossible for a Sky Devil Serpent to lose its scales. An injured Sky Devil Serpent in its growing stage is not something that we can deal with, unless it has suffered a very serious internal injury and can't recover within a short period of time. Morong Qingqing was very calm. That day, there was a thunderstorm in the 100,000 mountain range, and it was not far from where the Sky Devil Serpent's scale fell. I think there must be some demonic beasts or warriors trying to kill the Sky Devil Serpent while it was going through the thunder trial. Right now, the Sky Devil Serpent might not be still alive, and your Sky Devil Zhen Qi can sense the Sky Devil Flower. As long as the distance is not too far, you should be able to find the Sky Devil flower. The reason why Qi Xiaofeng was trying so hard to help Murong Qingqing was not for anything else, but to win her heart. Ever since the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, he had been fascinated by her beauty, and couldn't control his heart. He believed that there were a lot of people like him. I will remember this favor. Although Murong Qingqing vaguely knew what Qi Xiaofeng was thinking, and she didn't want to accept his favor, she still didn't want to give up the Sky Devil flower. When do you plan to leave? I am not as powerful as you, but I can help you. Qi Xiaofeng said. In 3 days. I need to make some preparations. Alright, see you in 3 days. After Qi Xiaofeng left, Murong Qingqing turned around and looked down at the entire Three-River City. She slightly sighed in her heart. Qi Xiaofeng had left a good impression on her, but it was just a good impression, and nothing more. There would never be any emotional connection between the two of them, not to mention that she had been cultivating the great Sky Devil magic. Therefore, even if she met someone who admired her, she would never fall in love with him. But of course, once she did fall in love with him, it would be the kind of love that would never change until death. The air slightly twisted, and Murong Qingqing's figure disappeared. The Three-River City was very lively in the morning. All kinds of noises were mixed together and transmitted into the guest rooms of the restaurants. After washing up, Yichen pushed open the door and walked out of the room. The streets were crowded and bustling with activity. There are only 3 seats left for the passenger ship heading to the Grey Mystery Empire. Anyone who wants to take the seats, come to the number 23 pier as soon as possible. Time waits for no man. Yichen stopped and asked, how fast is the passenger ship? How can the passenger ship of our South Chamber of Commerce be slow? It can travel 4,000 miles a day. We bought this ship from the Black Dragon Empire. Yichen was surprised, but soon shook his head. There was a branch of the South Chamber of Commerce in the Three-River City, so it was reasonable that there would be a lot of ships. However, the speed of the passenger ship couldn't be as fast as that of the ocean beast. If the passenger ship could travel 4,000 miles a day, it would take 50 days to reach the Grey Mystery Empire, which was way too long. Forget it then. Yichen didn't plan to take the passenger ship, so he decided to walk there by himself. With his current cultivation, he could easily travel over 10,000 miles a day. After leaving the Three-River City, Yichen flew along the edge of the Wild Goose Falling River. As he moved further and further away from the river, fewer and fewer people could be seen around him. At last, he couldn't even see any signs of human habitation. All he could see was the boundless river and the endless mountains. Boom! After punching a flying demon beast away, Yichen didn't slow down at all, and disappeared into the mountains. Walking along the Wild Goose Falling River wasn't a shortcut. Instead, he needed to cross the mountains in the Spirit-Speaking Kingdom to reach the Grey Mystery Empire as soon as possible. Time flew like water. Half a month later, Yichen finally arrived at the Grey Mystery Empire. Opening another map of the Grey Mystery Empire, Yichen touched it with his finger and murmured, "The Grey Mystery Empire has a lot of mountain ranges. This should be the Ancient Path Mountain Range, and the Three-Horn Mountain Range is in front of me. After that, I'll have to cross a desert to reach the edge of the 100,000 Mountain Range. It's a pity that I don't have a detailed map of the 100,000 Mountain Range. After all, the 100,000 Mountain Range is too small to be marked on the map. I'll have to find them myself. Alright, I'll go there first." Putting away the map, Yichen looked at the sky and flew out. The mountains in the Grey Mystery Empire were much more dangerous than the mountains in the Windy Nation. Therefore, Yichen didn't dare to run around recklessly and attract the attention of some powerful demon beasts. Therefore, it would take him a long time. However, no matter how careful he was, he wouldn't be able to take care of everything. During these 3 days, Yichen had run into 7 rank 6 demon beasts and 2 top rank 6 demon beasts. He could still fight against the former, and if he couldn't defeat them, he would just run away. However, the latter almost injured him, and he had to spend a lot of effort to get rid of them. There was even one time when he clearly saw a rank 7 demon beast. Fortunately, it was already quite far away from him, and didn't notice him. Looking at the boundless golden desert in front of him, Yichen let out a long breath and thought, "Finally, I'm here." After this desert, I should be able to reach the 100,000 mountain range. Yichen didn't start his journey immediately. Instead, he found a shady place and took a short rest. He had been too tense during the past few days, and he was still a bit tired. The next morning, Yichen started his journey. As far as the eye could see, everywhere was a dazzling golden desert. The surface of the desert was smooth like brocade and streamlined, rising and falling to form numerous hills of varying heights. Occasionally, there would be some low-level snake-type demon beasts that drilled out from the desert, twisting their wriggling bodies to pounce on their prey. Boom! When passing by a hill, Yichen's scalp went numb. His body shot up into the sky, leaving only an afterimage behind. The next second, the hill collapsed inwards, and a huge black hole appeared. On the edge of the black hole, there were many sharp teeth. It was a gigantic demonic beast, and the black hole was its mouth. If it weren't for Yichen's fast reaction, he would have already fallen into the beast's mouth and been chewed into minced meat. It's not safe to walk in the desert. This demonic beast had hidden itself so well, not even a trace of its aura was leaked out. Yichen was still in a state of shock. Down below, the demonic beast didn't catch any prey, but it didn't care. Its body continued to sink down, and soon, it disappeared, leaving behind only a huge pit. This desert was not as big as the scorching ancient desert between the 9 nations. 3 days later, Yichen had crossed through the desert and arrived at the edge of the endless 100,000 mountain range. The 100,000 mountain range is one of the most dangerous places in the whole South River region. With my current power, it would be a bit difficult for me to go there. Fortunately, I've trained the Great Mystery Art to the 9th level the day before yesterday, and the quality and quantity of my Xianxia have greatly increased. Now, I should be able to fight against a mid-level rank 6 demonic beast. The 100,000 mountain range was said to have 100,000 mountains, but in fact, there were even more small mountains. There were millions of them, and no one knew how many millions of miles there were. 4/5 of the Grey Mystery Nation's territory was made up of the 100,000 mountain range. Since the ancient times, no one had been able to explore all of the 100,000 mountain range, and only a few people had been able to explore even 1/10 of it. This was because the 100,000 mountain range was way too big, and there were way too many mountains. Even if a martial institution went in, it would be useless. Taking a deep breath, Yichen entered the outer area of the 100,000 mountain range. When Yichen entered the 100,000 mountain range, 2 silhouettes appeared at the border of the Grey Mystery Nation, outside of the ancient Path mountain range. One of them was black, and the other was green. They were the 2 young men from the Huang family in the Black Rock City. Stepping on a huge tree, the teenager in black said, "After going through the ancient Path mountains, the Triangle Mountains, and the Undercurrent Desert, it will be the 100,000 mountain range." "Qinhao, are we really going to enter the 100,000 mountain range?" It is said that the 100,000 mountain range is one of the oldest dangerous places in the whole South River region. There are countless rank 7 and rank 8 beasts there, and even rank 9 beasts. Even astral-reaching realm warriors would not dare to go in there openly. Risk and wealth have always been proportional. If you stop when you encounter danger and difficulties, how can you achieve great things? Not to mention that the location of the red dot is not in the center of the 100,000 mountains. It is only in the periphery. There won't be too many terrifying things there. The young man in green was expressionless. The black-clothed young man's brows eased up slightly, and then he asked. "The outer area of the Grand Myriad Mountains is still boundlessly vast. Where exactly is the location of that red dot?" "In a mountain shaped like a goat's head, surrounded by a dense forest." "Since we know the shape of the mountain, it will be easy. Let's go." Swoosh! Swoosh, the 2 of them darted into the ancient Path mountain range. Qinhao and Tianchong have also come to the Grey Mystery Nation. What a surprise! On a mountain not far away from them, a man and a woman appeared. The one talking was Qi Xiaofeng, whose face was full of smiles, and standing beside him was Morong Qingqing, who was wearing a fluttering purple robe. Morong Qingqing said, "I don't think their goal is the same as ours." "You're right, the Sky Devil flower is not very useful to them, they wouldn't take the risk to look for it." Qi Xiaofeng nodded. 3 days after Yichen left, the 2 of them set off. On their way, they accidentally found Qinhao and Tianchong, who were both ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Both of them were ranked within the top 45, and Qin Hao's power was not any weaker than Qi Xiaofeng's. He was ranked 35 in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. Inside the 100,000 mountain range, no one below the astral reaching realm would dare to fly in the sky, not even peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors. And the astral reaching realm warriors would only dare to be this arrogant in the outer area. Once they got a little bit further in, they would still have to go down and run. After all, the sky was way too eye-catching, one could easily see it by raising one's head. It might not be dangerous for a while, but after a while, the chance of encountering danger would be 100%, and the chance of dying would be more than 80%. In other words, if anyone wanted to die, he or she could just fly in the Grand Myriad Mountains. On the bumpy mountain road, a shadow flashed across. It had been 5 days. For 5 whole days, except for the night, Yi Chen had been searching for the location of the red dot all the time. The red dot was located in a mountain that was shaped like a goat's head, surrounded by a dense forest, which was very eye-catching on the map. Unfortunately, only when he arrived at the Grand Myriad Mountains did he realize what it meant to look for a needle in a haystack. With the speed of searching for 100 mountains every day, Yi Chen had already searched for 500 mountains in 5 days. However, the Grand Myriad Mountains did not lack mountains at all. There were millions of mountains in total, which was equivalent to the population of a huge city. Of course, if there was no danger, Yi Chen could search for thousands of mountains in one day. Unfortunately, this was the Grand Myriad Mountains, not a place where he could do whatever he wanted. Oh woo, in the mountain stream far away, a 10-meter-long, 3-meter-tall wolf-like demonic beast howled towards the sky. The horrifying sound spread out for hundreds of miles with the mountain stream as the center. The beast's chi was so strong that all of the low-ranked demonic beasts nearby kneeled down on the ground, making whimpering sounds. Top rank 6 demonic beast, the Wind Wolf. Yi Chen's body flashed and disappeared into the pile of rocks nearby. The Wind Wolf was as powerful as a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, but ordinary peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists would definitely die if they encountered it. Only those talented late clasping Yuan realm martial artists could fight against it. For example, if Yi Chen reached the late clasping Yuan realm, he would be able to defeat the Wind Wolf, and if he reached the peak-level late clasping Yuan realm, he might even be able to kill the Wind Wolf. Unfortunately, he was still far from being able to fight against it. Swoosh, 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 the Wind Wolf started its monthly patrol. Wherever it went, none of the demonic beasts dared to run away. All of them kneeled on the ground, not daring to move a single inch. In the air, the Wind Wolf glanced around, then opened its mouth and sucked a strong demonic cow into its mouth. It bit the cow in half, and blood splashed everywhere. After a while, the Wind Wolf howled satisfyingly after it had finished its dessert. It flew far away and started patrolling its territory. Waiting until the Wind Wolf's aura disappeared, Yi Chen walked out from the pile of rocks. This Wind Wolf is definitely a king among the rank 6 demonic beasts. The top rank 6 demonic beasts I encountered in the Ancient Path Mountains and the Triangle Mountains are much weaker than it. Normally, the classification of demonic beasts was very general. Take the rank 6 demonic beasts as an example. The weakest ones were normal rank 6 demonic beasts, the slightly more powerful ones were elite rank 6 demonic beasts, and the most powerful ones were top rank 6 demonic beasts. However, there were also different levels among the top rank 6 demonic beasts. For example, the 2 top rank 6 demonic beasts he encountered in the Ancient Path Mountains and the Triangle Mountains were only demonic beasts with normal bloodlines. However, this Wind Wolf had the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast, which was extremely noble. It was the king among all the rank 6 demonic beasts, and it had the potential to become a rank 7 demonic beast. Although the Wind Wolf is powerful, it can't do everything. I don't think I will encounter it again. Murmuring, Yi Chen continued to look for that mountain which was shaped like a goat's head. Another 2 days passed. This afternoon. Eh? The sky over there is filled with purple mist. I am afraid it is extremely poisonous miasma. The area it covers is way too wide. On top of a small hill, Yi Chen was wearing a blue robe that was very similar to the color of the plants. At first glance, it was very hard to distinguish it. Let's go and have a look. It had been a week since he arrived at the 100,000 mountain range. Yichen did not want to miss any clues. A distance of several dozen kilometers could be covered in the time it took to eat a meal. This was because they did not dare to make a big fuss. Otherwise, they would only need a few dozen breaths. Shoo, on top of a huge tree, Yichen squatted on a branch. He looked through the dense leaves and saw the scene hundreds of meters away. Yichen frowned. In front of him was a dense forest. Outside of the forest, there were a large number of warriors guarding. These warriors were all wearing yellow robes, holding long blades in their hands. There was a blue long blade embroidered on their sleeves. They should be from a martial institution that specialized in blade arts. Most of these people were condensing reality realm warriors. There were also over 20 clasping Yuan realm warriors. All in all, there were at least 200 or 300 of them. Elder Tongue, what is that purple miasma up there? It seems to be very dangerous. Beside a huge rock outside the forest, a young man asked a black-haired elder. The black-haired elder glanced at the purple miasma and said, "That is the bone-corroding miasma. Before one's Xianxia is refined into Xianyuan, he or she will die immediately. Even the protective Xianxia will be corroded very quickly." Wow, so powerful. But how come I have never heard of the bone-corroding miasma? There are many things that you have never heard of. The bone-corroding miasma is very rare in the modern era. It can only be found in some ancient places. It is our Longblade Martial School's fortune to find the bone-corroding miasma. We might be able to find some treasures in the forest. Wow, no wonder our headmaster has come in person and brought hundreds of people into the forest. He also asked us to stand guard outside and kill any warriors that pass by. Oh right, is there any bone-corroding miasma in the forest? Our headmaster and the others will not be in danger, right? Don't worry, there is no bone-corroding miasma in the forest. It can only be found above the forest. The black-haired elder was the head elder of the Longblade Martial School. The Longblade Martial School was an ordinary rank 9 institution thousands of miles away from here. This time an elder of the school accidentally discovered the bone-corroding miasma and immediately went back to report. The headmaster of the Longblade Martial School made a prompt decision and sent a big half of their people. Fortunately, the 100,000 mountain range between the Longblade Martial School and the forest was not too dangerous. After losing dozens of people, they finally arrived at their destination. Sensing the conversation between the two with his soul power, Yichen pondered. The bone-corroding miasma was something that only existed in the ancient times. There might be some treasures in the forest. Oh right, the location of the red dot on the map seemed to be similar to this place. Taking out the map piece from his storage ring, Yichen's pupils shrank. There was a light purple mark on the pattern of the forest surrounding the Goat Head Mountain, which was most likely the bone-corroding miasma. But of course, even if it was just a coincidence, he still had to go in and take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how long he would have to search for it. Instead of going in directly, Yichen flashed his body and flew towards another direction of the jungle. After a long while, Yichen looked at the steep rock mountain in front of him, and was speechless. There was actually a ring of natural rock mountains on the outskirts of the forest. They were over 1,000 meters tall, and above the rock mountains was the bone-corroding miasma. There was no gap between the two, so it was impossible to enter the forest from the rock mountains. Looking at the height of the bone-corroding miasma, Yichen forced a smile. The height of the miasma was not that high, it was only 1,002 to 300 meters high. But, no one knew how vast it was, and how dangerous it would be if he flew up there. Once he ran into an accident and used up his Xianxia, he would definitely fall down and be corroded into ashes by the miasma. It seems that I still have to go in from that place. I might have to use force. Letting out a breath, Yichen went back the way he came. Thousands of miles away, in the 100,000 mountain range, boom, a thunderous sound reverberated through the sky and the earth. This wind wolf is powerful, I can't stop it. Tian Chong's clothes were torn, and blood was dripping down from his palms. Qin Hao was not any better than him, he stared at the wind wolf on the opposite mountain with a dark look. The two of them had been searching outside the 100,000 mountain range for a couple of days, but found nothing. Today, the wind wolf, the king of all rank 6 demonic beasts, had been chasing after them. The Wind Wolf was extremely fast, even faster than a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Although the two of them had great flying skills, they could never escape from it. Try to run, don't fight it with brute force. Tianchong forced a smile. Of course, he knew that if he fought with the Wind Wolf, he might not be able to hurt it even if he lost all of his blood. A woo, the Wind Wolf's front paws shattered the mountain, and it darted over like a sharp arrow. Sky Dragon Battle King Spear. Air-breaking palm. A dark golden spear light surged up and turned into a dragon-shaped chi, which pounced out. Then, there were rows of huge vacuum palms that could cut off the airflow, slapping towards the Wind Wolf with the weight of Mount Tai. One spear and one palm, the timing was perfect. Apparently, it was not the first time that the two of them had joined hands. The Wind Wolf was so powerful that it tore apart the dragon-shaped chi stream with only one claw attack. As for the huge vacuum palms, they were shattered by the demonic chi it released. Run! The two of them did not expect to hurt the Lunar Wind Wolf at all. They just wanted to buy some time to run away. Of course, they were not stupid. They did not run away from the sky. With their speed, the Lunar Wind Wolf would soon catch up with them. Only by flying between the mountains would they have a chance. Mountains split open one after another, and the Wind Wolf of Evil was still chasing after them. Look, there are people over there. They look like Qi Xiaofeng and Murong Qingqing. Tianchong pointed at the low sky in front of them. Qin Hao was overjoyed. Let's get closer and use them as our shields. Whoosh, whoosh, under the threat of danger, the two of them moved at an unprecedented speed. Several li away. Qi Xiaofeng's face darkened and said, "These two bastards, how dare they lead the Lunar Wind Wolves to us? Damn it. Let's go." Murong Qingqing doesn't want to waste time fighting with the Wind Wolf. She activates the demonic force field and the air around her is twisted. Murong Qingqing's figure suddenly shoots out. 4 people and 1 beast chased each other, and the rumbling sounds were endless. Up. The noise caused by the chase was too loud, and it might attract other terrifying things. Murong Qingqing raised her right hand, and a tens of meters tall hill was pulled up by her demonic force field, and smashed towards Tianchong and Qin Hao, who were behind them. The hill covered the sky. Bitch! The corner of Qin Hao's mouth twitched, and he slapped towards the hill that was smashing towards him. Bang! The hill exploded, and countless huge rocks fell down from the sky. Within such a short while, the Wind Wolf of Evil had already caught up with the two of them. It opened its mouth and let out a dense cloud of evil power. Ah! Tianchong let out a shrill scream. He felt that his blood had been frozen, and his body became numb. Before he could ask for help, he was torn into pieces by the Wind Wolf of Evil. Tianchong, don't worry, I will take revenge for you. Qin Hao stared at Murong Qingqing and grinned viciously, while a lustful light flashed across his eyes. In front of them, Murong Qingqing didn't throw the hill towards Qin Hao anymore. Qin Hao was the target of the Wind Wolf, and once he died, the Wind Wolf would definitely target them, which was not a wise move. There is a dense jungle over there, let's go. Qi Xiaofeng had been observing the terrain. He raised his head and saw a dense jungle, where the trees in the jungle were hundreds of zhang tall, even hundreds of zhang tall, and amazingly thick. Qi Xiaofeng felt a bit happy. As long as they entered the jungle, the Wind Wolf wouldn't be able to find them no matter how powerful it was. Not to mention that these trees were thick enough, even if one tree couldn't stop the Wind Wolf, they would be able to hold it off for a long time. Murong Qingqing nodded. On the outskirts of the jungle. Elder Tang, more people are coming, and there is also a demonic beast. Ah. It's the Wind Wolf. These bastards, they actually lured the Wind Wolf here. The people of the Long Blade Martial School, who were guarding outside the jungle, panicked. Elder Ting's face darkened, for days ago, there was a young man who fought his way into the jungle. After all, he didn't hurt any of our people. But these 3 people lured the Wind Wolf here, they are obviously trying to kill all of us. Damn it. Elder Tang, what should we do? The Wind Wolf is not something that we can deal with. Even our headmaster can't do anything about it. Taking a deep breath, Elder Ting yelled out coldly, all of you, listen up. Go into the jungle now. But what? If you don't want to die, go in. Now. Following Elder Ting's order, all the people of the Long Blade Martial School rushed into the jungle and disappeared without a trace. Let's go in as well. Activating the Sky Devil force field, Morong Qingqing grabbed a hundreds of zhong tall tree in the air and darted towards Qin Hao like a javelin. She had never liked this guy since a long time ago. Morong Qingqing, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Qin Hao yelled out with a twisted face. Qi Xiaofeng sneered, Qin Hao, if you don't die today, I'll kill you next time. Swoosh. Swoosh, both of them followed Qi Xiaofeng into the jungle. Oh woo, Qin Hao was the only one left outside the jungle. He had been blocked by the hundreds of zhong tall tree for a while, and was about to be caught up by the wind wolf. I was planning to use the Xuan light ball at the critical moment, damn it. Qin Hao didn't care about anything else, he took out a cyan crystal ball from his storage ring. Except for the color, it was exactly the same as Yi Chen's blue crystal ball. He crushed the crystal ball, and a 1-foot thick layer of cyan light shield enveloped Qin Hao's body. Within the shield, Qin Hao had an amazingly strong defensive power. Crack, the light shield twisted, and Qin Hao was slammed into the jungle by the gigantic claw. Along the way, he smashed and broke countless trees. If it weren't for the protection of the light shield, he would have been smashed into meat paste long ago. After chasing for so long, the wind wolf had only managed to kill one person, which made it quite annoyed. Without any hesitation, it darted into the jungle. The trees in the jungle were truly astonishing. Not only were they hundreds of feet tall, but they were also as thick as a wall. If they were hollowed out, they could definitely become a smaller skyscraper. It would be a piece of cake for thousands of people to live in. It was truly a wonder how they grew. Standing under the tree, Yi Chen felt like an ant. I've been in here for 4 days, and I haven't run into any demonic beasts, but what's with all those white bones? Did they kill each other? Yi Chen was a bit confused. Running into demonic beasts wasn't scary, as he could always run away, but not running into any demonic beasts would be very strange. Moreover, in this place where there weren't any demonic beasts, there were white bones everywhere, some belonged to humans, and some belonged to demonic beasts. Ah! 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 In the depths of the jungle, a series of shrill screams came out. What's going on? Yi Chen was confused. His body flashed, and he quietly flew over. At the same time, he released his soul power to its limit, in case anything happened. In the depths of the jungle, there were hundreds of people there, and each of them had a cyan blade embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously, they were from the Long Blade Martial School. Leader, another 10 people died. We can't even see who the attacker is. All the dead people are just skin and bones, their flesh and blood have all been sucked dry. An elder of the Long Blade Martial School said with a pale face. The leader of the Long Blade Martial School was a sturdy middle-aged man, holding a 2-meter-long sawtooth blade in his hand. He said calmly, everyone, listen to my order. Don't panic. Keep an eye on the surroundings, and report to me immediately if you see anything. Don't act on your own. Yes. Everyone yelled at the same time, but their voices were clearly shaking. Third brother, what do you think is attacking us? Within a blink of an eye, a person's flesh and blood were sucked dry, leaving only a layer of skin. Among the crowd, a young man who seemed to be in his 20s swallowed his saliva and said to the young man next to him. The young man shook his head, this jungle is very strange. It's located in the middle of the 100,000 mountain range, but there aren't any demonic beasts here. Take care of yourselves. The young man could no longer make any sound. It was as if his body had no bones, and he was getting shorter and shorter. Eventually, only a layer of human skin was left on the ground, which was indescribably weird. The young man's eyes were wide open, and there was blood coming out of him. He subconsciously looked in front of him, and saw a thin and long shadow darting towards him. It was a cyan-red vine, and there was an opening at the end of the vine. Inside the opening, there was a blood-red mucous membrane and a few layers of sharp teeth, arranged in a spiral shape. The attacker is a vine. Everyone, be careful, a shrill scream was heard, and the young man's body was completely sucked dry, just like the young man's. His skin was wrapped in bones, and he was lying on the ground. Thousands of meters away, Yi Chen's soul power had sensed this scene, and he couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. These vines are not kind creatures. I'm afraid they are some kind of horrifying plants left from the ancient times. They eat human flesh and blood, and those white bones are their masterpieces. Now, Yi Chen finally understood why there were no demonic beasts in this jungle. It was because all the demonic beasts that came here had been killed by the man-eating vines. Even with the strength of his soul power, he couldn't tell how long the vines were. It seemed that the entire jungle was within the attack range of the vines. In the middle of the crowd, the leader of the long-blade martial school yelled out, "Set up the battle formation." Swoosh, all the people of the long-blade martial school were facing the outside of the jungle, moving closer to each other, forming a large-scale battle formation within a battle formation. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at the deep end of the jungle without blinking. Their palms, which were holding their long blades, were dripping with sweat, and sounds of swallowing saliva could be heard from time to time. Why is there no movement? The pressure of the approaching storm was really unbearable. One of the young warriors was so nervous that he tried to cheer himself up. "Don't talk." The long-blade martial school elder next to him glared at him. Without making a sound, the greenish-red vines drilled out of the ground, instantly tearing apart the elder's protective true energy and piercing into his body. The surface of the arm-thick vines would sway from time to time, as if large masses of flesh and blood were being sent into the elder's body. Ah! Seeing himself turn into a bag of bones, the elder could no longer stay calm. He opened his mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream. In the next second, the battle formation was completely messed up. There's a vine coming out of the ground. Damn it. It's under my body. Help. Help me. Screams and screams spread out one after another in this area. Despair flooded everyone's mind like a flood. Many of them felt that their hands and feet were numb, and they couldn't even breathe. The long-blade martial school's leader was called Li Yuan. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and shouted coldly, "Split into groups of 10, spread out, and form a small battle formation. If you see a vine, chop it down as hard as you can. If you kill one, you'll have a higher chance of survival." Within this short period of time, more than 30 people had died, and 1/3 of them were killed by their own people. If this situation continued, everyone would collapse. In front of despair and fear, Li Yuan's words were not very effective. Except for a small number of people who followed his orders, most of the people had already fallen into a state of madness. Whenever they saw something approaching them, they would swing their blades at it with bloodshot eyes. The weakness of human beings was clearly shown at this moment. "I can't take it anymore. I want to leave. I want to leave this damn place. If this goes on, we'll all die." As more and more people died, some of the younger warriors finally collapsed. They desperately separated themselves from the crowd and ran as far as they could. If there was one, there would be a second. It was like a virus that spread like wildfire, and no one could stop it. Ah! Ah! These people didn't even manage to run far before they were sucked dry by the vines. Their protective Xianxia was as fragile as a piece of tofu, easily broken by a single poke. "Leader, if this goes on, we'll all die. We'd better run. It's better to let as many as we can escape than to be wiped out." All of the elders of the Long-Blade Martial School were clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and their protective Xianxia was exceptionally strong. However, the attacks of the vines were way too frequent and weird, and they always targeted the areas where the protective Xianxia was the weakest. By now, 2 to 3 elders had already died, and the other elders couldn't help but yell out. Li Yuan was a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. With the help of his protective Xianxia, he had managed to cut a lot of vines. However, at that moment, even though he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. There were more and more vines coming at him. Every time he cut one, more would attack him. His face was gloomy and pale. His voice contained true energy transmitted outwards. "Everyone, retreat. Don't panic." Just as he finished speaking, an elder said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, we can't escape. There are vines everywhere outside. We've been surrounded. Damn it. Is the Long-Blade Martial School going to perish here today?" Li Yuan and the other elders couldn't help but think pessimistically. They're attacking. Oh my god. Countless greenish-red vines moved like snakes, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere they passed, cultivators fell to the ground, their bodies sucked dry until only skin and bones remained. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For the first time in his life, Li Yuan felt so powerless. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill as many vines as possible. With him as the center, sharp blade chi spread out, shredding the greenish-red vines one after another. Yichen didn't care about the situation of the Long Blade Martial School anymore, because he had also been discovered by tens of vines. These vines didn't have eyes or noses, only a mouth. However, they seemed to have very sharp senses, easily discovering the weak spots of Yichen's protective Zhenqi. Ji Hao unsheathed his dragon spring sword and cut 3 vines in half, sending a greenish-red juice splashing everywhere. Fortunately, I've cultivated the great mystery art to the 9th level, and the quality and quantity of my Zhenqi has already surpassed the Zhenqi cultivated with a low-rank Earth Realm martial art. Besides, I'm wearing a low-rank light armor, which can increase my defensive power by more than 10%. With these 2 factors added together, my defensive power is almost equal to that of a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. While moving swiftly, Yichen cut the vines one after another, feeling a bit lucky. Soon, tens of vines were cut off one after another, but none of them could hurt Yichen. However, Yichen's eyebrows were knitted even more tightly. Probably because the vines had sensed that Yichen was a huge threat, countless vines had gathered over from all directions, gradually surrounding Yichen, leaving no space for him to escape. Yichen's expression didn't change. As long as he was protected by the sword intent, all kinds of negative emotions wouldn't be able to affect him, only making him calmer. Swoosh! 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 When launching sneak attacks, the vines wouldn't make even the slightest sound. However, when launching a frontal attack, the vines' attacking speed had been raised to a whole new level, and they darted towards Yichen as fast as lightning. Swirling clouds. The dragon spring sword released an arc-shaped stream of sword chi, which rose straight up, twisting the airflow and forming a light blue tornado, shrouding Yichen. Puff, puff, puff. All the vines that were attacking Yichen were shredded into pieces by the tornado, and from time to time, a thick stream of sword chi darted out and cut off large amounts of vines. Pop, the tornado was suddenly penetrated, and a dark red vine darted towards Yichen. This tornado is mixed with Zhenqi, and can even cut steel into pieces when rotating at a high speed. However, this dark red vine was able to penetrate through it, which means it's much harder than ordinary cyan and red vines. This seems to be bad. As this thought flashed across his mind, Yichen swung his sword towards the dark red vine. With the help of his sword intent, the dark red vine wasn't indestructible, and was easily cut into pieces. However, in the next moment, Yichen discovered that new ends of the dark red vine were growing out from the broken ends of the vine, and the sharp fangs were densely covered in a spiral shape. I can't stay here for long. After cutting off the dark red vine once again, Yichen activated his great mystery Zhenqi with all of his power and infused it into the tornado, moving deeper into the jungle. The dark red vine followed closely behind, while the other cyan and red vines crazily blocked the tornado, trying to stop Yichen from moving forward. Yichen sneered, and controlled the tornado to attack. Under the attack of the tornado, the vines were torn apart one after another, and the ground was covered with layers and layers of cyan and red vines. Yichen walked deeper and deeper into the jungle, and it seemed like there was no end to it. With the help of the pellet that could instantly replenish his Zhenqi, Yichen was not in a hurry. He waited until the tornado weakened, and then performed the swirling wind and broken clouds again, moving forward. Damn it! What the hell is this? Xianxia was completely surrounded by the greenish-red vines. Although his body-protecting Zhenqi could temporarily save his life, his Zhenqi was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. In just half an hour, he had already swallowed 3 Zhenqi recovery pills. Shoo, a dark red vine that was as thick as a calf shot towards him. Crack, the vine was shattered by the vacuum giant palm, but soon, it recovered completely. No, I have to get out of here. This jungle is way too dangerous. The consumption of Zhenqi is not proportional to the recovery speed. I will die here sooner or later. Xianxia was extremely annoyed. He had just escaped from the wind wolf, and now he was surrounded by cyan and red vines. Ever since he had entered the 100,000 mountain range, nothing had gone smoothly. Fortunately, he was not too far away from the jungle, so he should be able to get out of here. The vacuum giant palm burst out, and Xianxia opened up a bloody path, rushing back the way he had come. Right at that moment, a big tree not far away from him was suddenly smashed in the middle, and a huge figure appeared in front of him. If it was not the wind wolf, what else could it be? A man and a beast were facing each other, but they did not notice that there was a purple gas spreading down from the sky. This gas was like a living creature, twisting and wriggling, and its color was extremely bright. Shoo! A huge hole appeared on Xianxia's protective Xianxia, and the flesh and blood on that part were quickly corroded into ashes. The wind wolf in front of him was not any better. The purple gas was obviously the bone-corroding miasma above the jungle. When the big tree was smashed, the extremely heavy bone-corroding miasma sank down and spread out. I don't want to die like this. Xianxia opened his mouth and roared out. Soon, his body was corroded into ashes. The wind wolf was extremely powerful, and it was surprisingly not killed by the bone-corroding miasma. Howling, it rushed back the way it came from. However, soon, its body became shorter, and was corroded into ashes bit by bit. There was not even a trace of it left. It was even more horrifying than the vines in the jungle. The purple gas did not sink too much, and after it had spread to a certain area, it stopped expanding. Furthermore, the huge trees nearby were slowly absorbing the purple gas, and then releasing it out from the top of the trees, merging into the air above the jungle. A special balance had been formed between the two. In the middle of the jungle, Yichen raised his head and saw a mountain that was over 1,000 meters high. The front part of the mountain was protruding like a nose, and the two sides of the mountain were weirdly extending upwards, looking like the horns of a goat. Goathead Mountain. It is indeed here. The vines were still chasing after Yichen. No one knew how long they were, or how many there were. Yichen kept killing the vines while rushing towards the nose of the mountain. When he got closer, Yichen found out that it was a huge cave. It was opened like a goat's mouth, and it was pitch black inside. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go in first. Dispersing the tornado, Yichen's body flashed and disappeared into the mouth of the goat. The vines behind him followed him in like a tide. With his powerful soul power, Yichen could see the darkness as nothing. He smoothly went into the deep part of the cave, avoiding all the obstacles around him. There are stairs here. It seems like it was indeed made by someone. On the left side, Yichen found a secret staircase, which was curved and extended upwards. At first glance, it seemed to be a bit narrow and crowded. Yichen put a Xianxia replenishing pellet into his mouth, and pushed up his Xianxia layer with all of his strength, jumping up. Right then, the vines behind him seemed to be hesitating. They wanted to chase after Yichen, but they were also hesitating. Shoo! 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 After a long while, countless vines gradually retracted, and stopped chasing after Yichen. The second floor was no longer pitch black. Countless luminous stones on the walls were emitting a soft light, brightening up the whole space. Once inside, even with Yichen's state of mind, he could not help but take a deep breath. So much wealth, that's right, it was indeed a lot of wealth, because the second floor did not have only one thing, but all of them were very valuable. Everywhere he looked, there were boxes of gold casually piled up, each box could contain 100,000 gold, and there were hundreds of boxes here, which added up to tens of millions of gold, which was comparable to the wealth of a mid-level family. Next to the boxes filled with gold were boxes of jewelry, including rubies, emeralds, top-quality agates, crystal necklaces, black pearls, emeralds, and jade, each of which was worth thousands of gold. The total value seemed to be no less than the hundreds of boxes of gold. Although gold and jewelry were easy to obtain for warriors, once it reached a certain amount, it would still be shocking. Most of the warriors would not be able to earn that much gold in their entire lives. Plus, the difference was that they earned it bit by bit and did not feel like it was a big deal. However, Yichen had just obtained such a huge amount of wealth all of a sudden. Let's put it away first. Yichen waved his hand, and the boxes of gold and jewelry flew up into the air, falling into the storage ring. Yeah. The low-rank storage ring is full. These boxes were too big, there were 500 of them in total, and the low-rank storage ring was only 1/10 full. Fortunately, Yichen still had a few low-rank storage rings and one mid-rank storage ring. After taking all the gold and jewelry, Yichen's eyes fell on the ground next to him. There were boxes of low-rank soul stones and a lot of mid-rank soul stones. A shocking amount of yuan qi from the soul stones gathered in the air, forming images of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and tortoises. 100 boxes of low-rank soul stones, 5 boxes of mid-rank soul stones, each box contains 10,000. Yichen's breathing sped up. The gold and jewelry had only slightly surprised him, but the amount of soul stones had shocked him. He was sure that the Sky Cloud Martial School's 10 years of savings would not even have 1,000,000 low-rank soul stones, not to mention 50,000 mid-rank soul stones. Keep. Without saying a word, Yichen put them all into his storage ring. With over 600 chests gone, the space on the second floor suddenly became much wider. Looking around, all the other treasures could be seen. There were 3 gourds of pills. The gourd was filled with qi replenishing pills. The gourd contained essence replenishing pills. The gourd was filled with spirit replenishing pills. The 3 kinds of dawn were auxiliary dawn that could enhance the human body's essence, qi, and spirit. They didn't seem to be of much use, but they could double the speed of a martial artist's cultivation. It should be known that the so-called innate talent was actually the exuberance of essence, qi, and spirit. Therefore, those with innate talent would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating Xianxia. For example, Yichen's spirit, which was his soul force, was very strong. His comprehension was far beyond ordinary people, and his cultivation speed of martial arts was inconceivably fast. If his essence and qi could keep up, then his cultivation speed of Xianxia would reach the level of innate talent. Of course, during this period, he couldn't stop taking the supplement Qi Dan and supplement Essence Dan. There are 300 Dan in one gourd. If I take one every 3 days, I can use it for almost 900 days. In Yichen's eyes, these 3 gourds of pills were priceless treasures. In fact, they were indeed priceless treasures. If he took them out for auction, even astral-reaching realm martial artists would be tempted, or even go crazy. It should be known that the methods of making pills were usually in the hands of the big martial institutions, and the top-level pills were in the hands of the super martial institutions. An innocent man's wealth will get him into trouble. These 3 gourds of pills are enough to make an astral-reaching realm martial artist kill me. Putting the gourd into his storage ring, Yichen thought to himself. He walked to the corner, where there was a bookshelf. On the bookshelf were secret manuals. On the top floor were top-rank Mortal Realm secret manuals, 36 in total. Below that were low-rank Earth Realm secret manuals, 9 in total. Below that were 3 mid-rank Earth Realm secret manuals. And at the bottom was a high-rank Earth Realm secret manual. Without reading it, Yichen put it away. He planned to read it when he had the time. Even if he read it now, he wouldn't have the time to cultivate. Letting out a heavy breath, Yichen looked around. The second floor had been cleaned out by him, and nothing was left. Let's go to the 3rd floor. His body flashed, Yichen flew towards the stairs. Unexpectedly, the 3rd floor was completely empty. There was only a door of light standing in the center, emitting a fine light. Standing in front of the light door, Yichen was a little surprised. He didn't know where this light door would transport him to. The unknown always made people hesitate, and Yichen was no exception. It took me a lot of effort to find this place. If I don't go in, I will regret it. Making up his mind, Yichen stepped into the light door. The space rippled like water, and the next second, Yichen disappeared into the light door. Having experienced teleportation once, Yichen was much calmer this time, and his mind was calm. After a moment, or maybe a day or 2, Yichen's body relaxed, and he found himself in a magnificent stone room. The stone room didn't have a door, and was surrounded by walls. On the ceiling was a shining crystal lamp, and below the crystal lamp was a stone table. On the stone table, a forearm-length huge key was floating. The key was white, as if it was made from a white crystal, and looked very simple and unadorned. So strange, there's such a big key here. Yichen reached out his hand, trying to grab the key. but found that there was an invisible force around the key, and it seemed to be impregnable. Break! Activating all of his Xianxia, Yichen clenched his palm into a fist and punched the air. Dong! The invisible force didn't disperse, and instead, the huge counterforce made Yichen's feet leave the ground, and he was sent flying backwards, nearly crashing into the wall of the stone room. With a cold look, Yichen pulled out the dragon spring sword, and released 4 streams of sword chi in a row. The sword chi shot out, and thunder roared. However, in the next moment, the sword chi was also bounced back with an even stronger force. Waving his sword and shattering the reflected sword chi, Yichen let out a bitter smile. Although he knew that the white key could be very useful, he couldn't get it with his current power. Temporarily giving up on the key, Yichen looked around the entire stone room. There was also a stone table in the corner, on which a plain jade slip was placed. Yichen waved his hand, and this time, there was no strange invisible force, and the jade slip was easily sucked into his hand. However, after looking through the jade slip for a while, Yichen didn't find any special function. After thinking for a while, he injected his Xianxia into it. All of a sudden, an image appeared in Jihao's mind. On the ground, there was a 100-meter-tall beast with a pair of horns on its head, roaring. It opened its mouth and blew a huge mountain away. Then, it stamped its foot on the ground, and the ground split open. Lava spurted out from the cracks, dyeing the sky red. This beast was so powerful that it had never been seen or heard of before. Perhaps only life and death realm warriors could be this powerful. Just when the beast pulled out a thousands of zhang tall mountain, a stone pillar-like finger appeared in the air. The finger moved like a shooting star, and pointed at the beast's forehead. Bang! The beast's body exploded, and disappeared. While Yichen was still in shock, that finger was pointing at his forehead. There was no way for him to escape, and there was no way for him to retreat. All of a sudden, Yichen felt like his head was about to explode. Countless messy information flooded his brain, and soon, all of these messy information combined into a text and a martial exercise map. It turned out that this finger art was called the void-shattering finger art. However, what was taught to Yichen was not the complete void-shattering finger art, but the third movement. According to Yichen's understanding, only this one movement was already extremely powerful. That beast had the power of a life and death realm warrior, but it still couldn't handle the power of this finger art. Of course, he also knew that without enough power, even if he learned this finger art to its fullest, he still wouldn't be able to kill an astral-reaching realm warrior, not to mention that horrifying beast. For a warrior, no matter how powerful a martial skill was, he still needed the power to activate it. Otherwise, it would just be an empty shell, since cultivation was the most important thing. Besides the training method for the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, the information also told him that if he wanted to break through the invisible force outside of the white key, he would need to learn a little bit of the void-shattering finger art. Just a little bit would be enough, and he didn't need much. The time limit was 3 days. After 3 days, he would be teleported back, and he would never get the white key again. 3 days. Let me try. Yichen sat on the ground with his legs crossed, and started to study the mysterious third movement of the void-shattering finger art. 1 day later. Yichen pointed out his finger, and the air twisted instantly, making a popping sound. Shaking his head, Yichen closed his eyes and continued to study. On the 2nd day, Yichen opened his eyes and slowly pointed out his finger. Pooh, the invisible force around the white key released a light ripple, but soon, it disappeared completely, and everything went back to normal. Still not working. Only 1 more day left. Yichen forced a smile at first, then performed his sword intent to cut off all the distracting thoughts. He sank his mind into the study of the void-shattering finger art. From time to time, he would recall the scene of that huge finger shattering the beast. Time passed by bit. Yichen's eyebrows would stretch and frown from time to time. Within that short period of time, it was hard to tell how many times they had changed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a wave of horrifying qi suddenly spread out from Yichen's body. He suddenly opened both of his eyes. His pupils were chaotic, and no one could tell how deep they were. Break! Using all of his power, Yichen pointed out his finger at the invisible force. Boom, the invisible force was finally shattered. No, more accurately, it was broken. The power of the void-shattering finger art was still not as powerful as the sword chi. However, the invisible force was closely related to the void-shattering finger art, which was why it was able to break the invisible force. Studying the void-shattering finger art was extremely exhausting. Yichen wiped the sweat off his forehead, then took out a chi replenishing pill, a spirit replenishing pill, and a spirit replenishing pill, and put them into his mouth. After resting for a while, Yichen walked to the white key. The key was the size of a forearm, with an ancient character 4 written on the front. Other than that, there was nothing special about it, and it did not cause any changes. The moment Yichen picked up the white key, a light door appeared in the stone room. The light door was faintly visible, and seemed like it could disappear at any second. Not daring to stay any longer, Yichen put the white key back into his pocket, then flashed into the light door. When he reappeared, Yichen had returned to the second layer of the goat head mountain. Along with a buzzing sound, the light door in the middle of the second layer disappeared completely. It would be impossible for him to enter the stone room again in the future. No one knew where the stone room was, or if there were any other places in the stone room. When he was about to walk down to the next layer, Yichen slightly frowned. His soul power had sensed that there were 2 people in the next layer. These 2 people were none other than Xianxia and Xiaofeng. Why are they here? For a moment, Yichen was confused. In the pitch-black first floor, Xianxia and Xiaofeng were surrounded by countless cyan red vines, and couldn't move even an inch. The ground around them was covered in broken pieces of vines. I've taken hundreds of Xianxia replenishing pills in the past 3 days. Now my Xianxia has become extremely turbid, and I only have less than 30% of my power left. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. Medicinal pills were indeed good, but they couldn't be taken too often, especially Xianxia replenishing pills. Taking 10 pills a day was already the limit. If one took more than 10 pills, his Xianxia would become turbid and unstable, and his fighting power would be greatly reduced. In the future, he would have to temper his Xianxia more often, otherwise, there might be some side effects. This was why most of the martial artists wouldn't take medicinal pills to replenish their Xianxia unless they were in a critical situation. Xianxia frowned. She had been practicing the Great Sky Devil art, which was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, and her Xianxia was twice as much as Xiaofeng's. However, during the past 3 days, she had taken almost 40 Xianxia replenishing pills, and now she only had 60 to 70% of her power left. If not for the Great Sky Devil art and the Sky Devil power field, she would have been sucked dry by those vines long ago. Break! The Sky Devil power field was activated, and a large number of cyan red vines were twisted and shattered, clearing up an empty space, but soon, more vines filled up the space. Great Sky Devil palm print. For 3 days in a row, Xianxia hadn't slept a wink, and had been fighting non-stop. No matter how strong her mental state was, she was starting to get annoyed. She launched the Great Sky Devil martial art, the Great Sky Devil palm print. As soon as she launched her palm print, all the vines within hundreds of meters in front of her were lifted into the air, and couldn't move anymore. Then, with a loud bang, they all disappeared. Go! Let's go! The air twisted, and Xianxia was the first one to shoot towards the stairs leading to the second floor. What a powerful palm print! Xiaofeng didn't dare to hesitate, and followed closely behind Xianxia. Cassier, 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 the ground in front of the stairs cracked, and suddenly, hundreds of dark red vines broke out from the ground, blocking their way. These dark red vines were as thick as calves, and lined up like a dark red wall, giving off a great pressure. I'm afraid I'm going to die here. The previous Sky Devil's great palm print had drained most of Xianxia's true chi, and the pill she had swallowed earlier was too slow in recovering her true chi. It was impossible to replenish her true chi in an instant. Wanting to break through the blockade of hundreds of dark red vines was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The dark red vine's speed was far faster than the cyan and red vines, and it was about to hit the two's protective Xianxia in an instant. With their current strength, they would definitely die. Chi 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 chi, suddenly, a tornado swept past, blasting the dark red vines to the side, then wrapped around the 2 of them and rushed out. It's you? Xianxia didn't break free from Yichen's grasp and let him hug her. She looked a little surprised. Yichen looked at the green and red vines that were torn apart by the tornado, and said lightly, "How did you get here?" He suspected that the two of them had followed him. Xiaofeng explained, "Morong and I were looking for a magic herb, but we were forced into this jungle by the lunar wind wolf." "I see." Yichen was still a little suspicious, but he kept a calm expression on his face. "Are you suspecting us?" asked Morong Qingqing. "That's not important, what's important is to get out of here." If the two of them were in their best condition, Yichen wouldn't have saved them. After all, both of them were more powerful than him, and their movement skills were also better than his. If they joined hands, they could kill him 10 times over. "No matter what, I'll remember this favor." Morong Qingqing didn't say another word. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, the dark red vines had caught up with them. With the intensity of their attacks, they were more than powerful enough to penetrate the tornado and tear apart the protective Xianxia of the three of them. "Put your arms around my waist," said Yichen. Morong Qingqing hesitated for a second, but when she saw the dark red vines chasing after them, she did as she was told and put her arms around Yichen's waist. Seeing this, Xiaofeng's facial expression slightly froze. With his right hand free, Yichen pulled out the dragon spring sword, and without even turning his head around, he launched another large-scale attack of the shocking cloud sword art, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Along with a series of thunderous booms, tens of sword lights darted out. Along with a series of puffing sounds, the dark red vines that were chasing after them were all cut into pieces, but soon, they grew out again and continued chasing after the tornado, which was still far away. In the jungle, this was the 5th time that Yichen had launched the swirling winds and clouds, and had consumed a lot of his Xianqi. Without any intention to avoid arousing suspicion, Yichen put a pill into his mouth, which could instantly replenish his Xianqi. Morong Qingqing and Xiaofeng didn't care too much about it. In their eyes, the pill Yichen had just swallowed was just an ordinary pill, and if he used too much of it, his Xianqi would still be weak. However, they were still a bit confused as to why Yichen's power was still at its peak. Could it be that he hadn't been attacked by the vines before, and thus had only taken a few pills? That was the only possible explanation. And it was precisely because of this that Yichen took the pellet without any hesitation. Rumble, the tornado rolled the three of them up and flew at an incredible speed. Under Yichen's control, the tornado was also incredibly agile, easily avoiding all kinds of obstacles. "Brother Yi, this sword art of yours is really amazing, it can even wrap people up in it." Xiaofeng couldn't help but praise. Yichen smiled, but didn't explain that he had adapted the swirling winds and clouds. The jungle was the base of the man-eating vines, and many dark red vines and cyan red vines had surrounded them. Star-shattering cut. Sky Devil force field. Although Morong Qingqing and Xiaofeng weren't as powerful as Yichen, they still had some of their powers left. They both launched their special skills and started killing those vines. Yichen was quite happy, but the remaining power of the two still surprised him a bit, especially Morong Qingqing, who was still more powerful than Linyu. Fortunately, Yichen clearly understood the consequences of swallowing too many pills. Without a couple of months of hard work, he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak state. Soon, the three of them were not far away from the edge of the jungle. Suddenly, Yichen frowned. "What's wrong?" asked Morong Qingqing. "A powerful living being is chasing us from under the ground, it's moving at an amazing speed." Soul power couldn't penetrate too deep into the ground, therefore, Yichen didn't know what that powerful living being was, but he didn't doubt its power. "What should we do now?" Just when they were about to leave this dangerous place, another wave of danger came. Both Morong Qingqing and Xiaofeng were instantly thrown into confusion. Yichen took a deep breath and said, "I have a way to get out, but it'll cost me a lot." "What kind of cost?" "I'll compensate you," Xiaofeng said without hesitation. "A yuan light ball." "Yuan light ball?" Xiaofeng was surprised. He had heard about this kind of extremely rare life-saving treasure. It was said that it could block any attack launched by any martial artist under the astral reaching realm. To clasping Yuan realm martial artists, a Yuan light ball was even more precious than a mid-rank great weapon, or even a high-rank great weapon. After all, the latter couldn't guarantee their lives, but the Yuan light ball could. I'll compensate you with 100,000 low-rank and 3,000 mid-rank stones. Morong Qingqing also said, I'll compensate you with 200,000 low-rank and 3,000 mid-rank stones. Originally, both of them didn't have so many spirit stones, but they had earned quite a lot from the ancient inherited land that only happened once every 10 years. Just like Yi Chen, he had gained so many treasures and exchanged them for the institution. Seeing Yi Chen's indifference, Qi Xiaofeng said, Brother Yi, do you think it's not enough? All these soul stones were equivalent to the savings of 10 or even dozens of inner elders. Normal clasping Yuan realm warriors would not even dare to think about it. Not everyone could be like them, who could enter the ancient inheritance place and gain so many treasures from it. Yi Chen said, Yuan light ball is a life-saving treasure for me. If I use it this time, I won't have it next time. Nothing is more important than my life. Qi Xiaofeng was speechless. What Morong Qingqing said made sense. If he were in Morong Qingqing's shoes, he wouldn't be satisfied either. Morong Qingqing said, what about a mid-rank storage ring? Morong. Qi Xiaofeng was surprised. Morong Qingqing shook her head and said, worldly possessions are worldly possessions after all. Brother Yi, you're right, worldly possessions are nothing compared to life. Yi Chen was shocked. Morong Qingqing actually had a mid-rank storage ring, which was priceless. After all, a low-rank storage ring was only as big as a room, while a mid-rank storage ring was as big as a grand hall. The difference between the two was 10 times, and the value of a mid-rank storage ring was 100 times higher. Right now, he was in need of a mid-rank storage ring. Those 600 chests of gold, jewelry, and spirit stones had taken up all of his low-rank storage rings, and his mid-rank storage ring was only left with 2/3 of its space, which might not be enough in the future. Alright, deal. Yi Chen understood that this was their limit, not to mention that even if he left them behind, that terrifying creature might not let him go, and might even use the Yuan light ball in the end. Soon, the two of them gave the promised compensation to Yi Chen. The method was very simple. When the storage ring was fully activated, a light screen would appear, and the things that were thrown into the light screen would be put into the storage ring, without having to go through the ring's hand. Boom, right at this moment, a large area of the ground behind them collapsed, and a gigantic human-shaped monster crawled out of the ground. It was over 100 meters tall, and its body was connected to numerous vines. Some were cyan red, some were dark red, and some were purple red, which they had never seen before. The man-eating vine mother had appeared. Seeing this, the three of them gasped. They suspected that even the Yuan light ball might not be able to block this attack. Swoosh! 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 Countless vines flew towards the three of them. Among them, the purple-red vines were the rarest, but they were indeed the fastest. They had already broken the speed of sound, flashed across the air, and pierced through the tornado, reaching less than 3 feet away from the three of them. Pop! The purple-red vines were blocked, and a layer of blue light screen appeared around the three of them. The light screen was a foot thick, with blue streams of air constantly rotating within it. The defense of the light screen was amazing. What was even more frightening was that the purple-red vines had penetrated 1/3 of the light screen, and were even more powerful than the wind wolf. If we weren't protected by this light shield, this attack would have killed us 10 times over. Qi Xiaofeng felt lucky, and the dissatisfaction he had towards Yi Chen was gone. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Carrying the two of them, Yi Chen tapped the ground with his foot and darted towards the outer edge of the jungle. Pop! 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 The purple-red vines hit on the light shield from time to time, and each attack was powerful enough to break 1/3 of the light shield. Many times, the vines hit on the same spot. Fortunately, the defensive power inside the light shield wasn't static, it was constantly moving, and the damaged parts would be repaired in the next moment, keeping the entire light shield in an absolutely balanced state. Seeing that the purple-red vines couldn't break the light shield, the mother vine opened its mouth and let out a thigh-thick, dark purple vine. This vine moved as fast as lightning, and only let out a thunderous boom after it had darted miles away. It was actually a few times faster than the speed of sound. Sky Devil Great Palm. At this moment of life and death, Morong Qingqing once again launched an extremely powerful martial skill. Her slim palm struck towards the air along with an ocean-like power. Boom, in front of her palm, all the objects within hundreds of meters were lifted into the air and turned into nothingness. Although that dark purple vine wasn't damaged, it seemed to have fallen into a swamp and started slowing down. From 3 times faster than the speed of sound, it slowed down to 2 times faster than the speed of sound, and then from 2 times faster to 1 time faster than the speed of sound. With blood gushing out from the corner of her mouth, Morong Qingqing said to Yi Chen, "This is all I can do, the rest is up to you." "Don't worry." Yi Chen nodded. His soul power spread out in 2 directions, one was the entrance in front of him, and the other one was the movements of the man-eating vines behind him. After half a day of running, they were getting closer and closer to the outer entrance, and there were only 10 miles left. A dim light flashed on his storage ring, and a red light fireball appeared in his hand. This red light fireball was given to him by the demon child Leng Wuqing. There were 3 of them in total, and they were extremely powerful. They could even injure a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, right now, mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists were no longer a threat to Yi Chen, so there was no point for him to keep them. With a flick of his finger, the Scarlet Fusion Fireball drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed 3 feet away from Yi Chen. If one looked closely, one would notice that the Scarlet Fusion Fireball was only a hair's breadth away from the light barrier. At this time, Yi Chen shouted, "Explode!" Rumble, the blazing flame exploded, but the powerful force did not shatter the light shield. Instead, it caused the light shield to speed up and shoot into the distance like a meteor. Good idea. Qi Xiaofeng and Morong Qingqing's eyes brightened. Before, they thought that Yi Chen was just lucky, but now, they didn't think so anymore. In such a dangerous situation, he could actually stay so calm, and think of using an external force to increase his speed. Compared to him, they were much more stupid, and only knew how to solve problems with violence. Using the same method, Yi Chen exploded the remaining 2 Scarlet Fusion Fireballs one after another. Instantly, his speed was boosted to an unimaginable level. Wherever he passed by, the air would twist intensely, and strong gusts of wind would bring up layers of earth waves, following closely behind the light shield. Pop! The dark purple vine finally recovered from the image of the Sky Devil palm, and once again reached 3 times the speed of sound, chasing after them. 5 miles, 3 miles, 1 mile, within dozens of blinks of an eye, the dark purple vine had shortened from 5 miles to 1 mile, and was once again approaching Yi Chen, Morong Qingqing and Morong Qingqing. Success or failure depends on this. Yi Chen kept moving, as if the dark purple vine was nothing to him. After a blink of an eye, the dark purple vine was less than 200 meters away from the 3 of them. Half a blink of an eye. It was less than 50 meters away. Release. Yi Chen held the core of the light shield in his hand, and threw it backward. Shoo, the 3 of them flew out of the light shield, and continued to rush toward the entrance 1 mile away. Swoosh, the light shield, which had yet to dissipate, twisted rapidly, and was then pierced through by the dark purple vine. Its powerful defense only made the dark purple vine pause for a blink of an eye. Taking advantage of this blink of an eye, the 3 of them were less than 200 meters away from the entrance, and 300 meters away from the dark purple vine. Unfortunately, 300 meters was only 1/3 of a blink of an eye for the dark purple vine. In such a short time, Yi Chen and the other 2 would definitely not be able to rush out 200 meters. Finally, the dark purple vine pierced through the bodies of the 3 of them. No, it was the Xianxia afterimages that had been pierced through. It turned out that Yi Chen had performed the shadow-separating light art at the critical moment, and had created 3 Xianxia afterimages where he had been standing. His real body had already appeared on the right front with the other 2. The next moment, the dark purple vine once again pierced through their Xianxia afterimages. Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng both gasped in shock. They couldn't even imagine how Yi Chen had managed to do that. The dark purple vine was way too fast, so fast that they couldn't even react. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to perform the Xianxia afterimages to confuse the man-eating vine. Of course, they didn't know that Yi Chen had a powerful soul power. Under the detection of his soul power, every single move of the dark purple vine was under his control. He knew exactly when it would arrive, and when it would be the best time to confuse it. The man-eating vine was enraged. Over and over again, Ji Hao had escaped from its attacks, which made it feel depressed and confused. The sunlight shone on the three of them, and they finally made it out of the jungle. However, it was not the time to relax yet. Yichen activated his Xianxia to its limit, and darted towards the right front, where there was a rock mountain blocking the way. Obviously, Yichen had been worrying too much. The man-eating vine couldn't appear outside the jungle, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking it. Whoosh, letting go of the two, Yichen felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Within a short distance of tens of miles, he had been fighting against the man-eating vine, struggling on the edge of death. Although he had won in the end, only he himself knew how much energy he had consumed. To be honest, if it were any other clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he would have died dozens of times already. There was absolutely no chance for him to make it out of the jungle, not to mention carrying two people. Beside him, Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng were staring at Yichen as if he was a monster. "What's wrong?" Yichen's voice was hoarse. Qi Xiaofeng gave a bitter smile and said, "Apart from strength, compared to you, I feel like an idiot." "How did you do that?" Yichen gave a bitter smile and responded, "If I don't want to die, this is the only way. This is the first time I admire someone, but now I have to admire you. You are not that powerful." Morong Qingqing didn't even try to hide her admiration for Ji Hao. "Let's get out of here first." Calming himself down, Yichen didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. Hearing Qi Xiaofeng and Qi Xiaofeng nodded. They didn't want to come back to this place ever again. On their way out of the 100,000 mountain range, Yichen ran into people from the Long Blade Martial School. However, there were only tens of them left, and all of them seemed to have lost their wits. Shaking his head, Yichen felt lucky for these people. If they had stayed any longer and waited for the man-eating vine to come out, the entire Long Blade Martial School would have been annihilated. There weren't any demonic beasts in this direction. Half a day later, the three of them left the 100,000 mountain range and arrived at the territory controlled by the Long Blade Martial School. After another half a day, the three of them arrived at the only city near the 100,000 mountain range, Luohui City. Inside a private room of a large restaurant. The three of them were sitting inside. "Brother Yi, it's all thanks to you that we survived this time." Qi Xiaofeng poured a glass of wine for Yichen and said gratefully. Yichen said, "Strictly speaking, it's just a business deal between us, there's no such thing as gratitude." He had already accepted 500,000 low-ranked soul stones, 6,000 mid-ranked soul stones, and a mid-ranked storage ring from the two of them. He was already satisfied, and didn't feel that the two of them owed him anything. "You can't say that. Without you, even if we had all the wealth in the world, we wouldn't be alive to enjoy it." Morong Qingqing raised her glass and clinked it against Yichen's. "In that case, this meal is my way of thanking you for your kindness." Picking up his glass, Yichen emptied it in one gulp. The sky was getting dark. After 3 rounds of drinking, the three of them were a little tired. They said goodbye to each other and went back to their own rooms to rest. In the guest room, Yichen lied on the soft bed and closed his eyes. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep, and only had a slight trace of consciousness left in his mind. From yesterday to today, he was too tired. On the other side, Morong Qingqing dragged her exhausted body out of the shower and fell into a deep sleep just like Yichen. The couple of days of continuous battling had taken a huge toll on her. Although she did not seem to have done much in the end, it was just that she had been startled for a while, which had drained her even more mentally. In the middle of the night, Yichen was the first one to wake up. "I feel much better now. This is the first time I've felt so tired." Getting up from the bed, Yichen stretched his body, opened the window and enjoyed the night breeze. After a long while, Yichen closed the window and thought, "I haven't checked the white key yet, I wonder what it can do." Taking out the arm-length white key, Yichen stared at it without blinking his eyes. Seeing that he couldn't see anything, Yichen injected his Xianxia into the key. Buzz, a white light shone, and a line of ancient characters appeared in the air. Emperor's Tomb, Aries constellation. Frowning, Yichen couldn't understand what this key had to do with the Aries constellation. Could it be the Aries constellation in the sky? But, this is not that world, this is the true spirit continent. Perhaps, it's just that the name is the same, but the content is different, and can't be compared. Excluding the Aries constellation, Yichen had some thoughts about the Emperor's Tomb, which was probably the tomb of some powerful warrior. And this white key was indeed the key to open the tomb. No, it should be one of the keys. The map that he had gotten was not complete, it was only a piece of it. Judging from this, only by collecting all the keys would he be able to find the tomb and open it. After a slight disappointment, Yichen didn't care too much about it. The biggest gain this time should be the training method for one of the movements of the void-shattering finger art. If he could train it to the entry level, he would be able to beat all the other powerful warriors of the same generation. Once he trained it to the completion level, its power would be unimaginable. In his mind, the scene of that huge finger shattering the demon beast was still vivid. The void-shattering finger is too hard to train. I won't be able to make any progress in a short period of time. I should take a look at that high-rank Earthrealm manual first. In the second layer of the Goat Head Mountain, Yichen had gotten a lot of manuals, and the best one among them was a high-rank Earthrealm manual. He didn't have time to read it before, but now, he could study it. A dim light flickered, and a secret manual appeared in Yichen's hand. Yichen opened it. Flow Luo 3 Mysterious Spell, High-Rank Earthrealm Secret Art. Secret Art. Just by reading a few words, Yichen's heart started to beat faster. Normally, anything related to a secret art would be a good thing. The so-called secret art was a secret art that ordinary people would not even have the chance to see. It was more valuable than a martial art of the same rank. Calming himself down, Yichen continued to read. This secret art is a secret art that can increase one's movement art. It is divided into 3 realms. The first realm can increase one's movement art by 1 rank, the second realm can increase 2 ranks, and the third realm can increase 3 ranks, all the way to the top rank Earthrealm movement art. Closing the manual, a smile appeared on Yichen's face. This manual had arrived just in time. Although the separating shadows flying art was very good, as it could separate Xianxia shadows to confuse the enemies at the critical moment, but as the power increased, the weakness of the separating shadows flying art would be increased, which was its slow speed. Of course, it might not be slow among the other movement arts of the same rank, it could be counted as a top-rank Earthrealm movement art. However, all the martial geniuses he had met had trained a mid-rank Earthrealm movement art or a high-rank one. In the future, he might even meet a martial genius who had trained a top-rank Earthrealm movement art. Compared to them, the speed of the separating shadows flying art was definitely the weakness. Now, the problem was completely solved. As long as he trained the Flow Luo 3 Mysterious Spell to the first realm, the separating shadows flying art would be increased to the mid-rank Earth realm. Once he trained it to the second realm, it would be increased to the high-rank Earth realm. If he trained it to the third realm, it would reach the top-rank Earth realm. This meant that the value of the Flow Luo 3 Mysterious Spell was equivalent to a top-rank Earth realm movement art, which would allow him to be as fast as others, or even faster than others. Secret arts are usually very hard to train. This Flow Luo 3 Mysterious Spell is probably as hard as a top-rank Earth realm martial art. It should be impossible to reach the third realm so easily. However, the first realm could increase 1 rank, which could be used for a long time. After a couple of hours, it would be dawn. Yichen didn't feel sleepy anymore, so he started to practice the Great Mystery Art and his Xianxia. Before cultivating, he swallowed a replenishing essence pill, a replenishing chi pill, and a replenishing spirit pill. Then, he held a piece of low-grade spirit stone in each hand and entered into a state of cultivation. When the medicinal effect started to take effect, Yichen was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation speed had increased by about 30%. In other words, cultivating for 13 days in the past was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days now. In a year, he could save more than 80 days. After reaching the clasping Yuan realm, it is getting harder and harder to increase my cultivation. With these 3 kinds of pellets, I would be able to increase my cultivation even faster. After calming himself down, Yichen began to cultivate. The night quickly faded. The next day. Early morning. In the lobby of the restaurant. The 3 of them sat by the window and were having breakfast. "Oh right, Brother Yi, why are you still using ordinary weapons? If you had a low-grade sword, your power would definitely improve by 10 to 20%. Qi Xiaofeng asked abruptly. Yichen said, "It's hard to find a suitable weapon, I would like to buy a low-grade sword at an auction. Morong Qingqing said, weapon auctions are usually held once a year, or even longer. Why don't you go to the martial city in the Black Dragon Empire? It's a city of martial artists. Many martial artists would find some treasures that they don't need during their travels, and trade with each other. Of course, spirit stones are the hard currency among martial artists, you can also buy them. The martial city? Yi Chen had never heard of it. Qi Xiaofeng nodded and said, yes, I've been to the martial city once. There are millions of martial artists gathered there, and 80% of them are above the condensing reality realm. There are also a lot of clasping yuan realm and astral reaching realm martial artists. Sometimes, there are even Sea of Souls realm martial artists. It's very famous in the entire South Shui region. If you are willing to pay a high price, you can easily buy a low-grade sword. If that's the case, I do need to go there. A low-grade weapon could increase the attacking power by 10 to 20%, which was much more valuable than ordinary weapons. Yi Chen decided that his next stop would be the Black Dragon Empire. He had always wanted to see the Black Dragon Empire, one of the 3 largest empires in the South Shui region. Morong Qingqing said, I'm going back to the Black Dragon Empire as well, you and I can go together. Hearing this, Qi Xiaofeng's expression changed, then he smiled bitterly in his mind. He had planned to spend a few more days with Morong Qingqing, but now it seemed that his plan was ruined. Thank you. Yi Chen nodded. After breakfast, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing started their journey. The spirit-speaking nation was not far from the Black Dragon Empire, only about 70 to 80,000 miles away. At a normal speed, it would take them a week to get there. On the way, Yi Chen had been practicing the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell every day, trying to reach the first level as soon as possible and improve the separating shadow art to the mid-rank earth realm. As for Morong Qingqing, she had been training her Xianxia especially hard. Because she had swallowed too many pellets, her power had dropped to 60 to 70% of her peak. Although the Sky Devil Martial School had many secret Xianxia training spells, she had only recovered 80% of her power in a couple of days. Of course, this speed had already shocked Yi Chen. He estimated that she would have recovered 90% of her power by the time they arrived at the Black Dragon Empire. A rank 6 martial institution is indeed a super martial institution. They are so powerful. With only this Xianxia training spell, they can beat all the rank 7 martial institutions. In fact, Yi Chen had underestimated Morong Qingqing and the rank 6 martial institutions. On the 6th day, Morong Qingqing, who had finished her training, stood up and activated the Sky Devil power field with all of her power. Immediately, a small mountain nearby was crushed, as it couldn't bear the sudden explosion of the power field. You've recovered your power. Yi Chen was surprised. Morong Qingqing nodded, actually, I didn't take too many pellets this time. 2 years ago, the Sky Devil Martial School had a war with another rank 6 martial institution. During that war, I took a whole 50 pellets in one day and killed over 20 clasping yuan realm warriors. A war with a rank 6 martial institution? It was just a small fight. If it was a real war, I probably wouldn't be standing here anymore. Morong Qingqing looked calm. You killed over 20 clasping yuan realm warriors in a small fight. Clasping yuan realm warriors from a rank 6 martial institution are so worthless. Yi Chen shook his head. He couldn't imagine the power of a rank 6 martial institution. After another day, the two finally arrived at the border of the Black Dragon Empire. In front of the two was a 3,000 zhang tall mountain. Except for its height, this mountain looked ordinary. However, it was emitting a terrifying aura. Yi Chen found that a lot of warriors who came here would choose to take a detour. Morong Qingqing introduced, according to the legend, a life and death realm warrior once died on this mountain. His blood dyed the top of the mountain red. His powerful consciousness had merged with the mountain, forming an extremely oppressive and horrifying aura. Normal warriors would often go crazy and die if they got too close. What's the name of this mountain? The Fallen Mountain. The Fallen Mountain seemed to be very close, but it was actually dozens of miles away from the main road. While walking on this road, Yi Chen felt that horrible pressure. The negative emotions in his heart had been magnified by a couple of times without him noticing, and it even made him feel like he was hallucinating. Activating his sword intent, Yichen killed all of those negative emotions, then turned his head to look at Murong Qingqing. She seemed to have gotten used to the pressure from the fallen mountain, so she didn't seem to be affected at all. Vaguely, Yichen also felt that there was an even more mysterious power in her body, which was fighting against the pressure from the fallen mountain. Strange. Yichen was confused. Not long after, the two of them left the mountain of death behind, and the oppressive feeling instantly disappeared. The martial city was located in the west of the Black Dragon Empire, in the middle of the heavy mysterious mountain. Before they even got close to the heavy mysterious mountain, Yichen felt that the gravity had increased. This increase was very subtle, and without great perception, it would be hard to notice. At first, Yichen didn't pay much attention to it, but as they got closer and closer to the heavy mysterious mountain, the gravity became even heavier. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong with the gravity in the heavy mysterious mountain? You found it. Indeed, the gravity in the heavy mysterious mountain is much stronger than the outside world, and the closer we are to the center, the stronger the gravity is. We haven't entered the heavy mysterious mountain yet. Murong Qingqing explained. Really? Murong Qingqing smiled. It was the first time she came to the heavy mysterious mountain, and she was just as shocked as Yichen. Later on, she didn't pay much attention to it. The true spirit continent was vast, and there were many things that couldn't be explained. For example, why did the ancient inheritance land become a world of its own, and why didn't it allow people who were over 24 years old to enter? This kind of method had already surpassed the power of life and death realm warriors. Half an hour passed. The two officially entered the outer area of the heavy mysterious mountain. Such a strong gravity, at least 3 times stronger than the outside world. Yichen suddenly lost control of his strength, and left a few deep footprints on the ground. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing's steps were no different from normal. Taking a deep breath, Yichen adjusted himself according to the gravity so that he would not leave any footprints. On the way, Yichen ran into quite a few groups of martial artists. Most of them were above the clasping Yuan realm. Condensing reality realm martial artists were rarely seen. Look, isn't that Murong Qingqing? Who is that brat next to him? How can he walk together with Murong Qingqing? I've never seen him before. He doesn't look like a disciple of the sky-flying demon sect. I'm so envious. Murong Qingqing is one of the 2 great beauties of the Black Dragon Empire. He would be satisfied even if he spoke a few words with her. What virtue or ability does he have to walk side by side with Murong Qingqing? This kid is dead for sure. There are hundreds and thousands of young people who are infatuated with Murong Qingqing. Any one of them could crush him to death. Hee, you're right. Let's wait for a good show. The heavy mysterious mountain was not very big. Within an hour, Yichen and Murong Qingqing had reached the deepest part of the mountain. The gravity here was unprecedentedly strong, almost 10 times stronger than the outside world. According to Yichen's estimation, flying in the sky would consume Xianxia dozens of times faster than the outside world. Even clasping Yuan realm martial artists would not be able to fly for long, and astral reaching realm martial artists would also be slowed down. The entrance to the martial city is at the top of the mountain. Murong Qingqing said. Yichen was surprised. The entrance is at the top of the mountain? We'll know when we get there. When they reached the top of the mountain, Yichen finally understood what Murong Qingqing meant. The martial city was actually located on a magnificent mountain. This mountain seemed to have its top cut off by a sword, leaving only a flat cross-section. The cross-section had a diameter of over 100 miles. Around the cross-section was a bottomless abyss, completely isolated from the outside world. There were only 2 ways to enter the martial city. One was to fly with one's cultivation. However, the gravity above the abyss was way too strong. Yichen had just seen a rank 4 flying demonic beast being dragged into the abyss by the sudden increase of gravity when it was gliding in the sky, leaving nothing behind. The second way was to use the chains in front of them. There were thousands of chains floating above the abyss. These chains were as thick as a person's thigh, connecting the 2 places. Let's go. Murong Qingqing's body flashed and landed on the chain. Immediately, Xianxia spurted out from her heels, pushing her to the other end of the chain at an extremely fast speed. Following her example, Yichen followed closely behind Murong Qingqing. When they reached the center of the abyss, Yichen felt the sudden increase of gravity. It was at least 30 times, no, 50 times, a whole 50 times. No wonder even rank 4 flying demonic beasts couldn't fly over here. If a normal clasping Yuan realm martial artist tried to fly over here, he would probably end up the same as a rank 4 flying demonic beast. Swoosh! Swoosh, the two landed on the cross-section of the mountain outside the martial city. The martial city was bigger than the Wild Wind City and the Forgotten City in the Windy Nation. It was over 70 miles in both width and length, and the city wall was over 300 meters tall. This height was not built randomly, because according to the gravity here, no martial artist below the late clasping Yuan realm could fly over 300 meters. Outside the wide city gate, there were 2 rows of guarding martial artists. Murong Qingqing reminded them, the entrance fee is 1 low-rank soul stone, and the exit fee is also 1 low-rank soul stone. Even leaving the city requires a soul stone? The entrance fee of 1 low-rank soul stone was indeed very high, but Yichen had already gotten used to it. After all the people in the martial city were martial artists. Once you entered the city, you would be able to buy a lot of things that you couldn't normally see, which was very attractive to martial artists. It was understandable that the entrance fee was very high, but leaving the city also required a fee, which confused him. Murong Qingqing said, there are a lot of rules in the martial city, this is just one of them. After paying the 2 low-rank soul stones, the two entered the martial city. The first impression that Yichen got from the buildings inside the martial city was that it was huge and magnificent. Any ordinary building was at least 10 meters tall, and those restaurants were like tall towers, standing in every corner of the city. They were extremely eye-catching, and the streets were even wider, almost able to accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side. At this moment, Yichen felt like he had arrived at the capital of the giants. The second rule of the martial city is that fighting is strictly prohibited. Anyone who violates this rule will be thrown into jail depending on the severity of the offense. Those who violate this rule will be killed on the spot. Until now, there has never been an exception. Hearing this, Yichen said, the martial city is a city of martial artists, so there should be a powerful person guarding it, right? Murong Qingqing nodded, the mayor of the martial city is a Sea of Souls realm martial artist. A Sea of Souls realm martial artist, no wonder. If astral reaching realm martial artists were powerful martial artists, then Sea of Souls realm martial artists were powerful martial artists. Every single move of theirs had the power to change the terrain. With a powerful Sea of Souls realm martial artist as the mayor, anyone who dared to mess around would be looking for death. There was a reason why the street was so wide. Once he entered the city, Yichen saw a lot of martial artists setting up stalls on both sides of the street. There were all kinds of stalls, there were bookshelves, animal skins, tables, and even huge rocks shaped like counters. It was a dazzling sight. Murong Qingqing said, if you want to set up a stall, you need to spend 100 low-rank soul stones to get a stall license. Otherwise, it would be against the rules, and the punishment would be very heavy. Normally, when there are not too many things to sell, no one would set up a stall. Most people would choose to trade privately. Are there no shops in the martial city? Yichen asked. There are, but the shops rarely sell treasures. Most of them are pellet shops and normal weapon shops, and then there are restaurants and tea houses. Of course, if you have thousands of treasures, you can rent or buy a shop. Unfortunately, the treasures that an individual has are limited. It would be more worthwhile to set up a stall at midnight. After all, the stall license only costs 100 low-rank soul stones. In the city, there were a lot of patrolling martial artists going back and forth to check if anyone was violating the rules. Those martial artists who were more powerful than them did not dare to talk back to them. They were afraid that if they offended the patrolling martial artists, it would be a huge loss for them. When passing by some stalls, Yichen found that not everyone wanted to trade with soul stones. Some of the martial artists had 2 prices, one was the price of soul stones, and the other was the price of gold. However, the price of gold was obviously on the higher side. For example, a spirit plant would cost 10 low-rank soul stones, which was equivalent to 4,000 gold. However, the price of gold was more than 4,000 gold, reaching 6,000 gold. Regarding this, Yichen had his own opinion. In the martial city, gold should not be valued too much. Soul stones were what everyone needed. Therefore, if you wanted to buy something with gold, you should not care about it. No one would force you to buy it anyway. Coming to a bookshelf stall, Yichen took a look. All of them were secret manuals. The top 2 layers were for top-rank Mortal Realm secret manuals, and the bottom 2 were for low-rank Earth Realm secret manuals. Yichen asked, "How much are these secret manuals?" The owner of the stall was a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He glanced at Yichen and said in a neutral tone, "Top-rank Mortal Realm secret manuals are all 80 low-rank soul stones. Low-rank Earth Realm secret manuals have their own prices." Hearing this, Yichen looked down. The cheapest low-rank Earth Realm secret manual was worth 6,000 low-rank soul stones, and the most expensive one was 13,000 low-rank soul stones. There were 5 secret manuals here, and the total value was more than 40,000 low-rank soul stones. It was not a small fortune. Yichen was speechless. The martial city was indeed the martial city. Even a small stall had a huge transaction volume. Yichen had no idea where the owner got so many secret manuals. Thinking that he still had dozens of secret manuals with him, Yichen thought to himself, "If I lack soul stones in the future, I can set up a stall in the martial city to sell them. Are you buying or not? If not, don't block the stall." The owner's face darkened. "I'm just taking a look." Yichen and Morong Qingqing walked away. They didn't care about the owner's attitude. All the martial artists who set up stalls in the martial city were not ordinary people. There were good and bad personalities, and there were all kinds of people. You couldn't expect every powerful martial artist to be nice to you. After walking a few streets, Yichen still hadn't found a stall that sold great weapons. Most of the stalls were selling spirit herbs, strange metals, beast pellets, and secret manuals. Morong Qingqing said, "There aren't many treasures in the outer city. Let's go to the trading palace in the inner city." Trading palace? The trading palace is the place with the most treasures in the martial city. Sometimes, astral-reaching realm martial artists would also choose to sell or buy treasures there. However, you have to be qualified to go in. You have to be at least a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, or a very wealthy person with more than 200,000 low-rank soul stones. You have more than 500,000 low-rank soul stones, so you are qualified. Hearing Morong Qingqing's words, Yichen naturally planned to go to the trading palace in the inner city to have a look. To enter the outer city, one would have to pay a low-rank soul stone, and to enter the inner city, it would be 100 times more, 100 low-rank soul stones. Just this entrance fee alone was enough to keep most of the condensing reality realm warriors out. They were not that extravagant, throwing out 100 low-rank soul stones so casually. Most of them only had hundreds or thousands of low-rank soul stones in their pockets. After paying 200 low-rank soul stones, Yichen and Morong Qingqing entered the inner city. 4 astral-reaching realm warriors drinking tea, and 2 astral-reaching realm warriors taking a walk. I saw 6 of them at once, it's unbelievable. Astral-reaching realm warriors were rarely seen in the outside world, but there were already 6 of them on one street in the inner city of the martial city. One of them had a cultivation that was even more horrifying than the Black Crow Man, which meant that he was most likely a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. Eh? Isn't this Miss Morong? Among the 2 astral reaching realm warriors taking a walk, the silver-haired elder looked over with a smile on his face. Morong Qingqing said politely, "Greetings, Senior Diao." The silver-haired elder nodded and said, "Please send my regards to your Sky-Flying Devil Martial School's elderly. Tell him that I will play chess with him when I have time. But you have to tell him that he is not allowed to think for a long time before making a move. If I did not win the last game so quickly, I don't know how many days it would have taken." "Hee, I will tell elderly. But, Senior Diao, you have to be careful this time. Elderly has developed a special move that is specially used to deal with you." Morong Qingqing smiled lightly. "Alright, let him come. My cultivation is 1 level lower than his, but my chess skills are much better than his." The silver-haired elder laughed, then glanced at Yichen and teased, "Miss Morong, who is this? Don't tell me he is your sweetheart?" Morong Qingqing said, "He is my friend, his name is Yichen." "So it is a friend. Work hard." The silver-haired elder looked very kind, without the slightest bit of arrogance of an astral-reaching realm warrior. Instead, he was teasing Yi Chen. Seeing that he couldn't stay out of this, Yi Chen cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, seniors." The old man at the side nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The silver-haired old man waved his hand and said, "Go on with your business. We still have things to do. Take care, Senior Diao." Morong Qingqing watched him leave. Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "Who is the Senior Diao? His cultivation is very terrifying." Senior Diao doesn't belong to any sect, but he is very famous in the Black Dragon Empire. Among the martial artists of the same level, there are only a few who can beat him. His self-created mountain-shaking fist can shake a mountain into powder, so the martial artists of Jianghu call him Mountain-Shaking Elder, Morong Qingqing said. 2. Be able to turn a huge mountain into dust, it is indeed terrifying. There was a huge difference between smashing a mountain and shaking a mountain into powder. In the former, even 10 people would not be a match for Elder Zhenshan. The trading hall was more than 5 miles in length and width. There were 4 entrances to the hall, and there were martial artists inspecting at each entrance. "You too, please show your spirit stones." Only those with more than 200,000 low-rank spirit stones are qualified to enter. The leading martial artist could see that the two of them didn't have the cultivation of late clasping Yuan realm, so he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yi Chen nodded. A dim light flashed on his storage ring, and a total of 20 big boxes landed on the ground. Each box contained 10,000 low-rank spirit stones. Indeed, there are 200,000 low-rank spirit stones. You can enter now. Hearing this, Yi Chen put away the 20 big boxes, and suddenly thought that Morong Qingqing might not have 200,000 low-rank spirit stones. However, to his surprise, Morong Qingqing didn't need to show her spirit stones at all. She took out a black jade tag from her storage ring, and the guard saw the jade tag and directly let her in. Our Sky-Flying Devil Martial School is a rank 6 martial institution. As long as you show your core disciple tag, you will be able to enter the trading hall. Morong Qingqing said. Yi Chen sighed. Super martial institutions indeed had a lot of face. Their core disciples could directly enter the trading hall, and their status was equivalent to that of late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. The inside of the hall was very spacious, and there were countless pillars made of jade. These pillars were hundreds of meters tall, and 5 meters thick. Flowers, birds, insects, and fishes were carved on the surface. The floor of the hall was paved with very expensive green jade, which looked crystal clear and smooth. Walking on it would feel like walking on a calm ocean, and it would make one feel much more relaxed. As far as the eye could see, there was a crystal counter every 20 steps. The things inside the counters were all different. There were shining great weapons, demonic beast pellets that were releasing Yuan Qi, rare spirit herbs that emitted a strong spirit Qi, and even manuals. Right now, almost every crystal counter was surrounded by a group of martial artists. 80% of them were late clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and the rest were mostly early clasping Yuan realm or mid clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Occasionally, some astral reaching realm martial artists could be seen. Yi Chen roughly estimated that there were more than 50,000 clasping Yuan realm martial artists in the hall, which was an amazing number. Following the order of the crystal counters, the two walked and observed. Stopping in front of a crystal counter, Yi Chen saw the words written on it, Rank 6 Demonic Beast, 3-headed snake pellet, worth 50,000 low-ranked spirit stones. The 3-headed snake is only slightly weaker than the wind wolf. Normal peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists are no match for it. I can't believe there is a 3-headed snake pellet for sale here. Yi Chen was very clear that the one who killed the 3-headed snake was most likely a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Astral reaching realm martial artists were not that bored, after all, 50,000 low-ranked spirit stones were not that much for them. Furthermore, once they reached the astral reaching realm, low-ranked spirit stones would no longer be enough for their normal training. Only mid-ranked spirit stones could help them refine the Yuan Qi from the spirit stones faster. Morong Qingqing said, "Don't underestimate all the martial artists in the world. Some of the less famous late clasping Yuan realm martial artists are even more powerful than the top 10 young martial artists in the hidden dragon rank. The wind wolf and the 3-headed snake are invincible existences for us, but for them, they might only need one attack to kill them. Killing the Wind Wolf with one attack, is there anyone below the astral reaching realm who could do that? As far as Yichen knew, the Wind Wolf was way more powerful than the leader of the Sky Cloud martial school, Luo Xinglia. Luo Xinglia used to be an amazing martial genius, and now he was a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Stepping into the astral reaching realm is way too difficult. Although some people are already peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists, they might be stuck at this level for the rest of their lives. Therefore, these people would spend a lot of time and effort to study the most powerful martial arts, pushing their own power to the limit. The power they could unleash would be extremely horrifying. You can't underestimate them just because they are not talented enough. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Yichen nodded. No matter what, to be able to kill a peak level 6 demonic beast, the three-headed snake, this person is indeed very powerful. I am far from being able to compete with him. Right now, Yichen's power could only compete with normal late clasping Yuan realm martial artists at most. If he ran into a slightly more powerful late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he would have to run away. If he ran into a peak level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he probably wouldn't even be able to run away. Walking another few hundred meters, Yichen suddenly saw a bright red light in front of him. The dazzling red light was emitted from the third crystal counter on the left. At the same time, a sharp and vigorous aura blew over, pressing down on his mind. The two of them looked over. Mid-rank artifact, Blood Sun Axe, worth 38,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Morong Qingqing said in surprise, someone is selling a mid-rank artifact, but the price is too high. Not many people below the astral reaching realm can afford it. What's the usual price of a mid-rank artifact? Yichen could feel the power of this Blood Sun Axe. Once his soul power got close to it, it felt like it was going to be crushed. He hurriedly asked. A normal mid-rank artifact is worth no less than 30,000 mid-rank spirit stones. This Blood Sun Axe should be a slightly better mid-rank artifact. A normal mid-rank artifact costs 30,000 mid-rank spirit stones. I remember that a mid-rank artifact can only increase one's attack power by 30 to 40%. While a low-rank artifact can also increase one's attack power by 10 to 20%. Why is the price difference more than 100 times? Morong Qingqing shook her head. You have misunderstood. A low-rank artifact can increase a clasping Yuan realm martial artist's attack power by 10 to 20%. In the hands of an astral reaching realm martial artist, it would already be very difficult to increase it by 5%. However, a mid-rank artifact can increase an astral-reaching realm martial artist's attack power by 30 to 40%. The two cannot be compared. Unfortunately, mid-rank artifacts are very rare. Even the inner elders of my Sky-Flying Devil sect rarely have one. I see. Then what if a mid-rank artifact falls into the hands of a clasping Yuan realm martial artist? Yichen was very clear about normal items, but he only had a smattering of knowledge about these rare treasures. No one had ever told him about them, and they could not be found in any books. As for astral reaching realm martial artists, although they knew about them, you could not expect them to chat with you and tell you about some of the more advanced items. Moreover, Yichen was only familiar with Thunder Freer, and judging from his appearance, he did not have a mid-rank artifact either. It is very difficult for a clasping Yuan realm martial artist to bring out the full power of a mid-rank artifact. At most, their attack power can increase by 30 to 40%, which is the same as an astral reaching realm martial artist. However, you have to be careful. Even if you have a mid-rank artifact, do not take it out. Some astral reaching realm martial artists might even kill you and steal it. Thank you for the reminder. Yichen nodded. She was indeed a core disciple of a super martial institution. She knew a lot. Compared to her, Yichen's knowledge was very limited. Blood Sun Axe, my luck is not bad. A sturdy middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s walked over, his eyes landing on the Blood Sun Axe. Yichen's pupils shrank. This person was an astral-reaching realm martial artist. Ding-ling-ling, the sturdy middle-aged man pulled the string on the crystal counter, and a crisp bell sound rang out from the wall behind the crystal counter. Soon, a door opened in the wall, and an old man with an aura as deep as the sea walked out. His Jinyuan ripples seemed to be even more powerful than the sturdy middle-aged man's. you want to buy the Blood Sun Axe? Indeed. Seeing the two trading, Yichen shook his head. In the past, astral-reaching realm martial artists were rarely seen, but now, they were everywhere in the martial city. He was already numb to it. The interior of the trading palace was very spacious. It was more than 5 miles in length and width, which was much bigger than some of the small towns in the outside world. The two were not in a hurry as they walked along the rows of crystal counters. Yeah. It's a low-rank sword. I've finally found it. Yichen's soul power sensed a sharp sword aura. It was coming from 100 meters in front of him, and it was very clear. Let's go take a look. As he spoke, Yichen had already walked over, with Morong Qingqing following beside him. There were 7 to 8 late clasping Yuan realm warriors standing in front of the crystal counter. Most of them were just there to watch, while the rest were bargaining with the owner. This sword is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? 20,000 low-rank soul stones, I will buy it. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a beard. He shook his head, 30,000 low-rank soul stones, no more, no less. How about 24,000 low-rank soul stones? This is all I have. The middle-aged man still shook his head. Seeing this, the few people who wanted to buy the sword felt helpless. Although they were late clasping Yuan realm warriors, they only had 20 to 30,000 low-rank soul stones at most, which was already very rich. Outside of the martial city, most of the late clasping Yuan realm warriors might not even have 10,000 low-rank soul stones. Plus, they needed a lot of low-rank soul stones for their own training, so they obviously could not spend all of them. 30,000 low-rank soul stones, I will take it. Yichen and Morong Qingqing walked over side by side. The middle-aged man glanced at Yichen and asked suspiciously, you want to buy it? He had been in the martial city for many years, so he knew clearly that only some of the older late clasping Yuan realm warriors could afford 30,000 low-rank soul stones. Yichen was so young, even if he came from a big martial institution, he would not have that many low-rank soul stones, unless he was the top martial genius of the martial institution, who was qualified to go to the ancient inheritance place and exchange with the martial institution. Without saying anything, Yichen took out 3 boxes of soul stones from his storage ring. Alright, the Star Scar sword is yours. The middle-aged man looked very happy. He had recently been interested in a low-rank Earthrealm martial art, which included a flying art, palm art, and a martial art. If he sold it individually, it would only be around 10,000 low-rank soul stones, but if he sold it all together, it would be worth 70,000 low-rank soul stones. Right now, he still needed 20,000 low-rank soul stones. As for the extra 10,000 low-rank soul stones from selling the Star Scar sword, it was for his own training. Wow, this brat is way too rich. 30,000 low-rank soul stones just like that. I'm sure that he's a genius disciple of a large sect and has entered the ancient land of inheritance. Otherwise, with his age, he wouldn't be able to accumulate so many spirit stones even after 4 or 5 years. Look at that masked girl next to him, she seems to be at the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, but the Jin Qi vibration released from her body seems to be even more powerful than us. She must have trained some kind of powerful martial art, the quality and quantity of her Jin Qi is terrifyingly high. That brat walking together with her, he must not be simple. All of the late clasping Yuan realm martial artists nearby started to discuss among themselves. Some of them looked surprised, some looked greedy, and some looked envious. Morong Qingqing said in a low voice, it's too expensive. The best low-grade artifact is only worth 20,000. It definitely won't exceed 25,000. Yichen said carelessly, I don't need soul stones right now. What I need is a great sword. It doesn't matter. The Star Scar sword on the crystal counter was around 4 feet long. The body of the sword was not in the scabbard, and its whole body was shining with a misty sword light. It looked like the stars in the sky, shining brightly. Yichen could tell that the Star Scar sword was one of the top low-rank great swords. It was even better than the air-shattering blade that Lynch had bought. If he did not buy it now, he would regret it if someone else bought it. Wait, I want this Star Scar sword. The middle-aged man was about to hand over the Star Scar sword to Yichen, but a hand stopped him and said with a cold voice. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. He had a sharp nose, triangular eyes, and a skinny face. His body was so skinny that it looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, sensing the extremely cold chi coming from him, no one dared to underestimate him. This is the inner master of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, the Blood Eagle Sword Yuan Zonghua. Someone recognized the middle-aged man and said with a low voice. It's him. This is going to be a good show. Yuan Zonghua is an experienced late-clasping Yuan Realm warrior. Normal late-clasping Yuan Realm warriors would not be able to take even one sword attack from him. Even if I can't get the Star Scar sword, I will just watch the show. Hee hee. The crowd spread out a little bit, standing not far away to watch the situation. Yi Chen's face darkened as he looked at the middle-aged man. Right now, it was all up to him. If he insisted on selling the Star Scar sword to him, then everything would be fine. The middle-aged man pushed away Yuan Zonghua's palm and said to Yi Chen, "Young man, the Star Scar sword is yours now. As for how you deal with it, it has nothing to do with me." Letting out a breath, Yi Chen took over the Star Scar sword. Yuan Zonghua looked at the middle-aged man with a cold look. Very good. You did not even give me, Yuan Zonghua, any face. It seems like you are very confident. I, Fang Zonghua, have always been upright. Of course, I am confident. This Star Scar sword has already been paid by him, so it belongs to him now. The middle-aged man did not look scared at all. His eyes were full of killing intent. If it were not for the fact that this was the martial city, where fighting was forbidden, Yuan Zonghua would have already killed the middle-aged man with one sword attack. He would not even bother to talk to him. Plus, the Star Scar sword was in Yi Chen's hand now, so it would be pointless for him to keep threatening the middle-aged man. Turning his head to look at Yi Chen, Yuan Zonghua said, "Young man, name a price. Sell the Star Scar sword to me, and we can talk about it later." Putting away the Star Scar sword, Yi Chen said, "Sorry, not for sale. You better think it through." Yuan Zonghua squeezed his eyes. This is the result of thinking it through. Right now, we still have something to do. Bye. Yi Chen did not want to waste any more time with Yuan Zonghua. This kind of person would not change his mind with just a few words. So, it would be a waste of time. Brat, you are looking for death. Don't think that the martial city can protect you forever. Once we get out of the martial city, I, Yuan Zonghua, will have my ways to make you hand over the Star Scar sword. Of course, by then, it will not be just one Star Scar sword, so I will have to collect some interest. Yuan Zonghua was so mad that he almost puked out blood. After being humiliated for so many times, his face had turned slightly red. He then clenched his fists, his veins bulging. As for Yuan Zonghua's harsh words, Yi Chen pretended that he did not hear them. Once they got out of the martial city, they would fight with their own power. If one or two words could scare him, then what was the point of him coming out to train? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School? At least the Sky Cloud Martial School had the protection of the astral-reaching realm warriors. Looking at Yi Chen's back, everyone was shocked. This brat is so straightforward. He did not even talk to Yuan Zonghua. But it would be hard for Yuan Zonghua to kill him. The masked lady next to him is very powerful. If the two of them join hands, they might be able to hurt Yuan Zonghua. Relying on women is nothing. Hearing everyone's words, Yuan Zonghua sneered. Of course, he could tell how powerful Murong Qingqing was. But he was confident that he could kill Yi Chen and leave easily. Plus, with his experience, he could tell that Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen were just normal friends. They would separate eventually, and by then, he would make sure that Yi Chen would die a horrible death. That would be the price for messing with Yuan Zonghua. Waving his sleeves, Yuan Zonghua turned to leave. He needed to find some people to keep an eye on Yi Chen, just in case he would be able to sneak away without anyone noticing. On the other side of the palace, Murong Qingqing said that Yuan Zonghua is not easy to deal with. With your power, I think it might be a bit of a stretch. She did not want to hurt Yi Chen, so she used the word stretch. Seriously, if Yi Chen ran into Yuan Zonghua, the only thing he could do was to run for his life. As for whether or not he could make it out alive, it was still unknown. It would be boring if the training was not dangerous. It would be nice to have some side dishes. Yichen was not worried at all. He now had the training method for the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, and he also had the Flow Ridra 3 mysterious spell. With 1 month, his power would definitely reach the next level. By then, even if he could not beat Yuan Zonghua, he would still be able to scare him. Of course, if he could reach the peak level of early clasping Yuan realm, then he would be even more confident. You're right. Morong Qingqing nodded. After buying the Star Scar sword, the two did not leave right away. There were way too many treasures in the trading palace, and there might be something they needed. As they were walking, Morong Qingqing suddenly stopped in front of a crystal counter. Inside the crystal counter, a pair of gloves with golden threads was sitting there quietly. They looked very thin, but a shocking spirit power vibration was coming out of them. Seeing the price of the gloves, Morong Qingqing shook her head. She did not plan to buy it. Yichen said, "This pair of low-rank gloves is not bad. Why don't you buy it?" "I do not have that many low-rank soul stones right now. We will talk about it later. Plus, I already have a pair of gloves." As the second disciple of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, Morong Qingqing already had low-rank gloves. However, compared to this pair of gloves, they were obviously not as good. 23,000 low-rank soul stones. I will pay for you. Consider it as a thank you for bringing me to the martial city. Yichen took out 2 big boxes and 3 small boxes without hesitation. They were all filled with low-rank soul stones. For him, 23,000 low-rank soul stones were just a small amount. He had more than 2 million low-rank soul stones now, and 60,000 mid-rank soul stones. He was even richer than a normal rank 9 martial institution. Thank you. Morong Qingqing had trained a demon martial art, so she was not shy at all. Qingqing, you don't need him to pay for you. I will give you this pair of gloves. Right then, a young man in luxurious clothes took out a low-rank soul stone and handed it to the owner of the gloves before Yichen could. Seeing this person, Morong Qingqing was expressionless. Second prince, what a coincidence. Yeah. It is indeed a coincidence. The young man was not very handsome, but he had the aura of a king. Behind him were 4 elderly men in black, all of whom were at least as powerful as Yuan Zonghua. The leader was obviously a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. I think I should just forget about it. I don't like this pair of gloves. Morong Qingqing did not plan to accept his gift. The young man turned around. What? Didn't you want to buy it just now? Just now was just now. I don't like it now. Yichen, let's go. Morong Qingqing turned around and left. Yichen followed behind her helplessly. The smile on the young man's face froze. Yichen was willing to pay for her, but she did not buy it when he gave it to her. How ridiculous. Master Lu, send a couple of people to watch them. See what kind of relationship that brat has with her. Yes, Your Royal Highness, the old man in the lead said respectfully. Better not. Otherwise, don't blame me. Glancing at Yichen with a creepy look, the young man dropped the gloves and walked away. In front of an ancient-looking building. People were coming and going. The warriors who went in had a serious look on their faces, and the ones who came out were either overjoyed or upset. The atmosphere was quite weird. Yichen paused, turned his head and said, "The second prince you were talking about should be the second prince of the Black Dragon Empire, right?" Yeah, he is also ranked 34th in the last hidden dragon rank. He is slightly more powerful than Qi Xiaofeng. Morong Qingqing was playing with the golden silk gloves in her hand. Just now, under Yichen's suggestion, they had gone back to the crystal counter and bought the gloves. You seem to be very scared of him. I am not scared of him, I am scared of the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire behind him. In the South Ridra region, rank 6 institutions are not the most powerful ones. The royal families of the 3 big empires are the real rulers. According to the ranking, the 3 big empires are equivalent to the top rank 6 institutions. They have tens of thousands of years of history. Even the powerful 9 Ghost cult could not destroy the 3 big empires at once. Speaking of the 9 Ghost cult, Yichen could not help but ask, what is the rank of the 9 Ghost cult? Even if all of the forces in the South Ridra region combined, they would not be able to compete with it. It is a rank 5 institution, and it is a top rank 5 institution. There are thousands of astral-reaching realm warriors in the martial institution, and dozens of Sea of Souls realm warriors. And the leader of the Nine Ghost cult is a life and death realm warrior. If it were not for the Dragon King and Xianxia working together to hunt him down, the Nine Ghost cult would have already conquered the whole South River region. The Dragon King and Xianxia working together to hunt down the leader of the Nine Ghost cult? Yichen gasped. In this true spirit continent, life and death realm warriors were definitely a legend. A lot of people might not even get to see one in their entire lives. Morong Qingqing had a longing look on her face as she explained, the battle between life and death realm warriors is not a normal battle. Even if you are 30% more powerful, you will only be able to beat your opponent back. You will not even be able to hurt your opponent. Although the Dragon King is an experienced life and death realm warrior, and Xianxia is even more powerful, the leader of the Su King is not a normal life and death realm warrior either. In a one-on-one battle, you will not be able to do anything to him. In the whole world, perhaps only that supreme warrior, Su King, could wound the leader of the Nine Ghost cult badly by himself. But to kill him completely would be very, very hard, unless the power gap between the two was a few times higher. You're saying that the leader of the Nine Ghost cult might still be alive? You don't know? Morong Qingqing shook his head. Yichen forced a smile. With his cultivation, he would not be able to understand the power of life and death realm warriors at all. Making wild guesses would only bring trouble to himself. Alright, let's go in. Yichen did not say anything else as he walked towards the ancient-looking building. Welcome. You two are here to use the training room, right? In the lobby, there was a beautiful lady sitting there. Seeing the two walk in, a formal smile appeared on her face. Yichen nodded, that's right. The martial city was different from other places. It could be said that it was blessed by the heavens. Under the martial city, there was the Earth-Shaoxin fire, which was extremely hot. Once an astral-reaching realm warrior touched it, he or she would be burned into ashes in an instant. However, what was amazing was that if a warrior trained near the Earth-Shaoxin fire, he or she would be able to train his or her Jin Qi much faster, and it would be easier for him or her to make a breakthrough. Later on, dozens of Sea of Souls realm warriors performed an amazing trick and gathered the fire qi that came from the Earth-Shaoxin fire in one place, and built the unique training room of the martial city. Training in the training room was much better than before. Most of the warriors who came to the martial city because of the fame of the Earth-Shaoxin fire were here to train in the training room, hoping to reach a higher level as soon as possible. Of course, training in the training room required soul stones. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The training rooms in our martial city are divided into 4 ranks, the low-rank training room, the mid-rank training room, the high-rank training room, and the top-rank training room. However, only astral-reaching realm warriors can use the high-rank training room and above. Would you like a low-rank training room or a mid-rank training room? Yichen said, give us 2 mid-rank training rooms. The fire chi in the high-rank training room was way too intense. Warriors below the astral-reaching realm would not be able to handle it. Otherwise, there would be no need for the martial city to restrict the warriors' cultivation, since everyone's soul stones were soul stones anyway. The mid-rank training room costs 1,000 low-rank soul stones per day. There is a mid-rank training field outside. Please pay for 3 days' worth of soul stones in advance. Yichen had already heard the price of the training room from Morong Qingqing, so he was not too surprised. He took out 6,000 low-rank soul stones and put them on the counter, then took 2 jade tags from the waiter's hand. The ancient characters 64 and 65 were written on the jade tags. Please follow me, a waiter said as he led the way. Yichen and Morong Qingqing followed. Not long after, the two followed the waiter to 2 adjacent yards. The waiter said, on the left is the mid-rank training room 64, and on the right is the mid-rank training room 65. Before you leave the training room, they belong to you. Without your permission, no one can enter. Got it. Yichen took out 10 low-rank soul stones and threw them to the waiter. Thank you. I wish you success in your training. The waiter revealed a smile. He was only a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. 10 low-rank soul stones were quite a lot for him. After the waiter left, Yichen said, I think this training will take a long time. If you can't wait, you can leave first. I will pay for the soul stones. Alright. Morong Qingqing indeed would not stay in the martial city for a long time, since she could not make a breakthrough with her current cultivation. Even with the training room, it would not be possible. If she did not make much progress, she would need to go back to the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School and prepare for it before heading to the 100,000 mountain range to find the Sky Devil Flower. After separating from Morong Qingqing, Yichen entered the 64th yard. Wow, this training field is not bad. It should be able to take a lot of impact. In front of his eyes was a small martial arts field with a circumference of 30 meters. The ground of the martial arts field was paved with extremely hard blue iron stones. In the center of the martial arts field, there were 3 training pillars made of metal. There were many marks on the surface, such as sword marks, saber marks, and palm prints. It was obvious that they had been used by people. Taking out his star scar sword, Yichen took a deep breath and threw out a sword attack. Shoo, the light blue sword chi sliced through the air, leaving a deep sword mark on the training columns. Because Yichen did not know how hard the training columns were, he took out his dragon spring sword and threw out another sword chi, leaving a slightly shallow sword mark on the training columns. Yeah, it increased the attacking power by about 15%. A low-rank greatsword is indeed a low-rank greatsword. It is not something a normal greatsword can compete with. Regarding the power of the Star Scar sword, Yichen was very satisfied. But in comparison, he preferred the hardness of a low-rank great weapon. With the Star Scar sword, he would not have to worry about the sword breaking anymore. The yard was not that big. Besides the small training field, there was only one building. Inside the building, there was a living room in the middle, a bedroom on the left, and a training room on the right. The training room was made of a special material. It was not made of stone, nor was it made of metal. Instead, it looked like it was made of some kind of iron wood. It was hard and cold to the touch. Once he entered the room, Yichen felt the temperature increase. But strangely, staying in the training room, he did not feel hot at all. On the contrary, his body felt warm, and the Zhen Qi that was flowing slowly suddenly became active, like a surging river. Releasing his soul power, Yichen wanted to see what was so special about the training room. Soon, he found that there was a light red gas rising up from the ground, gathering in the training room. Because of the special material, the walls and the ceiling had the effect of blocking the red gas, preventing it from spreading out. This should be the fire chi of the earth Zhen Qi. I wonder what the real earth Zhen Qi looks like. Mumbling to himself, Yichen walked to the cushion in the middle of the training room and sat down with his legs crossed. He took out a chi replenishing pellet, a spirit replenishing pellet, and a soul replenishing pellet and put them into his mouth. He then took out 2 low-rank soul stones and held them in his hands. This time, he wanted to reach the peak of early clasping Yuan realm. Only with his cultivation could his overall power increase rapidly. Closing his eyes, Yichen slowly entered the training state. You mean, that brat is training in the training room? In the private room of the restaurant, Yuan Zongbue said to the condensing reality realm warrior who was standing in front of him. The warrior nodded, yes. Keep watching him. Once he comes out, send someone to inform me immediately. You will get the soul stones. Yuan Zongbue said with a cold expression. Yes. The warrior looked very happy. In the martial city, condensing reality realm warriors did not have much status. It was very hard to earn soul stones through normal channels. The good thing was that all the warriors who entered the martial city had some conflicts with each other. Normally, the warriors who had conflicts would find a few condensing reality realm warriors to keep an eye on each other. Of course, there was a price to pay, which was soul stones. You can leave for now. Yuan Zongbue waved his hand. Waiting until the warrior left, Yuan Zongbue's face turned evil. Brat, the training room is not omnipotent. You are only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior, and you can only reach the peak of early clasping Yuan realm in a short period of time. You will not be able to compete with me. Once you leave the martial city, it will be your death. As for that Star Scar sword, it will be mine. Inside another luxurious yard. Second Prince, our people have been watching along the way. They found that this guy is not that close to Miss Morone. They should be normal friends. The elder in black said with respect. Hearing him, the second prince laughed. Normal friends? That's what I said. Xianxia is a proud woman. How could she have a relationship with someone else? Plus, that brat is only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. The elder in black rolled his eyes, and thought to himself, no one said that he has a relationship with Murong Xianxia. You are the one who thinks so. If that is the case, then let's stop watching. Murong Xianxia has a lot of normal friends. There is no need to watch every single one of them. Knowing that Yi Chen and Murong Xianxia were normal friends, the second prince felt a lot better. He did not plan to cause any trouble for Yi Chen. After all, martial geniuses had too many normal friends. It would be weird if they did not have any. Yes. End of chapter 192. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.